suspicion. That's what we call autism. What is the played recently thing? Is that last 2 weeks, right? Holy shit.
sharpshooter right in Soxa's face. Searing Chains onto 2, and the Overgrowth onto 3. This is disastrous for Yandex. They're going to lose 3, and GPK deserves it. Bushwhack, they're leaving him as GGs are called as the Rampage is secured. Onto the high ground. BetBoom go. They're going to lose their clockwork. We'll get one in return, but the AoE Doom now right on top of GPK again. With the stun coming out from DM. Roche actually takes part in killing off GPK. Mally with the Blink Overgrowth. Sunstrike gonna clip GPK. They burst down Kataomi. Not tanky at all at this stage of the game. DM, Watson, as he goes for a potential rampage. So we get back-to-back rampages for each respective team. Big call coming in with a huge echo slashes. Double kill for Kiritich. Malady, he has so much HP they cannot deal with this fucking tree. Just pounding into them with his 3 trunks. He's just shitting on them with his divine rapier. As Yandex will go to the grand final.
They've got the opening.
They're prepared.
The call comes in. Yubazumi get the BKB and the God Shrek 4 turns. Makoto's gone. There's the call from King Jungles. They'll try and chase him here. BKB comes to an end. They've got Vortex onto him, but they've been both soul-bounded by the other core. The silence out as well as the call as Makoto's out for 2 minutes. Again, it's got perfect amount of heals and sustain. They'll jump back. The BKB's coming to an end. Nightfall, he got the combo out onto them. Nightfall, the soul punch be reflected. There's the feed script though. The 2 feed script coming out onto the both of them. The big cores. The combo's there. They take Nightfall out. Makoto's in trouble. Wing down to about half HP, trying to heal up in the pit. Lincoln's healing. Jump forward aggressively here with the Grimstroke at the front. Closes in onto WS. They're taking down the front. They've got the lockdown onto Makoto. Yuma's got the damage. They bring Makoto. Careful, careful, careful. The side he just gets two-shotted. And the Reaper's on the floor. Killing off Whisper. They've got Whisper's dead, but WS will die in return. Whisper comes in with a buyback. Nightfall dealing with Yuma the once, but the 2 shots come out. Is Makoto dead? Mirror gone. 3 of them dead without buyback. Ancients exposed. LGD. It ends the game.
It's the final day of Blast Slam 7, our grand final day, as well as our lower bracket final. The first time that we're having that in Blast Slam, because normally we've been running a single elimination, but this time around, double elimination has given a lot of teams the chance to prove themselves, to make a pretty good run. And of course, the other 3 people proving themselves today, it's Kezu, Quinn, and T.
Time to prove yourselves, guys.
I had bread and butter for breakfast.
I was
going to do the same thing.
No,
I actually had no
no.
breakfast though, Quinn.
Kezu,
That's my issue. No
how you
breakfast.
doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Dota is gonna be great.
What'd you have for breakfast?
Nothing.
No, same. Like,
You did a grape, didn't you?
I'm not looking at you.
Oh no.
Actually, I did have a watermelon. He's right.
Oh wait.
Watermelon?
He brought me watermelon and grapes.
Watermelon sugar.
I had one bite of watermelon, left the plate on the side, did an interview, come back, and it disappeared. So
Did
if
it?
anyone's got a half-eaten watermelon in the studio, that's mine. Can you please leave it back in the room?
No, bite into that shit and see what happens.
I don't even know where to
that's
go
mine.
from that one. Instead, we're going to look at the bracket because somehow I really genuinely couldn't segue from that into looking at what has been unfolding over the last 4 days. I have 3 days of action today, being our 4th for the playoffs, with what started off 6 teams in the upper bracket. We did see both Aurora and Liquid drop down to that lower bracket. LGD and Falcons were soon to follow, where we ended up seeing LGD and Aurora have to go up against each other last night in a 3-game absolute banger. It was a lot of fun. LGD did end up coming out on top in another 111-minute game for themselves. So they see their opponent of BetBoom today in the lower bracket. And Yandex, well, they're chilling. They don't have to come in until later where they get to just wait for their opponent in the grand final.
I mean, they're kind of the lucky ones. You know, you have all these long games, they just get to chill. But also, like, I thought Aurora would probably make it to this overall last day. But then yesterday they go up against this clown show of a Dota game where you have the baubles, you have like the near 2-hour game against the Thailand Zeus. Sometimes you just take the L.
I want them to play for the Zeus, honestly. I know it's not strategically smart or, you know, a
like
correct...
today.
Yeah. I want them to like pick Zeus and in the back of their mind knows that they're playing for this like 70-minute, 80-minute. Of course, there's a bit of RNG with the bauble, but conceptually, it does sound like auto-win if you can get that at minute mark. Because how do you deal with just poof, 20 seconds, poof, 20 seconds, poof? Like, that's not Dota anymore, right? So, probably not going to see it again, but I really do.
Yeah, I think LGDs they've got a certain special magic going right now. I think sometimes you just squeak through games randomly. It just happens that you just win somehow, and maybe you weren't supposed to, but you just do. And so I think they have that going right now, and so I'm just excited to see if they can keep it going because I think lower bracket runs are some of the most fun in Dota.
There is a special skill set to be able to push games that late as well when it feels like your opponents had so many opportunities. And LGD, well, they've done it a couple of times for themselves. So they've actually got a very unique 100% win rate on games that close out at exactly on the 111-minute mark there for themselves. But the game duration, 52 minutes essentially for them compared to the 47 of Yandex and the 45 of BetBoom.
I mean, not only like that, it's like out of the top 4 longest games in the tournament, LGD have been part of 3 of them, right? So it's like we have the 211 minutes, they've had like a 72-minute, like they are the ones creating these long games. For good or for bad, again, I don't know how analytical you want us to go, but in the sake of the tournament, like they are the ones creating, you know, the cinema and the moments that everyone's going to remember.
You even heard Yuma talk about it yesterday. He's like, we have PTSD from some games going high ground. He has thrown games, they have thrown games. So that just leads to sometimes games are going to get stalled out. You're going to play for some other stuff. You're hoping that finally, eventually someone will be like, we've got the confidence. Let's get this Aegis. We can do this. We can end. But it looks like we just take it very chill.
Yeah, I wonder if that eventually bites you against, you know, now it's not just the bigger dogs, it's the biggest dogs. You're in the Hound hut. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do think it does though, because when he was standing there, he's saying we don't mind waiting another 5 minutes or so. But if you're looking at the other side of Aurora, waiting that extra 5 minutes was their hindrance. They took a little bit too long and they were a little too stale and slow to be reactive to what LGD were doing, and they end up with the loss. So sometimes 5 minutes, give or take, Quinn, could be that window closes for you to close out a game.
Yeah, every second matters, especially against, like you said, the best teams. They will eke out little advantages, little things here and there, and suddenly the game switches. And it's hard to predict or fully understand all of those things that are changing. No one player is capable of doing that. And so the best thing you can do is actually push your lead to the fullest extent. And not doing that implies inherent risk. You're adding an element of the potential to turn into the game.
Yeah, it's also so easy, I think, as a viewer to kind of look at a late game or even like a 50, 60-minute mark and say, why aren't they doing this? But it's like you're managing Roshan respawn, cooldowns, item cooldowns, spell cooldowns. You've got
buybacks.
Buyback, exactly. Like, have they used it? Do you think they have gold? Has their inventory changed? Like, there's all these factors, and as the game progresses, the intensity of one death and your game is over scales. So it's like you cannot assume that the players will be perfect, and you see so many mistakes in the late game because there's so much information getting pressed onto them. It's why it's like it is such a magical point of the game, because the pro isn't the best player anymore. He is just kind of a human having to survive what is a 70-minute Dota game.
The beauty of the game also is that I think Dota, especially at the highest level, it keeps reminding you that you need to be present in the moment, and you need to check literally everything. If there's no bauble on the Zeus, maybe you can chill, and it's totally okay to play the game like that. But if you pay attention, it's like, oh, the number keeps ticking up, and you're Aurora looking at it, you're like, eventually you need to go, we need to do something. Like, there's some all-in move you have to try to do, you have to smoke on him, or just like speed up the game, because the timer is ultimately fully against you. And if you don't pay attention to it, you're just going to take the L for free.
And that's not to say they didn't do that. There were definitely attempts, but it was that cloud fiesta that you coined there. BetBoom, on the other hand, they're having a little bit of a cleaner time. Yes, they're in that lower bracket, but again, they also pushed Yandex in the upper bracket to the upper limits, right? They also went to a Game 3 in their series there. So it's only just by a mere margins, again, that we're seeing BetBoom lose out on a series and potentially not make it to a grand finals.
Yeah, if anything, I'm surprised that they aren't the ones directly seeded into the grand finals. I think throughout this tournament, they've been a lot of teams' strongest team. Yandex did beat them fair and square, but they are a fierce opponent to deal with. And so I think they are the favorites going into the series against LGD. I think they're more solid, and they have better fundamentals, a better foundation. And I think LGD is coming at them with like, ooh, crazy, wow, throwing stuff in the air. Look at that. And I think it's not easy to win a game that way whenever the other team is just staunchly moving forward one step at a time.
Yeah, and it's also like the idea of like, when you look at LGD, how they kind of like demolished the game 2 yesterday, it was like laning pressure, map pressure. You had Axe running around doing this stuff. Like against BB, they're not going to have these like cracks in their draft. They're not going to have these moments of like, oh wow, your supports will obliterate us. Like Kotomi and Save, they are so resilient to aggression and to map move that even in difficult games, they'll find ways to look like they're controlling the tempo. So it's like LGD need to play like they did yesterday, but like X10. Like they need to really make sure there's not a single mistake in the first like 20 minutes against this team.
No, like BB, they looked really, really strong yesterday. Like even if they ended up losing the series overall to Yandex, I think apart from GPK, he had some chungus moments on his counter. It's like X mark, he doesn't even torrent, he's just like, that arrow's gonna hit, okay, 3 miskill. Then he goes top tier 1, he like misses his X torrent both combo, you know, it's okay, it happens, but overall I agree, they are the favorites going into the series for me by like at least maybe some 60-40 type-ish. But we just gotta hope for LGD, because one of the hurdles that they have is they have at least one weird draft per series.
Yeah.
And not just weird, but like throw it out the window type draft. So I hope that today, I want them to be more stable.
We can look towards our grand finalists as well, though. Yandex, we want to talk about them too, because Quinn, you said you thought BetBoom was going to be the team that was seeded straight into grand finals. You thought maybe we would have been having a different matchup in the lower bracket here, but Yandex, after taking an event break, all these questions, how are they going to come into it? Will this break hinder them and will it benefit them? I mean, making it to a grand final, being the first team to look in a grand final, clearly that break was not a hindrance by any means.
No, it definitely wasn't. I think they took the Dota after the break very seriously, straight into boot camp and grinding and clearly working hard, watching replays. And I think they have a slightly different style from these other teams in that they are playing slightly longer games, but they're picking really good scaling. And so it's not a happening into the later game or a whoops, accidentally it's gone late. They're intending that. They're picking heroes that aren't as good early, that play a little slower, and they're scaling insanely well with amazing team fighting. And so I think it's a different approach, and it's a tough final boss to beat, especially in a grand final if they're doing that, because games tend to go longer in a final, and if they're comfortable there, if they're picking the draft for that, then it's not easy to overcome that.
I mean, it's also like they've introduced heroes into the drafts. So it's like Nature's Prophet. Again, Watson has played it before. In the tournament, he hadn't. And then suddenly in upper bracket, he's like completely demolishing a game on it. And now it's like in the back of your mind, it's like, okay, we have to respect his TA, one of the few players who's still playing it. Now there's Nature's Prophet. Like the drafts in the finals might even just detach themselves from the entire meta of the entire tournament based on how many little specialty heroes teams like Yandex are kind of introducing even in the final couple days.
No, they have a bit of like the Tundra of like a few years ago. Like the map just turns into like a toxic wasteland. There's like Invoker Forge Birds running around. You have like Naga Siren, Nature's Prophet, like even the Enigma of DM. That's just like, it's very difficult, I think, to close out the map against this team in the mid game. So like we're saying with the scaling that they have on their side as well, you need to find a nice way to like kind of deal with that, but also feel good if the game does drag out that you have a chance against them later on.
It's not the first time that we're seeing Yandex in a grand final for Blast Slam, right? They were also there for Chengdu coming up against Tundra, and so I do wonder when we do get to our grand finals, is it going to be a little bit different because now this team has spent a lot more time with each other. They've also grown individually at players. CJ is the biggest one that we've spoken about a number of times. They've changed their offlaner since then, and more importantly, the fact that we're not in front of a crowd. Yeah, we're on LAN and we're in a studio, but maybe part of those nerves as well. I factor all of these things into what sort of Yandex shows up later today.
No, they've evolved a lot. Like this team, I don't think they're going to have like any stress. Even if there was like a huge crowd here, I think at the moment, they've like gone to the stage where they don't really care about it and they've got it.
Yeah, I also think the opponent they're going up against will be very different. I think playing either one of these teams is somehow lower stress than playing against Tundra. I think that team, especially in finals, has a certain aura to them. They're very difficult to beat. Both of these teams, to me, I don't think Yandex has any fear or any feelings of like, we're the underdog, and I think that feeling may hurt them specifically. I think them going into this feeling like we are the top dog, we are better than these teams, I think that confidence is important for this team, especially when we've seen like shaky finals performances before, like CJ. He's improved a lot, but we've seen the shakiness in finals, and so I think the fact they're coming in more favorites is a boon to them.
Talking about, who could potentially go up against Yandex, LGD or BetBoom T, that's the lower bracket finals that we're going to start on and we're having to talk about here. And we've already heard a little bit from Quinn and Kezu where they think their favorites might be standing in it, but yourself, do you have a little bit more of a lean towards LGD and their funky drafts or the stability of BetBoom?
I mean, the head says, BB should be in the finals, but the heart
LGD, baby.
There it is, LGD Gaming.
LGD.
That's what I don't really show much bias normally on a panel. I normally like to say
just
quite
right now.
neutral. But right now, in this very moment, when you think about the trajectory of a team over the year, the asterisks on their, you know, the tournament that they did win, was it tier 1? Was it tier 2? Did the teams leaving because of visa issues? What, you know, asterisks. I want them to stamp their name into this year with a, you know, with a good old honest, we won it, we beat the best, there are no questions, and then they move to TI. Sure, they're on a Chinese organization, but still waving the flag for South America. I feel it would just be quite a nice way to enter the most important part of the season, getting a non-European team lifting a trophy.
I mean, we literally had LGD on the last day of groups go from, oh, maybe they might have to play best of 3s to qualify to top the group. So it's very well within their wheelhouse to go from a team that we think might finish 3rd place to lifting that trophy. But BetBoom stand in their way right now, Kezu.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's a bit difficult for them, but I do like LGD as a team because they give you a lot. I think especially as a viewer, like you don't know exactly, you know, what is going to show up, which type of team, because I've said it before, but I think their highs are really high, but their lows, holy damn, it's way below most other teams because, you know, there's might be like some play or overall like how they shape up and then the draft that they end up with. And maybe it's a bit boring to hear, but it is sadly the truth for the team. It is something they have to overcome, and you're in the final day. So you have to really bring your A game, both when it comes to the gameplay, but also the lineup you end up with.
Yeah, offering up like little, I don't know, inequities in your draft and little problems, like the better teams will take advantage of that, and you'll end up going from a game that's maybe 60-40 to now suddenly it's 90-10, and you end up with like the game 1s. And I agree, it's kind of one game a series that they totally flub. And so to me, you got to cut that out because you can't be handing away free games, especially against the best teams. They're just not going to give you it back the other way, especially whenever the pick order matters and side and all these choices and things. If you give a free win away on either your good side or like it can really matter. And so they have to not do this because it's a problem.
No, but luckily it's like for LGD, it's always the game 1. Right? It's like, you know, you had the triple melee bros into the drow, you had like the techies first pick into the lone druid. Like there's been both game 1s against Aurora and Yandex were the problem for them, right? So all you need to do is you do all your prep in the evening, you come to the studio, and then one player just grabs page 1 of the notebook from the draft. That's gone.
Page 1 out.
Maybe you should go over there, T, and do it for them.
It's gone. Then you look at page 2, and then you start to be competitive again. So whatever's on page 1, I just hope they're not looking at it. Because everything else is kind of cool. They have adaptations and they show the better side. But again, a team that's this creative, you want to love them for being creative because other teams, they're often quite boring. They stick to this small hero pool. This team isn't. So it's like when they do poorly, it's so easy to blame it on the draft, which again, based on some games, it is very clear it is the reason why. But you have to kind of accept that you are going to get both sides of the spectrum in a team that is trying to be different to everyone else.
It's a double-edged sword with that because when they come in and they end a series like yesterday on such a high, you think, okay, they want to continue the creativity. They want to be able to feel themselves, and then they get jumped down a peg. But you misspoken about how they've been working on that a lot more, and you know, having a bit more faith in their heroes as well. That was something he really, really wanted to talk about, is their creativity and also their avenues that they're playing through different heroes.
I mean, that's absolutely where you should stick to it. Like also, the stats speak for itself. Like Whisper Batrider, it's 4-1. Yesterday they busted out 2 games of Grimstroke, it's 2-0. The Venge on Yuma looked incredible, did get buffed, you know, it was very nice. And I think this is how this team thrives. Even the axe that they flexed in the game 2, that was one of like their better games where they stomped BetBoom like into oblivion as well. So I think keep, you know, going with that. It's amazing.
I totally agree, and I also think when I watch them, I just watch the B-reel of them like coming to the stadium and stuff. I look at Tai Lung especially, and like a lot of these players, they're very young, but Tai Lung is a kid.
Yeah.
And so I think, and you can very much tell that, and so I think it's really cool. The same way when you think back to like Sumel and the early EG days, it's just cool to watch someone who's like so young and has not had these experiences before, and it's hard to not root for him because he's just a little kid. And so I think it's really cool to like watch that and see players who've had way more experience compared to someone who's trying to win the tournament for their first time. I think is a very cool dynamic.
The biggest difference between the players you're mentioning and Tai Lung is the fact that we don't really get to hear from Tai Lung that often. In fact, we know very little about him. So we seized the moment. We had their assistant coach translate for us, and we tried to get as much information out of Tai Lung as we could.
I'm here with Tai Lung and the assistant coach for LGD, and we're going to do a little interview. Can't wait to hear your thoughts because you played a very fun Zeus game last night, and I would like to know how that felt for you.
¿Cómo te sentiste en el juego de Zeus ayer que jugaste, que fue un juego muy chévere para ti? ¿Cómo sentiste? ¿Cómo fue tu sentimiento?
Yo creo que era divertido. Yo quería que se alargara más el juego para meter un infinito, como Dota What the Fuck, pero acabamos el juego temprano, ¿no?
He had a lot of fun that game, and he wished it last longer so he could have infinite ults. He was thinking about the 0 cooldown ult, so he was having a lot of fun that game.
Yeah, we were actually wondering because you were focusing more on going back to the fountain to ult rather than farming more bauble upgrades. Like, why didn't you just go for the 0% cooldown?
Porque tu estava volviendo para a fonte a cada rato em vez de solo farmear sus itens para llegar a su 0 cooldown de su ultimate.
Necesitaba mana para los dos ultis. No tenía mana.
He didn't have mana. The upgrade also has more mana cost on his spell, so he didn't have mana to farm the entire map. That's why he's going base.
Porque el ítem, el encantamiento te reduce la mana también. O sea, te da menos cooldown, pero te da menos mana.
You have less cooldown, but you use more mana, so he needs to go base more often.
That makes sense. Okay. Well, obviously that was a very long game, and you guys tend to have long games. You know, how are you feeling about today? You got a lot of energy. You ready to take the trophy home?
¿Cómo estás sentindo hoy? Nossos jogos sempre duram muchos. ¿Cómo estás sentindo hoy? Tu energía, si está listo para ganar todo.
Sí, me siento bien. Creo que voy a dar un buen juego hoy día. Y, no, a ganar.
He feels he did his best yesterday, and he feels very well, and he's really, yeah, go win, let's win.
Man, I feel like if I was playing an elimination game number 3 and I did the all-time record of hero damage in a competitive game, I'd be feeling pretty fucking good too.
Yeah, he's chilling right now. They're having good games yesterday, bro, setting records, being like one of the youngest players ever to play on stage. Yeah, you're feeling good coming into today.
I love the fact that even with the hero damage, they had to change how they format their numbers just to fit it on the screen, right?
Yeah.
'Cause if you put 6 digits down there, it's going to be off the graphic, right? And I mean, yeah, Tailong, of course, because of Enchanted Bauble. Oh, great. Okay, this is what I mean. Let's see how ugly it is. It goes over the little pink line. It's
Ruined the
terrible.
graphic.
I mean, no one in Blast would ever want to show this on broadcast. So whoever just did, they're gone.
Holy shit, they got fired.
Yeah, they did.
Immediately. Go back to you, Quinn.
Well, you know who's not getting fired is BetBoom. Because these guys...
They're getting fired up.
That's right. They're getting fired up. And we talk about LGD, the inexperience that they really want that win. BetBoom been here before. They've won tournaments before. These guys have been around the block for a long time. They've been at pretty much every Tier 1 tournament I can remember for the last several years. And they are just incredibly solid players. That's the thing you feel the most when you play against them is they just don't really make mistakes. And so you need to out-strategize them. You need to understand the game better. You need to squeeze really tiny opportunities and slowly build an advantage because they're just not going to give you this, and suddenly they threw the game and they fed a bunch of heroes and now you're ahead a bunch of gold. That doesn't happen. You need to win the game very incrementally, one little good move at a time, and that is just a much harder way to win the game than like the enemy all chain TPs in and feeds.
Especially too, I think against BetBoom, you need to be very aware of like both their supports, like Katomi safe, but also GPK, like how the 3 of them interact together. And LGD, they need the stableness in the type of early game as well, I think, for themselves. So I hope that they have a very nice idea, you know, how to properly utilize Tailong with KJ and also with the Olikor. What is going to be the 3-on-3 looking like for the early runes, the active runes? Because if GPK gets off to a good start, we all know what's going to happen for the BB game.
But it's so scary conceptually. A team that has these kind of little fundamentals, it's not every game it's the same copy paste. Like you see Miro TPing to mid lane on dying, even running there. You then have Save also rotating to bot lane to create tri lanes, and Miro's happy to be by himself. Like it's not as if every game it's the same formula. They are tweaking it game to game. So if Yuma and KJ is going to go aggressive and try and fight Miro, be one of the most aggressive safe lanes we have now in the top 3, you are going to expect there to be these adjustments, to have the draft or even positioning where maybe GPK rotates earlier. Probably not, but maybe Katomi does some moves. But I think the fact is you can't just say BB does one thing every time. Like they are really cool at having like just a really deep playbook.
They're also really smart drafters and good at adapting. I've lost finals to them before and played won others, and I think something they're very good at is changing what their bans are from game to game. They'll drop a game. Okay, they understand what the problem was. You heard Miero in the loser interview after they lost to Yandex yesterday saying, yeah, the Invoker's kind of a problem. Next game, we'll just ban it against them. They already understand that going into a potential finals against Yandex, and they'll be able to do the same thing against LGD. You drop one game, suddenly you understand, oh, this hero is really crucial and fundamental to the way they play. I think they're very quick at picking up on that. They're great drafters. And I think that is part of what makes them so good at like going deep in tournaments.
I mean, that's the good and bad thing about LGD is sometimes we don't even know what's fundamental to making a draft work for them. So I am intrigued to know what BetBoom and their conclusions have been. But we heard from the youngest player on the side of LGD. We also wanted to hear from the youngest player on the side of BetBoom.
Here with Kiritich, we are on Grand Finals Day. Did you see the very long game last night with LGD?
Yeah, it was very fun.
And I feel like this kind of thing happens a lot with them, you know, like this infinitely scaling Zeus with the bauble, all this like silly stuff, drops out of nowhere, versatility. How do you prepare for a team like that?
I don't know, like when I see how Zeus is scaling, it's just, it's not normal. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? To be honest, I'm waiting 200 minutes game and waiting when ulti Zeus without cooldown. It's possible. So it was fun if this game be a bit more long.
I think it will be a very fun series, and obviously you've come a long way to get here today. What would you say is like the one thing that you've learned throughout your Blast 7 that's going to help you take home the trophy today?
We make very good conclusions from last game versus Yandex, to be honest, and we can win this tournament because we're very confident in our heroes, in our players. We're very confident, and we know what we need to do for win, like how stay lane, how play map. That's it.
And just for an energy check, you know, I looked at your Steam profile. It's all Naruto, right? And I respect that. I love Naruto. What kind of Kiritich, what form of Kiritich are we going to see today? Are we going to see Hokage level plays or what?
Hokage mod.
Okay.
You're a Naruto enjoyer, right, Kezu?
Of course I am.
Can anyone translate, please? I have no idea what just
Put
happened.
that in Dota terms.
I mean, Mode Hokage is just like top level. This is my boy. I'm sure like this guy's favorite character in the game is like Itachi. It's like everyone's favorite character. He's like, you know, the evil young brother. Don't want to spoil too much, but you should watch it. If you haven't seen Naruto, I'm sure this clown also hasn't. I'm pointing at Quinn right now. It's life-changing shit. You gotta watch that stuff. You know when people tell you, there used to be like the Kuroko no Basket, like the Kuroko no basketball anime. I haven't watched that one. No, I didn't watch that one, but people keep talking about it, and it's good. It's what made Liquid win TI. It's what's gonna make them win today.
Okay, all right. Naruto is going to be the buff of BetBoom. It's not the Quinn, the confidence that they have in their laning phase and how to execute drafts.
No, it's all about that basketball.
Give it up.
How do I segue from this?
You just go to the fact that they're carry player.
I just spoke to Kotomi, didn't I? Because I was doing a little replay review, and I feel like when we're talking about LGD being chaotic, I think the one thing that BB does really well is like force out errors and force out mistakes. Even though they didn't win Game 3 yesterday, they were kind of presenting that in some of the moments. So I just wanted to hear from Kotomi about how he was able to kind of create these moments to threaten teams.
We really want to take the Russian top because we have outpost, we can buy back, we can TP, we have a really good position to fight, we have vision up here, we have vision up there. So we're just basically doing casual move, we forcing Roche to roar. So their team start to feel pressure, they start to panic, maybe they fast smoke to top, and then we already smoked and waiting for them.
So once like you bait the roar, you're holding the high ground, kind of knowing 10 seconds later, of course, you're going to go back into the pit.
Yes.
You're just basically trying to make the mistakes happen.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, like we force the roar, Sax on Snapfire, already start to feel nervous that we're taking rush. He start to ulti, just to check, and we not there. We already smoking. We already have info that there is no Snapfire ulti. So we already have advantage. So we think they smoked. So because they cannot let us take rush top, we also smoke and try to find maybe fight. Maybe they come here on our vision, low ground, and here we like kill them without chance because they don't have Snapfire ulti. We have over position, and we will win fight.
I feel like that's all I really need to know how to execute team fights in my next few games.
Well, to go in, bait some stuff, go back, and then do it again?
He makes it sound so simple, but it's not that easy. It's hard. That's the best and the worst thing about watching pros is that they will do things so seamlessly that you think it's easy. It's just become second nature for them, and then you try and attempt it, and you're like, actually, this is 20 times harder than I ever thought it was.
It's because most people think like they think about the big picture. Wow, team fight, they win, they kill 5 heroes, but there's like 100 billion small steps in like the 80 seconds leading up to it, which leads to the big play.
And also, it's like in the interview, we didn't show it, but like we're talking about Roshan's, like they knew in the back of their minds like they could even do Roshan in like 7 seconds if they really wanted to. So they were really trying to push the limit of like how far could they take it, what could they bait. Of course, I think that was quite a kind of an easy example in the game because like Roshan Raw, it's like it's not a high level strategy, but with that application, they will be doing that in really, really kind of high level plays elsewhere, like where they show one hero on a creep wave and then they disengage with smoke behind. Like they're always thinking about it. And against LGD, a team that makes mistakes, it just needs to be one trap that LGD kind of fall into, and then BB will suddenly generate like 15,000 gold lead, right? So it is about, you know, dodging the traps for LGD.
Yeah, their team fighting in the way they start fights is very, very consistent and very good. They will take like really sneaky angles on you. They'll wrap around and burst one guy, and they're really good at resetting. Like the thing T said about, and Katomi said as well, about baiting fights and about baiting spells. They're really good at this with buybacks too. They poke one guy, they kill this guy, and they run away. And they know that it's a numbers game. They're not trying to win the game all at once. They're trying to, okay, now it's a 10v9. And the next fight, it's a 10v8 because we're killing you and you're buying back and we're chilling, and they're very, very good at that and playing the numbers game, understanding the really big picture, especially in the high pressure games. Doing that in a pub or conceptually is one thing. It's not a super complicated concept, but having the mental, you know, fortitude to remember that in the moment, that's the tough part, and that's what they're really good at.
Kateomi is only half of their support duo. We want to talk about save as well, because I feel like so often, sometimes we look at numbers, we look at stats, and it's easy to really put Cause on a pedestal. We get to sit down with Kateomi and talk about everything that's happening and going through his mind through team fights, but a big pinnacle and a linchpin of what has happened for BetBoom over many iterations, not even just necessarily their great performance here at Slam 7, is save.
Yeah, this guy, he just doesn't really do much stuff wrong. The guy is insanely solid. Honestly, when I think about this guy, I think about the fact that he's always full HP. There's a reason why this guy never dies, because he's always full HP. I don't know how he does it.
That is normally how you not die.
It's some wizardry.
Crazy concept. Actually.
Every rune for years, this guy comes, he's always on the rune, and he's always full HP. It's unbelievable. I don't know what he does, but his mechanics in the first 6 minutes are insanely good. You talk to any player, and they're always like, yeah, this guy's he's like really, you hate to lane against him. All the 5 players, they'll tell you this. He is a menace.
Yeah, it's like him and Miro. When they have hard lanes, even then it's like, you know, they have the stick charges, they have the fairy fight, they win the Lotus fight, and that's like why they keep going like forward and forward. And I think also for Save, he's always the right place, right time type player. He's always wherever his mid needs him to be. GBK needs him to be mid, boom, he's there. You need him for a follow-up kill, boom, he's there. You need him in safe lane, bro's TPing, he's already there. That's why his KDA, it's pretty nasty.
I mean, the only time he's ever had more than like 7 deaths in a game this tournament is when it's been an hour-long game. And at that point, like, deaths don't matter, because like if you're a support, like you need information, like whatever. Like, but consistently, it's like 1 to 4 deaths is his like average going into it. So it is like conceptually insane that a 4 player, often the guy that needs to run around the map, do these things, go to uncharted territory, you're normally the one that gets sent back to the base whilst you win the fight. So he is just proof that he is so consistent and a kind of a pillar for this team.
There's something poetic about the fact that the first time these two teams went up against each other in Slam 7 was on day number 1 in a best of 1. Now they're coming up against each other again in a best of 3 on our final day. Do you guys remember who took it in that best of 1?
I actually don't.
It was LGD in a 32-minute win.
Was it, did they have Huskar?
No, they did not. They had Conker. If you can believe that a Conker won.
I actually can believe, because I'm not that big of a Conker hater. I think the hero has weaknesses, but GPK's Conker was not the best. I don't think we'll see it today.
No, it was LGD who had the Conker.
I know.
And won.
I know.
Okay.
Yesterday, the reason Conker lost is because
GPK.
That guy played it.
No, you're pointing that way.
That guy played it. That guy.
Yeah, I just
you gotta point the right direction.
Hey man.
Which team LGD?
Try to be confident.
Where's LGD? Quickly, just double checking. Good.
I know where left
BB?
and right is, and if they're here, then they're there.
Yep, perfect.
BB is here.
Cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
keep it up. That was good.
Yep.
It was also with Nug Siren as well, something that has been really enjoyable with LGD. We've talked about so many different things being brought out hero-wise, but for me, it's always been Yuma over the last tournament of what he's been able to pull out of any which way.
Yeah, I think he's probably the most creative or the most willing to play random stuff right now in carry. He'll also play the meta stuff. He'll play the draw rangers. Apparently not the lone druids, but so in some ways, I think he's sort of forsaken the super popular heroes. He doesn't really play Shadow Fiend or Lone Druid. He's like, you know what? I'm going back to some of the classics. I'm going back to the stuff that I like, that is sort of more deep in my muscle memory, and not the stuff I'm uncomfortable with that everyone's playing. You know what? Screw the meta. I'm going to do my thing. I mean, that's kind of LGD's whole thing. So it's kind of fitting that Yuma fits in with that. And it's not just like other players. He's like, you know what? If you guys are going to play weird garbage, I'll play some weird garbage too.
That's been one of the most enjoyable things about what's happened over the last few patches is teams have their own meta. There isn't an overarching meta that prevails in every draft, but it's time we get our game number 1 for this best of 3 draft underway. A lower bracket final game 1 draft begins with BetBoom having first pick here. They're taking out the Huskar and the Axe, and LGD are going to sit a little bit. Maybe T, they're contemplating, do they rip out that first page of their drafts like you suggested?
I mean,
we don't see any papers.
Yeah, the papers are intact, so I think we're fine. One thing for LGD though is, even though you hasn't been playing Lone Druid in this tournament, in the qualifiers between the group stage and playoffs that they had to play online for a different tournament, they have played the Lone Druid there. So it's not as if they're not like able to play it, they're just kind of choosing not to, right? And I think maybe when you go into like lower bracket best of threes, potentially even grand finals, I am expecting at least one game where they kind of remind people, hey, we can do this, even if we're not banning it. It's just not. It's not because of anything else other than like we just don't respect it in draft kind of power levels for our players. But I'm expecting to see one game.
Yeah, I'm also I'll be surprised if LG, because the heroes that are standing out, especially for BetBoom, like Lone Druid, of course, is going to be one of them. You also have Puck overall that LGD have taken out a lot in the games they've played. And Treant Protector in the BB series, yesterday versus Yandex, was also a very big standout hero.
And Kez.
Oh yeah, and the Angry Bird.
Bird's the word.
Okay, at least LGD aren't trying to do a game 1 against BB. Let's give them the Lone Druid, guys. Let's show the world we can beat it. Like, that's not
Yeah, let's go Lone Druid and then pick techies.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was referencing.
Yeah,
I got you.
Got him.
We're one step of the way there. I think Puck is potentially leavable when BetBoom is first pick. Now, you're in for a ride, and it's not going to be an easy game because it's GBK Puck. The boy is a beast, and they're going to leave it. So Drow is in the pool too. Potentially, they're looking for a trade there on either side. I think we saw them do that against Liquid, where BetBoom picked Drow, they picked Puck. I question if they would do the inverse, so if BetBoom picks Puck, will they pick Drow? I don't know if they're comfortable with both sides of the trade.
And the Kez is in the pool, so if BB... Okay, so yeah, with that in play, it's like, is Drow okay when Kez is there? Because of course, Kez has a lot of gap closing. You naturally go for like Mage Slayer Death, so you kind of fight into the map, so there's kind of a little bit layering here for sure.
I wonder where LGD take it here. There's a... Like when they've played into Kez, I believe now multiple times, like both against Kez and Lone, they really like their Timbersaw. It's not my favorite answer overall. I think when I see Kez, Doom is one of my favorite answers, but it doesn't seem like the biggest Whisper hero. I like Whisper on a bit more flair, and I can do stuff. I can pressure early, you know, his Bat Rider and his Snapfire type of hero. So even though there are better answers overall, like hero to hero, I hope that they stick to just like their type of style.
What stops picking the Bat just now then?
I was about to say that because I think you're not going to get it in the next phase. I really do see BetBoom looking towards banning that in the second phase.
Like if you want to put the stocks on it, then yeah, I'd say right now it's like you just lock it in if you think that's like the #1 hero. But of course, we were talking about the Kez, the Drows, the carries that have been, you know, plaguing every draft of this tournament. They are now kind of snapped up by both teams.
Boo, I wanted a fun Yuma hero. Boo.
Yeah, boo.
Drow can be fun. I like this
to go over there and tell it to cast right now?
No.
Yeah, good. Just making sure we're on the same page.
I mean, they are sort of sticking to their prep in a way.
Yeah,
they
are.
Undying, preparing to pick Drow on 9. That's what they're setting up for. So I think in some ways, they used quite a bit of time, so I think they were talking about other options.
Yeah.
Oh, we could pick Puck, we could pick this, we could pick that. But at the end of the day, I think they kind of just said, okay, this is our prep, we're going to stick to our prep. Now, we've seen how that's gone in Game 1, so maybe that wasn't wise, but that was their choice.
Now, for now, this is already better than in, I think, some of the other games that we have seen. I want to see where LGD do take it from here, because Drow Ranger, while this hero is incredibly good, we have seen her lose for the right reason. You know, no core hero can generally be picked first all the time and just, you know, keep up winning. If you're BetBoom, there's like one of two avenues. I think you can look to collapse on the hero. Kez is very good at winning his lane and going through the gate. Drow Ranger does not love to be collapsed on, or heroes that overall just get on top of you. Still, there's also the potential for an 18 puck for BetBoom. I want to see if LGD, do you want to either ban it? Do you want to just have some heroes in the next phase where you're like, oh, don't worry, we're going to pick some, you know, Ember, or we have enough options later where we don't really care. But there are heroes that you absolutely need to think about.
I feel like you ban the puck and you pick up the Snapfire.
It's definitely a consideration. I'm not sure if they're going to rush the Snapfire. I love the puck ban. Snap to me is like a little weird against Kez because he's very mobile and he's all over the place, so it's not actually easy to hit him with kisses or any of your spells because they're prone to missing on really mobile heroes.
It's also like for LGD, it's like if you don't ban the puck here, you don't want Tailong to like have to preemptively go for a hero knowing there's a puck. Like you don't want your mid laner to have to do these things. So any team against like Liquids and BBs and like the puck teams, if it's not banned in first phase, second phase ban it, you're going to be really happy. But taking the Wyvern, a hero that again BB has popularized during the event, Cold Embrace, against KES. Like any hero that needs to lock on and take a fight during like their BKB timing, naturally Cold Embrace will be able to deal with that. But it does invite, you know, the Doom picks, like obviously we don't see Leshrac anymore, but the heroes that kind of go, oh, you press Cold Embrace, I'm going to slaughter that hero now. Thank you so much for griefing your own team.
Well, the other thing is burst, right? If you can burst through the Cold Embrace, they're just a still target for you.
Yeah, I mean, Hoodwink is just incredibly good. It's been a good hero for forever, good follow-up damage. You give bonus spell lamp, you can buy Vessel if you want, you have Giga Magic damage, and it's also one of Save's absolute best heroes.
I wonder what the pairing will be. I was surprised. I kind of thought for a second they might do a Darkseer. With the ranged hero 4, it's a little less likely. The Ion Shell synergy is not quite there. But we saw the Darkseer look really good against Drow earlier, and there's a Wyvern too. It's really good against that. You want something like that, I think, that either cuts waves, or you have something creative to actually play the lane, because Drow Ranger Wyvern is about as harass heavy as it gets, so it's really hard to actually have enough HP regen and just stay the lane, because they just keep hitting you and shooting you relentlessly. Really?
I mean, it's also like they're holding Katomi's pick a bit in the draft because the tree's gone, the clock's gone, the Bane's gone, Winter Wyvern's been stolen from them. Other than that, the only heroes that he's played in the tournament, 1 game Oracle, 1 game Tusk. You don't really want to Tusk into like the Winter Wyvern, it's kind of awkward. And then again, Oracle doesn't really make sense right now. So we are probably going to see a new hero from him, potentially like the Liches and the more aggressive 5s that he played in previous tournaments could make sense, especially that burst that we're talking about into Winter Wyvern.
No, I can totally see the Lich later against these two heroes already. Also, just with KES, it's an amazing lane. I think that BetBoom are just setting up an 18 pick that is gonna, you know, you have jump. Like when you see Winter Wyvern, when you see Drow, you want to gap close against these heroes. There's a very high chance already that LGD here should be talking about, you know, the classic Largo combos, whether it's a Storm, whether it's a Quab, these heroes that GPK can play and just take over a game with an offlane Largo in the pool as well.
I'd be so scared on LGD. Like the Quap and Ember like are so scary. Like Drow, like you said, you don't want to be jumped on. Ember with the Vessel, Quap with levels, you'll make moves. So LGD, they're kind of like preemptively protecting themselves in the lane matchup, because like you take the mid Viper, it's like, okay, please pick your map playing, Largo utilizing mid hero. They often don't get to get out of the lane against Viper. We saw that yesterday with Makoto struggling on the Storm.
You should pivot now on BetBoom, no? Like just take a normal mid hero that just beats Viper if the hero is to go mid. At least that's the cool thing for LGD. It doesn't have to go mid. It could go off lane. Maybe not anymore.
I mean, okay, so I feel like in some ways LGD have gotten a little too big for their britches. They picked this Viper yesterday in a situation where it was a counter pick. It was a really good Viper game. It was last pick, and it made a lot of sense. I think when you're block picking something that isn't there yet, this can bite you in a lot of cases, because you overlook what that hero that you're picking can be countered with because you're so focused on blocking something else. I think this opens up a lot of potential heroes for BetBoom. Now, the Storms and Embers and things like that are worse, but this is... I don't know if I like this Viper pick, because it feels like back when they were heroic and they just kept picking Viper for Tai Lung every single game and losing, it feels like that kind of Viper pick.
How's the Invoker into Viper? Is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine. It's pretty good.
Okay, so it's like trying to look at his heroes, like trying to find that hero that can play neutrally against Viper but still complement your draft. Invoker does come to mind, of course, Yandex with CJ. They keep picking it in this type of position, but...
It's also to go about the LGD double pick. Like there is some... Obviously there's logic to it, and they want to have the idea open of like flexing the Viper, but even then I would have maybe preferred a melee 4. Like if Viper does go mid and it's an okay matchup, the melee guy can walk over to mid and like play on the aggression. If Viper does go off, and you also prefer to have the melee type of guy overall, maybe you can still do that, because Batrider can act as such if he were to be the support. But I do think, like, I'm a little bit on the board that there is some potential overcooking here, but it depends also on your enemy's counter pick. Like, it only will look poorly if BetBoom find the perfect pick to counter it here on 18.
I just hope for LGD's sake that they do pick a melee hero to conclude their draft. Having like 4 ranged heroes, like even though Viper Batrider do kind of play in these bodies, like it is like conceptually just such a foreign thing to have in a draft where you're not having this like balance of the lanes partnerships. But again, there's this like pseudo melee through a couple of their heroes. And they do go for the green paint. It's like, it's fine. It's exactly what you want with Largo. But the lane into Viper, it can be shut down a little bit. I believe Quinn will probably...
Quite a bit, no?
Yeah, this is a ballsy one. You got to play things really, really correctly. In all these hard matchups versus the Ord walking heroes, denying their ward and winning the block are going to be the 2 boxes you have to check. If you don't, this lane can be, you can get ultra stomped. Queen can also like soft draw if you play really well. There's a lot of variance here. It's risky though, because Queen, if she's behind, is kind of awful. The Serial sucks at farming neutral creeps when she's behind, and she needs a lot of gold to be effective. If you don't get to this Kaya Sanj Ags, these items, then the hero is sort of just the meh. So this is a very like balls to the wall, like I'm the GOAT kind of pick, because you're picking into one of the hardest lane counters to co-op and saying, I'm going to do fine anyway.
Again, a very good ban from LGD with the Oracle. Katomi's hero pool, again, has already been banned or counterpicked against him. So going for the Oracle, it makes sense. And maybe even a question, could they have 18 Oracled to counterplay, which Viper and Batrider, they hate playing into this hero. So like, did you need to take the Queen of Pain here? Was it that important based on kind of the game? Because again, the lane matchup is not too good. The game, sure, it's fine.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a game thing. The one of the reasons why I fully agree, it is an incredibly ballsy pick, but I like the idea that they are talking about Largo can look at the mid lane and Hoodwink can potentially look there, because I think it is still, obviously Queen is supposed to get demolished in this lane. You know, if it goes even skill, Viper will always come out on top, but there are small like counterplay potential that your heroes can naturally look towards. Like, Largo doesn't hate TPing there, especially if he has purpose. Same for a Hoodwink too against Viper, it absolutely can happen. And BetBoom have done a similar thing yesterday. They played this Largo Ember versus the Snapfire. It was the CJ Snapfire where GPK had a very bad like early 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, but then later it was so good for the game.
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot of validity to it as more time passes. Just can you get past that early game? Because once you get sort of into the game, then you can cook for sure. I will say, I don't think they've really responded to Drow very much. I think they saw Drow and they're like, yeah, we're going to pick stuff completely unrelated to Drow, because none of these heroes are good against Drow.
Oh, okay, they just go Lich.
No, for sure.
Like, Silencer for no reason.
Drow just looks very strong still. I think it's more about the fact, at least you have some sort of sustain, right? With Largo later, you have the Lich Shield, which is nice, and you have the potential to collapse on her somewhat, but obviously the potential of you bringing your mid hero to Drow's lane is a lot lower if your mid hero is gonna be slowed down.
Holy cow.
The biggest of all the melee boys to tie the draft together. Okay. Okay, so first of all, Spirit Breaker into Queen of Pain is a very difficult matchup, because when you want to charge towards mid, you want to have that kill threat. She can just blink back to tower, and then you're out of position. Of course, you're going to have to cancel your charge. Into Largo as well, probably one of the hardest counters in the game, because it's very easy to lick him during the early game charge when his move speed's low. And also Frog Stomp, if you put it on the guy you're jumping, you are going to cancel it with the little froggies dancing and Spirit Breaker pre-BKB. So it's like, it's not like the, oh my god, the best Spirit Breaker pick, but for the type of draft they have, the need to connect the heroes and the aggression, it makes sense. But you are going to see Theodicor potentially have an awkward entry to fights based on kind of the nice counters they have already on BB.
It's one of the nicer LGD first game of the day drafts I think I've seen, because I agree with Quinn that the Drow isn't like ultra like answered in a way. I think they've done a pretty good job for themselves. Like, they're set up to play the game in the way that they want. There's chaos. You have Batrider, Spirit Breaker. It's a super cool combo. Like, later, you know, when you have good map state, you can pick people off. I think Breaker also makes up for what Viper is weak against. But at the same time, I think BB have what they want. They just have, like, an early game hurdle to get over.
Yeah, my read is that BetBoom's laning is just too good, and I think they are going to get over the hurdle. And once they get into the mid game, then I think it's all gas, no brakes. I would like to be proven wrong, but I think BetBoom's going to pass the laning skill check, and it's going to be tough for LGD once the mid game hits.
Yeah, I think Whisper and Theodicor, like, they need to step up into this laning phase and perform, because if either of these players get a couple kills in lane, can kind of set the narrative, LGD will kind of follow into that system behind a Spirit Breaker or Batrider. But if they're having quiet games, BB will just scale. They'll be very content. So I'm just looking at the offlane of LGD pretty much from the get-go.
Now, for sure, like, Kez Lich is a very strong lane. Like, even if you're a Batrider there, you can easily get shut down, because I want them to have good lanes. Because at the end of the day, if Yuma has a good game, like later on, I do think Drow scales very well into this game. Like an Aghanims build, which is something we didn't really see the other day against the Largo, but I would really like that if Drow gets to like keep her distance. And Batrider Drow is also a cool combo. You drag the first guy in, you just get shredded. I think also Drow Aura with Viper is not really to be underestimated. So I think this is actually, I think it's quite even, personally.
Okay, strong, safe lanes, it sounds, from both of them. Scaling into the game definitely is a possibility for both of these teams. It's our low bracket finals. It's a game one. The winner goes on to the grand finals at the end of this. The other one, well, that's their journey in Slam 7. But for now, we get to head on over to our casters, Sunsfan and Syndred.
Very good job. Now you finally learned on the final day here at Blast Lamp 7 Sunsfang here with Cinderin. We have an epic series. If last night was any indication, a just about 2 hour game 3 yesterday with LGD coming out on top with the most hilarious Zeus shenanigans that we have seen.
Yeah.
Tylung's playing Viper this time. Not our favorite on this guy, but we'll see if he can pull it out this time around.
From infinite scaling to Viper, how the mighty have fallen overnight.
Yeah, so before you get into it, Cinder, let's get into the series where we'll find out who will be going to the grand finals. All right, let's get into it.
Look at them go.
Oh, you started talking. That's good.
Look at them go.
Yes, look at them get to their lanes. Remember, this is brought to you by Polymarket, the official trading partner here at Blast Lamp Center. Did you know?
I did know that.
Hey, good.
I did.
I think that's the last time.
You've asked me a lot of times, and I have not forgotten.
That's good. That's a good boy.
It's right there.
Good, clean boy you are.
Yeah.
All right, so last time we cast Tylung on Viper, he played a lot of games of Viper, actually. He lost just about every single one of them. And there's a lot of criticism because he's known for just being able to pop off on these very active heroes, heroes that high skill cap, you could call it. Viper is not any of those things, Cinderin.
No, but he did look strong on it yesterday. And I guess it's one of those things where it's not only him, it's also the team that needs to get a little bit more experience with. If you're used to playing him, like you said, on Playmakers, then the entire team needs to restructure in games that he's playing Viper. And, you know, it's also still relatively small sample size. The tournament that we're referencing, I think it was 3 games perhaps, or 4 games where it went wrong, and you can be like, man, why do they keep picking it? There could have been other flaws in the games that are harder to see, and then you just point to the one that's very obvious.
It's easy to point to the obvious things.
Exactly.
That's our job.
But this time around, so when you're not playing an active mid, you really want other heroes to be able to pick up that mantle, and you've got Bat Rider plus Spirit Breaker as playmaking heroes. It was interesting to hear T's perspective on the matchup into Queen of Pain, because he was thinking a lot about it from the perspective of early laning stage, that it's kind of a tell of how he likes to play Spirit Breaker, that he immediately focused on it's hard to kill the mid hero by charging there. I was thinking more of it in the glass half full sense, which is later in the game, you have a hero that can actually guaranteed connect on Queen and give vision.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like, which aspect are you valuing more in the game? It's definitely true that the pressure onto mid from Spirit Breaker won't be the best, but it's Viper versus Quap. Viper shouldn't need any help. This is a lane that Tylung is supposed to win.
If he misses every uphill hit, then maybe you will need some help.
Maybe he's just cursed on the hero, but I mean,
there we go.
That's a couple now.
It's pseudo RNG, I'm sure, as Miero. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be first blood already. Going to KJ on the Wyvern. Great start here for LGD. And I mean, what do you think of the Frogman being picked in a game where the Drow was literal first pick? You know they're going Ags. It's an anti-heal of sorts. Do you even think about that, or is it just the pacing?
I think Ags only works against regen, not
Here
healing.
we fucking go again.
So it's not particularly great against Largo from the perspective of reducing his healing, but it's still good. I mean, you slow to a crawl.
Right, how does it work? Because they changed this and it was very confusing.
I think it's pretty clear. It lowers regen, but not healing. And his ult is a heal. It's just pulsing flat number.
Okay.
Oh, damage onto Yuma here. Immediately going to eat the tree is King Jungle. So I wanted to talk about this bot lane against Largo in particular, because I think it's a really interesting dynamic here, where Largo, in theory, you're like, oh, he has Catch a Lick, he can dispel the slows, but guess what? They can both reapply their slows indefinitely. After the change to Arctic Burn, where it effectively works like it used to when you bought Ags, where every hit just reset the cooldown, or reset the effect. That was changed where it got to be that way in general, but then it lowered the damage. But of course,
has to pop Fairy Fire to try to survive. Not going to happen though. Save.
Is he going to trade? No.
Not going to be the trade.
So that's something from Miero to keep in mind here, is that if they just start ramping up the slows on him, yes, he can dispel one stack, and then they're going to hit him one more time, and we're back to square one.
Yeah. And I mean, later in the game, when he's in the same lane as the Bat Rider, he can at least take that off. You have to start reapplying again. It's GPK.
It's very interesting to see here. Tai Lung choosing to lose 3 CS to make sure GPK doesn't pull the wave. Just understands how crucial it is that the lane is in the right position for Viper to be able to win. That there's very few situations and very few mid players that would do this because you value CS so highly, but lane position is king here. And you can see GPK is going to try again. And look at this. He's kind of forcing Tai Lung's hand.
And that's very interesting, isn't it?
This time he's going to get, I think, he only got 2 of the 4 again this time.
All right, tries to aggro a bit.
Mission failed. Oh, this is bad now for Quap. This is not solvable, I think. Oh, wait, one of the creeps got into tower range, actually.
Yeah, it's going to push a bit.
He might just get this from that, actually.
Either way, advantage going the way of Tai Lung, as should be expected at this point in the game, at the very least.
And we have seen GPK with 1 or 2 hard laning phases, but main one was yesterday on Ember, but then he just popped off like crazy afterwards with playmaking. Quap's different. Haven't talked about that too much. How do you catch on the Dire? Is it Hoodwink only, I guess?
Sinister Gaze.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch.
Blink Ags for Lich. The Sinister Hole, as we like to call it.
That's right. Theolacor will take away a water rune here as well, so GPK not getting any of them. And then he's going to run up and take the bounty, so no access to refills for the Queen of Pain. And now the lane position is once again in Tai Lung's favor.
And we haven't talked about Whisper yet. Playing Batrider, this is his best hero. He is a god on this hero. And if he doesn't have a, at the very least, very good performance that is under his average, from what we've seen at least.
And this is a good lane
matchup. Up all the time. His bottom lane, Yuma, is going to get healed a dramatic amount, but it's not going to be nearly enough.
Huh.
As Miero able to get
far
blasted
forward
there.
without Wyvern there.
Yeah, in the 1v2, that's going to be a rough one.
GPK desperately trying to find a way of refilling his bottle, but nope, this bounty is also taken, GPK, so can't get that, and there Whisper will get on the board. This is just such a good Batrider lane. Kezo was talking about how you can be under pressure and they can chase you, but if you play stable together with Spirit Breaker, I don't think Bat loses this. Just throw a couple of stickies onto Kez, he can't really fight you. So they are going to bring a third.
Support. Save it.
Oh, that's
here.
a good charge timing.
Sinister Gaze was already used. A lot of damage though onto the Kez here to try to turn it around onto Whisper. He'll get the kill. Back to Theolacor. I don't think there's anything else in his tank though. He's just a fat cow at the end of the day.
Okay.
And now the right clicks will likely suffice as save takes him to the ground as well. So 2 kills for the BetBoom side.
Nice rotation.
Much needed here.
Yeah. It's very, very great from save. Almost went wrong because of the fortunate charge, but even with the information that was happening, they were still okay. Tai Lung is 2 full levels ahead of Queen.
Yeah.
Level 6 to 4. Yep. This is going to be the biggest challenge of this game, is that I don't think BetBoom can really help Quap.
And they should be able to secure the power rune as well, wherever it may spawn.
It's down bottom. Oh, they find a Lich.
Yes, they do. Charge will be there. Viper Strike used. Should be an easy cleanup for Tai Lung.
I have to question the Queen pick. I must say, when I saw it in the draft, I was like, this is bold. Yes, I know you have Largo, and it's great to give Croak of Genius, but giving Croak of Genius to a pile of shit, it's still a pile of shit. It doesn't become a genius shit from that. That's not how it works.
It's polishing a turd.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the thing you're trying to go with and just remaking it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good. GPK, he's almost the same level as Theolacor right now, so not really applying much pressure.
They're going to bring 3 heroes in here. They better get something out of it. I mean, they have to do this just to defend their tower. I don't think you're ever killing Tai Lung here, surely.
It's good damage with the siege and the damage rune from Tai Lung, who's probably going to take a couple pop shots here to see if they can wait for their wave to come in as well, which will be coming in now. And I don't know if they can hold this.
Oh, the siege creep.
They should be able to push this a bit more.
Yeah, the Cold Embrace will ensure this tower now, because his own wave. Oh, never mind. There's a glyph.
Yeah, a lot of fortifications going about now.
He got it.
Taking the pop shot, and now the wave should be able to... Nope, Siege does die.
He gotten it.
GPK will be able to defend just barely, as we'll charge action top, but no follow-up here. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the levels for GPK. Not used to seeing him at the bottom of the net worth for the cores.
Yeah, so there's a lot at stake for this game in this mid lane, where the way that BetBoom a lot of the time win their games is GPK either wins or draws on active heroes, and then they rally around him and they break the game wide open. In this case, you can't do that with a level 5 queen, especially not level 4 even. So you can tell from BetBoom's movements that they're a bit... I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but it seems like they're a little bit uncertain what to do here. Like, the supports show up mid, but they're not really able to do much. They're kind of just standing there.
And he keeps getting unlucky too. GPK can't even get a rune to save his life.
Yeah, Theolacor is going to run up and take the bounty again.
Just hits level 5 now, which is the same as KJ on Winter Wyvern, by the way. BT Dubs, I know how much you like that.
Okay, yeah, good. You almost said it normally, but you stopped yourself. I appreciate that.
Right. Just got to make sure to tilt you as much as possible here.
Great.
Theolacor coming in from the north, going to try to pressure a bit more. He's the lowest level in the game right now, though.
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker.
And obviously, this hero doesn't have the old innate of getting experience.
That was such a weird,
the herd mentality one. Now he has.
That was like,
empowering
we're
haste.
out of ideas. Let's put this in the game.
There's some Valve employee that played Spirit Breaker and was like, I'm never level 6 when other heroes are because I keep running around ganking and not getting lane XP. How can I just shoehorn in a way of getting level 6? And, well, had it for a while.
No longer.
Gotta say, though, the way this game is progressing looks very stable for LGD, and I agree 100% with Kezu. This is a good Drow game. Hypothermia versus Largo or not, I just think the matchups are quite decent. There's no hero that gets on top of you except Kez, so you only need to itemize against him for that, and obviously you're going to buy Pyke without question. Drow's a lot harder to play when you're playing against hero, like let's say 2 or 3 heroes that collapse on you and have stuns. It's a lot less obvious how you navigate, but I think for Yuma this game should be pretty straightforward if it continues like this. Quap was the pressure point that could have been an issue. If Quap got a fast level 6, started ganking you in the safe lane, pressured your tower. But as we've already established, that was never a worry after they picked Viper.
They had about a, what was it, maybe a 10, 11 hour turnover between that game and having to play again.
Yep.
You think that should be enough time, surely, to reset?
Yeah, I think so.
But do you think there was any worry about that?
I don't think so. I think they're just pumped. I think they're riding the high right now of winning that game and having the prospects of getting to another final.
That was one of the most interesting games in history of Dota, I think, is Viper Strike. Onto the Hoodwink should be easily killed off here. Tylung gets credit for that, having a great start to the game as they're going to pressure the tier 1 bot now.
That was a good example of why Spirit Breaker is good against Hoodwink. We didn't really talk about that matchup, but obviously what Hoodwink often does is when she gets spotted, she will go and hide in the trees. She doesn't even have Scurry yet, but when she does, if you're charged, these ranged heroes are just going to eat you in the tree line. There's a lot of inherent synergy between SB and long-range right-clickers for that reason, and he's playing with 2 of them.
Yep, true.
The Viper and the Drow, who are both going to buy pikes and will hit from very far away. At least I'm assuming they will. Tylung currently eyeing up a Mage Slayer to make GPK's bad game even worse. 3k the lead at
Play
11
Wyvern.
minutes.
Is there a reason not to eat this book right away?
You want to hit level 7 so that you can get the extra point immediately.
So you can't just put it in now.
If he uses it now, he gets level 4. Okay, let's see Lich get
Solo
killed
curse
off.
into the Gust.
So the way it works is if he uses the book now, he gets level 4 Arctic Burn.
Yeah.
Because it levels up by 1, but then he can't skill it until level 9.
Right.
But if he waits until level 7, he can skill the 4th point, use the book, and immediately get level 5.
I see. Okay.
Which I would argue is maybe a little bit weird that it works that way.
Yeah, a bit. It makes sense now that you explain it.
It caught me by surprise, because the first time I got this, I did exactly what you said. I was like, oh, I'm level 5, whatever. I'll use my book, and then I'll level it up to level 5 at level 7, but you just can't do that. That might get changed at some point.
Hopefully the other skills become more viable for using the book on. I feel like I've only seen an Arctic Burn so far.
And at the same time, for position 5 Wyvern, Splinter Blast was your #1 spell for like 4 years, so it's kind of nice to see a change in that regard, I suppose. That Arctic Burn is actually valid. The standard support build was mostly 141 for a long time on position 5. What was that noise?
That was a laugh. Oh, that one.
That was a laugh? Oh, that's how you laugh now?
That was a really late reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I was finishing my point. I didn't want to entertain that.
Yeah, you got to cue things up. It's
stupid
like a
noise.
Single. God damn it! I had such a good joke.
Yeah. Okay.
Damn it.
But it's not for broadcast or what?
No, I just can't think of the word now.
Oh, then you didn't have the joke.
It was deep inside of me.
Okay.
Single processor unit? No, that doesn't make sense. What am I thinking of, Cinderin?
Keep it up.
Dual processing unit, but you're a single. You get it? Yeah, right. It's dead in the water. Just forget it, all right? It would have been good. Now it sucks ass. 3K lead for LGD.
Almost 4. Well, it was 4 for a minute. Sure, it's going to...
In terms of itemization, Tai Long went for the Mage Slayer first.
BKB Pike, standard.
Okay.
I hope he buys the Pike first, to be honest. I don't think he needs to buy BKB first item here after Mage Slayer. I think you're tanky enough with the inherent magic resist of that. I mean, look at the Dire lineup. It's all magic except Kez, excuse me, who, fortunately for BetBoom, is having a good time. Kind of the only one, though. Nobody else in the game is happy for BetBoom than this chicken.
No. Oh, chicken, frogs, and demons.
Yeah. And Quab's a demon?
Isn't she?
She's a succubus. Is that a demon?
Isn't that
Maybe
a form of demon?
I guess so. You can have this one. Okay. Dual processing unit.
I'm having such a brain fart with that joke. It's really bothering me.
Wisdom time looks like a split. Save will not be contested on the BetBoom side. Oh, there's a charge onto GPK.
Careful, Roche.
GPK, the Gauss.
But the illusion. Very, very nice.
Fortunate rune find. They might still go for it, though.
Another strike, though. Multi-shot is still firing, and down goes GPK. Lick was too late for Miero. As he will... does get some allies nearby, but the numbers are on LGD's side so far, especially with KJ coming in from the south. Gonna get the curse. Is there the follow-up? Absolutely. Blink Dagger, Lasso, Miero, dead. LGD just styling right now.
Whisper is level 12, by the way.
Yeah, he's on
bat.
Chain Frost doing a considerable amount of damage. Theolacor gonna have to run towards the north. Whisper has the Firefly to get away. Dodges the stun as Yuma. Now he's getting gone on by Kiritich. Raptor Dance not gonna hit anything, and they're gonna try to turn this around. Look at the damage. There's the Sonic Wave coming in at the last moment, but Yuma's gonna be able to get the kill on Kiritich first.
The Sonic Whimper
now on the run, but not for long, as a Cold Embrace saves Yuma as well. BetBoom just trying to they get a neutral creep deny. A very small
consolation
prize for BetBoom as they lose basically everybody. Just nothing going right there.
Wow. Okay, this is becoming...
LGD are super strong right now.
They are so far ahead. But it was cool to see Queen of Pain cast an ability. Didn't get an assist, though.
Sharpshooter? Okay, this would be a huge kill, actually.
Oh, they got him.
Long dead. Definitely was feeling more confident since everybody's dead on BetBoom.
I mean, he did not think they were going to... That was a heads-up play from BetBoom to even find that, to be honest. Good layering here onto Miero. And if it weren't for this Chain Frost, which is going to end up being really nice for Kataomi, if it weren't for that, then this fight would have been a complete travesty. It was already bad, but at least now you kill the Spirit Breaker and Lich denied to the Ancients, so it could have been worse. But yeah, nice coverage.
Kaz just getting kited hard.
Yeah.
The Sonic Wave hit 2 people.
Yep.
It said it was a whimper.
Yeah, because it doesn't deal much damage because he has nothing.
I see.
I mean, okay.
Oh, GPK again! Dead! With the Lasso. Whisper right off cooldown. Gets to work. Boy, GPK was having a rough game, and it has just gotten worse and worse by the minute.
I mean, I know it's a best of 3 and that you have Largo, but I feel like it's almost disrespectful to pick Queen in this game.
Another Chain Frost. It will bounce only once, though. Sharpshooter should be enough of the right clicks to take the cow down. KJ coming in from the north now. He has Curse. Gonna wait to use it. Once Kiritich is nearby, they're able to burn out save pretty damn fast as Miero getting dropped as well. Now the Viper Strike onto the Chicken Man himself. Goes Invis. Now the buyback coming out from Hoodwink. Kataomi is burning. Looks like he might survive, though. There's the Curse. It's on the solo target, though, as Whisper jumps in with the right-click Sonic Wave to kill off Yuma. They finally get her, but very heavy cost again for BetBoom. Flame Break. Charge is coming from pretty far away.
They're going to follow through on this?
We'll see.
He has Blink on bat. Yep, they are.
Theolacor on the way. Whisper able to finish off Kataomi. Theolacor does. He has another strike in 2 seconds, but that's not nearly enough damage to take out GPK.
They're feeling themselves now.
Thought about it. 8K lead now, so they do lose the drought.
It's a really
super worth it
expensive
still.
kill. Buyback on Hoodwink, far away from anything here is save. Starting to work on a Yules. This is going to be a very late pickup. I'm curious to see GPK's itemization. When the game is this atrocious, like, what do you even do? There's gone Kaya, BKB, it looks like. BKB isn't even that good. There's 3 piercing abilities here.
4.
4, yeah. I guess the Viper Strike is probably going to be mostly reserved for the Kez, but yeah.
How often do you see 4 piercing abilities?
That's true.
Pretty insane. Like, this is a better... I mean, not that this would help you against everything, but this is a good Linken's game, surely.
I kind of like that better than BKB. It removes the threat of getting charged globally by Spirit Breaker. Oh, hello. Speaking of.
Hello, goodbye.
Katome will be catapulted back to the base. And into the Roche we go.
Super early Roche. Yeah. And this is going to set up the Tormentor for themselves as well. Deso finally online for Kiritich, but he's got a long way to go to catch up.
You see what King Jungle's level to level 5?
Ooh, Cold Embrace. How does that scale exactly? So base heal, just a slight upgrade, max HP.
Yeah, so the way the book works is that it takes half of level 3 to 4 and applies that to the ability for level 5. So you get half a level essentially.
That is interesting.
It's insanely good against Kez, this ability.
You can't use this on, like, can you use it on towers anymore?
No.
Like, not a talent or anything?
No.
I kind of like that as a...
It was a cool gimmick.
It was weird that it didn't heal, though.
That would have been broken.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, counterintuitive,
right,
for sure, based on what it normally does.
But yeah, this is cool. He's going max heal with Holy Locket, so fully playing into that aspect of the hero. Gonna get his shard next. Feels like a good Glimmer game, potentially. Glimmer Blink. Although I also feel like we've seen a relatively low amount of Glimmer capes this tournament relative to normal. It's just like Pipes and Glimmers are not trending.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because you just buy a Mage Slayer and then you laugh at the enemy team. Could be it.
Aegis for Yuma, and now they go to the Tormy.
This is just very easy.
Yep.
Play by the book. You have all the advantages, take all the objectives.
They don't have a single shard, actually, so it's going to go either to Theolacor or KJ.
Yeah, so Planar Pocket or the Cold Embrace damage buff, which is really nice on Drow.
Planar Pocket is so hard to tell if anything's even happening.
Oh, you're going to have to pay attention to it, though.
Planar Pocket.
So he gets magic resistance, and then he can be targeted by a spell.
The Raptor Dancer try to steal some farm here. Kiritich going to get some help from Save. The charge is coming in, and they have everything to kill off the Chicken Man. Was it worth?
No.
Next Close question. To good timing because of the Tormentor, but a little too slow there. So that's the 3rd death now for Kiritich. And yeah, LGD in the driver's seat, taking that momentum from... I mean, we talked about this earlier this tournament. BetBoom have looked the best at their peak in this tournament, but...
I think this... To me, this game is completely falling apart because they picked Queen of Pain. And I don't think it's the only reason, but it's the brunt of the problem here is that Quap can't play the game. She has lower net worth than Spirit Breaker. Like,
holy shit!
Seriously.
What the hell? How?
It's 21 minutes.
I mean, the shard helped, I guess, but still.
Now he has a pipe.
Wow.
On Spirit Breaker. He's higher impact than the mid hero.
Is this the first pipe we've seen?
It got purchased yesterday against Zeus.
Okay, Theolacor gonna get Chain Frost.
He has a pipe though.
Yes, he does.
He's still gonna licked. Is he? Yeah, okay.
He's gonna get gazed and killed.
Great proof of concept of how tanky he is, though. He ate a full Chain Frost, plus all of Largo's stuff, and almost lived.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of funny to see this whole BetBoom situation, because yesterday when we were casting their 3rd game against Yandex, you said to me after the cast, you were like, if GPK was playing anything else than Kunkka, they would have won that game. And I kind of agree, not because I think Kunkka is bad, but because I think the way they itemized and the way they played it and the way this team functions, it just doesn't scale hard enough for how they use GPK in late games. So that pick, you could draw into question the GPK pick of yesterday's 3rd game. And now this one, you're picking the Quap into Viper. Also,
Could he? Sorry,
It's-
I'm reading Planar Pocket again.
yeah.
He could have lived there, surely. He didn't click it, right?
Oh, did he not use it?
No. Because
Yeah.
it gives you 40%
It
magic
gets a lot of
boost
magic
on top
boost,
of
yeah.
his pipe.
He should definitely use it. Maybe he didn't have mana
And
for
apparent-
everything?
I didn't even know you could use it on enemies, technically.
I think he didn't have enough mana.
You can use it on self and enemies, technically, even though it's not the greatest use, right? Based on the wording. It's kind of a weird spell.
Any unit targeted spell cast towards by enemy heroes get redirected toward you. So if you cast it on an enemy...
Yeah. Oh, lasso
I think I get
initiation.
it.
Into the gust. That's a dead lich, if I've ever seen one. Save. Gonna sharpshooter nothing. And
Look at
now
this
the
heal on
heal.
Drow.
Yeah, back to full you go. Still with Aegis, of course.
I mean, this is this just a set? Can they defend?
I don't know.
Okay, that's
Trying to
pretty
do it
good.
for the scream of pain. Pretty damn good. Yuma, that's gonna burn the Aegis, and Whisper burns his BKB. LGD, they talked about it last night in the interview that they have some PTSD with going high ground, and you can see why.
I mean, you just don't put Bat and Drow next to each other, right?
Yeah.
The reason Hoodwink did so much damage was that she got a full 2-man Acorn Shot Bushwhack combo. Like, this is fine. Just let Drow hit from the left. Bat needs to be north here. Like, this is not... They should be happy they didn't die.
Well,
they only lost the Aegis.
They kind of died.
No casualties in terms of giving the enemy any gold. But yeah, wasting the Aegis away like that. Not pretty. Still...
I wonder if they're going to slow it down now after that little misstep.
Yeah, they might. That's not an issue, though. I think they can easily win this game at any stage. So... Drow is a late-game monster. Viper scales deceptively well. If you haven't played Dota in the last couple of years and you're thinking of Viper as a win lane, lose game kind of hero, if you buy the right items, Viper hangs with the best of them in the late game. So, wouldn't worry too much about that for Tai Lung.
Yep, and they have great tower push once Tai Lung gets his shard, in addition to obviously just Drow being inherently good.
Yeah. They have 2 shards that deal tower damage. They also have the Bat one.
Ah, yeah, that's
so
true.
they could definitely siege with other means, but I just think it's easier to not worry about that and just let Drow do it. Or, you know, I could get on board with maybe giving Viper the next Aegis and Viper sieges. I don't think that's necessarily bad. But yeah, Bat should not be close to the tower. Whisper's job is to blink lasso either the Queen or the Kez, kill them, and then the fight's just over.
Yeah,
Very
BetBoom don't
simple assignment.
exactly have... You talked about their lack of catch. They don't really have a way to initiate that easily in general. Like, what's your... Kataomi needs a blink, but then what? You blink, Sinister Gaze a single hero.
Yeah.
Blink in from Quap, who's unbelievably underfarmed right now. Yeah, just no easy way to get into the fights.
There's a BKB on Drow now, too. Add insult to injury. I feel like BetBoom can't win a fight in the next 10 minutes. If it's on fair terms. So they have to either outmaneuver or find a good angle in where they get a kill before the fight even begins. Or they have to try to play keep away. The disadvantages are mounting in a big way. Wait, what does King Jungles have coming? Shard. So now he has Shard plus Locket. And then he is going to buy a Vlad's. I'm very surprised he doesn't value the dagger enough here. It's such a high value item on Wyvern to guarantee when you're playing into this Cold Embrace style, you want to make sure you can always reach the guy you're meant to
So
save.
the shard that... So it gives attack damage. That's, I'm assuming, based off base attack damage?
I think so, yeah.
So
It should be.
with Drow, very good then?
Yep. She comes out of the cocoon. Right now, it'll give her about 100 damage for 6 seconds.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Especially if she starts leaning into critical strike later.
Well, LGD scan out BetBoom. Have an idea of what's happening here.
It's the blink on Kataomi.
And Whisper looking for a pick off, a quick pick, and he'll get it. Easy kill.
Doesn't even look at him when he kills him.
Of course not. Why would
It's
he?
too cool. Now Spirit Breaker is approaching his next item after the pipe, which is going to be the Shadow Blade. So
Yeah, the
that
fact
makes
that he's
GPK's
still-
game a lot harder.
He's still keeping close to GPK on farm.
Yeah. It's really it's really problematic and big trouble. There you go. For GPK when he without a Linken's here. As soon as the Spirit Breaker Shadow Blade comes out, every time you show on a wave, you're... Oh, they might just kill him here.
Yeah, they might get a bunch of kills. They get GPK easily on the bot side. There's Tai Long.
Yeah, they can't kill his fight.
Gonna force out the BKB from Miera. Whisper doesn't have lasso.
5 seconds only.
Yeah, could try to reinitiate here.
If they can get vision, they would definitely be hungry for more. They're gonna smoke.
Did GPK burn his BKB? He did.
He did.
Can't really BKB TP against this team, that's for sure.
He couldn't even BKB blink because he got chain stunned by Spirit Breaker and Drow hit for 1500 damage.
Yeah, it happens. Okay, BKB from Whisper. Cat to Omi will be burned down easily. Theolacor kind of stuck in a weird spot here, getting gone on by Kiritich. He does get the kill, but now the lasso onto the chicken himself, forcing the BKB now. And the grappling claw to the high ground. He's fine.
Might have been able to kill him there if they didn't pull him too far. Yuma had to reposition because he lost marksmanship.
Yeah, aside from the BKBs being activated, BetBoom will take that trade every time, considering how farmed this Spirit Breaker is. GPK halfway to his Ags.
Oh, he's swapping away from Shadowblade. Interesting. He wants to go Shivas on the Spirit Breaker. I thought the Shadowblade was really good here.
Go Ags. Be a real baller.
Kez, Quap. Why not?
Smoke from BetBoom.
Okay. Well, he's committed. Sending back the plate mill. This move has to work for BetBoom or they are in big, big trouble.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker coming back. There's the Roche Belch. Bushwhack's not going to hit anything. And the Sharpshooter also wasted. Oh, it does hit.
Hello.
Randomly. And Miero going to
very good
lead the
positioning
way.
here from Tai Long. King of the high ground, BKB, Pike, and a Wyvern to cover you. There's no way this guy dies to start the fight. So they want them to go on Tai Long.
Leading the way. Whisper tries to go for the last initiation, but a quick Yules comes out from Save. Getting the Viper Strike, though. The Lick's not going to help there. He's going to get burned down eventually. Actually used the Frost Shield on him. In the corner. Will live.
Escaping for now. Yeah.
Licked again.
Pull him down. Nothing major used, though, for the Radiant side. Just the Viper Strike, but that's a low cooldown, 30 seconds.
Another smoke from BetBoom. This feels like, if they don't get this, the game might just almost end.
Pretty much. They want to find the right angle. Oh, Yuma might just walk into them. That could be a good start. Good
Gus is going to miss. Actually, Kez is in a precarious spot now. He's going to get bashed up by Theolacor. Chain Frost coming out onto Whisper. Going to bounce back to Theolacor. Very tanky indeed. As Viper Strike from Tai Long finds the Frog in a solo situation. Somehow the fight has just completely segregated. As Miero not going to be able to finish the charge. Miero just be able to get away as Kez in the meantime isolated from the rest of his team. I'm not sure how he got there. This was like 3 different fights at once. But more importantly for LGD, they get the big kill onto Kez, which means Roche is theirs.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter whether the fight is very structured or very chaotic. All that matters is that whoever gets jumped on their team doesn't die immediately. If the fight gets to develop, I just think they win it 10 out of 10 times. These hits by BetBoom have to convert into immediate kills. And, well, Drow ran into them, immediately recognized the situation, cast a Gust, ran to the left and used BKB. And already then, that fight almost played itself. This is going to make matters a lot worse for BetBoom. It's going to be an Aegis plus Pike now on the Drow. And I think this high ground attempt is less likely to flop than the previous one. They will have a banner as well, which the Radiant, or the Dire lineup doesn't really destroy the banner very well either.
Yeah, that's true.
Somebody's going to have to go up and hit that. Is that going to be Quap?
Yeah, good luck. Against a Spirit Breaker and a Lasso.
Spirit Breaker, Bat. Very good cover for the
Bat now has Ags, by the way, so Whisper can take 2 people with him.
I'm not to harp on it too much. I'm genuinely very surprised that on the finals day, in such a deciding and important game, that you not only pick Queen into Viper, you also give Whisper Bat in the second phase.
Right.
That is... In my eyes, on the side of BetBoom's prep, there was something that could have definitely gone better for this game number 1. But it's good for them that it's a best of 3 in case this one goes the way it looks like it will. They'll have the chance to show that adjustment for the second game. But this has been all LGD from start to finish.
Yuma
Look at the graph.
Shard.
It's just up and up and up.
Yeah.
The whole way.
So Yuma will have Glacier. Tai Long actually purchased his shard, so he can apply Poison Attack to buildings, providing minus armor to them.
Definitely planning the siege now.
Yeah, they are fully equipped for this. Only shard missing is Batrider.
King Jungles with the Vlads. Gives Drow 35 damage, it looks like. Not bad.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah.
Oh, the Vlad. I thought you meant
Vlad's
the Cold Embrace.
Oh, that's going to give him over 100. All right, here we go.
And the cover of the Glacier.
I save.
Quick lasso pick off.
I save.
Doesn't get much out of the Aghanim Scepter, but a kill's a kill. GPK. Okay.
Well,
they're going to force the buyback, and now save. Okay, they're going to get a decent opening onto the Drow Ranger. Getting healed up. There's the Cold Embrace. As GPK jumps in with the BKB into nothing. He just gets Nether Strike and killed off immediately. And Yuma going to right-click Kiritich on the back line. The chicken is isolated, and it's a very delicious meal for LGD, and they're going to clean up pretty much everybody. 4 dead. They take the Aegis, but Miero, last remaining member of BetBoom, going to be slowed to a crawl. And a multi-shot will be more than enough. This double kill for Whisper, and this is going to be multiple lanes, if not just outright GG.
Yeah, BetBoom just seem a little bit lost with this game state. It's so unfamiliar territory to them to run this Kez lineup and have nothing to work with. You can see Kiritich goes in and tries to assassinate the backline, but they don't have damage and they don't have catch. So how are you supposed to approach these fights in a successful way?
Whisper just bought Shard as well to help push a bit.
The replay. I mean, this feels a little bit like frustration almost. I mean, it's a decent Sonic Wave, but you're not comboing with it, right? Like, the spells are being thrown out individually. You want the Kez to jump during the Sonic Wave, so you're actually threatening kills. Kiritich is going to jump the backline here onto Wyvern, but can't even kill that. Wow, okay, he does, eventually. To the dot. Usually, this is a hero that Kez kills in like 2 swings.
Yuma healed so much, by the way.
Yeah.
With the Cold Embrace, you have a Lotus on top of him. Just insane, and obviously that second life to work with. They had to kill him, feels like 3 times over just to get the Aegis.
Yeah.
And that is Mega Creeps, just like that.
Kiritich chasing Whisper. Yeah, okay. I kind of call GG when he dies here.
Yep, I do believe so. Tai Long gets credit for that one. As GPK doing his best to, I don't know what, he's having a battle against the support Spirit Breaker. Will he actually get him, though, is the question. Charge comes out from the Theolocore. Another bash for the road. BKB pop from GPK. It's going to be close as GPK is the victor. Now you can call it GG and be proud of your performance. Big Lich ult, though, as Yuma actually gets destroyed here.
God, I love that he tipped him. That's so funny. Getting absolutely obliterated in the game. He gets 1 kill on this.
Position 2 versus 4. The 2 does win.
Barely wins. I'm surprised they haven't called it yet. Like, what are you hoping for? Is that because of the interview? Is that because Yuma said in the interview that they have PTSD from throwing on high ground?
Yeah, I guess so.
Do BetBoom really believe this game is winnable? Oh, it's 1% according to Dota Plus. You never know.
1%? Oh, wow.
Oh, just 1 more bash.
1 more bash and Spiritbreaker still would have died.
Probably.
It would have been more fun, though.
Yep. Lots of tips for Theolocore.
Yeah, Yuma dying there was a bit random.
Yeah. They can bleed out quite hard right now, though, and still be fine. It's a lot of margin for error.
It's the last... Have we seen a Mega Creep come back in the last year? I mean, we haven't cast any.
I don't think we've cast one, but there has at least been a handful, I would think.
But those are usually not Mega Creeps versus you don't even have tier... You don't even have tier 1 mid.
I think Mega's at 35. It has got to be 0 games. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a team come back from that. Or I say
the
ever,
Mega
but
comebacks are probably like Megas versus 2 racks, and you get that 3rd rack finally, and then it's Mega versus Mega.
Or like Mega against full sets of racks still remaining, but it's 60 minutes, and then you win 1 late game fight, and you just end. You know, something like that.
Yeah, true.
But these situations are about as close to impossible as it gets. Because LGD can do whatever they want. They can farm for 15 minutes now, if they want. Or they can wait for Aegis and then end. Or they can go and push right now. I think all 3 options are going to net them the win. But the highest probability of losing would be sieging right now with no mana on Bat. So I think don't do that.
Yeah, probably a good choice.
And then afterwards...
I mean, it's only potentially 2 minutes from Roche. You obviously, I think, just wait for that just to ensure. Oh, we got an Enchanter's Bobble by KJ. Are we going to see a repeat here? They're going to delay this for another hour and a half?
If this game goes to 111 minutes, I will refuse to cast game number 2 out of principle.
You know,
I'm definitely allowed to do that, by the way.
Enchanter's Bobble, it felt like a real tier 5.
That's
I
right.
enjoyed that.
That's true.
It actually ended the game.
Oh,
There's the lasso initiation. GPK dead to rights. There's the double lasso as well onto 2 more members of BetBoom. Kiritich, he's on the back line attempting to TP, immediately canceled by the curse. And the right clicks are going to be more than enough for Yuma. As BetBoom still refusing to call GG. They've lost 3. And now the building damage is coming with the Mega Creeps in tow as well. GPK, Sonic Wave onto 2. Uses the Ghost. Sorry, he calls G. That's when he calls GG. That makes sense.
Yeah, the GG PK.
And he's going to die one more time. So first game going to LGD. Man, oh man. They're taking that momentum from last night. And they completely destroyed BetBoom.
This game was just too easy, honestly. Strategically, this game was too easy to play. The mid hero has no game on the Queen of Pain. I mean, obviously, props to Tai Lung for playing the lane exceptionally well. We were highlighting some of the details about how he was playing lane control and just ruining GPK's game completely. No game on Quap, no catch. Your side lanes drew at best. And LGD just ran them over.
All right, panel, break it down.
I feel like that's at least given us a couple of sections to work through here, especially going back to that draft. And what you coined, Quinn, is sometimes an over-eager pick that comes out a few times in drafts is when you pick that Viper preemptively, when right now it doesn't actually look like a good Viper game, and there is still a potential for them to take advantage of. But instead, BetBoom kind of just walk into it and go, hey, you know what? Sure, you can have the Viper Quap matchup.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest storylines of this game is that GPK, he did the balls to the wall and they got squished. Like he went into this matchup saying that I think I can draw Quap against Viper, and he did not draw. He got obliterated, and you can't lose lane like this. It's not, you can't play Dota afterwards. You're just limping around the game for the rest of the game, just feeding.
It's also, because we've seen this twice now. I can see, you know, yesterday was Makoto on the Storm. He probably was able to do better. Even here, I think GPK, there is a world where he can do better. But now we see it back-to-back where Tai Lung goes mid on Viper, and he destroys the enemy mid lane. So there's also, there must be a lot of like skill check also going into the lane. I think he's winning too hard, like he is overperforming. And they did this yesterday too, like on his Zeus. He also solo killed Makoto. I think Tai Lung right now, you need to be way more careful giving him a matchup like this.
I mean, it's not only that, it's just that the way that LGD are playing, all the clips that we're seeing are people overlapping in the early game, right? Like you have this like multi-hero aggression towards mid. Like even though they're winning the lanes, they're bringing the numbers to crush the lanes as well. Have like no ability to get onto the map. Because like when you look at the heroes like Largo, Quap, you kind of want to have that like calm start to the game where it's like 15 minutes in, you might have made a couple ganks, you got items coming your way, Kez invites you to a fight. None of that was happening because it was just like a full South American train just plowing through Eastern Europe.
I was going to say, have they met LGD? Did they watch any of their games?
No, I mean, they were maybe distracted by the Zeus game, just looking at how like, oh wow, look at this. They forgot about the first 30 minutes of the game.
Go ahead.
This LGD team is all about aggression. They're all about attacking. I don't think they're a team that's very good when the game is even, when it's drawn out, when it's sort of this like I think BetBoom will be massively favored there. And I think BetBoom kind of fully misread the matchup and how it should be played for them. And that I think you need to do well in lanes against LGD. If you do well in lanes against them, then I think that crumbles their whole way of they want to play. But if you give them the early game and then you try to play from behind, like you're just playing right into their hands.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a thing that they will want to change up, obviously, right, going into the next game. Because LGD, I did see a lot of the things in the draft that looked nice. You know, you have the map play from the Bat Rider and the Spur Breaker. You have Viper, who's going to destroy the mid lane. You also have Drow Ranger with kind of, you know, Yuma had a free game, free lane as well. It's going to give the Drow Aura later as well, you know, to Tai Lung on the mid lane. It just looked very clean. And I think also the Viper Bat Rider together, especially with Viper Shard being bought more often, it gives like a very easy execution, like to end the game. You go up to the high ground, Viper Shard, you know, you kill the tower, anyone comes close, bam. Pull them in, the guy dies, and you just make it very clean. So I think LGD had a very good draft, played very well. They were, this time around, they're the ones that actually kind of get the free game to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they throw all the eggs in this basket as well. Because like KJ, he doesn't even put a point in Splinter Blast until level 12. Because like, in his mind, he knows, I want Cold Embrace. We're staying on the map. We are going to kill BB. Like, if at any point the game gets harder, he can't split waves. The game could get difficult. But it's like, in their heads, it's like, we are not going to make these mistakes. We are going to keep killing. We're going to itemize and skill this way because we know we have like the kind of mentality to be able to make it work.
I think you then need to know, a little bit of when do we match the tempo, when do we keep pushing it. Of course, LGD don't get punished this time around. There's been multiple other instances where we might see it. But focusing back on that mid matchup again, Quinn, because we talked about it, but were there any specific moments where you could feel that this co-op just had nothing left in the tank?
I think honestly, you see it after just a couple minutes. There's a point in all these Viper lanes where it becomes make or break. Once you get the wave on your hill and the co-op isn't in a position to pull waves, suddenly it's only going to get worse from here. Because, this is at 10 minutes. You're almost doubled. You're down over 2,000 net worth at 10 minutes. That's a bit ridiculous. And we talked about it during panel. Co-op is a terrible hero from behind.
Yeah.
It's why oftentimes we don't see this hero blind, because she's just kind of sucks in these spots. She needs too many items. You could see it. He's struggling for items. You blink and you scream one time. Viper then kills you from full to zero because you blinked in to scream. You can't walk in to scream and blink out. So much of the hero's kit is around being tanky. It's weird because she's a squishy ranged hero, but this blink spell allows you to get in and then get out if you have the HP to survive long enough to get out. But he doesn't. So he's just useless for the entire game. And you can feel it. The game just literally feels like 4v5. Every fight is a disaster.
Yeah, and I think it's like not just hard for the lane, but it's also if you look at I really like this Breaker last pick. Like, you know that your lane should go well. It's what SB loves. It's how the hero thrives. You want people to like get them low HP because GPK, he's already struggling. You just charge wherever you want. Whisper as well on Bad Rider. He has a free game. He can go around suddenly. You have so many 1+1 combos, which is what I just really liked overall what they did. Like, you can see it here too, right? Like GPK, he goes through and he's like, haha, it's an illusion. I can live. And in a way, like Breaker, Cowman just comes charging by. And again, it's what LGD have done throughout the tournament. They bring more and more people to these fights and to these plays. And it's just, I think this time around, they really nailed their draft.
Yeah, just like finding the Spirit Breaker here as an option is like when you have all these ways to kill heroes, Spirit Breaker is one of the best at kind of tying it all together. And because of like how well the lanes went, knowing that you have just simplicity across the map, Spirit Breaker likes playing these games. It's a reason why we don't see the hero too often. It's because like how many times you see 3 lanes won where the cow can go anywhere. Normally it's like you go and kind of trade one, you win the other, like it kind of gets a bit awkward, but winning all 3, the cow's going to look supreme because you just have this like global presence of just shutting people down when they show for a millisecond on a wave.
How would you rate his Spirit Breaker performance? Because I know how much you love Spirit Breaker yourself, T. It was a pretty good performance.
I feel like
apart from the planner pocket, please.
Apart from that, I'd say
we're upping the number right now.
It was like a 6.9. It was nice, but like there's room for improvement. A lot of room for improvement. But I think people say the cow's easy. The cow's quite a technical hero. And for that reason, it's a 6.9.
The other reason why I think you're enabled to pick up the Spirit Breaker pick, not only does it look good in the draft, but you have to remember who his offlaner is and what hero he was on. Whisper was on his bat. He was on his signature. You're able to lead the lane a little bit more when you put Whisper in a position like this. Man is always going to be able to stand his ground, even in a potential 1v2 situation.
You gotta stop giving this man Bad Rider. It's this guy's best hero. He plays it offlane. He plays it mid. He has great itemization too. Like, he's not just the guy that will sit in his lane and like kind of wait and chill. No, he is the guy. He even like back in the day, he popularized, the early drums, joining the fights. Like in this game, he has Tranquil, Drum, Blink at 14 minutes. Look at, they're killing your offlaner at the tier 2 tower. Like, this team with the early aggression and their players, you know that this is how they thrive. If you're BetBoom going into the second game, you need to step up your bans, you need to step up your play, and you need to be able to fight this team when they make these moves.
This, I think, BB, they had too much respect towards the tournament, towards the team that they're playing against, right? Because when you're looking at the bans, right, they had the clock in the tree. Like, that's because Drow is in picked. It's like, oh, how do we stop the Drow having the best lane? No matter what, Drow is going to have good lanes. People first pick the hero for a reason. When you get to the stage, like, if you're getting a respect GPK puck banned against you, you should throw some respect the other way. Because giving Whisper a back rider, like, again, second phase this time around, it easily could be a first phase pick next time if they really wanted to.
Yeah, it's a massive oversight, genuinely. I think when you look at this LGD team, one of their biggest weaknesses has been the ability to catch people. Sometimes they overcommit numbers, and they clump in places, and the enemy kites them around the map, and they get out-farmed. Well, Bat Rider stops that. He gives you catch, but he also gives you wave clear. I think it's like the perfect hero to glue their lineups together. I mean, the Spirit Breaker, too. I think both of these heroes, they were really great picks for them because they combine what is a very, very clunky first 3 heroes otherwise. And I totally agree. I think next game, you can't give this hero to Whisper. It's just not acceptable. And I think, honestly, it's a pretty ridiculous mistake for them to make in the draft. Like, it's the one hero that's won them so many games. I think Whisper has been the standout for this team, arguably even the standout of the tournament so far. And you give him his best here, it's just absurd.
Yeah, it's cocky, I think, to say the least. Like, their bans were what, like some Treant Clockwork? You can definitely, shove those away and go for the Bat Rider instead, because this is at least a type of game where you can go and be like, okay, this game was like, they can tell off of the feel of the game. This game was difficult, and it has a lot to do with draft. Sure, there's small gameplay stuff where LGD also had the upper hand against you, but still, this game was just not as easy as it should be.
I do think that's the give and take of both teams opening their drafts with their carry players, right? You want to pick up the Kez and then their carry heroes. You want to pick up the Kez and then you give away the Drow. So for the side of LGD, they don't have to worry about banning out this Aber either. So they also get a better second phase ban for themselves. And you're so worried about how this Drow is going to get set up in lane on the side of BetBoom that you're so focused on what is a good position 5s that we have to take out. So you almost need to either take the bat for yourself or it's first phase ban. There is no ifs or buts of where other positions you want to put it.
I do think you should take it out, because at the same time too, if you look at LGD, they had a good second phase ban. I mean, it was simple and easy. It was one puck, take it out, and it's similar. Like, at this stage of the tournament, if you nail your bans, it can really hurt the opponents, like drafting and what they want, get them out of their comfort, and it's obviously, they have a long break. This is what they can talk about right now.
I also kind of want to bring us back down a second, right? Because even though LGD crushed this game, when they go high ground, they still kind of, they show us the potential weaknesses to their kind of aggression. Like you see here, they're doing the reset, like they're cold embracing at the low ground. Of course, they have some insane lead. They had like Aegis for 40 seconds. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, what if LGD didn't crush the lanes? What if this was their high ground attempt in an even game, like where you're losing the Aegis? Again, it was on 30-second cooldown, and like Spirit Breaker wasn't there, he's charging in later. Like there are these moments that like you can feel the momentum, the gold lead, what they do from lane, enables them to make mistakes. But I think for BB, it's like if your lanes don't go that poorly, LGD do give slim opportunities to punish. The problem in this game, there was no room to punish it and actually convert, because like, your game was already over. But LGD, it's not perfect from start to end. There's still these little moments.
There's a potential caveat to that, because Yuma, when he was with us, he talked about the PTSD he has about going high ground. And I think the reason why it's pushed in that way and in that regard is because they know they have the lead. Otherwise, if it's a closer game, they waited out that 5 more minutes he talked about, just waiting a little bit more until they choke the map out. I do see like some amount of discipline, at least in how they talk, try and get converted into gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear they've talked about the stuff and it's still just messy. Somehow, something innately about the way they view the game or play the game is just not that good at going high ground. And I think that's a significant part of Dota, is in some ways you have to put all your eggs in one basket. Yep. No team is good at every style of play, and their style of play is aggression in lane. You can see from the way Tylong picks his heroes that he wants to stomp his lane and snowball. And I think whenever you do that, that means you're going to be worse at other parts. And I think, like, when I think about our team and the way people beat us, is if you can shut us down in lanes, then we can't do anything because we're used to being ahead. So we're really bad from behind. And I think you have to understand what a team wants, what makes them tick, what are they good at, and then really at a fundamental level try to beat that. And I don't think BetBoom has done that so far.
Yeah, and I think on that note too, like especially with what T showed and what we're talking about, if they're not that good at high grounding, I think Viper is a really good hero that cushions that. Like first of all, you do really well in your lane, you shut down the enemy mid laner, and then you can build the shard, which in my mind is actually like top 5 shards of all time. Like it actually allows you to end the game. I don't think there's other shards that allow you to do that. So there's like so many reasons why you should be thinking about like the Bat Rider and the Viper like even more if you're BetBoom, which is why I think it's not really that complex for them to find like a nicer draft and better bans for the next game.
Feels pretty simple what have been foundational prop-ups for the side of LGD. So for BetBoom, it should be an easy fix, hypothetically, but we'll see after this break if they're able to implement them in a game number 2 draft.
Okay.
Ready?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
We had a look at some of the props on Polymarket, but we've decided to come up with some of our own. All right, I got one. That either Tormentor or Aegis will be stolen once during the playoff.
That's quite likely. That's likely to happen. Roshan last hit steal was like...
No, I'm saying Aegis. Aegis being snatched or Tormentor last hit being...
taken by the enemy team that wasn't taken originally.
Yeah, they had not done the other 90% of the damage.
I think it's quite likely. Yes, 65-70. It's accurate to me. It's a nice play. It's a nice one. Yeah, it's a nice play.
It would be a pretty nice play to get the Aegis steal.
It's locked in. Great.
LGD and BetBoom here. LGD having taken game number 1 in what felt like a very, very convincing fashion. At no point was there a massive slip up on behalf of them, and maybe BetBoom getting a little bit too eager with the way that they want to be able to play the game and not really taking into account just how aggressive LGD can be, just how good their lanes can also come out on top.
You gotta reset and I think reassess the situation, because I think they all felt like that was the case. This is a game where you got shut out. It wasn't close. There was not really any point where it looked like you were gonna come back. And to me, that's either okay, we either played like trash, which I don't think they played like trash. I think it was just a tough game. And so I think they also understand that. And so you be realistic. You don't overthink this. You're like, whatever, it's a tough game, everybody chill, we'll just change some things for the draft next game and it's going to be fine. I think that the not overreacting is a really big part of it.
It could be as simple as like you keep the same pick order, you just run it back, second phase bans like we were mentioning, there's been multiple Batriders conversations, multiple Viper conversations. Again, the clock, the tree, they're good heroes, they're respectable heroes, but they don't like shape the draft as much as other heroes, specifically for LGD. So I feel like for BB, just having that comfort of seeing the same draft pattern might be their friend in a game where it's like your opponent is so volatile and you're not knowing what they're going to be picking next time.
Yeah, there's the benefit for both teams to have that potential run back there for them, but more importantly, I think it is for LGD, because when we look at South American teams, it feels like they've always been a region that has shown up at international performances before at Tier 1 events, but this LGD roster right now doing a lot of representation for the side of SA.
Yeah, again, of course, there's the asterisk to the Valahia that they did win. Again,
that's why I said tier 1.
Exactly, because it's like it was tier 1, then it got to 2, but still, like even outside of that, it is not a thing that you see too often. When you look at the year like 2023, 4th place, the fact that LGD is now 3rd place, this is the tournament for me where it's like you are going to cement South America as like one of the regions of the year that you look towards for TI. If you can get yourself into the grand finals, even if you don't win it, just getting to the grand finals alone is that respect you have. Like in the previous tournament, we were talking about playtime quite a lot, right? It's like, wow, what is the South American team? So to have 2 teams in 2 separate tournaments be so kind of I guess, gripping to the storyline is really important for South America and, of course, the rest of the year.
No, they're just 2 really good teams, and I think they bring a different playstyle. Like you can see, you know, the way LGD play right here, the way they played yesterday with the position 5 Axe Grimstroke running around like minute 5 top and bottom and go gate and double TP. It's good for Dota, it's good for the scene, it's great.
A certain je ne sais quoi, as Quinn would coin it there. And we'll see if it continues into draft number 2 here, because we want to see just exactly what adjustments have been made on the side of BetBoom. With LGD 1 game up right now in this best of 3 in the lower bracket finals, they're 1 game away to making it to a grand final to get to face up against Yandex. And of course, BetBoom, they're hoping to be able to bring it back here. They're hoping that they're the team that makes it to the grand final and seeks revenge on Yandex, but it feels like right now there is going to be a lot of adjustment on their behalf there with the draft. We are going to be seeing LGD this time around have first pick, so that is going to be a change up than what happened in game number 1 there, where BetBoom were able to open up with the KES.
Yeah, we will see if there's going to be something then with the draft that's a little bit different. Quinn, you already talked about it yesterday, you know, needing to ban heroes like maybe the Lone or the Puck, the generic heroes that people generally ban against you when you're first pick, when you have to now ban them yourselves, because it just changes the whole draft dynamic.
Yeah, this stuff adds up. I'm curious what the ramifications are going to be. We're not sure yet based on, you know, they're still missing 2 bans, but the ban is not banned yet. It's going to go through.
The thing is, though, the way that you ban the Axe for BB, if LGD is to take Drow, we know the Undying is a comfortable pick for BB. So now we're moving away from like the tournament meta, and like this is where you can say, is LGD comfortable enough to go for a Drow in this position? Like knowing that they're a team that can deal with it. Even the KES is still in pool. This is the value, I guess, of LGD banning in this style. You just flood the pool with so many heroes that it's not as if it's like, oh, you get one, I get one, draft progresses. Like there's like 3, 4, if not 5 options in play.
Yeah, I'm honestly not fully sure where they're gonna take it. This has a lot to do also with like comfort and just feel going like into this game. And also, what is your read on what you feel like BB will ban out in the second phase?
Now I wonder if they're going to respond with Drow like it was done to them last game, because I think BetBoom has not shown a propensity to pick the Drow quite as much as other teams. They've banned it quite a bit, and they have played it some. But I think when you think about LGD compared to BetBoom, I think of LGD as playing Drow way more this tournament. So I wonder if they're as keen to play it, even though maybe it's a good matchup.
There's also the consideration that it isn't necessarily a carry-to-carry matchup that's getting picked here. LGD have run it mid with Tyler before.
Which is such a good role for the hero. Like, we haven't seen it in a little bit now, but it is so strong. Also, this time around, I think Winter Wyvern is a good ban for LGD. You saw what happened last game. Like, the Winter did incredibly well. It's also one of Kateomi's best heroes. I would be a little surprised if that hero slips through, unless they feel like, okay, there's another core you want to take out.
I mean, at the moment, they are currently kind of copying the second phase bans, right? The tree, potentially the clock as well.
Yeah,
of course, in hindsight later down the draft, it might be the same argument of why did you ban out both of them? Sure, they're good, but heroes like Wyvern that can dictate a lot more into your heroes could have been better bans.
It's surprising because you just played like you played the same scenario. You were on the winning side, and it must have felt very good, right? When you had the Drow Winter Wyvern. So I'm a bit surprised to just see the completely same second phase bans.
There could be the idea that they still think the support trade of if they pick up a Hood here, the Wyvern Hood is pretty even and maybe more down to a skill and execution, and that they're more confident that they'll execute it at a higher level.
Maybe so. I hope so, because there must be some sort of idea, because Winter Wyvern shuts down a lot of what CEST wants to do, but the BetBoom boys, they did find the Bad Rider ban, which is very necessary.
It's very difficult, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of thinking went into that, I'm sure. But it's better. I mean, I think already BetBoom is happier with this. The other thing is while CEST mid is pretty solid, I don't think many carries are good against Winter Wyvern. Generally, the heroes that are good against Wyvern are supports, specific offlaners, and mids. Carries tend to be the worst role against Wyvern because they're generally physical damage, which is bad against his spells. So I am curious to see if they do put the CEST mid, and if they do, what that carry pick is.
All the offlane you said, right? What are some of the offlane heroes?
Stuff like Nightstalker, Darkseer, Underlord is pretty decent against Wyvern, I'd say.
This is nice.
Yeah. So they picked this against Draw before, and it looked really good. That's why I was kind of curious if they were actually going to ban the Bat Rider, or if they were going to pick the Wyvern, something to prevent the Darkseer potentially instead. But the Wyvern Drow these two heroes together are really bad against Darkseer.
Yeah, they pretty much will just they'll do some like right clicks in lane, and then suddenly Darkseer disappears behind the wave, and it's like, okay, well, he's just going to farm, and that's about it. And they do go for the old tried and tested Spirit Breaker Darkseer. I mean, if you ever wanted to talk about a partnership that goes back in time, this is it. The biggest bodies in the land that will happily collect an Iron Shell and just run into the middle of fights. Also, playing our pocket in this game will be pretty good, because throwing it on your Darkseer Kez, who jumps into the middle of the fight, if you can have Bulldoze up and soak the Curse, Winter Wyvern will never really have impact in the fight outside of those spells being on cooldown.
They were very, very quick on the starter pick. Obviously, it is quite good. Well, it is good against CEST. Like, we've seen the matchup before, but even then, I think CEST does pretty fine in the lane, even if you are to straight up lane into it 1v1.
I think the fear right now for BB, at least, is like the heroes look good outside of, like, if you ignore LGD, but if they are shut down in lane with the aggression we just saw, their comeback mechanism isn't very good. Like a Slardar with just a blink, like you can fall out of the game quite quickly. Drow as well, like you can win your lane, but again, if you're consistently run at, then you're always chasing an item. You're never really punching quickly into the game. So BB need to be mindful that one like kind of lane counter pick for LGD, we might just see the same game. Like Spirit Breaker, Darkseer, CEST, they will run around the map and just do things together like we saw in game 1.
Yeah, these heroes are good in lane, I will say. I mean, the big thing for me is how this Shadow Demon's great. This is an amazing Shadow Demon pick. It's super good against Surge and Spirit Breaker W, so you have a lot of good stuff to purge. And you've also got a nice amount of physical damage on BetBoom, so having some magic on the flip side is very nice. Because Darkseer, if he buys one Crimson and just owns everyone, it's really sad. Or buys one Pipe and owns everyone. You want to have some split damage, so that especially against Aura heroes, so they can't just buy one Aura, and that Aura is good against all your heroes. So it's a nice mix, and I imagine the mid hero will be quite magic-y as well.
It should be, because otherwise some Crimson Greaves Rush, I think, on Darkseer is like, it's way too powerful in this game.
We're back. I mean, it's good with Spirit Breaker. We saw that last game. And it's good with Darkseer too. Like, I can see why they pick it, but I feel like GPK has to counter pick it properly this time.
Yeah. There is
I was just going to say, this is also kind of forcing the Slaughter to not be in mid, right? You don't want to be playing Slaughter up against a Viper, so it feels like it narrows it down, makes the bans a bit easier to inside of LGD.
Definitely. You're going to get completely cooked if you go to the mid lane. Also, the two subs are, at least in the early game, are very bad against Viper. Like, these are not good heroes at, like, aggressing on the hero. No. And with what Quinn said, too, like, you want more magic damage if you're BetBoom. Obviously, this narrows down your pick pool at least a little bit going up against the Viper.
Yeah, okay. To find those heroes from mid lane, it's like, you want ranged heroes that can outlane. It's like, we don't really see Lina mid anymore. Also, the build probably be more towards right click. You have Nature's Prophet mid that GPK has like a 20% win rate on. It can lane nicely into Viper and then just gank elsewhere. But then you're playing into Spirit Breaker and Darkseer. Feels pretty bad. Invoker's just been banned out. It's like, it's not that easy for GPK to find this kind of perfect pick for both lane and game for their team.
I think you should just go for the Queen of Pain.
Congratulations,
LG.
LG.
That was really good. I think they will do that. I think that's really good.
Yeah, they should keep that up.
Yeah. I think they should run it back, really prove themselves.
Again, I feel like LGD's drafting of Viper in this tournament feels extremely refreshing to how they drafted it before, because like when they opened in first phase and even opening second phase with the hero, it gave time for people to understand what was happening. But it feels like, at least in the last couple of drafts, promoting Viper to a later pick, it really kind of controls the lineup a lot more. It feels like so much more impactful. So I'm happy to see that they have kind of learnt from the previous tournaments and kind of really perfected when and where to pick the hero.
You're a whole new man today, T.
Huh?
You're a whole new man.
Huh?
You joined the Viper.
Yeah, I mean,
the LGD Viper specifically.
Because they're drafting it a lot nicer. They're looking at the notes in the book. They're not just first picking Tailung Viper. They're
method
fourth
to
pick.
it.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
This is
I'm an old man, huh?
It's an interesting spot because I think BetBoom's best options are Nature's Prophet and Sniper. But those heroes are both pretty bad against Spirit Breaker, Darkseer.
Yep.
So when you do that, there's a period of really high execution where you need to not die to those ganks. And if you can get out of that, then I think LGD can run into a problem where you've got 3 heroes that need a lot of farm. None of these heroes really want to make any moves on these cores. Like, you need items. And so if you're behind, it can be really bad for LGD. And so it may be a situation where BetBoom has to sack draft integrity and say, maybe our heroes aren't quite as good together and make it a little bit less sense, but you're going to be poor in lanes. We're going to get to our items, and it's going to be fine for us. Because I think it's really difficult to pick something that's nice with BetBoom's heroes and also gets through the lane. And so I think their choice should be, we're going to do well in lanes, and we'll be fine in the game because we're skilled, and we're not going to get run over by you.
Yeah, I don't know if you can find both. Like, it is difficult, which is why, at least from the ones we're talking about, I would like I think it's just a good, if you can find a range hero that goes Pike, which both the heroes you guys mentioned, I think they do that. Like, Nature's does very well in the lane. You at least also, you have good supports if people have to reach on you. That's at least one of the things that SB does have to do, right? To get ganks off, at least in the mid game. You're going to reach quite deep with the charge. You also have Drow Ranger Aura for most of the range heroes that you're going to take. So Nature's would be probably on top of my list.
I'm just scrolling for GPK heroes to remind myself, and it's like, I'm not looking at one right now that it does feel nice. Like, again, I don't really want to see Lina. I don't really want to see Sniper, based on just the time and the map that it will disappear. Again, I can also see an argument just because survive lane on Viper. Again, it's like no option feels perfect.
But on the flip side, sorry.
I was saying, LGD, maybe like Ench or something for KJ. Like, just keep it simple, have some like good lane into SD, run around the map, you throw some creep under the aggression that's inevitable, and you take towers. Like, you can twin gate, take Darkseer tower, you can twin gate, then run mid. Like, it feels kind of nice, but KJ's kind of got a real chill pick, I feel.
I kind of think that works. Like, some Ench early aggression, even Chen. I think Divine Favor is actually kind of giga also, like, in this type of game. This is semi-interesting.
Okay.
Because I do wonder, like, they have played it before as Pos 5, but I do think it has a lot to do with the fact that they are on the same train of thought, that there is a high chance that this is what BB could have looked at themselves.
Yeah. No, 100%. I'm not even, like, normally when people talk about, oh, they're block picking, it's not really a thing, but here it feels like a block pick.
I mean, it also just feels good to see just how quickly you can collapse on one hero from the side of LGD. They see someone on the side of BetBoom, you know Spirit Breaker is charging, you know Nature's Prophet is going to TP in. There just needs to be one more hero that joins them.
I mean, it's also...
Are they going to lane swap and, like, put Miero mid or something?
He's playing Slaughter mid against Viper?
What?
I feel like they might actually lane swap.
Yeah, maybe.
It's like, if BB are to be eliminated from the tournament by GPK playing a Quap and then a Slaughter into a Viper that you've seen, I mean, it's quite a well-deserved elimination.
No, I mean, I think Kezzy's right. I think they need to lane swap. I think it should be Enigma mid. Miro, I mean, I don't think GPK plays Enigma, so it makes sense. I think it has to be that.
I think so too, because, I mean, so what would you get if... I mean, Enigma, of course, if he goes into offlane, he will do very well into Nature's Kez, but freeing up the SD, it's not like it changes the mid matchup, unless you're gonna like start dual laning where you disrupt the Viper. It seems kind of cap.
Oh, they could dual lane, I guess. But I don't know if... I don't think Enigma can solo against Nature's Prophet.
Because you need to like stay top at least a little bit.
But wouldn't you rather, instead of dual laning, that you give Enigma like the best lane possible, he then rotates to mid with the Eidolons. So it's like, Slardar is like kind of useless for 5 to 6 minutes, and let's say 7 to 9, like the Enigma then comes over, you take the tower, you open up the map a bit. It's not the best way, but at least Miro getting a last pick Enigma, if he sees the lane and I will demolish it, you can often take over games because of how well the lane goes. And into, what, Kez, Nature's Prophet, Enigma should just have a chill time if his support helps him.
It's just difficult. I think like if... I would like if they did do the lane swap. Maybe it's a bit weird, but if you don't, like, and then you have Enigma offlane who's a bit level starved because he's dual laning. You have Slardar mid who's like getting starved, and then they're gonna dive your Drow Ranger with SB Darkseer. Then there's a Nature's Prophet TP at like minute 5-6. Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what BetBoom do with this, because you can tell they were a little bit cornered on this last pick.
They definitely were, and I can hear it in your voices right now. You're a bit unsure exactly how BetBoom are going to make it work for themselves. A lot of heads are being scratched right now if they're going to still run that Slardar mid, if there will be a lane swap. Either way, it feels like LGD have taken advantage of what feels like a very confused BetBoom, and maybe that's exactly what's going to get them a win in game number 2 and potentially make it to the grand finals.
Welcome! Game 2 about to begin here for BetBoom versus... This is your cue?
LGD.
Come on, you could be a little more epic than that.
LGD Gaming.
Holy shit, that was actually really good. God damn, it's like John Patrick Lowry is here. What a beast. And we have some crazy picks. We have Drow versus Kez. I can't believe it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Incredible. But
amazing.
In addition to that, we have some interesting storylines because, I mean, the panel kind of summed it up, but Viper again for Tylong.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't want to pick Queen of Pain again. They picked the Slardar a little bit earlier in the draft. Like, surely GPK is not playing this mid, obviously. Then the Nature's Prophet's last pick from LGD because they think that BetBoom are going to be picking themselves because that could survive against the Viper. And instead, it's an Enigma, which GPK doesn't play. So... is it the lane swaps?
I think that is the best thing to do.
Looks like it is.
Because Slardar actually lanes quite fine against Kez. And of course, it is a Prophet 5. So yeah. And indeed, it looks like... I don't remember the last time I've seen GPK play in the offlane. This is pretty cool and a necessary adjustment. And I'm just happy to see for BetBoom that they're not falling into a similar trap as Game 1.
Viola Core was disrupted, slowed down, surrounded, and First Blood will be going the way of Kiritich on the Drow. You couldn't ask for a better start for BetBoom. Now the question is, I mean, we know that Miero can play Enigma. We know that GPK can play the Slardar, as we like to call him, affectionately.
You do, yeah.
But lane swapping, when they don't play these lanes, how big of an impact can that have on the players?
I mean, you'd like to think that it's more important to get the right matchups than it is to get the right teammates in lane. I'm not expecting GPK and Save to have the same synergy in lane as he would with Miero, because this is something you build up over hundreds of games. But I still think it's worth the sacrifice, because the lane matchups are just too bad. If you do the other thing, I think your Slardar will have absolutely zero impact. So I'm curious to see how mid goes, because this was the trade you took. Is this a lane that Enigma is going to win? Obviously, we talk about it from the perspective of GPK playing in the side lane, but what about Miero? How good is he at the 1-to-1 or 1v1 mechanics here, playing into Viper?
Yeah, luckily for him, it is a Viper and not a high skill cap Tylong type hero, I guess. Depends on your perspective, I suppose.
Well, Tylong can be extremely oppressive on this hero in lane.
He can.
But
you do have Eidolons. I feel like it's not the worst match.
I would say on paper this is a lane Enigma even wins. Oh, Viola Core again. I think he's going to live this time, but...
Barely.
Taking a lot of abuse here. He will have a salve and a tango though, so we'll be back up to full sometime soon. Yeah, I was making the point that I think LGD are picking Viper against BetBoom specifically as a targeted pick because they've come to the conclusion that GPK plays 0 heroes this tournament that can lane against Viper. So they're effectively just blocking his entire hero pool with 1 pick, which is kind of crazy. And this game probably proves that point because you could have put the Slaughter offlane and picked a different mid, right?
Yeah.
And they just couldn't find one.
I mean, what else is there? So Nature's Prophet we talked about. Does it need to be ranged? Like, is there a melee hero that can exist?
Not really.
Viper? So it needs to be ranged.
Yeah.
Storm Spirit doesn't. That's barely ranged.
It's
very short range.
It's also bad.
Yeah. What else does he?
So the ranged heroes that GPK generally plays in mid are Storm, Quap, and Sniper. I think.
Sniper would have.
Sniper is playable, but I think you lose too, honestly. And then you're playing that archetype hero they don't want on GPK, right? So you're probably not worried about that. Yeah, I don't know. Shadow Fiend, maybe, but again, not really the type of hero you're looking for. So it's pretty clever. Blocks so many picks.
Yeah, LGD came in prepared for this series despite having a very long night yesterday. Played, I believe, the first series of the day, and then the third series went a redonkulous amount of time.
That's the thing when you're the coach, though. That game 3 is going, and you're like, oh, nice, I have an hour to prep drafts while we play for 111 minutes, and I know how this game is going to end. So, surely he was looking through his documents at 8 o'clock.
I mean, in theory, that you joke a bit, but technically they should be doing a little bit of that at least, even if they end up losing that game, just in case. I mean,
of course.
Right?
Of course you prepare. Also, they probably did some prep regardless against BetBoom if they were to face them at some different point, if the results have been different. But obviously, you do target your preparation clearly toward your direct next opponent, but that doesn't mean you ignore everything else that's happening around you.
Much like you do in casts.
Yeah, that's right. And you in Relic Arena.
How dare you?
That's a good try.
Just because you're so good at the game that I made, I cater it to you, Cinderin.
Thank you so much.
That's all I cared about was you.
You cater to Kyle, I think.
Yeah, true. Completely obsessed. Charge coming on to Kiritich, and there's the TP from KJ, but the Gust puts the charge to an end.
Nice route placement.
Have to reroute Kiritich. Trying to get away, save with a disruption. Back is there from Theolacor, though.
Oh,
man.
That is so satisfying and so lucky.
Gaben approves on the Spirit Breaker bash. Theolacor will drop to the Shadow Poison, but they get the kill they came for, which is the drop.
Yep, they get that kill 17% of the time. Or, well, maybe a bit more. I guess he missed a couple of...
It's pseudo-random.
Yeah, might have been 25. We are seeing the result in mid here. Tai Long is pulling ahead against the Enigma, who, by the way, now might be under some fire. Charge of Darkness on the way. Teleportation is on cooldown, though. So I'd imagine King Jungles will be too late. So see the replay here.
Boom! Shakalaka!
Oh, they are gonna... Okay, never mind. He did stop.
They are gonna hit some creep.
I was like, is he actually gonna complete this charge through the tower? But no. You can still see Tai Long placing his hero very offensively, was cutting between the waves here. Wants to get merit out of his siege creep. Now Save will rotate over to assist. And
Nero's doing good on the levels, at least.
Yeah.
Obviously, the CS is a bit under the gun right now. 40 and 5 versus 30 and 8.
It's probably some of these are Eidolon, so they're only like half a CS.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's
I mean, I think he's done. It looks
close
like he's
to a
done
draw.
fine. Yeah. That's all you can hope for a player that does not play mid.
Yeah.
And what about the GPK Slaughter? Look at his CS, 38 and 12. He's having himself a time.
Yep. It's an easy lane, so expect nothing less. And he's going to even have a lot more coming his way. He has a double wave on him right now, so he should be far ahead now of the Kez.
Should play offlane more often, apparently.
Yeah, maybe there's just swap roles entirely. I'm sure Miero can play Ember as well.
Didn't work for Toronto Tokyo, though.
Nope. Well,
although he made the transition of mid to support to offlane.
Yeah.
Straight from mid to offlane.
There were a couple of more steps on that chain as well, such as changing every teammate and region
That's right. And hairdo.
Yes.
Hair color.
That was probably the biggest issue.
Yeah, you got it's consistency. That's what being a pro athlete is all about.
Feels like Yatoro has a new hairdo every single tournament, including no hair. He goes through all of them in a cycle.
That's right.
Much better start this time though for BetBoom. That's the main takeaway here is all three cores have a game, unlike last game. So they get to play to the style that they like. And the good news with playing Slaughter offlane instead of mid is, sure, you get slightly slower levels, but you buy the same items. So GPK can go the exact build that he would have wanted to in mid anyway. Which seems to be 2 bracers, treads, and then one, assume it's just going to be Blink, Shard, BKB. I don't think there's any reason to get too crazy here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And you know later that this combination of Slardar Drow is going to kill fools real fast.
Fools?
That's right.
It's true. Very scary indeed. And of course, the threat of the black hole. We saw that yesterday with DM just dominating with, even when he missed the black holes and canceled it, thinking that it was canceled by somebody else, but in fact it was him.
I mean, Enigma has to be a broken hero then, right?
Yeah.
If you,
for sure.
If you're, by virtue of being in the game, you just win. That sounds like a first pick to me.
Yeah, absolutely. 8-minute power rune will be top for... Oh, never mind. That was denied by Kataomi. Haste.
Dire are scanning.
GPK is going to be spotted here. Charge coming out. Raptor Dance is going to be canceled, though. And now the grappling claw to the north. KJ makes his way here as well. Crush going to be reserved for Thiola Core. Yuma now gets the Raptor Dance off onto GPK. Gets broken out by Tylung with that Viper Strike. So it'll be a support for the offlane. Well, do you want to call him offlane this game?
Let's just call him Core and keep it safe and simple.
Okay, Core.
Yep, support for Core.
Proud on the Miero. KJ here to stop the push.
And of course, the big bad Mud Golem with Ion Shell is going to kill the rest of the wave. This is obviously one of Darkseer's biggest assets as a hero, is being able to farm in 2 places at once when you go Helm of the Dom. So Whisper is stacking his Ancients and farming mid and farming his lane at the same time. Very efficient. He would be proud if he wasn't busy looking at stocks all day.
Yep. You just have to... you have like a contractual obligation to mention EE in every cast, Cinder?
I think if anybody can't say that, it's you. You're like the last person.
That's the point.
You've definitely mentioned him more than me, even.
Who?
EE.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You are.
Heritage.
Okay, nice. Good one.
Gets jumped on by Yuma. But there's the Cold Embrace. The charge connects, but again, you got the backup now from Save. As Yuma on the south side. Heritage in a little bit of trouble. Disruption's going to hold him in place. As the Mud Golem surrounding him with all these Ion Shells stacking up, Kiritich cannot withstand the pressure. Kataomi will get out through the gate.
That could have been a pretty good Enigma TP, I think. He has almost full mana on Miero, and I mean, you're playing mid, so now you have a little bit of a potentially different responsibility with responding to certain moves. Maybe he just didn't fancy his chances. He got a mid tower out of it. A nice takedown on the Drow. Looking for their own move now onto Yuma's Kez.
All right, timeline on the first black hole of the game, Cinderu.
Before 35 minutes.
Come on, you gotta be a little bit...
He'll beat DM. He can do it.
Do you think it'll be in the next 2 minutes?
No.
I'm gonna say... Okay, I'm gonna say in the next 3 minutes. 13:30.
Okay.
13:37. Give me the lead status here.
Yeah.
I'm pressured to tier 1 now.
Congratulations on showing your age. If it was current gamers, they would say 1367, which is of course a number of seconds in a minute.
Very good.
Yeah, there you go. Happy to help.
GPK getting pretty close to Blink Dagger already. Picking out a nice stack. Creeps here. Not the most efficient, but not bad. So he'll go Blink into Shard in all likelihood with, well, does he go BKB? They have 2 BKB piercing abilities instead of 4 this time around for LGD. Is that a Kez laugh?
Yep.
Okay.
You couldn't tell it was a chicken? Sounded very chicken-like to me.
right, tier 1 uncontested. Miero claims it. LGD seem to be kind of content with how the game is being played out. I mean, who's happier in this position right now?
Probably BetBoom, because it's not like game 1. I think comparatively
out of position.
This already feels like you're how to say, you have a say in the outcome of the game more so than you did in the previous one post draft. So, and their lineup scales really well. Enigma late game is obviously a beast, so is Drow. You have the Amp from Slardar, you have really strong late game supports. Every single hero on the Radiant goes the distance with no problems.
And this will be the Blink Dagger reveal. Whisper, 2-level advantage on GPK right now. He's gonna get crushed to start things out with the bash to follow.
Can't surge.
Yeah. Demonic Purge comes out, so nowhere to go for Whisper. Good kill from BetBoom.
Nice and easy, yeah.
And is there gonna be chicken on the menu? Not as high quality meat as Kez, but they'll take it. The Spirit Vessel finished on the Nature's Prophet.
He's really rich on Drow for having 2 deaths. It's impressive. He's ahead by 1,500 against Kez in spite of 2 deaths, but Kez obviously 30 CS behind.
I believe Kez has the Mage Slayer on the way, I would assume.
Yep.
That'll help his farm quite a bit.
Oh, hello.
Okay, runs right into the old Drow Ranger, and of course Yuma is there to cancel the TP. So this is going to be the 3rd death, as KJ will claim it from global range.
It's really telling about Mage Slayer as an item that you buy it on Kez against basically 0 heroes you want the spell damage reduction against. It's okay against Enigma, but it's not like some Quap, Ember.
Yeah, you get it for the damage over time on creeps, right?
Damage over
It's
time.
like a cheaper Battle Fury kind
Perseverance is amazing. You want the mana regen on this hero. Magic Resist, kind of irrelevant this game, actually. So if you're still buying it here, damn, it's just too good. They nerfed it again in the D version.
I mean, why does it need to do damage over time? Why is that part of it?
I don't know. You tell me.
I thought it was supposed to be anti-spell.
Yeah.
That's what the identity should be. Not
That's right.
The damage over time, if anything, should be the side piece.
It's called Mage Slayer, not Jungle Slayer, but apparently everybody in the jungle is a wizard. It's all good.
Kiritech, despite the 3 deaths, still top net worth, and I guess that's good news for BetBoom, because LGD, they don't really have anybody farming up a Storm. Kez is going to start catching up now. The Viper, I was expecting Whisper to be more farmed, and not that he's not farmed, but...
This is an interesting smoke, because there's no inherently obvious timing to this. You didn't just pick up an item of any kind. Enigma still doesn't have Blink. So it's going to be hard for Miero to find the initiation. He has a Vessel, though. And they're doing it without the Slardar, and they're doing it toward no objective. There's no Wisdom to steal. You can't just blindly hit this tower. I guess they kind of smoked primarily to place vision, and then they were hoping for perhaps a little bit of a skirmish, but all they get is this lane ward.
Sometimes being random is to your benefit.
This is nice, by the way. You see there's a dire obs down here, and they see that with their obs sentry, but they're waiting. They're letting it stand there to try to bait a response and not let the enemy team know that they've played wards of their own. How long are they going to let it stay there, though? Oh, now the siege creep's destroying it, so that's a dead giveaway.
Goddamn creeps.
Eventually.
Look at that range. Trebuchet would take that out in one go.
That's one of the features of Trebuchet. One-shots wards.
Very useful.
Okay.
Whisper cleaning up with the Centaur Ion Shell combo while he's jungling.
That move probably cost them 1,000 gold, actually.
Just seems like it.
Walking over there to place that ward and then kind of doing nothing. In the meantime, the Dire lineup's just farming, and this is obviously one of the upsides to, once again, I think the criminally underrated hero of the patch in this tournament of Prophet. Whatever role you play him in, these slow games, farms everywhere he wants, joins all the moves, takes towers, and even for King Jungles, who generally speaking almost never buys scaling items in his builds, he has the luxury of doing it on this hero if he wants to. So far it looks like Axe will be the plan. He's bought the Shard now, so it's going to be the Curse of the Old Growth. Really nice. Similar logic to the Spirit Breaker give vision of targets so Viper can hit them in trees, so KES can chase. It's going to feel like an awesome upgrade for them. Obviously, this is not the old Curse of the Old Growth. The radius was reduced from, I believe, 1200 to 900. Still pretty big search rate.
Crush initiation on a Yuma. Yellow Core is going to force them back, though. Now the Dispel, Yuma's fine. You're talking about the Shard, right?
Yeah.
The Ags. Okay. Yeah.
First, he's going Ags next, but
yeah, it's interesting that, I mean, what's the reasoning for going Ags so early? Because there's so many different items you can get on this hero.
I mean, it plays in, if you're playing it as a support, it just plays in very well to how you're trying to play the game. Just, it's an additional global aspect to your hero. It's cost efficient, AoE root, reliably going to hit everybody. The stats are nice on a support. It's good to become tankier. So it's kind of, I would say Support Prophet has two general build paths. This is one of them, and the other one is to actually become a fourth core. But that's not how King Jungles generally plays, so this is just standard. I think he's going to go this and then maybe a Hex.
Got the Omi Curse.
Killed by the Forest himself.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. We saw this yesterday against an Enigma.
Yep.
I'm seeing the Treants now take the place of the Eidolons. There's now a Blink Dagger there for Miero.
He gets the Vessel charge for dying, though, so it was worth...
Crush from GPK showing
that's
off
a big
that
find.
Shard. Charge is coming in, a nice Black Hole coming out. Onto 2, which will result in 2 kills. It was the 18-minute mark, so just 5 minutes off.
Pretty close, Shannon. Good job.
I mean, just imagine double this time is what the first Black Hole was yesterday.
Yeah, I don't even need to imagine. I was there. It was riveting.
Matt, do you remember?
Do you remember? I remember. Look at that damage. Wyvern. 1100 with the curse.
Yeah.
Well, there's obviously some other elements in there, but the majority of it is physical.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Couple of nice picks for BetBoom, stabilizing the game again. It was starting to look like LGD were just getting more out of the map, but now we're back to square one. Basically 0. And something that the Dire lineup doesn't really have is ways to stop BKB Black Hole. They only have Spirit Breaker ult, which is not even reliable because you need to be angled correctly relative to the Black Hole yourself. You need to not be in it. Your status resistance doesn't matter for that, obviously. And a stun from KES through using Raven's Veil. So not any obvious long-range cancel.
That pierces?
The stun from Shoto side pierces BKB.
Of course it does.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't it?
God, it's so ridiculous, actually.
Don't worry. It'll be nerfed. Again. And all the KES fans on Reddit will be like, oh my god, they butchered my favorite hero. And he's just always good. Always.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, that's how I really feel.
Tai Lung with the Aegis as the tier 1 gets denied. That's interesting. I don't usually see it on a Viper this early. What is he opting for? Is it the cookie cutter build? Has Dragonlance, Manta?
Yeah.
Hurricane
It's going to go
Pike
Manta
down?
Pike, yeah.
And they're going to group up for this Tormentor as well. So similar play to game 1.
Yeah.
Roche in
But this
Stormy.
time without 8k gold.
True.
So pretty significant difference in that regard. Shard will go to either Spirit Breaker or the KES, who is 3rd on net worth. SB will be the winner again. Unfortunate, really, because I think the Magic is just borderline useless here. I guess unless you do some sort of clutch redirect of a curse or whatever. I guess if you take the Demonic Purge instead of your Darkseer, that could be interesting. Or your Viper. If there's a hero I would want saved to play in an elimination game, Shadow Demon is in the top 3. So, trying to limit his impact. The SB could be something. Going straight BKB this time, Theolacore, no build-up items.
I have to say, despite getting this Mage Slayer, still bottom net worth of the core is KES. That's really surprising.
Yeah, I think the hero needs a buff.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe a built-in Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Since he's not buying it anymore anyway.
Well, Echo Slash already is kind of... But he can have another one.
+1 Echo Slashes?
Yeah, base. It's all good.
So what can LGD do with his Aegis? They have a lot of towers they still need to get through. There's still a tier 1 top. All the tier 2s.
It's tough to force anything, because I don't think you're inherently favored in a type of team fight. You can try to look for a skirmish. If you get a smoke and a good charge, enemy team is a little bit out of formation, then maybe, but you have to respect the black hole, you have to respect curse. And of course, if you go on a single target and you haven't accounted for where Shadow Demon is, this is the problem for Spirit Breaker in that matchup, is you charge someone, that hero gets disrupted, you get purged, you die. And you didn't really accomplish anything except forcing a disruption.
True.
So it's definitely not easy, and a big props for the Shadow Demon pick in this game. I think it's very good.
Miero charged up. KJ joins the party. Nether Strike into Tai Lung's right click. That will be the kill onto Miero.
They managed to do just what they needed to do, which was find a straggler somewhere. Get the play going. King Jungles is actually gonna die.
Oh dear.
To the Vessel plus Idol on Onslaught. That's that shard on Enigma. Being put to good use. Still looking for the tower. I don't think they're gonna get this one.
No. BKB now online for GPK. As they're gonna smoke up. I mean, Miero's up in 20 and he still has Black Hole.
The only thing you need to be very worried about here for BetBoom is not to get vacuum comboed as you approach. And well, LGD seem aware of that.
I don't think we've seen vacuum or wall the entire game.
Well, that's the new Enigma, I guess.
Yep.
Is this how you play offlane in this patch? You just don't cast your spells? I could be good at offlane.
Well, you're not good at farming.
Although you have to farm all the time. You actually
hate that.
You have
Save
to be
goes off the blink dagger.
Loving the jungle. Charge onto save and the silence
from Kez and the death coming. Golden Brace keeps him alive a little bit longer. Is he going to tick away though? Disrupts himself as well. Meanwhile, first only onto one. Black Hole comes out again, only onto one. He's going to knock damage onto Whisper. A nice double crush from GPK with that BKB activated. Miero's going to get taken out eventually as Yuma's still alive. As Tai Lung getting gone on by the Drow Ranger, but meanwhile GPK getting isolated. 1 versus 2, gets Nether struck and killed off eventually. It's a 4-for-1 so far with the buyback on the Shadow Demon. So LGD absolutely destroying this fight.
MVP Talon Toss twice in a row from Yuma. The first one gets Shadow Demon down to 2% HP. He has to self-disrupt, doesn't get to play the fight at all. The second Talon Toss, he silences the Enigma after 2 seconds of Black Hole. Really nice collapse play here from LGD. Look at the replay here. So nicely timed silence together with the Prophet coming in. Good Cold Embrace kept him alive and allowed him to disrupt himself, but it's a 2-man back wall. And pay attention to the Enigma here again. GPK gets the crush here. But the Talon Toss first. Tai Lung on his Viper.
You know, in the end, obviously this was in the heat of the moment, but BetBoom having to use Cold Embrace and Disruption on Shadow Demon, who dies right after the Disruption ends. That's 2 big spells wasted effectively.
That is very true. It would have been better for him to just die and buy back.
Yeah.
Now they take the tower as well. This is a huge...
A big swing.
2 minutes of 6k gold, basically, for LGD.
Yeah, Aegis is down. But LGD now a little bit more comfortable position, 5k lead.
Yeah, they know Black Hole's on cooldown, so this is just a power play. You have everything ready again. You already showed that you could win a fight against Black Hole. Oh my god, Shadow Demon is in trouble again. And he's gonna get...
coming in, and Nether Strike to follow. He is dead. That's a dieback, effectively. Kiritich now focusing onto the Nature's Prophet. It is just a support, though, so 1-for-1 to start things out. Nice vacuum onto 2. Attempted TP. First comes out at the last moment. Drow is out. He is good to go, and now the Darkseer getting turned on by his team. So LGD staying around a little bit too long. Good counter initiation there from Kataomi.
That is such an important curse. Drow is 100% dead there. The Centaur creep was approaching for a stomp, but got into the curse radius, so couldn't cast the spell. Deserved tip there from Save onto Kataomi, recognizing that. This was a very dangerous moment in the game, and kept things stable. You're going to see the replay here. So first of all, the Prophet ult, you see the charging Spirit Breaker. You can't blink on SD. Your cast times are too long. KJ's going to TP in and place a ward for info for this follow fight. Pay attention now to the curse here after the back wall. The Centaur is coming in from the top right, and it will probably make the stomp here, but there it gets redirected.
Yeah.
So can't quite get that stun on the Drow. This would have been a good fight for LGD, even with a dead Darkseer, if they would have just stopped Drow's TP out. But now, BetBoom once again stabilizing. Very back and forth affair, this one.
And that's exactly what we want to see. So Miero almost done with his BKB. That is going to be very big.
Yep. Doesn't have to worry about talent toss anymore. Now he only has to worry about Kez's other ability.
That's right.
It's fine. Keep it up, Kez.
And Kez could go Basher at some point.
He could. Yeah, that's true. He probably won't.
Could be good.
Since he already has a stun, but great suggestion.
Thank you. Just saying, if it becomes a problem.
Could also go Basher on Prophet. He's ranged, so he can hit Enigma outside the black hole.
Hey, we've seen... Wait, what hero was that?
Coddle with Abyssal.
That's right.
That's because he got
was it a full Abyssal, or was it...
I think so. He got cast range from his ult, so it actually... It had some merit.
That was fun.
I don't think I've ever seen Abyssal on Prophet.
Maybe when it was the old build, potentially.
Which old build had Basher on Prophet?
I mean, the old Basher.
Oh.
The old Abyssal, that is. I don't remember the exact recipe, but... I mean, I remember back in Dota 1, we'd see Basher Sniper, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Everybody really didn't know what they were doing back then. It was a great time.
I feel like there must be a situation where it makes a little bit of sense. You got Headshot and Basher. Yeah, you get a lower percentage, but you're attacking really fast, you know?
Yeah.
Try that in your turbo games. I mean, that's where the pros get all their information, is turbo games.
Yeah. I'm sure the Zeus AFK Fountain is a classic turbo strat.
I mean, it was.
Yeah.
Actually, literally.
Yeah.
Did you see the Reddit thread?
Yeah. I don't think that's where they got it from. I think it's because they played a game in which they were against that.
You don't think that they saw that Reddit clip and it inspired them?
Maybe it inspired the opponent that they played against that did it, and they were like, this was really annoying to play against.
Okay,
Let's do it ourselves.
That's how it works.
I guess
it started with Turbo, Cinderella.
Yeah, it all starts in Turbo.
Give credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
I mean, you meme, but that is where all the late game situations are, because every game has late game.
That's true.
You're getting a little
You do get to
glimpse.
try some insane strats. But at the same time, if you have a theory of something being broken, you could also go into demo mode and just put the items on your hero.
Yeah, you could, but not everybody's a nerd.
I think the target dummy in the demo mode might be better than the average turbo player. So it's probably very accurate.
Certainly has more HP.
Yep.
All right, we got a smoke now.
Whatever
from...
that means.
Of course it's better. You can't die.
It will outlive the turbo players. The dummy lives forever.
It does. Only a 4K lead here for LGD as Roche is up and running.
It's funny memeing on turbo. I don't even dislike it. It's just funny to me when because you play it so much. No, absolutely. I absolutely despise turbo.
I mean, late game Dota is the most fun to play, so why not amplify your experience?
Well, this is a philosophical question. Is it late game then in turbo? Is it just mid game?
Yeah, that is a good question. I'll have to ponder that as we cast this very important game.
Don't think too hard. It's not your forte.
Yeah, that's mean. Blink Dagger for Cat to Omi. Had a good curse before without it. Now can get in very good position.
If they get some good vision here in the triangle, this is a very strong setup for LGD, but I don't know if they have any obs left. I think they already spent... No, they had one more. Okay, there we go. Theolacor will place it. Were BetBoom to walk up here, this could be completely disastrous. So much good coverage currently. LGD with a ward in the top lane and on the hill. And while these wards are usually obvious, gotta go there to deward it eventually, or not play the area for 6 minutes. But now it's daytime. This makes things easier.
BetBoom under the cover of smoke, though. Miara looking to open things up potentially. GPK is going to be the one to show.
And again, another boon to having Prophet in all these stalemate situations. King Jungles is just going to
found, killed off easily.
Nice find. Yeah, this should give them the D ward too for Kiritich. Yeah, LGD just have to call it quits. Mission failed. I do like the idea, but didn't quite work out that time. At the very least for them, King Jungles, as mentioned, was pushing out bot. Disruption onto Tylon.
Yeah, he's got the AC now. Crush comes out from GPK. Lots of damage, even popping the BKB just to ensure. And the black hole, okay. They really want a Tylon dead, and they will get him. Now, if this opens up Roche, then that's going to be beautiful news for BetBoom. Crush comes out again. GPK getting pretty low, though. Disruption can try to keep him alive as Kiritich absolutely destroys KJ. And GPK somehow going to get out of this. That's 3 dead for LGD effectively. Now the Roche should be BetBoom's to get. They have that amplified damage, and GPK back up to a respectable amount of HP.
Getting a lot of merit out of this Enigma. Sure, it's a one-man black hole on the Viper, but it gets them the key kill. Oh, then Aegis onto Drow. Things are likely to slow down in a big way once more. I'm so curious to see what KJ does if this goes late. He's currently queuing up a Pike. So that is the beginning of a late game profit build.
Yeah, just play for it. Get that bobble eventually too.
It's also just it's a high value item because you're looking at the matchups you have against a hero like Slardar. You can maybe, you know, distance yourself. You can save a teammate with the defensive component of the Force Staff. So it still has that supporting element to it. But have to say, they haven't got all that much out of the Ags. You want to look to find fights with that you can play on the tempo, but BetBoom have not been caught off guard, really.
Yep, that's true.
Which essentially means, like, that's the thing about buying items like this on profit, whether you play it mid or support, is every passing minute that this doesn't find impact, you could have farmed faster. So essentially, this Ags has cost him more than 4.2k gold because it's also cost the farming speed that a Maelstrom would have given him. So it's probably cost like 6k at this point, this Ags, versus the other build. You really want some value. He's going to switch to a Ghost Scepter. Is he going to upgrade that, perhaps? Isn't buying it yet. I don't know.
It makes sense against Slardar and Drow. They have a Crimson as well to mitigate a little bit of this damage, along with the Assault onto Tai Lung. So I think Shiva's is also being built by Darkseer, so they're going every armor.
Yeah, they should.
Item in the book. I guess Lotus would be the last one I can think of that is high value, although how much does it take off this game? It's the Corrosive Haze.
Gust.
I mean, it's good against Winter Curse, theoretically.
Yeah, could block a Curse, which can be huge. I think that would not be a bad purchase, but Spirit Breaker is queuing up Shiva's number 2.
Okay.
I kind of like the Lotus. I think Haze Gust Malefice is already a good enough argument to buy at least one. But maybe they're just worried that, well, it's going to go late. He's going to get Corrosive Haze on Dispellable. It's still good against the rest, though.
Yeah.
Tower's gone. Easy pickings for Drow. Oh, never mind.
Fortified and charge coming out. Frost Shield in the defensive measure here for the Drow. Kiritich, they'd like to burn this as they get the vacuum and the wall, but no follow-up. And now the surge away, so LGD. We're thinking about getting in on there, but not happening. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis.
It's really difficult with the double Lincolns. Gets one placed on her by the Enigma, has one herself. Your initiation is so heavily reliant on Spirit Breaker. Now, you can break the Lincolns with Wrath of Nature, which is what they did. The reason they were able to charge Kiritich was that they popped the Lincolns before the defensive one was placed by Enigma, so there is a small moment of opportunity. The problem is, even if you get the charge through, you can't ult. Because then the defensive one already came out from Enigma, so you couldn't commit fully for the play. It was a nice attempt, but not quite. Now the second tower. Not long for this world, BetBoom. About to themselves in a better position. Look at the net worth difference here. I just realized just how far ahead Drow is. Almost 6k on the Kez.
Yeah, that's true. Drow's had a very good tournament this time around as we have the Roche banner placed for BetBoom, so high ground is what they are setting their eyes on at the moment. Tai Lung will throw out a Viper Strike, and yeah, one more hit should take out the banner. Do have options for that.
This is not easy to push into against Darkseer. You have to be very wary that you don't clump up.
Doesn't have a wall at the moment.
Even just vacuum Shivas with a charge is actually devastating. Echo Slash. Have certain things that...
Speaking of charge, what do you think of the Spirit Breaker Ags? Is that something that anybody in pro games would go for at any point?
Probably not after it got fixed. When it was bugged, it was...
Who was it insta-giving a? Meepo, right?
Yeah, illusion-based heroes. It was so stupid.
So funny.
No, I don't think it's a good enough value proposition. Like, in theory, maybe you can run this on a core if you get farmed enough, but then you're playing core Spirit Breaker and doesn't really seem to farm fast enough. And lane well enough. It's just too many downsides. So they are going to hold. This is a game that I still feel like theoretically just inherently favors the Radiant at this point until the end. I just think their lineup is stronger late game. Minus Armor becomes incredibly powerful. Enigma, late game king. Shadow Demon and Wyvern. two of the absolute best supports late game.
But Chicken.
Can Chicken conquer all of those issues?
It didn't yesterday. The black hole reigns supreme.
And then King Jungle's just going to queue up a Hex now. So he's been through the entire library of items and changed his mind every 2 minutes. He did buy the Ghost. I kind of like that because the way he's been playing fights is that he teleports in, places a ward, and then he dies. With Ghost Scepter, he's either going to force out a Demonic Purge or he's going to survive and cast his other spells. Just have impact for that much longer.
Theolacor, he is buying the plate mail. I wonder if he will change this build up though.
I can't help but feel like this is a position 5 profit. The way this game has been played, if he went farm heavy, he could have had almost 20k net worth, actually. At this point. Could have at least had 50.
Yeah, I mean, we've
60K.
seen it before, for sure.
9 class in this game would have gone Maelstrom, and he would have been big. And I'm not saying that's better, it's just different. But considering...
You kind of are saying it's better this game.
I'm not saying it's better this game. I'm saying with what happened, it would have been better. But you can't, at the time that he's making this decision, you're not like, okay, this is definitely happening in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, but you can say that now.
Yeah, in hindsight, I think this was not the right idea. But I liked it at the time for what it was signaling they wanted to do. They just haven't managed to. So now it sucks. I guess the hope at this point is that you can use this to break a Lincoln's and/or, well, then the Axe doesn't even matter, right? But hope to maybe force a BKB with just the root itself at the right opportune moment. Could be kind of nice.
Yeah, the longer this game goes, the more I do favor BetBoom as well. The Enigma, the BKB, Blink, Lincoln's, Shiva's, Refresher to come now.
Yeah.
Or if they just get the next Roche, they can get the Shard as a stopgap.
Harpoon now for GPK. So more reach. Ideally wants to... You just want to play in tandem with Drow. The target is actually not even that important, I think. You just want to make sure that Drow is hitting whoever is hazed. So
you
with
can't
the Harpoon.
click allies with that, can you?
With Harpoon?
No, I don't think so.
No. Only trees and enemies.
That would be nice.
As in you pull yourself toward allies?
Yeah.
Sounds like that would hurt like hell. Somebody just throws a harpoon at you
Right,
and then
deal
pulls them.
100 damage to your ally. Just like the old toss.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. It
I
used to
missed
deal
that.
damage to allies. Actually, totally forgot that.
Nice little detail.
Yep.
7k net worth advantage between the Drow and Kez. Crazy difference.
That means the rest of their lineup is behind.
Yeah.
But
The Prophet, I think, I guess only 1,000 net
that's the
worth
thing,
between
right?
the Prophet and SD.
It's a 5 profit in a stalemate game, and he's barely beating the enemy's Shadow Demon. That's just not very inspiring to see, really. I think even in spite of his build, King Jungle could absolutely prioritize farming more than he has been.
Whisper has his shards, so you can see the little glowy trails now all over the place.
Yep. Drow with the BKB purchase. Was that full BKB? I mean, she's 6 slotted now, 40 minutes. Fully 6 slotted. This is replacement for treads, so we're basically closing in on maxed out.
Didn't go Ags.
Nope.
Seeing that a lot lately, too. You get that silver edge, though, for a little bit extra move speed. And the break on, I guess the Viper is the main target for the break, if you were caring about that.
Yep. You should.
Smoke from LGD to the north. Miero, is he going to get jumped? Pops the BKB, though, looking for the black hole target. Can't find it, at least not yet. Vacuum. Nope. That's Kiritich focusing on the fat cow for the time being.
There's no way to talk about your mother.
Well, what?
Okay, gone.
Okay. Random comment that had made no sense at all.
That's right. That's how you
Roche
roll.
just spawned. Nothing big was really used. I mean, I guess wall. You're gonna try for it. Roche Belch.
Oh, Jesus, look at those crits.
Oh, he's going to get this before they even get close. Oh, my God. Kiritich with the H. Tyler's going to jump in, though. You got to pick up your goodies, my friend. Black hole just on the Viper. That's going to cost him his life. Now, in the meanwhile, GPK with a nice crush onto 2 heroes. Gets the harpoon onto the cow as well. This is a double crush again, and this physical damage is out of control for Kiritich and company. 3 for nothing as Yuma, using one of his 20 abilities to try to get away, will do so along with Whisper.
Next level bait from Kiritich was slow to pick up the Aegis, and it baited Tai Lung to try to blink in and take it. And then he's just completely separated.
Did they get anything?
I don't think he got anything. No, not even the banner.
Who has the shard?
Was that Roche 3? Oh yeah, it was. Enigma has the shard.
Okay, yeah. Disastrous for LGD, so BetBoom, huge advantage now. 11K, they have all the goodies. They have a Drow with an Aegis, and now you can go high ground. And without a buyback onto Tai Lung, this is going to be at least a set. Banner place as well.
I mean, the fact that there's still a second black hole.
Yeah, it's true.
Is very worrisome here for LGD. What do you even do?
Yeah, that's going to be the mid lane, left to the illusions. 10 seconds for Tai Lung, so LGD, if you're going to fight, this is probably close to the time. Tower already taken out. Kiritich going to reposition. 3.5 minutes on Aegis, so plenty of time. As the rest of his team is smoked up behind him. Actually looking for an opening here. All they really have to do if they want to play it safe, just wait for somebody to be out of position for LGD, get a pick off, then go high ground again.
Oh, he's Auxiliary as well, dude. What is this? Enigma easily second in net worth. Miero. And look at this slow pickup.
Yeah.
Actually worked in his favor. For what it's worth, I don't even know if you win that fight if you get the Aegis. I think your position is so compromised.
Yeah, you can see Corrosive Haze plus Drow, it hurts.
Yep.
Even a Shadow Blade purchased by Kataomi. All the positioning items. Blink, Shadow Blade, Force Staff.
It's all about getting the curse and the heal. That's this hero late game. Your other abilities aren't really that important.
Interesting. Halberd. I haven't seen that in a hot minute.
Ugh.
Instead of the farming build, you get Halberd, Cinderin. Your favorite. GPK going for the Corrosive Haze on Tai Lung. They'll have the vision now for quite a while. Ranger Axe easily taken. This is the second set. Too late for LGD. Crimson Guard's not going to do anything.
Now the question is, you have 2 minutes. Can you make it to top here?
I would think so.
They have to take the tier 2 first. The wave is pushed out very far by Prophet. Kiritich obviously going to start making his way over there. The hope here for LGD's side is that you're definitely losing your tier 2. You're just hoping the Aegis expires before the siege of the third lane. 1.5 minutes to go. I think they can make it as well. They have 1 glyph remaining. 80 seconds. Yeah. I mean, they're obviously not going to fight into the Aegis at this point.
Still have a banner?
I don't think so. No. No banner.
Okay. The BetBoom looking to push this to a game 3, looking very likely at this point.
Yeah, that pivot of the Slaughter to offlane was very good this game.
Just under a minute on the Aegis now. Backpacking both Cheese and BKB. Kiritich focusing tier 3. Tai Lung and company attempting to delay.
It's a lot of archers.
40 seconds. Another Crimson Guard to mitigate a bit of this damage. Kiritich, like you said, 6 slotted and then some. Tower down and out.
Keeps using his flares. Bota, notice that he remembers to use that item.
Yep, very important. Pro players know how to click buttons. That's good to know, Synderen. Thank you so much.
They all forget to use it all the time.
Look at him die. Oh my god, he's just getting destroyed. He has the buyback as the black hole on the back line. Onto the chicken man all alone as a multi-shot doing a decent amount of damage. A second black hole, this time onto 2. And that should surely do it. Buybacks galore for LGD as they are melting under the pressure of Kiritich. His right clicks hurt big time. Pops the BKB as the Aegis will expire. Going on top of Tai Lung though. There's the cold embrace to try to save him as Yuma trying to position himself on the glacier as Kiritich just steps out, pops the cheese, and now seemingly invulnerable at this point. Gets off the Hurricane Pike. Yuma with a nice Raptor dance though. Kiritich again getting healed. The cold embrace doing work in this fight. Vacuum comes out. They finally kill off Kiritich as the buyback comes out from GPK. Triple kill for Yuma. It's again heavy cost though. They've lost every Rax except for their one melee in the top lane.
And they buy
back on everyone.
5 of them.
So if you're BetBoom, you just wait.
Yeah.
For black hole.
Yes.
And just
absolutely
go end.
Wait for the 2 black holes. Or excuse me, only one. He doesn't quite have the refresher yet, but close to. Or you wait maybe for the Aegis as well if you feel like it. But yeah, look at this damage onto the Viper. 1, 2, 3. Holy shit.
That crit was
disgusting. Really nice footwork from Kiritich this fight. It's a lot of little things.
How did the halberd work out?
Yeah, great pick.
Oh, he has it here. BKB popped up. He was cold embraced 3 times in this fight.
It's Wyvern is very good against Kez. A clear reason why they picked it immediately after the draw.
Does fall eventually as whoa, what is this? LGD in the enemy base.
Fully Olo.
Yeah, I respect it. Gonna try to force some buyback, but there's the curse. Not gonna be that much damage, but holds him in place. Crimson Guard applied, GPK nearby, looking for the crush play. We'll get it. BKB though from Kez. We'll try to grappling claw into GPK, but he gets back to base.
They bought back Drow?
Buys back, gets the
Why?
Goes Scepter TP. Crush is gonna stop that in its place, so KJ dead. And Yuma, this might be a dieback for him. If they can just trickle him down with that Shadow Poison, it's enough from save. It's a dieback on hero number 2 for LGD.
All right, now the Drow buyback doesn't really matter because you killed Kez. That felt so unnecessary. You had complete control of that situation. Your base defense did a really good job.
How much time was on his respawn?
I don't even think it matters. I think they would have defended with 4 regardless. I believe it was Enigma who had yet to respawn aside from Drow, and that was only 5 seconds. So either way, high pressure moment. But look at the replay here. Like this curse is already buying you 5 seconds. Slardar goes for the crush. She buys back with 12 seconds to go. I guess she thought the buyback was a guaranteed kill on Kez, which it ended up being a kill, but that was kind of close.
Yeah.
If Save hadn't clutched it up here with the Shadow Poisons and the catch on the Disruption. The last tick. My God, sometimes the margins are so thin. But this is definitely bare minimum megas with no Chicken Man and 2 black holes ready. Good luck to LGD.
Yes, indeed. Mega Creeps online, and the tier 4s will now start taking some damage. And by some, I mean a shit ton. 45 seconds for Chicken Man.
They have to fight 45. There's no way they can stall 40 seconds.
Nope. In their base.
Not a shot.
Tier 4 number 1 dead. What's the angle here?
Well, probably from top right.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, they have no waves. Good job, King Jungles.
Oh, okay.
All right. They
Fair
can
enough.
stall enough.
Oh.
I can't believe he got all 3 waves. I thought they would at least be able to protect one of them, considering Kez is dead. But maybe just a little bit of a lapse in judgment or focus. So it gives LGD a last fighting chance.
So LGD, their chance here is to kill Drow.
Yes.
No buyback.
They have to kill Drow.
But you still have to worry about double BKB. I mean,
if they somehow, could you imagine they somehow kill Drow first in the next fight? It's actually still winnable because she bought back. And I think you have to be eager to fight here. This is the type of situation where you push out the waves a bit, go for a fast smoke, and just hope you find her.
Yeah.
And I would make a case for Kiritich actually just playing super defensive with both supports next to him, or even hiding in base for 5 minutes. Like, I genuinely think that might be the best play.
Yeah, we all want to see that.
It's just, then you're risking giving away a Roche, or well, you will be conceding one, but only if LGD even try to go for that. There's a chance they also wait for their buybacks, and obviously they're under the constant siege of the siege creeps, or the mega creeps, that is.
Yeah, we'll see if that buyback ends up biting them in the ass. 10 seconds for Roche, though. So if LGD is going to do something, it has to be now. Otherwise, we saw how fast this Roche goes down. And
He gets Aegis. If he gets Aegis, this game has to be over. Like, you can't let them have this.
No, I think it's... Oh.
Hello.
He saw it. It's too late. This dies in less than 10 seconds.
You keeping count?
No. Were you?
Pretty close. So you got it.
You say I got it?
Yeah, I'll see.
Or did I get it?
It was close. I didn't count, but...
Well, you don't need... You could just look at the timer.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Why don't you do things?
It's exhausting. You can relate to that.
Yeah.
It's easier to do nothing.
Oh, yeah. I love nothing. All right. So Aegis, all the goodies again for BetBoom. What can LGD do other than type GG at this point?
They can type BG.
That's bad manners, though. Going to a game 3, you don't want to say BG.
Maybe they like the BGs.
Unless you're emo and you can type a question mark. I don't think there's any...
That's usually for comebacks, not for we lost, but...
It's true. At that point, it was only 2-1, though.
I think you have to kill Enigma. Drow is not an option anymore because she has Aegis, so if you can somehow kill Enigma first... Yarrow doesn't have travel, so he can't instantly rejoin the fight. Like, it's just... It's so difficult.
All right, Kiritich, one more tower to get through. Banner placed. And it will be given freely. The Olakor.
Okay.
Was trying to charge. Not going to happen, though. 19k lead for BetBoom. LGD, what exactly are they waiting for? Ancient exposed now. Sprout.
Get vision from Shadow Poison.
Yeah. Ancient already at half health, though. And on the Glacier, Kiritich will continue to right-click unless you do something. There we go. Tyling jumps in, gets the Viper Strike onto the Drow Ranger. Looking for the potential. Oh, but there's the Black Hole. Only onto one right now. Is they're going to burn the Aegis already. And it's Miero, second Black Hole, but no, he's going to die before he can get it off. And now Kiritich on the run, pops the BKB, gets the Gust off as well, trying to run away as the Cold Embrace self-used on the Wyvern. Buyback now from the Enigma. Tylong and company have to deal with the creeps, though. Double kill from Whisper, 3 buyback from BetBoom. They can still finish this game if they just group up. They get the kill onto the cow, and that no buyback for him. Trying to jump back in. Whisper gets gone on, gusted up. There's the crush, though, from GPK onto Yuma. He gets Black Hole at the last moment, and that should surely do it. They get Tylong as well. That's going to create more buybacks. The vacuum onto several heroes with no follow-up whatsoever, but Yuma coming in at the last moment again, going for Miero. There'll be a dieback on him, but he's able to survive just a little bit longer. Trying to go for the throw. There's the Cold Embrace onto the Drow Ranger. GPK focusing the throw now as well. The fortification finally comes out. How are they even holding this right now? Now they're going to get the right-click damage onto the Drow. Double kill for Yuma as GPK going all out on this Ancient, but the Sprout's going to surround it for now, and now the Chicken Man going to work. Ancient super low as Whisper coming in with the Blade Veil. They get a full team wipe onto BetBoom. How is that even fucking possible? Holy shit!
There is no way. There is no way they just defended it. There's
Holy
no fucking
shit.
way.
That is disgusting.
How many advantages did they just have? They had all their buybacks, Aegis, Cheese. They got 2 Black Holes off. They've got 90 seconds to run it down mid here.
There's only one hero with buyback right now.
It's only the Slardar.
I mean, is this a situation with Slardar? You have to try to get to the Ancient, but it's going to start healing up now.
Yeah, it's not possible. All the waves are going to get pushed by Prophet. No shot.
Is the game over?
70 seconds. Time's ticking here. They're going to have, wait, do they have Glyph? They don't have Glyph, so they're only going to get the 1 Glyph from the melee. The melee racks here. Oh boy, it's sinking in. This is bad.
You get one tower and you go throne.
This is real bad.
Look at these buybacks. So GPK has the sole buyback right now for BetBoom. The no buyback team, as some would call them. As Tylong going for the racks, actually. I'm surprised he's not going throne. There we go, Yuma gets the picture. There's the one buyback. 36 seconds for the Drow Ranger.
They're not going to get the glyph because they're not
just got
destroying the
buyback
racks.
now, so 2 up. There's the back wall from Whisper. Onto Kiritich. Pops the Crimson, tier 4 down. Second tier 4 now being focused by LGD. Can they hold on? BetBoom. Their buybacks, or their respawn timers are going to be up pretty soon. There's another back. You'll be able to get the Slaughter now. Half HP. Got pops to BKB. Focusing on Kiritich now. Trying to get back to Fountain. He's super low. Will be able to get back as the tier 4 is still getting low. Tylong with that shard doing a lot of damage now. Focusing the zone himself. There's the black hole coming in onto the Chicken Man. That's enough. But Tylong trying to focus the AT. He cannot. Has to back away. Vacuum and the wall as well. Where's Tylong to hit that throne? Black hole again coming out. That's going to be several kills now going the way of BetBoom. They held on. Jesus H.
Oh my god.
And now surely it's over, right?
Imagine Kiritich doesn't get buyback ready there. It is actually over. He has to come up and have to pose a bit of a threat here together with Sardar to force LGD's hand to spend precious seconds chasing him down, but this turnaround with the Satanic's gonna stabilize. Whew. And 2 back-to-back good black holes here. The first one on Kez, and then the second one obviously on 2 immediately after. And nice play by Tylong to blink out there. He's dead 100% if he sticks around, but this seals the deal.
Yeah.
And now I was about to say surely it's over, but man, you never know. Somehow, in this 3v4, if LGD somehow managed to hold this, that would be equally ridiculous.
No way.
There is no way, right?
No way. Ancient is
Charge.
half health.
Kataomi.
Yep, Yandex already proc for him. And Tylong frontlining. Kiritich focusing the throne again. Gets Viper stricken though. Trying to get, he's ignoring everybody, just going for throne along with the Enigma and Miaro and company. They do get the game 2 victory. Almost a complete disaster. But we are indeed going to a game 3.
It's hard to be confident for BetBoom heading into game 3. They look so unbelievably relieved with that. They must have played through. Yeah, they played through the scenario of losing that game in the most humiliating way, but ultimately by just enough seconds for the Drow to come back online and able to swing back. Hard to be confident for game 3. That was a very dominant position and a huge lead, and they almost dropped the ball. They do make it through to the 3rd game.
God, what a game. I'm out of breath after that one. As GPK and company, yeah, another lifeline for them. And what do you talk about going into game 3?
I think you talk about how you address the first and the second phase of the draft. Viper and Bad Rider are the key problems for sure.
All right, panel, break it down for us. Good Lord.
I don't even know if we're going to get to talk about the draft at this point because whatever happened at the end there felt illegal from both ends. BetBoom genuinely handed this game back to LGD, and then I don't know what was going through Tylong's head to not only stop using Q or not use Q on the tier 4s.
Oh my gosh.
But he also killed the melee racks, which gave them the glyph. To be able to delay this and have Enigma come back up as well.
But it was, not only that, it's like you had like 2 minutes where you knew that they didn't have buybacks, and like Nature's Prophet buys the Desolator on the buyback respawn. Like you could have TP'd to the ancient, to the secret shop. You could have like sold all your items if you really. You could have bought like rapiers and stuff. TP back to base by Deso Drum Vlad's. Like if you know you're running down mid, if you know you've been giving a lifeline to win this game, you need to clutch up in the moment. They did not clutch up at all. The pressure got to them, but they could have won it. Like they had such a great window after BB just threw everything at an ancient.
Like
that they
this happens and then you don't get to end the game. It's actually so sad.
My God.
Because BetBoom themselves, they're like, okay, there were 7 minutes where LGD didn't have buybacks. Then they decided to go when they did. Watch Viper
He's not
attack.
using charge.
Why?
He just forgot to turn it on.
It's actually so sad. There's no poison attack that's stacking because look how long this clip is. This tier 4 should be that it's not just the poison attack, it's also minus armor on buildings.
To be fair, the catapults and the creeps, they're the ones killing the melee rack, so it's not as if Viper turns around and, you know, throws a little fuck you to his own team. The creeps are kind of doing it, but still, like, not respecting the Enigma respawn, not finding ways to stop his initiation, not going for the tier 4s. It's like, it's just awkward from LGD. But in the moment, like you could see, there was like people drawing down the minimap with the lines. There was like people pinging different items. Like there clearly was like a mix of ideas of how to clutch up this win. They couldn't find just one of them. But if they were to replay this back, they instantly would have the doubt and the pain and the realization and the hindsight that what could have been.
You gotta take the good things. The fact that you could have still won this game is the good part, because the problem is, at this point, I would have rather have them lose like 2 minutes before. Don't even defend your throne, like just have it come out and lose, because the fact that you go down mid and you barely miss out on the W for some like rather silly mistakes is kind of big. But obviously, you know, BetBoom, they'll be very happy about this game.
They were absolutely
look at the
cheering.
smiles on them. This is the happiest team and the loudest team I've heard on a victory, because they damn know that they messed up big time just 1 minute before.
My goodness, I think you can feel so much tension from both teams.
That table.
Because this late game is won on either side. BetBoom, at the point where they're pushing their base, it's over. And when LGD is pushing BetBoom's base, it's over. I think LGD makes at least 2 crucial mistakes. The first one is they're pushing all 3 lanes, which I think is complete nonsense. You don't need that. You just need one wave in. All the waves were meeting. So when you take mega creeps, like when you wipe them like this, you want to kill the creeps before they meet. So they run straight to base, and you want to force staff the creeps so they get there as fast as possible. They didn't do any of that. They pushed all 3 lanes. They had no Deso, and Tylong did not turn on his spell. If they did any one of these 3 things, I think they win the game before nothing even happens. They just win by default.
But it goes back to the same thing where where you keep referencing this Yuma interview, the idea of like closing out games, going high ground, the fear of the throws before. Like in that moment, I think most teams would have just gone, we need to go mid. But clearly someone, based on previous conversations, based on the way that they react to these moments, they wanted to go, even though they was dead for 2 minutes, they wanted to be even more careful. They wanted to really just think about what little plays can we add. But you don't need to do that. You don't have to overcomplicate it. It's the most ethical rundown mid you could ever do in your lives. You just got to send it.
Especially because like you can maybe push the 3 lanes if you're afraid of them having buybacks, or they have Nature's Prophet who can just like TP and like back
this should be tier 4 straight away.
Yeah, I don't know why like this any racks being taken.
Oh, my heart, my emotions, my boys. Why are you doing this?
I mean, honestly, what you said, it's better if they just lose without the whole comeback thing, is so true. Because to be like so close and then you lose because you just made a stupid mistake is like, oh my gosh, if we just, because it's not like there was any skill involved here. There's no like, it's literally just they got sucked up into the emotions of the moment and they just forgot.
Right, he's right though.
All they had to do was a click next to the Ancient, to be clear.
It's just one mouse, just
and turn on Viper Shark, bro. Come on, man. Why?
I don't think I've ever heard Kezu as loud as he was yelling about the Viper
Dude, you were molding.
Because it's so real. Like, it's the most OP shard that won so many games with. And in that moment, he's so good. He's such a gifted kid and plays so well. But in that moment, he forgets the most basic thing. It's so sad.
It happens when you're in that situation when you feel like you've been thrown that raft, right? And that you could potentially win it out, that you could potentially be going to the grand finals. But now we're looking at a game number 3. And I feel with the way that it ended, so many people are forgetting how this started. We didn't know if that Slider was still going to run it down mid and go up against the Viper. Obviously, we did end up seeing the lane swap. And so, of course, that put BetBoom in a great position as well to at least come out of lanes looking way better than game number 1, where they just got absolutely stomped. So not only were lanes better for BetBoom, even though they were down gold during that middle part of the game, they were able to bring it back and then, close out the game in a shenanigan-esque way of the late game.
Yeah, I think that of course the lane swap was like life-saving for their draft. Like, if Slaughter goes mid, then of course, like it's on paper that it's done, right? So they find the Enigma. It did take them a little bit of time to find this hero, but knowing you have a player like Mira, even GPK, willing to do those swaps, it helps Slaughter doesn't mind going to the other lanes. So yeah, I think like tactically, BB were under a lot of pressure in the draft due to these kind of constant pressure picks of Vipers and Spirit Breakers and whatnot, but they found a way to give themselves a game pretty much.
Whew. Yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. Like I have to like paddle back in my brain even because I fully agree.
Do you even remember the start of this game at this point?
I do, but it's literally the last 5 minutes is really like it's taking over. And it's important too for the players that they can kind of push that aside because they did do good things on LGD too. Like the first 15 minutes, they were very good. They had a bit of the lead and then later, they made some mistakes, but BetBoom as well, I think the lane swap was super crucial, like we talked about, because I think LGD as well, they were going for the Nature's Prophet to like steal it away from them, make it a bit harder, but BetBoom, they found the right answer.
Yeah, and I think one of the most key things for me in this game is that BetBoom just have the better turret. Compared to last game, it's a bunch of heroes that are really bad against Viper. Viper is sitting there and spitting everyone. He's the Chad of the game. This game, Viper is not the Chad of the game. Dry Ranger will just outcarry you with their eyes closed. She's just going to buy items that are better against you. It's just a hero matchup that doesn't work for Viper. And I think that is, to me, the key. Like, it's just easy for either team. They just kind of sit there and they just shoot. And I think going into next game, you should not run this KES versus Dry matchup. It's lost both games. You have to consider this and really figure out this first phase properly. Because Synderen said at the end of the game, Viper and Bat are big problems. This Viper hero, it may have lost this game, but I think it's only because it's playing against Drow Ranger. It made them swap lanes, and they were applying a lot of pressure, and LGD is ahead in this game for a large part of it, even though I think it's hard for them to scale. So they need to figure out these problems.
The Drow Winter Wyvern as well. I think the combo of the two of them, it's won both games. Like the 9 pick into 13 Winter Wyvern should remove something.
What are you looking at there, T?
I've just replayed the clip of the base, and he doesn't have Shard on Viper, guys.
Oh, he didn't buy it when they
He didn't even buy it.
We blindly assumed he had it, right? In the chaos of the late game, we just weren't looking ourselves. But I just
is it not toggled on right there?
No, he just doesn't have it.
Look at the replay. 59 minutes in, I just zoomed in again. He just doesn't have it.
Did he have the gold to even buy it before they started?
100%.
He had 1,300 gold.
I mean, you can sell an item. Just sell your BKB or Blink Dagger.
Okay. Then it makes way more sense.
Let's retract a little bit.
Yep. Formal apology. Submitted.
No, I don't format any apology. Sell your Blink Dagger.
You need to buy
Okay, but now you're getting angry about a different thing.
Yeah,
we got angry because he wasn't using it. He didn't have it to use, so we have to apologize for that.
Correct.
Because we assumed that he just have it.
Yeah. Okay, apologize for him not using it.
And instead you can get angry. Why the fuck didn't you buy it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm angry that he doesn't have it. I agree. And that they don't have it.
It's equally egregious.
Sure, but we have to apologize because...
Former apology.
Where is it? It's
just
right
to get mad at something else.
Exactly.
And classic Dota player fashion.
Come on, like, you don't need this. You need this. Lose game, win game.
Wrong
Do you want to go over there and tell him? He's sitting back down. You know,
put it on your head and like in front of him.
Not now, you know, but still,
course not.
it is a little bit of a shocker because like the fact that we can. Well, again, we'll blindly assume that he has it, and then in reality, like, again, that's where it goes back to, like, when you see they all die, that you've utilized your buybacks perfectly, where it's like 5-second respawn on KES, you tank a black hole, use it. Like, in that moment, someone has to provide clarity to the situation. Someone needs to calm everyone down, realize how you're winning this game, because you're not winning through just raw emotion. You need to have some level of calculation and understanding of, like, what is our damage output, which hero can provide BB that lifeline. So even in our moment of chaos and love for the game and misreading things, they too also have done the same thing, and that is why they have lost this game.
I mean, it's a tough one whether you want to really knuckle down and focus on how to improve the late game, or if you just want to look at the draft. You want to make sure that you don't put yourself in this position again. I feel like that's the more important one.
You definitely focus on...
No, okay,
no,
sorry.
you definitely focus on the next one. Throughout the clip, he does end up having the shard anyway on Viper. I think once he has the gold, maybe the courier flies over or he gets to go to the enemy shop. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but you have to focus on the next game at this point. Like, which are the heroes that you want to keep playing? Which are the heroes that you want to remove? And if they end up removing the Viper now, do you maybe have a replacement? Do you take it somewhere completely different if you're LGD and then just take the game 3 as it comes, play well, and I mean, you can see that both teams, it's not like they're far off when it comes to skill.
No. I actually liked what you brought up. It wasn't necessarily just this Drow KES carry matchup that we have to question, but it was the combo of the Drow and the Wyvern, the fact that it's won both games now.
No, for sure. Like, I think the Winter Wyvern is just doing too much in these games. You can see both in terms of the laning, the saves, the Winter's curses. Like, you have solo kills. And this is not the first one. I saw a solo kill yesterday where Winter Wyvern kills some Enigma on the side lane too. And even here, I think also overall for LGD, like, they had a good position in the game. You know, 2K, 3K lead. Sure, it wasn't super much, but it's a lot of these small plays, or maybe you don't get the follow-up kill, or suddenly they get a solo kill with the curse. It really flips the game around.
Yeah, it's also like the type of hero that you kind of let the fight breathe, that then like Drow Ranger can then understand, like, where's my positioning? 2 heroes are currently locked into a Winter's Curse. I can then navigate the fight and play it accordingly. So there's just a balance of Winter Wyvern in these real clutch moments just opens up for so many other opportunities to then, you know, find comeback fights or to crush fights that you're already in the lead for.
I think this next draft will be very, very telling for not just this series, but also for the entirety of the tournament, for the grand finals too, because you need to... This is like where the rubber meets the road. You have to be able to reassess and figure out what was the real problems here. Kat Tommy knows what the problem is, because I think it's a really difficult skill set to build, to not just look and to change things, but change the right thing. To understand what actually was the issue here. Did this matter? Did this other thing not matter? Is it the Winter Wyvern? Should we leave? Should we trade the Winter Wyvern for something else? Is it the Drow KES? Is that fine? You know, there's a lot of questions you can ask, and narrowing in and having a concise conversation about what actually is the problem, that is not easy.
I think it's also a bit of like, when you're first pick now, I would assume that whichever team is first pick, they will start with something completely different. Because the CEST opener into then the Drow, it just doesn't look good. Or like, at least in these two games, unless they feel like, oh, the winter's a problem and you change something later. So also like the pick priority, like going into the next game, I think is very important.
I don't even know who won the pick priority going into the two games, but I feel like if it's LGD though, they're the type of team that they're like, I can see them running it back, right? Just on the fact that like, they always have like a theory or a draft or a concept they want to try and apply. Sure, maybe in a game 3, an elimination game, especially after game 2, you kind of want to simplify things, but that's not the LGD way. They don't want to simplify things in a draft. They always enjoy trying to create that kind of, problem that has to be solved very quickly. So as much as I agree with you, I could just see this being a repeat depending on who actually does win the draft priority.
Yeah, we're not going to know that for a little bit about it, but I do just have so many more questions about the fact that the CEST, again, hasn't looked really good. But how did you guys like the Nature's Prophet position 5? Because in all of this chaos, we have overlooked that one as well. It was the last pick for LGD, and it's a little bit of a, did it really add a lot? Did it take away? Was it just a non-existent factor? And another hero could have done a little bit more to accelerate this game in LGD's favor out of those lanes.
To me, he did a lot in this game, in the fact that, sure, like maybe there's other fights that would have done more, but this hero does a lot of the things that you don't see. I think he did things before the game even started. He made the enemy team not be able to pick the hero. I'm pretty sure that BetBoom wanted this hero themselves, and he ended up blocking a shit ton of camps, which also, ended up giving them a little bit more gold lead hero there, which is like, here, it's like minute 14, 15. He keeps blocking camps. They also double sentryed on the back camps as well. So there's
You're talking about the bottom in the river.
Exactly, like the two, like the red eyes that you see when the sentries on the camps. So every minute, there's like 5 camps that are not spawning. So even though you don't see him like kill heroes here or kill heroes there, this hero does a lot that you do not actively see.
I mean, he also was like TPing to spots where he wasn't even warding. He would just TP, stand there for 20 seconds. If no one then pressured him, then he would place the ward. So he wasn't even doing the classic like TP, insta-ward, TP out. Like he was trying to do these like little kind of mind games like, are people actually identifying where I am? Of course, with Prophet support, you just TP, you press shard, you give vision, you kind of understand the fight. Of course, a couple of times he will just disappear to a Drow Ranger later on in other clips, but even in this one, to be fair, he does disappear, but his job is just information the entire time. So he will kind of go unsung in the game, but he did the vision job.
I'm surprised that Drow and Enigma could get the net worth they did, knowing how often those camps were blocked for them.
And that they definitely found the right places, right, to like also farm on the map. And greedy enchantment that we all love, of course. JK removed that shit from the game.
Whoa,
Way
whoa.
too good.
Thank you.
Okay, you can nerf it.
Remove it.
Remove it.
It is okay,
nerf is a good start. We nerf, remove.
Maybe nerf like it. Maybe like it's minus gold per minute.
And like, or you have to pay for it. Like at minute 15, you pay a price.
Don't have to remove
like
things
gold.
to balance them. Just give it a cap. Just say like after 500 gold or 1,000 gold, then it disappears.
Sure.
So you take it.
Did they not do this or something?
Yeah, Philosopher's Stone.
That's it.
But they removed that, so
yeah.
And then just gave a different equivalent of Philosopher's Stone.
Exactly.
Or you just stop cores from taking GPMs, and then supports can have a little bit of fun, but cores can't. They already get the creeps.
I have heard you guys talk about this so many times. You're like, oh, if this hero gets picked in this role, then like you should. And I know it's all a joke, but how would you ever be able to dictate that? Like truly.
That's why. Just make it simple. See you later. Take the L and remove it.
Peace.
Well, look, we can talk about this theory-crafted all we want, but we do know that we need to have a second team in that grand final. We need to know if it's going to be LGD or BetBoom. So let's get into our Game 3 draft. Big questions about if you want to have this Drow and CEST trade in the opening, if you want to be able to leave Winter Wyvern in the pool as well. And I think it really comes down to LGD at this point, because BetBoom are going to have first pick for themselves, and LGD have to remove either one or potentially both of them. And if in doing that, what do they really let through? So far, their bans have always been a Coddle, Lone Druid, and Bane for themselves.
Yeah, so second pick has won both games so far. And that begs the question, is the first pick team going to adapt to potentially first pick Drow? And if so, what is the response to that? Because I think that would be the natural progression. Drow has won both games. Okay, or are we just first picking it? Are there other options?
That's also something else that BetBoom could definitely think about, because I believe it was in game 1, LGD last banned Undying themselves because they were prepping for themselves to get the Drow on the 9th pick.
So why not then LGD here, realizing this, they can ban the... but the thing is, okay, if they ban Drow, leaving Puck, then BB gets CEST, you don't get Drow. So that's already kind of a problem. Because I was thinking there is a route where you just let the puck through, ban Drow, and progress that way, but...
So it looks like this, to me this says, depend Ember Drow.
They want to trade Kez for Puck?
Kez for Puck,
Yeah,
I
that's
suppose.
what I'm thinking.
But I think BetBoom might just take Puck then.
And then you take Kez, and they then get to protect their puck. Or you have to
But
then
maybe
ignore the Kez and then you counterpick the puck straight away.
LGD might be okay with that matchup because Tailong also plays at mid. I would assume that Kez does well mid against Puck.
Puck is honestly fine, to be honest. Okay, there's something, I forget what it is you can dodge, but there's something you can dodge with the phase shift. It might be
Talon?
It might be parry. No, I know you can dodge Talon, but there's something else.
Oh yeah, this hero made it through.
Okay.
Yeah, that's always been a first phase ban for LGD in the last 2 games. So looking towards the Drow and Ember going in, it does allow the Coddle / Puck.
Yeah.
Already with Coddle, you need to respect like the Illuminate Hills, the Lockets, sure there's chakra combinations through Ember Tides and Timbers and these type of things, but I think just purely the heal alone is something that maybe isn't as respected much on the hero. When Falcons played it on mid, like it was creating such clutch moments. But Coddle to 4, Puck to mid.
Surprised they don't do a similar thing where Aurora just took the Storm away when we saw Falcons open with a Coddle, and instead they still go for that Puck. Like, do you look at banning it out? Do you kind of have, GPK Storm, we don't really mind too much if it is into a Puck, even with the Coddle, helping him in the later parts of the game?
I think there's a matchup thing, right? Because that was a mid Coddle versus this is support Coddle, so that also shifts kind of the
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I do think the Coddle
My brain turned
got
off.
shifted more towards mid because the Storm wasn't there as a pairing to have Coddle as a 4. Whereas BetBoom right now could potentially pick up a Storm and have the Coddle as the 4.
Yeah, I mean, Puck is pretty good against Storm, so generally the way the theory has gone on, because this first phase has happened a lot where Coddle's first picked, and then you consider Storm, Ember, Puck as the other 3 heroes. This happened a million times. Generally, it is Puck is good against both, is very good against Storm, so then you would want Coddle Ember. Ember's banned, so you can play Coddle Storm against Puck because you can get really farmed and you can tank through the coil and things. There's gameplay there, but generally I think both sides have been comfortable with Puck against Storm Coddle.
Okay. That's more what I was wondering.
Yeah, like I think Puck is obviously good against Coddle and against Storm, but I think also when the Coddle Storm are paired together, I think it shifts it a bit too. Like if I'm the Coddle Storm, you're not that unhappy, right? In this matchup, even if you get coiled, there's gonna be Holy Locket behind you, Illuminates to like maybe push you through the coil overall and just to like live. So yeah, I think it's pretty fine for both teams. It's a lot about the follow-up though. Like maybe if you're LGD as well, you can look for heroes and damage that allows you to overkill in that coil before the Storm has a BKB, whether this is Hoodwink or Snapfire, and just have like so much giga damage in this coil that the heals just don't matter.
Yeah, you can have really cheeky stuff like Puck AA, and now you will just kill him no matter what. The response to that is Storms can go BKB first. I know GPK in particular is probably the most comfortable player playing Storm against Puck. I've played against him multiple times and we lost a lot whenever I was playing Puck. He was playing Storm. So I think it's a matchup that they are super chill with. They're really comfortable with this combo in particular. They've played it maybe more than anyone else. So I think it's decently likely they say, screw your Puck, we're picking Storm anyway.
I think so too.
So then maybe LGD also have to think about using their one ban here to take out that Storm, or if there's something way more important and impactful.
Yeah, it definitely depends what their read is overall. It's not sure yet, because I think the Storm, I mean, you can make arguments for both, and it depends a lot on what LGD want in their next phase. You know, maybe they're like going super nuclear, and like Quinn said, there's some AA in the mix, there's some Silencer in the mix, or maybe even, I think Bane out of the phase. Just kidding, that hero's first phase banned.
Yeah, what's being left in the pool that has been taken out in the last 2 games, Tree and Clockwork, right? That's normally what's been placed in these second phase bans, and right now not being picked.
I mean, like the out of phase, like the Clockworks, the Hoodwinks, these like generic hero draft progression heroes are perfectly fine for LGD. Having that additional lockdown and just ways to kind of like play into the map against Coddle is really nice. Like Coddle's, he's all about move speed, so historically he's always shut down by, you know, Kunkers and Disruptors and any way to kind of gap close on the hero, especially with the pacing that he naturally will provide. So yeah, LGD. I wouldn't be surprised if their draft is just, you know, Puck plus Pos 4, then you wait for a bit more of an identity of BB. Because like for Coddle, there's as much as theory crafting of like, will they go back for the comfort of Storm, will they do other things? It is a matter of like, there are so many directions you can take Coddle, so LGD shouldn't reveal their hand, and yeah, they do go for the clock, just to kind of hide their draft a bit more.
There's a different hero that they also played last game. There's a world where I think I could see them go like Slardar +1 as well. It's like a semi-flex. I think it's overall okay, unless they want to keep it open and like pick I mean, is there something wrong about picking a Storm +1 here? Or let's say that is the hero that you want. Is that like 18 exclusively?
I think you could pick it here. I think it's fine. I don't know if there's anything that they would respond with that matters overly. Huskar is already banned anyway, which is maybe the only hero you consider to go, you know, full destroy the puck in lane mode, but that hero's kind of bad with Coddle. So
Yeah.
Ember's already banned. That would be your best choice. I would be surprised if they don't take Storm here. I'm not sure what else is like overly natural. You could take Slaughter, but it's kind of bad against Clockwork, and it's not particularly good with Coddle if it's a mid. You can put it off lane, but then you're still in this position of what are you putting mid?
It also depends on what you want for your 5 position, right? Like taking Slaughter enables ranged heroes. Like you can take like Silencers and other heroes, right? Because you have this body that naturally goes in. But they double pick the core, so which means it's like Slaughter is your mid, Largo is your off lane. They don't flex these heroes to other roles, so.
That is interesting because, okay, so Largo Coddle is very good together because they can cheat the lane. It's like the most lane cheating ever. You illuminate, frog stomp, you stack everything, you keep giving him chakra, you have like infinite HP regen as well. So I like the combo together, but then I'm still thinking, okay, who else will you go for later?
Yeah, I mean, Kez is still in the pool. You can take Kez on 18 if it's not picked here, which it could be. Yeah, okay, so you'll need to counter pick the Kez. There's something like Faceless Void you could consider, depending what this next pick is. But I think the Coddle Largo is also pretty nice against those first 2 LGD heroes just because they're not that high damage. Now you've got a ton of healing, a ton of sustain. So from like these picks from LGD, you need stuff to cut through because there's a lot of beef there and they don't have damage issues. So you need to have enough damage on your own on LGD or you can have problems in longer fights.
Don't you also have to be mindful of like Kiritich taking like the Terror Blades as well to close the phase? Like you don't really care about puck jumping you because you get like Manta and you get tanky. Kez on the 1-to-1 you're perfectly fine with. Like if Clock's never going to pressure you, you already have like Kotl to buff up your chakra, so you have meta cooldowns and stuff. I don't think SD is much of a deterrent. It's okay, but
good against SD, but I don't love SD into like sustaining lineups because the hero's not very high damage, at least to me. Like I'm not sure if I mind being Largo or Coddle, like seeing this hero come out. I don't know how you guys feel. Or just who asked us, also good.
Yeah, I was expecting them. They have way more of an opinion than I do on it.
And there's the Terror Blade.
Keep it up, everyone.
Keep it up, Kezo. I agree with you.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, I think their lineup is... This is an interesting draft for them. It's not one you typically see.
From LGD, you mean?
No, from BetBoom.
Okay. Because I thought that was whole LGD's shtick.
Is it not always with the Largo's fault? I feel like him entering the mid phase of a draft just gives it this like weird kind of loss or kind of strength. I like Terrorblade though.
I mean, TP Coddle is also very good together. And I think you have like 2 beefy guys with like a lot of sustain in front of them. And Kiritich, he's been quite good on TP. Like even when other teams and other players didn't pick it as much, he was already like 1 step ahead of the meta. They still need to protect it though. Like I understand, you take out the Darkseer against the TB. It is obviously one of the worst matchups that you have to take out. But there are more. You know, there's your potential Underlords and whatnot. We'll see a bit more because obviously BB also, they have to show their +5 hero next. So Whisper will know he will see everything for his lane.
Yeah, I want to see what he actually does look for because almost all of his stuff has been banned so far.
They didn't ban his Timber.
Oh, is it really not?
That's a bit of a problem against the heroes that BB are playing themselves.
I'm kind of shocked that they ban Enigma there and don't just pick some Enigma deterrent and then ban Timbersaw because Timber is like the response to Terrorblade generally in terms of offlane heroes outside of Darkseer. So this is I feel a bit of an oversight, and I think it actually gives LGD a way to play a later game, whereas before I think potentially the scaling is tricky. Now, I mean, they picked Treant too. It's like the biggest gimme Timbersaw pick ever.
Fully based. Yeah, and it's also it's Whisper. So first of all, he has full choice. It's elimination. It's game 3. He should have the freedom to take what he wants. But this is one of the best Timber games I have seen.
Even though it's like one of the best Timber games, in the back of your mind there still is the argument of like Terrorblade with, you know, Manta +1 item, Manta +2 will be like the biggest carry in this game that you can play around. So if they want to concede the map to Timbersaw, give him 15 minutes of aggression, you just kind of skip waves and do stuff. I think BB, in the back of their minds, they know what they're farming for, but the Timber does feel somewhat inevitable with how they've drafted.
I mean, I'm honestly not sure what's better. I think if you're trading for like other stuff, I think Underlord is okay, but then you have too much control and too little damage. That's why I think like Timber just makes up for it very nicely. Like even if you're SD and Clock, you want some more of that damage. I think if you want to be like a bit more Flare type of player, you could look for like an offlane Phoenix as well, potentially. I do think then still you're in the boat of you're lacking damage overall, but you have a very good lane.
I mean, all the heroes that you're mentioning are damage, right? And you've already said about the team fight. Like if it is this type of hero, I mean, Puck has to have like a flawless game.
There it is.
Yeah, let him cook.
No, it's a good call, and I think, I don't know, I like LGD's heroes better, genuinely. I feel like this Timber rounds things out super well.
Yep.
I think it's really good against all the heroes. He scales insanely well, and I don't envision BB being able to win this game fast enough, and I feel like they genuinely get outscaled pretty hardcore by Puck Timbersaw. I think, it's rare I say this, but I think LGD has outdrafted them.
I think so too. I think this, like beforehand, it was still somewhat okay. I think the support duo from LGD needed something specific. I'm a bit surprised they didn't see this coming, and they did not ban. Like it's not just Timbersaw, it's Whisper Timbersaw.
You got the certified thumbs up from him too.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, he's feeling good. This guy, when was it, like in Beast Coast, like 5-6 years ago, or like Singapore TI? This guy was destroying people left and right with this hero. He's this game is on Whisper. This is a 10-0 for him.
The silver lining though for BB is like the Largo Coddle lane should farm for them. The Slardar into Puck should farm for them. So even though Timber on paper is really good, you are potentially looking at 2 other lanes that are going to go better for BB, and maybe they can utilize their resources to then get a couple kills on Whisper, slow down his game. But yes, Whisper has an exceptional game ahead of him, and for BB it is a matter of just like respecting him and getting Kiritich online. But in the last game, the Drow, he was top net worth, he found his farm. I'm sure he probably can do it again. I just hope this is a kind of an even back and forth game.
Yeah, I'm also curious how you guys see the lanes, right? Because in game number 1, you didn't really feel too strongly that LGD would do as well as they did in lanes. They did better. They ended up going quite even for game number 2, but does 3 lean one way than the other, over one way than the other? That was a lot of words for not a lot.
I feel like everyone should be pretty happy with the lane that they're in, right? You have some Coddle Largo, you're pretty chilled there. I think the Tree and TB, we'll have to see, I think, how it plays out. I think Timber early on doesn't really pressure, but he can pressure later on. And mid, I don't know, Puck, Slardar, both kind of chilling.
Yeah, I think a lot goes down to moves made, because I don't think lanes, for me, swing one way super hard or the other. So it's a lot about skill, it's a lot about moves, and about who's locked in for a clutch game.
We're locked in to get to watch, hopefully, a clutch game between LGD and BB. But we're here standing to the side with both our coaches. It's Caps and Bulk.
Hello, yes, I am indeed here with both of our coaches as we move into this exciting Game 3. But I want to know about Game 2. How did you deal with the roller coaster of emotions going through that late game?
I didn't. I wasn't watching. I thought we lost, and I was outside doing prep.
I respect that. And how about you? How are you feeling through it?
I'm feeling good. I love these games like this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously LGD, you guys have been playing really aggressive, fast. It looks like your draft is set up to do that again. Do you think you're going to be able to run this over, or do you think it's going to go for another late game?
I think this one is going to go more into scaling. We have like Puck. They have some nice lanes, so it's going to be hard to make anything to take over the game. So yeah, the best late game team wins.
All right. And how about you? Are you feeling confident in your draft? Do you think you're going to take this win?
Yes, of course. I think we will destroy them.
Damn, strong words. Let's see how it plays out and throw to our casters.
Thank you. BetBoom versus LGD on the horizon here. Game 3. Interesting drafts, some very familiar faces, some
bold words.
Yep, very bold words.
I think we will destroy them after giving them Kez Puck. That is bold.
Well, maybe they've been holding on to their strats.
Look, I'm all here. I'm all for it. If this is going to work out like that, that would be crazy.
All right, well, let's go into game 3. We'll find out who is going to be eliminated and who will go to the grand finals against Yandex. Game 3, elimination on the line. Looking at the lineup, Cinderman, who do you have your eye on?
I mean, I have to say, if you put me on the spot, I really like LGD's lineup based on what we've seen work in this tournament.
So you agree with the panel.
Yeah.
The panel's usually wrong, though, and you're always wrong.
Okay.
So I'm going to say BetBoom are going to easily win this game somehow, just based on your prediction.
You and Bulk can celebrate that prediction afterwards then.
Okay.
I will say this much. I really, really doubt that BetBoom are going to destroy them. I thought that was a very bold statement given the hero-to-hero matchups here. I think it's an excellent Timbersaw game. As far as I'm concerned, this puck is not countered almost at all. Again, as a first pick, there's only really the Slardar that in my mind is good against that hero. So I think this is going to be a difficult game for BetBoom. But the good news for them, like they talked about, they have strong lanes. And Save on Caudle has an ability to really accelerate games and make early mid-game fights very strong for you. You have a lot of healing between Caudle and Largo. So perhaps between all of those heals, you can outlast Puck and Timber in mid-game fights. They might have cracked the code here. I'm just saying, statistically in this tournament, I think we've cast Kez Puck and they haven't lost.
Yeah.
Together.
That is probably
Extremely
accurate.
strong duo.
All right, Bowling will hit one. Miero will lick himself.
Yeah, lovely. Like a
Much
cat.
like a cat. Ooh, wow, you and I have been together too long, I think. I think we should break up now.
Maybe it should be a cat instead of a frog.
I mean, the closest thing we have to a cat is PL, and everyone hates him.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that the opposite of a cat?
Well, that's not the cat's fault. That's the hero design.
In a way, that is the cat's fault, though.
Do you think PL looks more like a cat than Brew?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Just checking.
What kind of stupid-ass question is that? Whisper's playing Timbersaw, by the way. One of his old-school heroes that he's used to dominating. This guy has such a big hero pool, though. Love watching him play. The carries not big hero pools in this tournament, though.
Yeah, the players have, but some carries are created less equal than others right now. So don't blame them for running the heroes that are as powerful as they are. We've seen Kez, we've seen Drow just look better than anything else. But with the Drow banned, we only get to see Kez. They let him through to second phase as well. I thought he was going to get first phase picked again with the Drow ban. And then the other team would respond with Wyvern. But maybe that is the exact reason it did not get first phase picked, was because they would consider that too big of a counter. Now I have Kataomi back on Treant. I think this hero has looked exceptionally strong in the hands of BetBoom. That's actually what gives me more confidence than anything else in them here, even though, like I said, I favor LGD, but Kataomi's Treant has looked insanely strong in all of the games they've played it. So, see if this is going to be the same once more. Save. Taking some damage. He'll be okay.
Yeah, I do hope, because of the fact that we're at Game 3, this needs to be an epic one, of course. We're all rooting for it. Which means Aghanim Scepter Tree is coming, guys. For those that read those patch notes many months ago, where Tree gets enormous and gets Cleave. Very important. The Cleave is the most important part of that. Don't let Synderen tell you otherwise.
Okay.
He will be buying that at some point if the game goes long enough.
Blink Ags seems to be the way to go. Becoming that tanky, monstrous frontliner with a Cleave.
It actually makes no sense why it cleaves. Get an
They
Echo
tried to
Saber.
make it a core, right?
No.
They gave it a shot. There was a patch where some heroes that could not be flexed Valve were like, hey, this hero can only play support. We can't have that.
I mean, I've played it core a bit. Synderen, Thompson as well. It's the Armlet Echo Saber build. Ag.
Yeah, Thompson playing a hero core does not mean it's viable for core. It means Thompson's playing Dota.
That is true. How is Kiritich's matchup this game? Terrorblade, in theory, against the Timbersaw, not great later in the game, right?
It kind of goes both ways, because Terrorblade's one of the heroes that has so overwhelming single target damage that he can actually kill Timber. The downside is you don't really buy Nullifier, so against the Ags, you'll need someone else to deal with that, but you have Largo Lick already.
Oh yeah, true.
Meaning that if Whisper wants the Ags to be reliable, he has to buy BKB, so that's a pretty expensive one to get to.
Or just don't buy it.
Or don't buy it, yeah. That's definitely a possibility here. And gotta say, so far, very nice start for BetBoom. This is what I would argue their lineup needs, is to have the lanes go favorably, not a draw. And currently, a big advantage, especially the mid lane, GPK putting on a clinic here against Tailong's Puck. 27-4 against 17-0.
Wow.
Pretty big advantage. This is a matchup that we've seen be mostly drawish. So GPK showing how it's done.
He was due for a lane win in this series, I feel like.
Yeah, I think he's just happy.
Game 1, he got absolutely destroyed. And Game 2, he didn't even show up to mid. He was scared.
He took a little break. He got destroyed so hard, he needed an hour off the court.
That makes sense.
He's back.
This
He
is
licked
2 games now
his wounds
on
like a
Lardar.
cat.
There we go again.
Yeah. Like PL.
That's right.
He's back.
Yeah, Kez taking a decent amount of damage in that top lane. We're not seeing a Drow. It feels like Drow, Kez, Puck are the 3 heroes we're seeing very consistently at the moment. Glad to see the Clockwork back in the fray, though.
Some good pressure down bottom.
Yeah, Kiritish can take some
through
damage here. Shadow Poison as well. Only 2 stacks right now. As mid lane continues to be dominated by GPK. So he will definitely be getting level 6 before Tai Long.
Yep.
Still not the easiest to kill, though.
It's still it's good to see Puck not drawing or winning for once. We were talking about in the green room that this hero just seemingly doesn't ever really get countered much in lane anymore by the pro teams. Maybe it's because the counter matchups don't scale well enough. Maybe it's because they have other glaring issues. You know, some of the classic ways of dealing with Puck would be old Dragon Knight or Sniper. Nobody really seems to favor them much when they're running into it. Huskar obviously is banned a lot of the time, especially against Tai Lung.
Oh,
Down bottom, Fiola Core,
Meta
and
from
that's
Kiritish.
it.
First blood for the Terrorblade. Whisper. Not able to do too much yet. Level 4 right now on the Timber. Good amount of damage. Yeah, with that living armor. Not that Terrorblade needs more armor, but
it's really, really good on TB, this ability. You have low max HP, so percentage-based wise, this actually heals you quite a lot of your pool. And obviously the flat damage block is really nice against a lot of the pressure he could be taking in the lane. Plays nicely hand in hand. Now Kataomi, this is an interesting move. I don't really know how this is going to work, but that's why it's interesting. Moving in toward mid.
We're watching top at the same time here. 4 stacks of Shadow Poison, and he gets blown up.
Gets popped like a cat.
Oh, that's not the corrosive haze I think he's looking for. GPK still getting used to the buttons.
Well, wasn't he using it to aggro the wave?
Oh, was he? Okay,
I think.
Fair enough.
I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt. I didn't see it.
Doesn't it aggro if you use it on the hero too, though? Or am I wrong?
No, it should, I would think. No, maybe he misclicked then. Just assumed you're wrong. It's a safer, statistically safer bet.
It is, actually.
Oh, nice damage.
Very
Whisper.
aggressive. Kataomi almost gets insta-get
another
there.
chain.
Another whirling
Good
death
movement.
to do the job. Timber chain, though. Can't close the gap quite yet. The Olacor will join.
Kataomi. Oh, is he actually going to steal the wisdom?
7-minute wisdom?
No, they have to TP. They're going to
in
kill him
big.
here, potentially. Oh, he gets it?
No, he does not. Good attempt.
Close call.
Yeah, if he was there 1 second earlier.
Now I know he's there. They got the cog knockback. He is wasting so much time.
Oh, yeah.
And
TP?
Gonna live.
Okay. Yeah, very nicely done.
Doesn't even TP to base, TP's to lane. He wants to stick around with Kiritich. Sure, you didn't get the wisdom there, but you forced, I think that was 2 or 3 TPs, and they chased you for half a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Some S tier space right there from the tree.
And GPK, top net worth in the game, will go for the blink first.
Yeah, only 1 bracer when he plays at mid, instead of the 2 in the offlane. So we'll get it faster. And also more CS than last game, I think. Point.
All right, so aside from the lick on, I'll have to hold that thought, 8-minute power rune coming. GPK getting bowled on. Gets coiled as well as Yuma joining the party with the Raptor dance. Already at half HP is the Slardar, still inside that coil. Gets licked, but the disruption is there. LGD gonna try to surround him, but the crush comes out. Illusory Orb, and he finally will be bursted down. Well, I say bursted. He'll be ticked down slowly. Death by 1,000 cuts, as it were.
Nice rotation from Yuma there. I understand the tip. That is not a straightforward play for the Kez to make. But a nice kill onto Slardar.
Yeah, how high value is Lick this game? You got the Timbersaw Ags eventually.
Yeah.
Puck Silence in theory.
Whirling Death debuff.
Yeah.
actually pretty meaningful. It's a big chunk of health.
Is Shadow Poison dispellable?
No.
And that's pretty much it then.
But even just like
whatever
getting rid of Timber potential Ags is obviously huge. Puck Silence, and you can get rid of the stacks of Kez's Katana.
Yeah, I knew there was something from Kez.
Puck's Kez's Silence on an ally. You can dispel that, obviously.
Yep, more things from Kez. Okay. We got Tai Lung joining the party as well. Kiritich at very low HP gets Silence. Sunder available. Can he find a target? Nope, because there's a chicken in his midst. As Yuma shows up from the south. And try to pressure this tier 1.
Has been raised well. He knows to be quiet around the livestock.
Yeah, what kind of livestock have we got this game? We got
Kez.
A chicken, a frog. We'll consider frog.
Livestock.
Yeah. What else?
No fat cow this time.
No, I think that's it actually. I guess Slardar. It's a fish creature.
This is a really big stretch. I guess Terrorblade is like a demonic chicken. It's got wings. Fair enough. Coddle is on a horse. That was your obvious choice,
that's
actually.
True, the horses. Whisper with the Timber chain. He's very low, though. Yuma, can he assist? Along with Tai Lung. No, not enough. Whisper bites the dust. That's a big kill for BetBoom. As Timber will remain at the bottom net worth of the cores.
Now, 10th pick of the draft, let's remember.
True.
Whisper could have chosen any hero he wanted. This was his choice. The panel thought it looked free, and I agree. It is a great Timbersaw game, but the lane is the little bit of an asterisk in that. Terrorblade Treant, a very strong lane. And there's always going to be the X factor of it's Kiritich and Terrorblade. He is really good X hero, so you can expect him to get that extra 5 or 10% out of
remember when he was a stand-in at first, and he kind of was having inconsistent performances, and then he joined the team officially. This was after Pure, of course, which Pure was unbelievable on on BetBoom. And yeah, once he officially joined, he was kind of not great start, I would say. But he's really, really showed up in the last few months, and they've just dominated as a result.
And in interviews, he seems like a guy that's easy to cheer for. Just down to earth.
Yep.
Smile on his face. He's like a nice guy. So
can't imagine what that's like.
Yeah.
Blink Dagger almost.
You two can do it, Shannon. Anybody can be nice. Choose to be nice.
I try my best.
No, try harder.
You can only try so hard. Oh. All right, GPK. Blink reveal. Are they going to smoke for it? No, he's actually going to show in lane. Oh, it's not delivered yet, actually.
Yeah, they have to take care of this wave regardless. A really nice hero to play with Coddle. We haven't talked all that much about the chakra combos, but obviously Largo's, just keep giving him mana so he can keep playing his guitar, and then the lane is very nice. More healing, more damage. But with Slardar, back-to-back crushes is huge. Cooldown reduction of 6 seconds. Crush has a cooldown of 7. So you can just blink, crush, chakra, bash, crush again. And we might see exactly that here. Oh, here's
try for it. Tai Lung, though, finds the distance, gets the coil up, immediately snapped as Yuma trying to finish the job, but GPK's too fast. Hook shot misses as well.
Oh.
Good attempt.
That seems like some miscommunication. I actually think they might have had the puck kill there.
Did they snap the coil and then lick? He wasn't stunned for very long.
I didn't notice.
It's not a hard dispel, though.
No. It definitely doesn't dispel.
The stun was not very long at all. Not sure. Either way, Kiritich will transition over to the mid lane, and this is a tier 1 for BetBoom.
Keeping on the tempo courtesy of Saves Coddle. Infinite resources, infinite healing between him and Largo. And yeah, they're gonna nail that Slardar combo next time. I think maybe GPK wasn't expecting that Coddle was getting in range for the chakra there, the secondary stun, but nothing else. Proof of concept, obviously. The fact that Tai Lung barely survives and they have to rotate over a lot of assistance and still lose their tower.
Yep. Kataomi.
How much? Said Kataomi. How much does he owe you? Okay.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, I guess.
God damn it. That's a dad joke. You know, I actually have a hard time, when somebody tells me a dad joke, I have a hard time actually understanding this. It's pretty bad. The obvious stuff is not obvious to me.
Like any other joke, you also have a hard time understanding.
That's not true.
Okay.
I look at your face every day.
Yeah, that's hard to understand. I'll say that.
Very basic, I think.
Thank you, I think.
Miera is very symmetrical face you have.
Thank you so much.
S&K almost there for Miera. And he's been opting, and most players actually, opting not to go Ags for the most part. Expecting, is it a BKB game? Yeah, it looks kind of like it.
So, it's not the best Lincoln's Lotus game, right? Like, what are you even blocking? It's okay to have Lotus
Demonic
against Puck
Purge.
Silence, but...
No.
And the Timber Chakram, again, removing the stats from that, but you can do that with Lick. And on 20, you're probably taking 2 charges in this game. I think the Grooven Aura is less good here than... Oh, hang on. Overgrowth.
Overgrowth into the Frog Stomp with the Crush.
Nice kill.
With the kill. Frogman.
Response.
Mass
bit
TP
late.
from LGD. Tai Long, they do get the coil into the hook shot. They want to kill off GPK. He's getting healed up by a dramatic amount from both Save and Miero. The Crush doing a ton of damage. GPK still relatively healthy. LGD gonna have to back away as KJ will take a tumble to Kiritich. In fact, he's gonna try to turn this around onto the Chicken Man himself, Yuma. Still trying to fight Slardar, gets up to the high ground. Reflection doing a decent amount, and Yuma will now back away. Should be okay.
KJ did not get the cock knocked back there after the hook shot. If he manages to knock back the Slardar instead of catching him inside the cogs, that should definitely be a kill, but couldn't quite make his way around in time. Lacking that little bit of move speed, maybe a Windlace would have actually made the difference there. That's
Still sticking around. LGD not able to find much out of this early game. They're down 4K already.
You and Bulk, you just know what's up.
You make it too easy on me. If you're that confident in something, you're just never right.
That's not true.
Very rarely.
Okay.
Whisper, Timber Chain should be fine, but now the triangle is BetBoom.
You ever heard about confirmation bias, Shannon? Do you know what that is?
I don't have that though.
Okay, that's good to know. So here's the replay. So notice here, I think it's the Solar Bind actually slowing him just a slight bit before he gets to the right position. And even with the Demonic Purge, the heals are just too big. So GPK gets to reset. A nice couple of kills going the way of BetBoom. This is looking quite healthy for them right now.
Just like your face.
Thank you. Debatable though.
LGD have to be a bit careful. This could definitely snowball.
Yeah. And you know, I think that's the good news here for LGD. I don't think you heard it from Caps in the interview as well. I don't think you're worried about going late game. I think even if Slardar and Terrorblade get to super late, even with the Undispellable Haze, I think you can still win this game. Puck is going to be unbelievably strong once 6 slotted here, playing into essentially no... I don't consider Slardar a late game counter at all. I think he's good for a while. He's good in lane, and then he is good in the mid portion of the game until Puck really gets there. So there's plenty of potential for Tai Lung to be the difference maker for his team. Timbersaw eventually also going to get interesting. You can see Whisper's actually queuing up the Ags second without protection for it, and he is committing to the point booster. That lick could be a big difference maker. Easy kill there on King Jungles, courtesy of Save.
Surely he knows. I mean, if you show up with a BKB first, that doesn't sound that bad for the Timber in general, right?
No, I think BKB is good this game. Solar Bind is annoying. Largo is annoying. Block a lot of Slardar's issues that he presents. Nice Roche taking lineup. Corrosive Haze and the infinite healing. Should be pretty straightforward.
Is there any way LGD can do anything about this? They do Rocket. This is not the fastest.
Coddled has run out.
Yeah, and the hookshot is not available quite yet. And yeah, it looks like they're going to get the Roche uncontested.
No resources on Puck is probably a big part of the reason.
Kiritich was the first Aegis of the game. Kata Omi is going to find Yuma and force the grappling claw out. Has the Mage Slayer and 200 away from Deso. Then we'll go for BKB into Ags. Very standard.
Okay, we talked about last Kaz game, the Mage Slayer into Or the only hero the offensive part of it was good against was Enigma, at least for the spell. Like, look at this game.
Another ears, by the way.
There's just no... There's basically zero value in the spell damage reduction. I mean, it's,
Frogman.
It's okay, but...
Coddle.
Yeah. You can always find something, right? But this is pretty far down the list of heroes that this item is good against, and it's still just seems mandatory. Kez is by it every game, no matter what.
All right, Tai Long, Arcane Rune, and Blink. Miero gonna be spotted. There's the blink in from Tai Long. Looking for a higher value.
It's not gonna work.
Oil onto several heroes, but too close to the tower now. Another wasted move from LGD. Having a harder time this game, finding opening.
Gold is plateauing, though. I mean, this is not looking that unhealthy. They were down 4K. BetBoom got Roche, but see how much they can use this Aegis for. But yeah, my biggest worry for LGD, if you will, is how much Whisper's going to get out of this Aghanims. He's not even queuing up BKB after it. I just think you can't cover it. Like this. Miero is going to be too hard of a hero to block out of the fight. King Jungles again.
Yep,
on the receiving end.
And he's dead. Hookshot misses. Would have been the corpse anyway. Oh, Yuma now on the run.
Dusted.
This would be a very big
This
kill.
is a big one. Oh, he gets
In
away,
the
maybe.
Line, grappling claw. All right.
Oh, he's about... No, that's a dire ward. Oh, he saw him. Reflection.
Miero still making his way over. Save as well. Yuma. Yeah, Corrosive Haze, he'll be spotted until his death now.
Well...
No more Dispels, I think.
Making them work for it.
Yep, Kataomi. Worst case has the Overgrowth. As Yuma... Chicken Man making it hard indeed. More reapplying of Corrosive Haze. Is it?
Oh, the Rocket Flare? Oh, I missed.
The Crush.
I thought he canceled the Blink
Dispels
Crush.
go Invis, but again, the Corrosive Haze. Echo Slash, Grappling Claw, Chicken Man. This is like a little mini game. Catch the chicken. He's a fucking chicken chaser. He is. BetBoom, they find him.
That cost them 2,000 gold to kill the Kez.
Bloody
At least 1,500. The kill itself was like 900 gold swing, but 4 enemy heroes were farming him the entire time. It was a full minute.
Yeah.
They spent running down the chicken.
That was so funny.
If the last Rocket Flare from King Jungles had hit the Slardar, it would have taken even longer. Because he was about to block the dagger, but narrowly missed. And the good news for the side of LGD is, well, Kez doesn't have to do it all alone in this game. It's a great puck game.
Miero just wants to lick him. He just wants to lick him. Get it off. Aghanim Scepter
Didn't get it off.
Slaughter already half HP. Coil into several. Here's Thailand taking a ton of damage. He gets licked instead.
Wait, what?
He's killed off instantly. They've lost their puck already. The fight is surely over. You're fighting into an Aegis. Whisper. Ooh, nice crush. Whisper can't get the Timber Chain off. Disruption's going to buy him a little bit of time. And Yuma joining the party. Chicken Man was chased to the ends of the arc. He's going to stay in his base, though, as Whisper trying to get to the high ground. The right clicks the reflection. It's enough. 2 dead for LGD now as BetBoom. A fight gifted to them, essentially.
That
was
is
it the blinding?
not...
It was the blinding light that canceled the Timber Chain then. I think that's why they're tipping. That was sick.
Not sure. I mean, there are multiple things that could have done it. We'll see the replay here. So the crush has already been used. He gets the second crush immediately. Explosion goes off. Tai Long just dying in the middle of everything is kind of not okay, to be honest. You consider both crushes had been used. What did he die to?
Oh, it's the lick.
It was the lick, yeah.
Okay.
Good old Larko McLickens.
Lick high value this
It'll
game.
catch on, I'm sure. Almost living here on Whisper, by the way. That was not far off, but... Oh,
Yuma.
crush.
Oh, boy. Is this another chicken chaser situation? And goes Invis.
You told me it's from Fable, right?
That's right. He's a bloody chicken chaser, he is. Tormentor is BetBoom's.
Looking quite good again. 5k gold. They're gonna get... Oh, they're gonna get the Eyes in the Forest. Might give them a moment of opportunity or two to find a random puck or a random Kez. Of course, got to be a bit selective about where you place these trees, as Timbersaw will inherently be cutting down half of the world's trees while he's playing the hero.
Yep, of course.
But There's always some spots that Timber is highly unlikely to interact with, the ones that are completely out of the way of creep
And
camps.
Yuma is so far out. Is this how he has to play this game?
Well, it's how they're making him play. He'll TP. Oh my god, he's in vision of the tower.
Oh my god,
That is
Yuma.
not great.
Oh dear. He's gonna parry nothing, get crushed and killed. Chicken dead again.
Oh, there must have been a different way to do that than TPing right there. He's pinging the enemy has vision. That is correct. They have a tower. Must have thought that you're out of vision of the tower there. He needed to be a little bit further on the right.
Let's see how close he was.
It looked like GPK gave up on the chase, right? And then he's like, oh, wait a second.
Man.
Hello.
That hurts for LGD.
Yep, that's a big kill.
A couple of huge deaths. Tai Long's in that engagement we just watched, just casually walking in, getting licked and killed. A couple chase downs on the chicken chaser.
The power of healing so far. It's been difficult for LGD to find any kills into this Largo Caudal. And it's about to get worse. Save has hit level 12 and he's bought his shard, so now Illuminate up to 100% healing efficiency, up from 70. Together with the Holy Locket, these Illuminates heal about 600 each when fully channeled.
It feels like a very casual game for BetBoom so far. Feels like the opportunities are being given to them in a way.
Yep. And of course they can keep farming Terrorblade, one of his best friends. Terrorblade Caudal. Get a lot more farm efficiency. You keep spamming Conjure Image.
Yeah, and he'll have Scotty pretty soon. GPK. I believe something's being delivered. Am I mistaken? He has BKB Blink. Thought he was working on Ags. Maybe not.
Orchid. Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe, again, just recognizing that, wait a minute, Timber isn't buying BKB. I could get an Orchid for double value. Neither Timber nor Puck buying defensive items. He wants to make them.
Kiritich, Demon Zeal push now. And this will be a tier 2 for BetBoom. This is without Aegis. 50 seconds from knowing when Roche spawns.
This is becoming a pretty late Parasma for Tai Long. Some of the games that we've seen Puck just run away with it. You're looking at a 22-minute Parasma. This one's going to be 26.
I mean, how's the high ground for LGD?
Defense?
Yeah.
Very good. Cogs are extremely useful. You can hook shot in and block the enemy team in half. Demonic Purge, when anyone starts hitting the tower, you can kind of keep the place. It's not like super good because you don't have clean displacement. But
okay, missing the crush. Whisper's going to get bashed up. Has the Shiva. Blow up save. My goodness. As GPK forced to use his BKB, and now going to try to get on top of this chicken again. Kiritich getting bounced around by the Cogs at half HP. Has the Sunder. Going to be disrupted as Whisper shows up in that Adder Scepter form. Gets Sundered at the last moment. Kiritich able to get back to full HP, but now he's low again because there's so much damage coming out from LGD. He gets Chakram down to the ground. So 2 dead for BetBoom.
Oh.
And LGD getting back in this game.
That's one of those slip-ups.
Unfortunately for them, Roche is not up for a long time. It's a very long spawn.
That's one of the slip-ups you just can't afford. Yes, you've built a big, nice advantage, but one moment of that, 4,000 gold down the drain. The fight itself was worth 2,500, and then you have, your biggest farmer dead for almost a full minute. It's a very, very major loss. And you're seeing here, that crush, GPK blindly thought someone was in the camp, was wrong. Save gets blown apart by standing next to a tree. This is the thing with Caudal against Timber. You bought these items. You bought Glimmer and Locket. You don't have Force Staff. I have to question that Glimmer purchase versus Force Staff, actually, when you look at the options you have, right? What are you up against? Timbersaw? Clockwork? It's really, really good. Yes, I understand there's Demonic Purge, but that's also good against your Glimmer, right? So, in that situation, the Force Staff would have been very nice. Glimmer offers 0 against Timbersaw as well. Worth keeping in mind, it's all pure damage. And he doesn't even want to buy it. He's going Hex next, it looks like, on the Caudal. Surprising. Do like the Force.
But more importantly, Cinderin Kataomi is going for Ags next.
Yes.
Now, it is against a Timber.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna...
How much strength did they have yesterday? Did Malady have with... Because he had the Bobber.
He had two. Bobber. Yeah, he had a Barber. That's true.
What's it called again?
Bobble?
He had a Bobble, that's right.
Had a Barber. And the barber gave him strength. That's a good barber.
How much strength did he
some
have?
words
Do you
of
remember?
encouragement. You can do it, Keto.
How much does it?
It was Malady yesterday, right? He was up to 9k health when he used his ult.
So how much would he have removed?
So he would have had 4,500 before, right?
Sure.
I don't know.
Do the math.
I mean, a Whirling Death on that hero deals like something like 2,000, 3,000 damage, I guess.
Oh my god.
I would think. But don't worry, Tai Lung. He's not going to beat your damage record, bro. You're safe. This is going to be your record for the foreseeable future. Maybe forever, if that gets changed. The game yesterday on Zeus, he did 276,000 damage.
What's the most of all time?
That's that.
Of all time?
Yeah, it was the record. Ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because of reasons. Shout out to the devs, of course.
If you had guessed what the top damage of all time was before
that,
knowing, would you have guessed 270? Or what? Well, I mean, what was the?
I don't know what the second highest was, but I was guessing this was the highest ever, actually. But I think it would have been something like 200k. That ballpark was my guess. Sure, we can look that up. And by we, I mean someone else. And let us know.
Just Google it. Use some ChatGPT.
Yeah, what is the second highest Dota hero damage ever in a pro game? I'm sure you'll know that.
Katomi. They don't know
Hello.
if he's here. Okay, maybe they do now. He's dead.
Just hide next to the trees, Katomi.
Yeah, he dies next to all his comrades. And a gem from Tai Lung, proving its worth. They're going to go for Roche. They do have buyback on the tree. The Lick is going to take off the shield rune. There's the buyback. Corrosive Haze onto Tai Lung. Eondis is already going to proc for him. I think they can initiate on top of him. And it's Metamorphosis is forced as KJ just no HP apparently.
Corrosive Haze and Terrorblade.
And now Roche will go back to top.
This could get really interesting.
This is weird for BetBoom because meta is...
Yep.
That's the thing you have to worry about.
Meta is halfway through.
And you do have buyback for Clockwork to get some vision in the pit if they really need it.
Gonna wrap around the back here.
Yeah, they're looking for a fight. That means they might not be able to get Roche then. And the wrap around the other side for LGD. In the pit. This is very tense. Tai Lung gonna go and gets the waning rift. Oh, the deletion of save. He buys back instantly. Clockwork up in 5 seconds. GPK working on Whisper. Gonna Timber Chain away. Kiritich is in the pit going for the Roche. He gets it and the Aegis. A little bit surprised LGD didn't get in deep there. And GPK, they're gonna find a disruption. Oh, but the blink out's gonna keep them safe for now. GPK has to pop the BKB. Gets the crush off. Lick onto Yuma. Will grappling claw away. Miero gonna be forced out for the time being. Pops the BKB as well. Tai Lung is still in the midst of all this. Gets the illusory orb onto Kiritich. Will get the Sunder off. Tai Lung half HP now. Phase shift. The chase is on. Hook shot from KJ. Can't get anyone inside the cog. Bowling not successful yet. Tai Lung with Whisper. They're able to delete Miero. Now is Whisper in a lot of trouble under the tier 2 tower. Gets the Timber Chain away. And now the double kill for Whisper as he's gonna live. TP attempt from the TB is successful.
Holy, that was close.
And Whisper getting healed up thanks to the Spirit Vessel. And now they're gonna pressure the tier 2 tower despite not getting Rose, despite not getting the Aegis.
Playing on the limits there, both teams. Terribly will be a bigger problem next time around. Picks up the Daedalus.
Oh yeah.
Have to say, the Whisper has got a decent amount of mileage out of this.
Yeah, I don't think he's been licked, right?
Yeah, I don't. Am I missing something?
I mean, it works for it. Works against it 100%.
It should.
I don't know.
Guess he's just finding the right opportunities. Going for an Octarine next. Seeing the replay here, so immediate burst. Again, save on the Caudal. No chance if he's the target. Wanted to be the target though, since he had buyback, so that one was deliberate. Bought enough time for the Aegis on Kiritich, so yes, they have that in their hands. Still can't shake the feeling that LGD got over the hardest part of the game.
Yeah, for real.
Largo and Slardar are starting to trail quite significantly behind the 3 enemy cores, especially Timbersaw is becoming an absolute monster. Whisper about to finish his Octarine core. And Puck step by step getting there too.
I have to say, LGD have looked like the most resilient team at this tournament.
Yeah.
They've come back from some pretty bad starts.
This is...
They stuck with it.
Oh,
that's as close as it gets for Whisper.
Down to 100 HP, but it's more than he needs. It just takes one.
Radiant are scanning.
That's the face of a man playing Treant wishing he had a Dagon.
A Dagon, huh?
Yeah, that's what he needed for the kill.
He needs Aghanim Scepter, Cinderin.
Oh, true.
Makes all the difference.
It's the face of a man wishing he had an Agon.
How close is he?
He's about an Aghanim Scepter away.
Holy shit. Didn't we look like almost 8 minutes ago, maybe?
Yeah, he has not really gained gold, I think.
Unfortunate.
Maybe he bought a gem. I actually wasn't paying that close attention to that. Could
maybe.
Could be what happened. There is a gem on the puck.
That's still 2 minutes on the Aegis. Let's not forget that BetBoom did get Roche.
It's going to be really hard to
like
use, though. Yeah, both teams have gems, so Treant must have bought one for Slardar. Kiritich is going to try to press the issue.
Okay, meta. And the heals from Largo. Whisper can clean up the illusions very, very swiftly. Kiritich already rethinking his life decisions.
You got to be careful, too, when the meta starts expiring.
Yeah.
Good news for him is he can have it in about half the time, courtesy of playing with Caudle. It's just going to be spamming Chakra on him for more illusions and faster meta respawn.
And there's the Roche banner, so this will give them a little bit of space to work with. Illusion taken out again. Kiritich gonna get silenced. Doing a decent amount of damage is LGD. Still a lot of damage to the tower, though. They're gonna force out the fortification.
Yeah, who's gonna break the banner here?
Yeah, that's
a bit awkward.
That is a tough one. Disruption.
Disruption illusions
nice
could do it. Put them on the banner. There we go.
Yeah, they get a few ticks out. Yeah, they should be able to clean it up, and that's the push for BetBoom.
They lost half a tower. That's pretty solid defense from LGD.
Indeed.
BetBoom would have loved to get an actual fight out of that, but they didn't give it to him. I would have talked to X for that.
I get that reference. Holy
nice.
Shit. Incredible. I'm so proud of myself.
Yeah. You don't know much hip-hop.
Almost none.
That's one you know. What's your favorite rapper of all time, Shannon?
OD Pixel, probably?
Oh. It's a very suck-up kind of answer. Respect that.
What do I have to suck up for?
I don't know. As we've already established, not very nice to people, so it's probably a little bit of a reputation gain there.
Okay.
Trying to keep one of your last friendships alive.
Sad but true, I guess. All right, what are we close to? GPK has the Aghanim Scepter. Kiritich, Daedalus Scotty.
Going BKB next.
I didn't realize he didn't have BKB.
Yeah, you're going to eventually have to have that in a 6-slot build against Puck Terribly. Or, excuse me, Puck Timber. There's just no way about it. It is a mandatory item. Delays it as long as he can, but the time has come. Oh, Axe SD.
All right, all right.
Double Purge back-to-back on the Slardar to make sure he dies, or even Demonic Purging Largo, also really nice, of course. Be able to stick on that target.
Yep, that is, remember when this used to be 3 charges?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't it break as well before, like...
It was the best axe in the game.
It was triple charge and break.
Yeah, now it's 2 charges and break.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, even when there were 3 charges, it also broke. It was insane. Still, and I think fair to say S-tier shard. In the right games, especially.
That was always one of the best in the game, along with Disruptor.
Yeah.
AoE Doom, which was then given to Doom.
It's like, hey, that's my thing.
All right, Miero. Looks like Sheepstick is next for him. Feels like most... I don't want to downplay the Largo. The lick has been good, obviously. But in these fights, I don't know. It's hard to tell how much impact this hero can have at times, I guess.
It's interesting to see him going for Hex next, if he's going to commit to this. That tells a story of how the Dire lineup is crafted in such a way that he doesn't feel the need to buy an armor item. Sometimes we've seen Largos buy Shivas. For example, we've seen that on Whisper or Lotus Orb. But bypassing both of those to get the Hex, even though you have the Shard, is quite telling, right? You must feel like the Lotus is really, really bad value in order to go this way.
Maybe I'm just used to the frog getting ags and then you can really see the impact.
Yeah.
It's a different type of impact now, maybe.
It's also
Less
just
obvious.
the type of lineup you're against. Timbersaw is blocking it all when he has his thing running. Puck is hard to even get on top of to begin with. So it's not that easy for Largo to play that type of fight against these specific heroes.
Whisper.
Timbersaw trying to find something.
Active. Shiva's to get a little bit of vision. BetBoom will back away.
This is such a strong 9-second BKB that Whisper has got running now. Guaranteed protection now for the Ags. It's very late in the game to get a BKB, so those 9 seconds are going to feel like an eternity for the Slardar and the Largo. And if you have BKB Ags running, you can't die. So, and they have no piercing dispel. So.
Tier 2 tower for LGD.
Step by step.
Pretty early flamethrower for Whisper as well.
Yep.
Living armor.
He saw Tai Long not buy the shard fast enough last game. He's like, Tai Long, look what I can do. Can push towers with my shard. It's really good. You should try it so we don't have to play for another hour.
In the midst of the game, I didn't notice either, though.
No.
That was...
I mean, Falk was making the point backstage that he should buy it regardless of pushing. Like, that is just a really good value item to have in the mid-late game on Viper. Minus armor, minus magic resist, more damage. So perhaps it was a bit of a miss to not even have it to begin with and have to buy it.
Right.
Not that Falk usually knows what he's talking about. I might have been right about that one. All right, he just said, whoa, whoa, I'm hearing you. You know I'm right. Bitch.
Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. Be careful. Lock the doors here.
Yeah, everybody.
Smoke from BetBoom.
Hide your fogged.
Gonna wrap around. Not gonna find a connection outright. Roche is up in 13 seconds. As BetBoom is gonna show towards the
Arcane Rune.
LGD triangle. Yeah, Arcane Rune for Kiritich, so.
This is effectively 2 metas if they keep giving him chocolate.
Silent's gonna show. Gonna dodge the crush. GPK can't find the connection. This is a pivotal fight. See if Whisper wants to join at some point. He's on the other side of the map right now.
He's really far away, you're right. Oh, he's gonna TP over. Okay, they have the outpost. He's connecting.
Whisper shows up. Can you fight? He jumps in with the BKB and gets off the Shiva as the Coddle gets deleted. Buys back instantly. Kiritich now into the BKB as well with the meta. They're not going to get much value out of this, though, as Whisper is literally just unkillable at the moment. We'll have to wait that out, but now some very valuable BKBs down.
Yeah, and as mentioned, Kiritich, even when this meta expires, he might just have it again, courtesy of Arcane Rune plus Chakra. So this is not a key moment of opportunity because you force that metamorphosis. Going to line up quite nicely with being ready again for this Roche
Did
up
LGD
top.
notice, though?
It's a good question.
It's not easy to see.
Smoke coming up now. There will be, it looks like a 10-second window where the meta won't be up, or 15.
Now, BetBoom's turn to wrap around as you can see LGD very confident to go for Roche. But yeah, you're right, the meta and the siege unit's doing decent amount of damage. GPK is going to jump in onto the clockwork. Lick is there as well. Disruption's going to stay for the time being. Treant Protector going to get bursted. Whisper gets off the Ags as well. They're going to have to ignore him now. Miero going to lick the Olocore instead as Kiritich showing up.
dieback.
That's going to be the death of the Shadow Demon. Yeah, dieback for the Coddle. That hurts. Lane still pushing the top as Yuma going to get licked in a lot of trouble now. The damage from Kiritich is nothing you can brush off with that Daedalus. As Whisper gets off the BKB now, very late usage with the flamethrowers. They get the silence out of the puck. Do they have enough damage to burst through him before he can get away? Looks like he's going to be fine for now. A lot of damage, able to dodge a little bit of it. Still very low HP. Can he actually go back in? Yuma's going to fight it out with his BKB now. Kiritich going to get bashed up now. There's another Aghanim Scepter from Whisper with the Shivas to follow up. Kez is dead for 2 full minutes, and now the Nightfall away is going to be successful. With 3 dead for BetBoom, they have to get out. Disruption's going to hold the Frog in place, so it's going to be 4 dead in favor of LGD. They lose their Kez, they lose their puck, though.
Wait, did Yuma die back?
Can they still get...
I didn't even notice he died the second time. Well, they get the Roche, but...
Yeah, who's picking it up? I guess
that's pretty
Timber.
Costly. I don't know, man. Does Timber ever die? Kind of feels like Whisper wants all his item slots, too. He'll take it instead of the BKB. If you want if you want any sort of value out of this Aegis, you have to play super aggressive now, because the enemy team isn't even trying to kill you to begin with. So now you gotta make them to make use of this.
So this is Yuma's first death. Did he die again, or did he just buy something? Okay.
So how is he dying the second time? So I feel like I barely even saw him in the
He's
fight.
on the left
So
side
he comes
here.
in, stuns the Slardar, crush, and then, oh my god, it's just 2 illusions. And then finally the main gets to connect a little bit in the end, narrowly finds the kill.
He got double crit.
Yeah, that was definitely avoidable, I have to say. I think that death on Kez was unnecessary, but very heads-up play from Kiritich and GBK. It looks easier than it is to communicate that in the middle of a hectic team fight. Find that kill. Keeping things interesting here.
Yeah, game is still quite even. And who do you like late game?
I still like LGD better. Which is the biggest concern, I think, for the side of BetBoom here is Largo and Slardar just aren't keeping up. In these super late game situations that we've seen GPK in, where he is an absolute boss, it's not on this type of hero, it's on spirits. Slardar...
I mean, Kez is really far behind, though, to be fair. Like,
he's far behind
Terrorblade is
Terrorblade.
almost doubling net worth.
He's ahead of the others, though. And Timber
barely above Slardar, though.
Yeah, that's true. It was a very expensive dieback fight there. He probably lost 2,000 gold on that fight. At least, maybe even 2.5. But fortunately for him, the way this LGD lineup is crafted, I don't even think Kez is the carry of the game, actually. I think the carry of the game is Puck. And Timbersaw is playing hybrid, just frontline and secondary carry. Kez is... It's almost Falcons-esque in a way, this lineup. Where if this Kez were played by Skitter, they have a lot of games where their position 1 isn't necessarily the carry of the game, but sometimes it's a Mar, sometimes it's Malrine. This is kind of feeling like that, the way they've designed it, so... It's not the biggest cause for concern. In other lineups, when Kez is in this spot, I'm like, uh-oh, you know?
Yeah.
But... Saw the damage breakdown.
Okay, oh my god, okay.
Hello.
That was a hero. 90 seconds, no clock.
Don't think they can get any objective off of it, though. There's a Tormentor up top, but this is not really worth going on a trek for anymore, I would think. And high ground is impossible against Aegis Cheese. No shot. So... Kez gets his 25 now. Big upgrade, the 3rd Echo / Strike. Every little bit helps against Terrorblade. You just want to kill those illusions with all the AoE damage you have.
Kiritich is building a Satan. I'm not even sure what you replace here.
I can't help but feel like there's a better... I think the accent is better, actually, than the Satanic. He needs to just get in there and force some force situation.
This is against an Aegis, by the way.
This is a bit crazy.
Teams with Aegis apparently not advantageous. Fortification pop.
Can't say advantageous without Aegis.
True. Whisper.
Are they? They're not even getting the tower. You
know? This feels like the push in the top lane from earlier.
Kataomi has one component of his axe 15 minutes later. That's the Ogre Axe.
Jesus, man.
This is why you take the greedy neutral item. Lesson learned. He went for quickened. Big mistake.
Yeah.
Big mistake. Kezu in the green room, face palming. Like, how on earth can you ever take any other enchantment than the best in the game that should have absolutely been removed after 2 days? Good question, Kezu. I don't know.
Keep it up.
We think about it every night.
It's kind of sad, actually. Think about that at night.
Yeah. I have a hard time sleeping.
Whisper, 40 seconds on the Aegis. And obviously the BKB will replace the Aegis, but he is going to be upgrading Blink to get overwhelming. And then after that, I don't know what you can do.
Dagon 5 instead of Gem? Could be an idea.
What do you mean? He doesn't have Gem.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Puck. He's also getting overwhelming Blink.
Oh, okay. No, the Timber.
Timber?
Timber's actually just 6-slotted.
Yeah. He could buy Moonshard for Kez. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? I don't really know what... Yeah. Guess so. Rapier, potentially. But like, what do you swap out for a Rapier on Timber?
Oh, the blink in, they find the connection on the Thailand, but the Eon Disc does proc. Whisper now in front, taking a lot of damage. It's gonna get licked off his Ag, so then use the BKB. Disruption now onto the Terrorblade. Gonna try to reset a bit as the lick now onto Kiritich is okay. Coil not gonna do too much.
Tai Long showing off his mechanical prowess that we've talked about.
Now the crush onto Whisper again. Can you even kill this guy? He finally popped the BKB with the Shivas as well. The right clicks are doing quite a bit. The Yuma actually backstabbing save, gets the kill. Overgrowth only on the one. Disruption's gonna save Puck for the time being. Tai Long will be able to phase shift and get out just fine. Yuma completely alone for now. Kiritich right clicking a decent amount. Hookshot's gonna miss as Whisper frontlining yet again onto GPK. The other core on the back line trying to help out.
Oh,
the coil again. This time it does snap as Yuma coming in with the Raptor Dance on top of Kiritich. Does he have the Thunder to work with? He's going to get disrupted, but Yuma is dead. 100 seconds. Cannot get back in the game. GPK super low. Finally bursts it down. That's 3 dead for BetBoom. The right click's coming in from Kiritich. Attempting to TP away in the BKB form. He will be fine, but the rest of his team will not be. 4 dead for BetBoom. 2 dead for LGD. They have the buyback for the Slardar.
Yes, it's just a distraction. I can't believe it. He did kill the Coddle. I mean, okay, I say that. He did a lot of damage, all right? It's not that, but he's not the one getting the finishing blows except on the supports. He's done a lot of damage in that instance and tanked an equal amount, but it's the Timber and the Puck that get to clean house every single time. And that was in spite of a completely whiffed coil, which is probably why BetBoom felt confident to chase through this. But the problem is they break formation, right? You lose the Coddle in the backline. Treant has to overgrowth 1 hero, so that's a big ability out the window. And Yuma gets chased by Terrorblade. He's going to survive this one as well easily. If that hookshot hits, this would have been even easier for LGD. The coil came off cooldown again. That's how long this fight was. And this was the connection. Triple Echo Slash into a great Raptor Dance. Huge amounts of damage before inevitably going down. Might have been able to save him if he disrupted him instead of the Terrorblade. Who knows? But
yeah, but I mean, the Terrorblade illusions might be better than. It's a 40k net worth hero. Illusions being made out of.
They're pretty strong.
Pretty damn good. So LGD not really able to get any buildings from this fight, as everybody will now be spawning back for BetBoom. So 8k advantage for LGD. As we've learned this series, the lead doesn't matter. Whoever gets Aegis, usually the team about to lose a fight, as you'd expect.
Dagon still one-shots illusions, right? Or was that one of the things that got removed?
Oh boy, yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think
it still does. Okay, so there is a world where you could get, that's exactly what they're doing actually. All right, they're also getting Dagon 5 on Timber. So I was just thinking, if you get Dagon on both Puck and Timber, you could just casually use it in the fight to delete 2 illusions, which is actually a pretty big deal. It's a huge part of Terrorblade's damage to take away. Probably like...
What are you getting rid of on Timber?
That's a good question.
Is it a backpack item?
I mean, yeah, you could swap it in for BKB, I guess. I think that's the best way to play this. I like that as an upgrade. I think it's better than Rapier if you were to fill out that slot.
Yeah. I mean, the Dagon 1 will kill it just the same, right? So
yeah, but you obviously kind of upgrade it. It gets a lot of lower cooldown as well. Together with Octarine, I think a Dagon 5 is like sub 15 seconds cooldown. Maybe 12 or something. So between Puck and Timber, these fights are really long. You're just going to keep killing illusions. Do like the sound of that. King Jungle's working on a Wind Waker as his item of choice. Going to be high impact, no nullifier on the Slardar. He wants to go Linken's on GPK, and again, maybe falling into the same issues that we talked about in his Kunkka game, where he just doesn't do enough damage late game. This is all about Kiritich doing the output. Whereas on the other side, there's 3 seemingly equally threatening late game cores. You only really have the one.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Gonna go for a smoke here. Gets the crush. Didn't even proc the disc though.
Tai Long is fine.
Put Demonic Cleanse off this if they want.
Whisper, he's gonna jump in and gonna force the BKB out of GPK. The Aghanim Scepter pop from Kiritich does a lot of damage. Whisper's actually dead. So the Fear completely destroying him. Was not expecting that.
Fear into Hex.
And now, Roche
oh boy.
up in 20 seconds. This would force a buyback potentially.
That's such a huge kill, actually. Either having to use this Timber Saw buyback or getting a free Roche is a very big deal at this point. You see the initiation here.
Hex into Tearaway.
He just gets insta-hexed by Save. Did they not know Save has Hex? Maybe not. I'm not sure if this is the first fight that he reveals it. Whisper's like, but I didn't die the last 10 fights.
That is true.
Maybe didn't recognize the fact that those fights weren't 5v1.
Right. LGD, they might have to just, I mean, do they want to force the buyback, or do they want to use the buyback for this?
You could try to steal it with Tai Long, but I think they're just letting it. They're just selling this. Probably the right
close.
Yeah. I think this is the right call. Shit happens. Bad death from Timber. You're going to take the loss here. You still have a cheese on Kez, so the cheese is small advantage only for the side of BetBoom. It's the Aegis that it's all about. And the refresher, I guess you give it to Trant, I think? Actually even has a slot for it. Katomi closing in on his axe. If he had Greedy, he would have had it.
Of course.
By now.
He would have had it a while ago.
Yeah.
He's 1,000 away. I mean, buybacks are going to be the thing that really matter here. And another item for... What is he replacing? Look at this inventory. This is disgusting for Terrorblade. He has Bloodthorn on top of all these items in his inventory.
Is there a world where you swap out...
What?
What did he swap? Yeah, I was going to say Manta, right?
His inventory management at its best.
You have so many illusions from Chakra Magic that maybe the Manta is actually worse than the Bloodthorn in terms of overall DPS. And there's so much value from the sound. Well, he's swapping it back into Yuza. I think he's just going to use Manta and then swap in Bloodthorn during fights.
Huh.
This is... It's one of those things where when it gets to this late in the game and you're Terrorblade, sometimes you can almost have too many items, and the mental capacity it takes to use everything correctly.
I'm scared for BetBoom when
Kez
becomes a hero in this game.
Yeah, Yuma isn't even maxed out at all yet.
He's not close. This is like a 35-minute inventory in some of these games, it feels like.
There's a Daedalus, BKB Deso. Well, how many charges on the Deso? 18? The fact that he has a Mage Slayer minute 55 and an unupgraded Blink is kind of crazy.
He has a lot of room to grow.
Yeah. Heritage trying to beat a different record this game than the damage one from Tai Lung this tournament, trying to get the highest net worth ever. It's on the way. I think the record is about 100k.
That's it, huh?
I think so.
Is that true?
I don't know. Something's just... I don't think it was an Alchemist either. It might have been a Lone Druid or something. Not sure. Or Naga.
Man, one of those really god-awful Naga games back in the day. Ugh.
Could be at least Naga. I don't even think it's an old game either. I think it's just a couple of years maybe. Anyway.
All right, tear away from Kiritich. We'll force the issue. Fortification activated. Backstab for Whisper. Pops the Ags, gets the Sheep as well. Pops the BKB. Elite save again. Does have the buyback here. As Miaro and the BKBs having to walk away now. Kiritich getting bursted. He's very low HP. Remember, he has that second life to work with. Yuma popping his BKB. Now is Whisper forcing the cheese out. Nice timing from Miaro. Kiritich is getting kited so hard. That's life number 1.
No meta now.
Focusing on the Frogman, just trying to run away with all his heart. Gets bursted down by the Timbersaw.
Hook shot!
And now the hook shot going to be canceling there. Kiritich left alone, 1 versus 5. Who shall win? It is LGD. 3-0.
Wow, that's such a nice backstab.
4-0.
And again,
that cost the buyback too.
It feels like the key to breaking the fights open for LGD every time is just finding and killing Save instant. I think he has to buy a Neon Disc. He's just not able to fight back at all. With a disc, at least he has a chance to press some buttons. And I know you're against Shadow Demon, but this is not the way the fights are working out anyway, because it's just Timber and Puck blinking and assassinating. Look at this.
Boom.
There's no... Shadow Demon doesn't even need to be involved in this play, so he can just chill.
Yeah.
Tough times. Buyback forced out of the Terrorblade immediately. Has to start pushing waves and defending with the Chakra Magic.
Indeed, which means if they can just kill off the Terrorblade one more time, game could theoretically end. Building damage is not crazy, though.
If they kill Terrorblade at no cost, it's over. There is not enough damage on the Radiant anymore. The glaring issue of their lineup this entire time, one guy has the kill threat.
They have the Roche banner placed for LGD. Coil. It's going to snap. Trying to focus everything onto the Terrorblade. Ornate half HP is going to get healed up, though. Kataomi nearby. Hook shot. They've stunned him for days. Do they have the damage? Push him to the pump! And the Raptor Dance finishes the job. 2 minutes of no Terrorblade. LGD, what insane layering of stuns there.
So clean.
Now they're going to be left.
Look at that stun bar.
45. That is absurd. You cannot do anything with that many stuns. And now Miero and company left to their own devices to try to defend here. Whisper actually getting pretty low. Gonna get healed up a bit is Yuma on the backline now, focusing on the Frogman himself, along with Tai Long. A lot of damage. He's gonna get flamethrower. He's gonna get bursted with the Timber Chain. And that's 3 dead for BetBoom without buyback. And they call it GG's as LGD will be going to the grand finals to face off Yandex.
Damn, that's going to be one hell of a series. These guys are on fire today.
Last 2 days, really.
Yeah, this was a very well-played game, in my opinion. They had to weather the storm a little bit against an early high-pressure play coming out from the side of BetBoom, but just one crucial mistake with the 5K lead, cutting it down to basically 0, and they were never able to really get into that dangerous territory again the same way. Felt inevitable that LGD would get here. And that tri-core of heroes, just look at how much damage all of them did to contribute to this victory on BetBoom's side. That's the end of it. It's still a top 3 finish, another one for their accolades. They have countless top 3s at this point, it feels like, with this roster, but obviously this is the lineup that is targeting trophies, not podiums.
Indeed. Whisper ends the game 15-4 on the Timber side. I mean, the panel, hey, you guys got it right for once. Congratulations.
Hell yeah, let's go us.
As well. 15-4 on the Timber side, absolutely destroying. Almost, I mean, it's by the end of the game, almost matches the net worth of Kiritich, who had a hell of a game on Terrorblade, but
just to
like you said, there wasn't that second core doing damage for BetBoom. That was
That's
really
right.
Their doom.
Here are the damage numbers. Terrorblade 50k, Timbersaw 55, Puck 45, Kez 40. So those are the top 4. The next hero in line is Clockwork with 20.5k,
wow.
and then it's Slardar.
Wow.
At 20 flat. King Jungles, the 5 clock, did more damage than GPK.
Oh boy.
That tells a story of a game that was uncarryable for Kiritich. He needed more output from his allies, but that's the lineup, that's the strategy, and the itemization that they went for. They run out of steam in the very end.
It feels like they were running into that quite a few times in the tournament, BetBoom, with the GPK, picking heroes that maybe don't scale as well, but didn't work out for them. But let's go to the panels. They have some interview shenanigans going on.
Yep, I'm here with KJ after that amazing win. What a freaking comeback after that game 2. How did you guys bring it back for that game 3 win?
Basically, it felt like we won. We won the second game like in the beginning, then we threw the game, and then we almost got it back, and we were like, okay, there's no way we can lose, right? So that was my mentality to game 3. I was like, no matter how many bad things happen, I know that we're gonna win. And it's way easier to be chill playing when you have a 17-year-old mid laner, 17k MMR.
Right, and of course now you've made it to the grand finals, extremely exciting. How do you feel about doing this run back against Yandex?
I feel like last time we faced them, we were very conservative and respectful in game-wise, like in draft-wise and gameplay-wise. And I think that doesn't work with us. We need to go and do our thing. So I feel like we respected them too much first series, and now we're gonna come with a different mindset and warmed up.
Super warmed up. Now, this morning we spoke, and you gave me a half-hearted morning war cry. It wasn't very hype, wasn't very cool. Now you're going into the grand finals. We need the hype for South American Dota. Can you give it to the fans?
Bora caralho!
That's what I like to hear! Thank you very much. Let's throw it back.
KJ is always so much fun to get to hear from, especially in winning or losing. It doesn't matter what it is. KJ is such a treat. And he talks about it doesn't matter what sort of bad things go wrong or how many there are. He knows that at the end of the day, his team's going to be there for him. He was there for his team. And ultimately, there actually weren't that many bad things that happened in this third game for them at all. Maybe one whisper death here or there on the Timber, but ultimately, everyone was really pulling their weight.
Like he also said it, like after the second game, they just felt incredibly good. And I think with this draft as well in this game, they should have felt very good. They made a lot of good plays. I think this team, they're starting to like really level up throughout the tournament. I like a lot of their smoke moves as well. Like they're finding very good entries to like team fights and understanding what they need to do, because yeah, they've had so many miracle games, and I'm just so happy to see them. Like they just made it to the grand finals, and their kind of celebration is, for other teams, that's where, you know, you get that only from a tournament victory. But for this team, it's not that normal that you get to go to the grand finals. So you can just see how happy they are, and they played incredibly well.
I mean, this game 3 win, it was kind of an elegant win, right? The fact is, like, the Terrorblade scaling, Kiritich having an incredible game for the side of BB, but then you have to, like, kite him, you have to poke, you have to, like, utilize the puck to find the cuddle, and then you've got to disengage, SD disrupt, blinking away, like, everything LGD doing, it wasn't this just win lane snubble game. Like, there was an art to how they won this third game, one that maybe we were missing in other series, other games in the groups, even the playoffs so far, but the fact they did this in a game 3, a potential elimination, potential grand final qualification, it really puts you in a good stead that they will be able to put up a fight against Yandex in the best of 5.
Yeah, and it's a milestone for South America. It's the first time they've been in a grand finals of a Tier 1 event, and I think they're all really proud of that, happy to be a part of that history. It's very cool, and it's been a long time coming. I think it's a region that's improved over a really long period from maybe the worst possible start it could have, playing on ping for the entirety of their pub history, and now it's even worse, playing at 200 ping, playing in qualifiers on ping, the whole, like, flying a million hours to every tournament, just about every disadvantage you could come up with, and now they're in the grand finals, beating teams have been grinding on the EU servers for years, so it's mad kudos, and it's a lot of hard work come to fruition.
I mean, sometimes they're even playing qualifiers not in their region because they're here doing events in Europe, right? There's so much sacrifice that comes from a region and from teams that are so far away, where so many events are being held in Europe. And of course, yeah, you said it there. It's the first Tier 1 Grand Finals appearance for a South American team, and I couldn't think of a better, like, roster or iteration as well among South American players to get to do this, to know how young Tailong is. KJ mentioned in his interview, but to have that faith and to be able to see him really step up after we saw their performance in Malta. I was wondering what the growth was going to be for him individually, and it feels like it's just not slowing down anytime soon.
I think especially because they're so polarizing. Like, they're incredibly good, and in other games you don't really know if they're still the same people, but, like, they're showing us day after day that there is improvement, and like you're saying, they're really, like, they have a lot of young players, especially Tailong, you know, he's the prodigy on the block, but also the others. They're pulling their weight, they're sharing their experience, and it's just, I think it's phenomenal that they're making to the grand finals.
I mean, it's kind of the balance where, like, you need to understand, like, with a young player like Tailong, sometimes when you say, hey, what do you want to play, he doesn't have the experience, so you trust him, and then he'll have to learn through the competitions you play. Maybe that's why in previous tournaments it's not worked so well, because they gave him full trust, and, like, now I feel like they've hit that harmony that both coach, staff, support staff, whatever, and Tailong, they know exactly what each person wants, so then, like, his picks feel like they have way more purpose than previous tournaments. Like, I've not once looked at Tailong and really gone, that's a major thing. -1 sniper game, I'm sure Quinn might reference that one, but, like, on average, like, it happens, but on average, I think Tailong's kind of pick position and everything that makes him, like, such a star player has finally kind of become a real factor of this team, rather than what we, spoke about in previous, especially slams.
Yeah, it's a formidable opponent that they've come up against as well in the name of BetBoom. This team has time and time again made it to grand finals, made it to top 3. They've lifted trophies themselves before winning events, but to ultimately fall short here, it's a hard one after you eke out a win in game 2, after coming back from what was that game 1 that felt like they had nothing in it for themselves, to really push it in game 3, but ultimately feel that it was slipping through their fingers. Just every initiation and every team fight, Kezu, it was just one step further away from them.
I mean, because, like, BetBoom too, they did so many good things. Like, I think especially Kiritich, my bro, he played his heart out, because this game was not easy. Like, they had a very good, like, showing, like, the first 20 to 25 minutes, but later, the longer the game goes, you could just see that LGD, they were just toying with them. Just by the simply nature of the draft and having a net worth lead, Timber goes in, there's, orbs flying around from the park, Kez is flying around from tree to tree. It's just really hard to, like, catch them. This is a pretty, like, disappointing and painful loss, and I think especially for Kiritich on the TV.
I mean, he was having such an exceptional game that, unfortunately, when you look more towards a team like, GPK on the Slardar, he just wasn't really pulling his weight. He wasn't able to, step up into the game. Multiple times, Kiritich was able to feel like he could 1v9. Like, he really was giving it his all. But across the board, it just wasn't the same case. Like, Kiritich was ready for the grand finals, and other players on his team just, being honest, they just weren't ready for it.
That is so heartbreaking to watch, because that's like, he dies when they're pushing the base of LGD, and he buys back when LGD start pushing into theirs, dies, and he knows that's it. There is no more, because he really was the one that was doing so much heavy lifting amongst that roster in game 3.
100%. There's really not too much to say. Like, 60,000 plus whatever net worth it was, like, he was pulling the weight of the damage. Unfortunately, with the likes of Largo and Slardar, they kind of fade away as the game progresses, and there's not really any reference point to Miro or GPK that you can really give them. Again, hero dependent, early game choices dependent, but the Terrorblade, he was the constant for for BB, and that pressure, you can just see it on him.
And Dota's a heartbreaking game. You put all your eggs in one basket. You spend all day playing the game, all day, every day for years and years and years. And when you lose, it just sucks like crap. You hear them screaming from across the room, and you're like,
you could see he's like looking over. And
yeah,
it's like,
you hear that, and it's like you can't blame him, but you're also like, shut up, you know. Like there's you have that. I've heard the fireworks a couple of times, so I know what it's like, and I look forward to see them compete in the future because I love to see the fact that he cares. Like the disappointment in me says that, you know, at TI coming up especially, that means it matters that much more. And so I think I love to see it, and it's very exciting for future tournaments that people care. You know, the seeing it in their eyes, that's what you want.
And you can very clearly also see it that he thinks of like himself. He didn't like look around at like some small smirk of like, no, this guy didn't play well. Exactly, it's more like a like he knows he did very well, but he's probably thinking, what else could I have done in this game? Could I have made a better call? Could I not have died here? And I think he played phenomenal. So just take the good things and keep improving.
It's also a promising sign for the future of Kiritich, but also for BetBoom. And unfortunately, in Blast Slam 7, the journey here is over, and we talked with Save before he left.
I'm here after an understandably hard loss for you guys. It was a really entertaining series, and I want to thank you for that. I would like to hear from your opinion where you think that you guys struggled or where it went wrong.
The first game was just given to them on draft, I guess, and that's it. We're playing best of 30 with one game already losing, and yeah, that was hard. Anyways, they're a good team, and I guess both games, second and third, were close, and yeah, I guess maybe I just played bad and we lost. Maybe my cuddle wasn't good enough. And
it did seem like a really hard cuddle game. But, you know, plenty of time to improve now in the next few months before the upcoming tournaments. What are you guys looking to do as a team?
Just chill for a bit, for like 2 weeks, and then try hard to the EWC and TTI.
All right, we'll be looking forward to seeing how you guys do there. Thank you very much for your time and for participating in our Blast Slam.
Yeah, I mean, thanks everyone for watching us. I'm so sorry that we lost like this. I hope that we would play in the finals, but it is what it is.
A tough couple of days for BetBoom. They lose yesterday against Yandex, and now they get eliminated by LGD, but it's a top 3 finish. It's still an amazing performance from them, and Save, ever so introspective, straight onto, maybe it was more about my coddle. Maybe that's the element, and it's hard to do that. There was a letter patch only a couple of days ago where now we're seeing a little bit more coddle coming into it. So it's not really fully on him. There's a lot of learning curves when it comes to being able to play a best of 3 to make it to a grand final.
Yeah, but you can definitely tell, especially on your best heroes, which Coddle is for him. Like, he is a master on this guy. And he knows that there were a few moments where he had a slip up, you know, you were a little bit out of position, but at the same time, you know, it's maybe you not paying attention for 1 or 2 seconds, but it's also LGD, you know, finding the right moves. Because, for instance, here, they're in a good spot. They're going for kind of a weird smoke and Save, you know, they're going there, boom, immediate instant kill. Then later in the Roche, maybe here it's a little more forgivable, but even then you have moments, you know that they're coming. You need to be on top of your game with the positioning, and you cannot be caught slipping if it's even half a second.
Yeah, these teams are very good, especially, I mean, you said they lost 1 game on draft. I think this game is tough for them on draft too, and whenever the burden of execution is on you, that level of play required is even higher. So I mean, like you said, I think he knows it. I think he can feel after those deaths, this death is so stupid. Like, this is what am I doing? You know, that's the hand on head. It's just like what am I doing? So same thing for me with Kiritich. I know these guys care a lot about the game. The Save guys in pubs all the heckin' time. He's always like ranked 20, playing support every game. He's a beast, and you know, I just look forward to seeing him play more.
I mean, the main thing, like you've already said, right, it just fuels players. Like, moments like this, we have so many tournaments in the year. Like, the fact that a player is still in their, like, what, 15th tournament, they're coming to this one and they still have the same level of emotion. Like, not like many other players, they don't have that because they are kind of like numb to the kind of the calendar and its longevity. But for a team like this, I think even like KJ is a great example. Like, when they get eliminated from TI or previous events, like, you see the emotion, you share the same emotions. I think both of these teams just had the kind of the love for the game, and of course they'll carry that through to many more tournaments down the line.
I mean, it's what makes the highs so high, is when you get to overcome those sorts of emotions as well. We're going to have a look at our bracket and see where all of our top 6 teams had placed for themselves coming into Copenhagen. We did end up seeing both Liquid and Falcons eliminated on the same day, and then we got to see LGD beat Aurora again, reminding everyone that that was done in a 111-minute win for themselves again. And then they get pushed to the limits a second time, going to a 3rd game with BetBoom we just witnessed. And of course, Yandex, they've been sitting there chilling for a while up there. They got the easy road through the upper bracket to the grand final.
Yeah, they just had like clean games, you know. They're playing well, they're doing their stuff. Whereas LGD, they're bringing the fan value, you know, the entertainment 100-minute game here, do this here, go for the throne, nearly not make it, then lose. It's just, you know, they're doing the cooler route.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of they've got the magic, honestly. I don't think you see it that often. Teams that every single series like, yeah, the other team's kind of favored. Yeah, the other team's kind of favored. And they keep winning those games, and that's how it's felt, I feel like, the entire tournament. Even going into it, they topped the group whenever it felt like, maybe they make it, maybe they don't. We'll see, you know. But now they're in full position to win the tournament. I think that is crazy, and I love the Cinderella story tournaments because they don't happen that often, so you got to appreciate them while they're here.
Of course there's magic around them. They had Yuma run on like a 30-second goose chase around the map, just running in circles, and then they still win the game, right? Like, there has to be a level of magic or aura or something putting you into a potential winning position. That doesn't normally happen. Oh, we're going to show it here. There we go.
This is like ridiculous even that this happened, because it gave so much space to his team. Why is everyone following him?
It's also
what is TV doing? What is happening?
I also love this can only happen to CEST. Like, which other carry could have done this?
Yeah.
Like, even Weaver would die earlier if he with an ult where he like jukes them. Like, fuck. What's happening? Amen,
How
brother.
you really feel, man?
Yeah, because come on, man. Get him out of here.
Oh, look, that's been the joy of both Game 2, Game 3. The whole series, right, is just being deliverance after deliverance. But LGD, they needed their time to get ready for the grand final, which means we're going to take a break. When we do come back, we'll be talking all things about who could potentially be our winner of Slam 7.
Welcome to Dungeons & Dota, a roleplay campaign that I wrote set in Dark Reef Prison. I'm going to take your favorite players through my story and see what ends up happening. Can't wait. Thanks for watching.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome to my dungeon of Dota. Everyone had heard about Siltbreaker. In the wake of the disaster, you actually found yourself contacted by letter, penned by a mysterious being wishing to commission your services. I have a client, they wrote, completely innocent of all crimes. They were implicated in the recent hullabaloo and locked away in Dark Reef for life. So, you received your task. Deliver an artifact through the first level of Dark Reef Prison to their client's prison room. There, 2 more of their contacts would carry out the rest of the mission to free the client and escape. A week later, the client had arranged for you to be smuggled into the prison, and before you knew it, you were climbing through a metal hatch into a small dark room with a tied brown bag that encased the artifact you had to deliver. And with that, let's see our first hero. You were chosen for your expertise in stealth. Fully trusted to get this artifact past the guards without them even knowing you were here. Introduce yourself.
I am Boosh, a very stealthy hero.
Oh, the most stealthiest indeed. And climbing up behind you comes our next beautiful hero, your most trusted partner for the job. Can I say hello to my...
Hoodwink.
And you guys are best friends, right?
Yeah.
Somehow we are.
You gotta deliver that artifact. What would you like to do?
Let's move into the corridor and see what's going on.
God, you're so good. You didn't instantly look into the bag.
It's not our business.
Oh, you're so polite. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you want to come through? Is my first question.
Yeah, I would just like to open the door.
You open the door, 10,000 guards see you and instantly kill you on sight. What now?
Then there was a good effort.
Fair enough. Okay, you come out and you're actually completely fine. To your right, you see the flash of a light.
Oh boy.
A Slytherin.
That looks like a guard.
It could be. What will you do? Are you gonna? Where do you want to go from here?
How far are we in the dark right now? Are we in a safe distance?
You're a pretty safe distance. All you can really see is a white light. It could be a guard. You don't know for sure.
I think we should continue ahead, that direction, straight ahead.
Dodging the light.
We're trying to stay away from the light.
So you guys can come down the hallway.
We will move towards the darkness.
You're going towards the darkness, the gleam of metal.
Yeah.
You're going down, you're being careful with your step, you want me to be careful? You're gonna peek around the corner?
Yeah, I think we have Hoodwink peek around the corner.
Not Pudge.
Yeah, I'm just moving to the corner and I'm peeking.
Take a peek. Worst case, I'll hook you back.
Yeah.
That's a good peek, honestly. Yeah. You actually kind of see that there is no guard down this hallway. However, what you do see in the prison cell up here is maybe the figure of a person, of a prisoner perhaps?
I'm assuming they're in locked in, right?
Yeah, they're locked in. They're behind bars.
Can they see us from in there if we're being sneaky?
They cannot see you yet. You can see them first.
But if we pass them, will they see us?
Maybe.
If you fail your stealth roll.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sounds like Something is about to go down.
Is that what you want to do? Would you like to go down this hallway?
I think we just send it. What are they gonna do?
Maybe we send you to sacrifice first, Chris.
Okay, we split up. We don't commit.
Okay, I'll keep the bag in case you get caught, you know?
So then I would like to move forward down to along the wall.
Okay, roll.
Okay. I'll roll.
You can roll a big one.
You roll a big one.
18.
Oh my god.
That's a banger.
This guy has no idea. He's looking like almost directly out, and
He
you
can't
just
see
kind of hug the shadows.
Yeah.
Where are you trying to get to, by the way?
I am trying to get to the next corner, so I'm going here.
Okay.
And then I'm having
Roll
a peek
again.
in here. Okay. That's not good.
That's not good.
You're trying to be so stealthy. You're in the shadows. You get past this guy. You literally are feeling yourself. You feel yourself so hard you start to swagger before tripping over your own paws. This guy, who was a little bit more relaxed, instantly hears you and comes up. And he's like, "Hey, who is that? You're not a god, right?"
I'm not a guard. What do I tell him?
Just how we're here to set you guys free. Just hang on.
How are you conversing? You are across the wall from each other.
You go to the corner because you hear me fall as well, so you come up and check. So then I think at this point we should probably just come with me because everyone knows what's going on.
All right, let's go. Boop, boop, boop. I'm Butch, you know, I'm in the middle.
The guy wants to know what's going on, and we say, what do we say?
Just tell them we're here to, set them free.
Really?
Yeah.
You're gonna set us free?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I've always wanted to be free. Wave Crusher, come here. And the other guy gets up and he starts to come over. It's like, what? Who are these people? They're setting us free. Really? How?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, we need to figure out the central system where, we have to take a look. We should ask for them for information if they know anything.
I'm Wave Crusher and this is my brother Sharkbiter. We got put in after the whole Silkbreaker incident. I think they're just trying to fill up the cells. Anyway, what do we know? What do we know, Sharkbiter? Sharkbiter's like, I forgot. I think the gods are on break.
Okay, that's good.
Have you guys seen any gods?
I mean, we don't know. We saw light, yeah.
They point at this hallway right here in the center that you're standing beside. If you follow that all the way through, there's a door on the other side, and that's where the guards always go. And I think they're on their lunch break right now, so you chose a really good time.
This is ATF. And now it's time for you to watch Blast Slam 7.
Yeah, you're watching Blast Slam 7. Unfortunately, am I not still in the tournament. Do you want to have your best? Can we get some solo shots of the boys trying their best? Blast Slam 7?
Sure.
One magic?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll start.
Quinn, you might want to move to the side.
I will start.
Sorry. All right.
Or
I'll
do
tell you now.
name
Ready?
and logo,
3.
or just
Name first, and then I say this is Kezu.
Yes.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
This is Kezu, and you're watching Blast Slam 7.
That was good. I rate that one.
Let's
Quinn?
see.
All right.
Oh, let's step to the side.
Don't choke.
This is Quinn. And you're watching Blast Slam 7.
Oh, the ending was pretty good, I think.
Thank you.
I rate the ending.
There you go.
All right.
All right, you got this one, T?
I'm locking in. Ready?
You could step out of his frame,
Yep, we're
please,
good.
boys.
All right.
Take off your shirt.
No, it's good. All right. This is T. And this is Blast Slam 7.
He's not even holding a wand.
I know, it's just my finger.
He's got the magic
I can't
finger.
afford the wand.
He's got magic fingers.
Yeah, I got the
Alright.
magic finger. Also, it's like easier to track.
All right, now
the
Nat,
stubby
now
finger.
Nat,
Yeah,
now
now
Nat.
Nat.
Okay, I'll try my best. I don't think I'm very good at this, all right?
No, you got this.
I'm Nat T, and you're watching Blast Slam 7.
Oh, she's good.
I love
She's good.
Queen.
I was
She's
born
good.
for Disney Channel,
belong on
baby.
TV.
You actually are Disney Channel coded.
It's a lot of fun, all right? Sometimes you just gotta have that little bit of energy. But it's been a joy to get to watch a variety of players have their fun that way, and of course, the teams having their fun here on stage. But what do you think has been your favorite part so far about Slam 7?
Holy based. That's a tough
There's
question.
a lot to choose from. I say that because we've had media days, we've had a lot of content shown. I know some people playing Guitar Hero with Lago songs. Did I already mention the Dota? If not,
Mini-games.
the Dota again. And the mini-games was the
And
other
the mini games.
Have they actually been your favorite, Kezi?
They've been, I think they've been slapping, but it depends also who's playing them and who's narrating. When Alan Cook, aka Bonkers, is on them, then they're S tier.
That day number one
That is
was
peak.
There you
pretty
go.
banger. It was.
I like the game before the last one. I think that was my favorite. The ending of that game was actually hilarious.
The one today is a bit of a Chungus game.
That game was awesome.
Which one was your favorite? Sorry?
The throw back and forth, the thrown.
Oh, right. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about minigame.
What? No, I'm not talking about the minigame. That was a Chungus, yeah.
You're talking about game 2 just then that happened. Okay.
Yeah.
I was talking about minigame. Favorite minigame that we've played so far.
I liked all the mini games up until yesterday.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Because we're showing yesterday.
We're going to look at our yesterday's mini game that has been happening in the Blast Studio.
Watch the drawing reveal itself and type the hero name. The longer you wait, the lower your score.
Oh, I'm gonna be so bad at this.
3, 2, 1, go. Type your name.
He's happy.
If you guess wrong, you get minus points, so we need to feel confident.
It looked like kind of a bear. A bear. We are from production.
Who puts their hand up like this?
There's only one here that makes that pose.
Lago. It's Lago. What?
Is this Meepo?
Am I like a bot?
I don't know. Who could this be?
Brewmaster.
Okay, well now it's obvious.
It's Brewmaster.
Yeah, that definitely looks like Brewmaster now.
Oh, bro. Oh my god, that was not great.
Come on. What do we have here? That looks like a penis.
What?
What am I looking at? I feel like it's a female type of body, this one.
That's just a big booty.
Low-key kind of hot.
Do you want to guess based on that? I kind of don't.
No.
Are we cooked, chat?
That's Wings. Is that Venge, Skyrath?
He looks like Ench, bro, like, but it doesn't like...
Wait. Dark Widow.
That could be Dark Willow.
Oh, it's Dark Willow.
That's Dark Willow.
See? Easy. Okay, all right, there we go.
Alex wants to draw Meepo.
It's going to be Meepo.
Who has tiny legs? Is it Sniper?
Okay, someone is scared of what? Someone is dead?
Why are you drawing the eyes again? Why does it have a tail now? Is it Pikachu?
What the fuck is this?
I don't know if I should just try and guess Meepo every time to try and bink it.
Oh, Meepo.
Meepo, for fuck's sake.
The yelling league.
It's Meepo.
I fucking knew it.
This is so stupid.
I fucking knew it. I could have guessed it right off the bat, you piece of garbage.
Alright, this is easy. That looks like a Doom thing on the bottom, though.
Do I guess a Doom?
Doom. Fast.
It's not on there.
Okay,
it's not Doom.
This is the only hero I have. Yeah, go Doom.
What?
It's fucking baiting you, I'm telling you always.
This is like a witchcraft thing.
I think it's Enigma. Rock, paper, scissors. You are Enigma and don't break. That's fucked.
This whole quiz is just bait. Bro, who else would this be than Doom?
That is Enigma, no?
Who's blue?
Is this Morphling now?
Morphling, right?
It's Morphling.
There we go.
Bro, I swear this game, they like bait you.
Okay, trees. So it's either Timbersaw, Treant, Nature's Prophet.
All right, so this is bait. I'm not answering until we click next clip, because everything is a bait. This is not Treant.
Observer ward, another ward, 3 wards.
That's a mushroom.
I can't be Nature's. This would be too easy.
Monkey King jumping from tree to tree.
Oh, it's the meme with the kid who fell and then he dropped all his food.
It's like a dog.
I'm lost.
Is this just another Meepo?
Why are there lines between the wards?
Stop focusing on useless information.
It's a good drawing, though.
Okay, what's the hero?
I don't know.
Wait.
Actually makes sense, bro. Slug.
Yeah. Wait, it's Slug.
Oh, Slug. It's Slug.
That was good. They're wards. They're not trees. They're wards.
Well, this was extremely difficult.
Get wrecked, nerds.
Oh my god, we are so bad.
I think everybody else cheated. I think we're in first place.
Everyone's been saying that this game has been very hard today, and I've done the maths. So there's a way that I can win this just through not playing the game. If I just skip everything, what happens?
I just have so many questions right now.
I'm hiding.
Good strat.
What actually was the maths? Because I don't want to flex on you right now.
Cheating and losing.
I think,
Nah,
I think, yeah, it did not add up.
Basically, what production said was there's like a skip penalty.
Yeah.
But they didn't realize that there was like 3 skips per question.
Yeah.
So with the math, with 1 skip per question, you could just cheat the system.
Obviously,
and then
which is why
in
they
the
didn't do
honor of
that.
spiffing Brit, I was like, he's a British lad, he skips games, I want to do the same. And then I did it, got minus 2,000, and it was fucking sad. So, oh well.
The only thing you're farming is L's.
L's. Yeah, that one was a tough one. The way that the game did work is it cost you 600 points. 700?
It was 700 to skip, but
700 to skip a clip.
He needed
But
to
there was
skip a
3
clip.
clips per hero and 8 heroes. So his math was 8 by 700 instead of 8 by 3 by 700.
And he also doesn't get the bonus questions because he didn't guess anything.
Right.
I will say, for legal reasons, I then did do the game correctly and came second. Just saying. I don't know if they're ever going to tell you that, but I promise you, if this leaderboard doesn't have me, I'm going to be very upset if they have a leaderboard.
We'll see production.
I feel like once you do it once,
I wasn't
then
looking.
You can't
Minus
do it
1800 is kind of bad.
I skipped everything.
Who the heck is Calibashi?
You were on camera.
That's our dear admin lead. Yeah.
They're good.
They're cooking.
All right,
like 2K points.
But thanks, guys. I trusted you, production. I trusted you. I listened. I thought we'd work together.
Did you guys get any of the... Because the other caveat to the game that wasn't shown was that if you guessed the hero correctly, you had a chance to guess the reference as to what the drawing was taking inspiration from. Did you guys get to guess any of those
I
ones?
had the Meepo one. Like, which player popped off with Meepo at
Yes,
TI6?
so the bonus Meepo question was which player made their debut with a Meepo performance at TI6?
Yeah, Abed.
Abed. The Slark one, what would the Slark reference was?
I didn't play the game yesterday.
What?
But the only we actually played it.
Yeah.
So it's Sark 87. I mean, I didn't
87,
even
I
guess
got
the
that
hero.
one as well.
I didn't even guess
It
the
clicked after. That's the worst
Did you
thing.
get the Sven hero?
Arteezy, Cliff Teasy.
Yep,
Teasy,
Cliff
yep.
Teasy. The Morphling one, I did
I
not
don't
get.
think
It was
so.
Ench.
BKB TP. It was nice.
Oh, there was the Nightfall.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then there was some Kez being dead.
What was the panda?
Yes,
Kez one?
the panda sitting on
Oh,
top
it
of the
was
Kez.
it was Ame or something. I think Sheep said. It
Oh,
was like the GGL.
the army.
Yeah.
So
the
when
Ame.
when he.
The Ame, the Nightfall, the
Yeah,
Arteezy.
I see. Yeah.
Name all the streamers.
I was
the
upset I
Top
didn't get the
Sun.
Slark 87 one. though.
Well, that's because you didn't play the game.
I didn't. play
He's
the
getting
game, that's
angry.
true.
That's-
I didn't. Yep.
Let's chill.
Deep breaths.
Vibes
deep
are harsh in here.
breaths. Maybe T, you
I didn't play the
hot in
game.
here.
You didn't do so well with your maths, but maybe your predictions are a little bit better. Because if you head on over to Polymarket, we can have a look at who's being predicted right now as winning all of Blast Slam 7. And there's a nice prediction for Yandex at 69% there.
That's nice.
A solid 1% for BetBoom.
How?
I think it takes a little bit of time to update. So LGD sitting at, what was it, 36? My eyes are really bad by the way.
It is 36.
36.
Again, it's like it feels somewhat realistic. I think even though LGD's got this like aura, this magic, this hype around them, there are these like little moments and inconsistencies that I think a team like Yandex might be able to exploit. Like the early game is a bit more disciplined from Yandex. They scale better. Watson's a bit more of a threat consistently. The cores don't seem to have off games. So I think Yandex again are the favorites.
Yeah, I think pretty much every series LGD goes into, you have to favor the other team. It's just sort of obligation. LGD
It's
has
what
to be
makes
the
them
underdog.
thrive.
Yeah, that's
We're
what-
helping them.
Yes, that's what charges them up. So I favor Yandex.
It's also like overall, it is 5 games, and Yandex have a bit more info, I think, to go off of. Obviously, LGD needed to play like more games, and Yandex are chilling. You know, they get to see like all their flexes. What do they do here? Oh, today they still really love the Bat Rider and the Viper. And then when BetBoom banned it, you know, they struggled a bit more. So I think it's kind of fair. It's also very nice.
Again, the main thing with this is like, sure, percentage here, percentage there, but like I still want LGD to win. Even though like logically you can assume that Yandex should be the favorite, the underdog story, you just kind of want to see a team like LGD win it. So I'm not going to be biased, but I am going to maybe lean slightly and be biased.
Yeah, well, I appreciate Polymarket giving us those percentages there for the prediction of our Blast Slam 7 winner. And it is just a lot of fun to get to look at LGD be those sorts of underdogs, the part that they've had as well. Is there a certain hero pick that you guys have loved, not from LGD specifically, but overall in this tournament, over all of the 66 best of ones and however many extra best of threes we had on top of that here in the playoffs?
I like the resurgence of Darkseer. I think this hero is very cool.
Of course.
Of course, but
Because
also
I didn't know you played pro and it was your most played. That's a meme.
You need to roast him too, because you've had T, now you've had
What do you
Nina.
mean? What do you mean you need to I've
roast
roasted him
him?
so many times
What do you mean?
about
I'm
coming
like,
second.
Hey, it hasn't
turned
happened
around.
yet. Hasn't yet.
Yeah.
Your
He'll
honor?
set himself up and I'll knock it down when it's ready.
I'll be patient for that one.
Yes, I'll be listening. That's
All right,
for sure.
suckers, what are your favorite?
Mine was Paravision Sniper in the group stage because it was the only sniper that was actually legitimate.
Camera on me, please.
Yeah, that's all the other snipers. No one sniper was, ding!
Your turn.
Spirit Breaker.
Yay!
Cow goes moo. It's such simple but high skill gameplay. People think it's easy, but Theolic already showed it. Don't you laugh?
I couldn't help it, sorry. I couldn't
Dude, it
help
was
it.
genuinely involuntary as well.
Leshra's way easier
Couldn't
than
help it,
Spirit
brother.
Breaker.
Yeah,
Let's
for sure,
ask
man.
Matt. What's
No,
your
no,
favorite?
my favorite thing is you guys going like, oh, I love this hero, and then another person kind of just like dunking on it and being like, oh yeah, all you do is press Q and you just run at them and like it's super high skill.
Okay, so was Planar Pocket used correctly, Quinn?
No.
Exactly.
Did it matter?
It should have.
No.
No.
Another hero that was cool was AA. I think the Aurora picking AA on Kaori. That was
You're talking
cool.
to the wrong host, sorry.
No, it's not
AA
Shiva.
pick.
Yeah, I thought it Shiva is here. So what did you like?
I love the Venge. A lot, actually.
I wanted to say didn't ask, but I did ask. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I
You should've said
specifically
it.
looked
Didn't
at
ask.
you. No, I
I
specifically
know.
looked at you to give the answer, so I wasn't getting set up there.
My bad.
Yeah, it was the Vengeful Spirit, especially played in the carry. Because I didn't see any position 4 leaners, which I was super...
Which you will not see because
I can't believe I didn't see that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we'll see it now.
Well, you could
Not
just
good.
ask that right now. He's kind of like standing, walking around, so you
Don't
can
ask
ask if he's going to play
Don't
it.
ask.
He's not going to play it.
Don't ask.
I actually might go ask him. And for me to go and ask him that, it means that we're going to jump to a break on the other side. It's more Grand Finals action to begin.
Welcome to Dungeons & Dota, a roleplay campaign that I wrote set in Dark Reef Prison. I'm going to take your favorite players through my story and see what ends up happening. Can't wait. Thanks for watching.
So do we know which direction is north?
They gesture like up this way.
Okay, so we should explore this way then.
Well, that's where the dangerous prisoner is, so like there's higher chance of the warden coming, I suppose.
Yeah.
We can go anyway, who cares? I'll be fine.
What's the worst?
I'll carry those two, and then I'll go back to Pudge, and I'll tell him that there is not much there. And I'll give him the Quelling Blade.
Why don't you say in character for me?
Have the Quelling Blade.
Okay, Pudge, how excited are you to have a Quelling Blade? God dang!
Yeah.
You can cut a whole tree with that.
I get a good idea. I tell Butch, buy me some time, and then I walk this way, and then you go.
Why don't we just fight the guards together and then we get the keys?
No, I've already made my decision. You just have to trust me.
I'm the Slytherin god. How would you do this to me?
How would I lie to you? Oh boy, I don't even know what to say. I'll be like, oh, sorry. I don't know how I got here. I got lost.
Who are you?
I'm a new prisoner.
You're a new prisoner? Who brought you in?
The warden brought me in. You can ask her.
The warden brought... But why did she leave you out here? That doesn't make any sense.
You will have to ask her. I have no idea. All right, it's time to fight. What do we need to do?
You're Pudge. What does Pudge have?
Blade.
How are you feeling? You have a Quelling Blade. Okay,
yes, I will slice them with my Quelling Blade. Cut them down like a tree.
Okay, a Quelling Blade attack. This is unseen before. Dota players, hear me out. New meta coming up next patch. Roll for that.
7.
Oh, yeah, your Quelling Blade's probably not enough. I want you to look into that camera.
Okay, yes. You need to give them a good wink. A signature wink. Get signature wink.
If you don't, I'm going to attack you.
Attack me.
You're. All right, but the next guy, he's coming around.
He needs to move closer, right?
Yeah, he's gonna just come up here. He's gonna actually pin you down on the side. Yeah, he's gonna.
Pincer attack.
Oh my god.
Yes, I'm so strong.
They're attacking for you, and your flesh heap is actually impenetrable.
Very nimble.
It's unreal.
No, I think it's opposite nimble. It just bounces off of me.
Yeah, it's literally just bouncing off your body. You are the strongest man alive in this moment. You are single-handedly keeping these two guys down. Yeah. You can cast your Acon, so you shoot that out.
On the ground.
On the ground, and a nice tree sprouts up.
Yeah.
And you're throwing bushwhack, but are you gonna land the bushwhack? This is a high skill spell to land.
Can't watch and learn.
All right.
That's a 4.
You know, like they're set up, like Sneaking has stunned them in the lane for you, and all you have to do is just land the bushwhack. They're literally standing completely still, completely still. And you just throw it off into the river, it completely misses, and everyone's just standing.
There's a lot of pressure on them.
Door open, it's going like, I'm free!
We fulfilled our promise.
You came back for us, little squirrel! Thank you!
Yep.
You're the cutest creature in the entirety of Deep Dark Reef Prison!
Give him a wink.
No.
The people need the wink!
I'm not giving him a wink.
Alright, I'll finish him. I'll press hook.
What? Like, oh my god, okay, like if I was the guy right now, I'd be like, I'm like, oh! He gets hooked. Roll it though.
6.
You know when you accidentally click and like he hooks behind himself? That's kind of what you did.
It's like your classic pudge in your pub game, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna use sharpshooter.
But is she still netted?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can shoot from the net.
You can, but with disadvantage, which means you have to roll twice.
That's
we take
fine.
the lower number.
That'll hit. That's a 3.
I'm gonna be real.
That's a 6.
Okay, so both were fails.
Yeah.
All right, so you're like on the ground, like, and you just shoot it at the ceiling. And everyone kind of looks at you and is like, what the hell's wrong with this guy?
Yo, this is like skill shots and officials. What's going on?
Yeah.
We're looking for our client.
Who's your client? Is it these guys? And she points to the two Leviath.
No, not these two guys. We're looking for someone else.
I don't know. I can't help you as long as it's not her.
Who is her?
Lady Red River, but I can't let you into her no matter what.
How do you release Red River?
For that, I may have to give up my life.
Could you give this to her instead?
I won't do anything if it involves her. You don't understand. She's dangerous. She's a sociopath. You can't give anything to her.
I will just go and just hand it through the small hole.
Yeah, you want to like open the grate where the food would usually go, and you just
shove the Aghanim Scepter in.
Shove it in. How do you know it's an Aghanim Scepter? That's crazy. This brown bag with a weird scepter-shaped object inside of it that glowed blue when your rot was on, you just put that through the hatch.
Yes.
That's your job complete. You did it.
Woo! Easy.
Now you just have to escape. So you go back, you find your friends.
Finish her off.
You want to finish? Okay, fine. You kill my warden. You kill warden.
Yeah.
No, you kill warden Strongtide, who's so nice. She didn't even want to be here.
Well, she cut me up. So.
She tried her best not to.
You're trying to give. I won't get into it.
Yeah.
My poor baby girl. Okay, you kill warden.
She's gone.
And then you and the two Leviathans go back out and you meet your contacts and you escape the prison together and hope that whatever the axe is being delivered to you, hope it goes well.
Easy peasy.
Good job, guys.
Good work. We did it. Nice work.
Yandex and LGD, we finally have our two grand finalist teams. And whilst LGD have already been here in the studio playing a best of 3 going the distance, Yandex arrived just moments ago and they've been setting up, preparing themselves for a best of 5 here.
No, like they've been, you know, obviously also watching the other games, so they see what was happening, you know, with LGD, but not only for us, but also for them. This is what they've been waiting for. This is what you play this tournament for. You want to make it to the stage, you want to make it to the grand finals, show what you got, and hopefully take the W.
But it's always such an interesting idea, like being the upper bracket team. Like where our room was watching the game, we could see their room, like them watching the game, kind of like them laughing at like kind of some of the comedic moments, like the joy of the game, like seeing them just like watch it as a fan. But in the back of their mind, they're like, would we make this play? Would we be in this position? Like you can see the cogs are already ticking at how they're going to process playing against LGD.
What's interesting to me is that somehow Yandex are considered the favorites going into this, where at the beginning of the year, they were like barely even a team, at least until Soxa joined them. And especially for players like CJ or even for Watson and Malady, who they've just sort of become, you know, tier 1 players over the last couple of years. I think it's a very interesting dynamic to be from, oh, can they finally get the monkey off their back and win the final, to now they're the favorite to win the final. That you know, transformation I think is fascinating.
And right off the back of having a tournament break too, we've talked about just how intense the Dota schedule is for a lot of the pros. And so you have to pick and choose, when are you going to have those breaks? When are you going to power up again? And I think taking the tournament off just before this one, you wonder, is that really the right moment? Because then you only have one chance to get back into shape before you're going up into tournaments like EWC and TI. But for Yandex, it didn't matter. They took that break, they really utilized it to their advantage, and in coming back, they looked great in groups, and they make it all the way to the grand finals through upper bracket.
I mean, it also definitely just seems like that after the small break they took, that they were either still playing pubs or their break wasn't that long, or even if they took 10 days off, they went straight to it, like straight after.
Yeah, but they're all Dota players. Like when you say like take a break from Dota, like they're still going to play Dota in their break, right?
Hey, we didn't know that.
I'm gonna blind issue.
Could be on vacation.
If they're a true Dota player, your time
never go on vacation.
Exactly, you never go on vacation. Like you live within the game, right? Especially if you're trying to win tournaments, you know. So it's like I feel like at least for Yandex, maybe you know TOs don't want to hear this, but I think it's very smart from teams, like especially top teams, to take breaks from certain events. Like you don't need to play everything in the year. You just have to focus on yourself and your mental health, your physical health, like all these attributes that make a strong player. I think Yandex at least have shown that they know how to do it correctly. To go from break to here, it's like they have done. Like other teams will look at this and go, maybe we should start implementing this if the next season is going to be as packed as the last season.
Yeah, they've also built a really strong identity, I think, and they've really bought into, I think, Sox's ideas as a player and sort of followed his lead. I think it'd be very easy for him to come into a team and maybe they're like, hey, we think our ideas are good too, and maybe there's pushback or you don't totally buy in, but from the way they talk about him, they treat him like he is Listan Al-Gaib, and I think you should. The guy has insane results over a really long period of time, one of the most successful players ever, and the fact that he comes into the team and you listen to ideas, you soak it up all like a sponge, and this team becomes, you know, a sort of classic Soxa team, but with the different individual flares of those players. I think it's really awesome they've like assimilated with his idea of the game because it's so strong.
It's a really interesting point to bring up, and in fact I know Rayer asked Malady specifically about some of those ideas, how much Soxa really contributed to what feels like a power spike in Yandex right now.
I'm here with Malady. You guys have overall had an extremely strong year so far. I was wondering what it was that clicked in your team or what you figured out that made you get elevated to such a strong level.
It's all because Soxa joined our team. That's why.
And what does he bring to your team that is so special, other than his height, of course?
First of all, he brings an experience, and second of all, he brings the confident calls that helps us win the game.
Yeah, that's something that is way more important than people give it credit for, because we've talked about comms before, how they can't be too cluttered, but we've never really focused in on the aspect that it also needs to come out confidently. You need to be sure in it, and you also need to be someone that's like, hey, you know what, that was the wrong call. I said it confidently. In hindsight, it wasn't the right call, and I feel like Soxa fits that perfectly.
No, for sure, and I think Quinn coined it pretty well. Like, you can just hear what Malady is saying, and I think also just for Sox himself, like, he's played in so many different teams, and I fully agree. Like, whenever this guy joins a team, you just see, like, the team just does well. It doesn't really matter who he lanes with, and there's a big difference, and I like that Malady talks about it. Strong calls are what you need. It's like how you win tournaments. It needs to be fast, precise, and confident. You need to want to believe. You need to want to make the play that is being called out. And you need players like this in your team, because if you don't, all of these like stressful games, they're going to be really strange to play.
I mean, it just allows people to think for themselves, right? Like, if you have your carry player now suddenly needs to do the drafting and also needs to do the shot calling, but also has to deal with like the kind of the relationship of players, like, they're not going to be the best carry in the world, right? But like, if you can like divvy up their load and like Soxa's taking some more responsibilities, it just means like players like CJ or even, you know, Watson or Malady, whoever, like, they can just shine because they know in the back of their mind, like, if they're having a bad game, he will be that voice of reason and kind of that calmness in any game state.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I think it's more important how you say something in game than what you say. I think that is very, very true, and it's difficult to change that. I think working on what you say is a lot easier than how you say it, because that comes from within. That's not something that you can sort of externally change. It's like how you feel comes through your voice. Humans are very bad at masking that, especially whenever you're playing a game, a very intense game, and trying really hard. And so someone who actually is confident, you can tell that they are, and that like, you can feel it, and it infuses confidence into the rest of the team. It is like osmosis. It's really, really powerful when you can tell that someone else truly believes you are going to win this game. I've had it with Snaking in the past when he talks and he's like, no, get these bots out of my game. Like, and it's just, you feel it and you're like, we won.
Yeah.
That's actually a really valid question that I have for you guys. Do you think the old school idea and archetype of a captain is kind of faded away now in modern Dota and how we play it professionally? Because there's no one person making shot calls. There's not always one person that's dictating the drafts and the heroes. So has that idea of a captain really just kind of been split into so many different roles?
I would say so. Yeah, like, it is up to everyone, because also it is really hard for one guy to have the knowledge of every single hero. Like, you should take charge of your game when you feel good about it, when you have the network, when it's your time to shine in the game, because your hero was picked for a reason, you're buying your items for a reason. So that should also come through in the communication. And I think also in the part of confidence, it's not just the calls you make. I think it's also being able, you need to say no sometimes in these games. Like, a call is made, it won't be correct. Or maybe instead of saying we need to go Roche, it's we go Roche, but when they come, we kill them. You know, it's like poke them, make them come to us. There's very small things that make a huge difference.
Yeah, there probably is still captaining to some degree, but like you mentioned, it's like, it's the ad-libs to the call, right? So the carry says a move, but then like a person like Soxa, who you can argue is the captain, will then layer in the kind of the extra 2 or 3 motions, or maybe they've built like a playbook of words that like fast rush or poke rush, or, you know, these type of things. Like, it's all the external things that we'll never really know about because it's like communication in game or how they carry themselves like during scrims or whatever. But yes, there is not as much of a captain, but I still feel there's elements there. It's not disappeared like maybe people do say it is.
I mean, to be honest, I think a big part of it is there are emotional captains to team. I think in-game, I feel like that load should be divvied out quite a bit, because there's I don't know, there's different periods of the game. Not every hero will be strong at every different point. And if you're weak, it's often kind of grief to make calls because you don't actually have an accurate
sit
read.
down.
Because your strength is not quite right. You got to no, it's not about supports or cores at all. It's just about strength just waxes and wanes throughout the game. And I think who's the leader outside of the game, who people look to whenever there's a bad game to to calm people down. That doesn't have to be a player. It can be a coach too. But I think you definitely need a sort of an emotional or like a leader of the group in some sense, but not necessarily in game. I think the two are separated in a way.
I feel like I may have put us down a little bit of a rabbit hole there, but it was interesting because we talk about so much of what Sucks is given. I was expecting a little bit to be thrown towards DM as well because he's added a lot more for the team with the newest edition. Obviously, he stood in for them before and they had great success, but for him to permanently join the roster, there's always a different caveat when someone joins permanently than when you win something together as a stand-in, because then that's when you start fleshing out ideas, when you start seeing maybe there are cracks in our gameplay and we're not trying to sacrifice too much just because we push through for this event.
I just always like to say, like, DM, he's a very specific player. I think he gives a lot to the team, also in terms of some of the things you do not see. He frees up your post-4 player a lot. I think it's also, I mean, Saxa will look good with anybody, but I think he will look especially good with people that understand how to play. I mean, Saxa has played with 33 for a long time. You learn a lot in terms of how do you set me up so you can leave me and I have my full free farm, get full XP. And I think DM, he fits pretty well into this archetype because he plays annoying heroes.
But he's also playing the annoying heroes that allow him to play into the lane again, right? Because like on the tail end of P-Vision, like he was playing more like sacrificial off-laners, where like he has to try and survive because, of course, 9 class is going to be doing something else. Again, that was maybe in the height of like the Slark, the Monkey Kings. Even though the heroes faded, the identity of DM's player style still existed on that team. But on Yandex, like we are seeing him play Axes and Dooms, Enigmas, and Lagos, like Slardars. Like he wants to be like present and a part of the team and like the aggression. He's not just playing for survival and initiation. And like you can see it in regards to like the statistics, right? His kind of, again, the games vary, but like just pushing from P-Vision to Yandex, it is only but green in all of the stats, basically.
Huh. I'm actually surprised because Paravision was incredibly dominant.
Oh, yeah.
I suppose, how is it so few games on Paravision? I feel like he played, like, he was on that
I think it's probably filtered by the patches, like the last, like, X patches.
I see, okay.
So it's not all-time games.
Okay.
The tail end of P-Vision versus the start of Yandex.
Yeah, it's since TI, and I think that makes a little bit more sense because they've spoken about it many times. There was a change-up that needed to occur over on that roster. That is why ultimately we did see DM make the move too. So it does make a little bit more sense. But still shocking to see just the biggest jump happen over on Yandex.
I mean, he's also had, I think, a big, like, what's it called? Like, just an improvement curve. Because I also want to remind people, this guy literally laned with someone back in the day that was, like, actively sabotaging like his own gameplay and like what they were doing. I think sometimes stuff like this can very easily like get to you and your own confidence when you keep losing or you're playing on a team and you're like, why are we losing all these lanes? Like, is it you? Is it me? Is it us? It's like, I think just important that you get over these hurdles and that you stay both true but also confident like within yourself.
Yeah, I think he's also a great pairing with Soxa because I don't think he's a super strong, opinionated guy. He's kind of down to like, he'll have opinions, but if you feel really strongly about something, he's down to go with that and believe in that identity. And I think that works perfectly with the team because they have strong beliefs and he is a great soldier as a player. I think that is a big part of him. He's very positive and very just sort of, oh, we think this is good? Okay, I'm going to do the thing. You hear him talk about Estini, his relationship with him. Estini was very much sort of the ideas guy on that team and he's saying, we do this every game. And DM's like, okay, this is the plan. We're going to follow the plan. And I think that for this team is great to have a guy who's just like, these are what we're going to do. All right, let's do that. And you make that happen. I think that's super valuable.
He's also a player that you can push him. I think there is so much more to what he believes in himself as well. It's like, yeah, I know that I can play these heroes comfortably. Someone else goes, what about this one? And you see him really step up to the plate. That's what I think has impressed me more than anything about DM joining Yandex is he has really been pushed and he is showing that he can meet those expectations.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure has not really got to him at all. And I think it is a matter of Saxa. I mean, we're going to say his name like a billion times, I feel like, before this grand final starts. And like,
we could talk about someone else if you want.
I'd like to, if possible. It's going to be the person that Saxa rotates towards. Of course, CJ. You know, Quinn loves talking about him a lot. I think Quinn, you've coined him as like one of the favorite mid laners that you've seen, I think, so far this year. But when you think about like his career, like he has utilized Yandex to the greatest lengths because pre-Yandex, he didn't really have any notable teams. This 1W team, now sure, they've bought out Tundra, but before that, they were basically tier 3 for their entire like lives, basically. So for Chira Jr., he kind of got picked out of like Eastern Europe, kind of tier 2, tier 3 teams, plopped onto Yandex, and now with the likes of Saxa has been just crushing it. And he has taken this opportunity in strides.
He was just a pop player for like until maybe even like 2 years ago, or even 1.5 years ago. You know, say the 1-win team stint where he was on. I wouldn't really have seen him as like a tier 1 or even tier 1.5 player. I think he's definitely improved a lot. I think he fits in quite well into this team. I think his improvement of like raw gameplay, but also just the stableness, because we keep going back to in the earlier blasts, like he did not do well under pressure. And I think right now, I don't see any of that anymore.
Yeah, I think that is actually the biggest thing and one of the hardest things to improve, because I think a lot of players, when they're chokers for a long time, maybe forever. It's hard to fix that. And the fact that he has been able to push past a lot of that and to go from someone who's kind of skittish and a little throwy in games that really matter to someone who just kind of plays his game and, if anything, has been really clutch in some of the harder games, that is not easy to fix. And a lot of players can never fix it. So I think that is especially commendable, because it's especially when you've tried to go through that, not many players can do it.
I was afraid that maybe after seeing their performance in Chain 2, we were going to start seeing a similar story to what we have for, and I don't want to throw them under the bus here, but for Aurora, right? Where they were going to be a team that could consistently make it to grand finals, but not really get any further for them. And you've always said it, Quinn, the first win is the hardest for them. So I feel like it is really just going to get easier here on out for the side of Yandex. But now I wonder for LGD, they're still looking for their first win, not only as a 5-man, but for so many individuals over there as well. And now you're coming up against the heavy favorites. Unfortunately, LGD are always going to be seen as the underdogs, whether it's the regional difference or just the draft differences too that sometimes come out.
But I think at least today they've done very well, I think, with their drafts. In the last series, I didn't see any like, oh, I'm throwing this game out of the window. You know, it's been looking good. And I think also just take it game by game. They're playing very well. They do a lot of good things. I think when you just look overall, it seems nice. It seems more clear. There's a bit more purpose in what they're doing. So just take it game by game. You know, don't overthink like, oh, this is the grand finals. I play against X team. Just focus on you and do what you want to do.
I mean, out of the 3 teams, though, that LGD have faced to get here, of course, like Aurora to BB now playing Yandex, I would argue that all stylistically, the teams that are playing have the same kind of type of draft in regards like it needs a little bit of laning success to fortify its mid game to then get online. It's not like incredible snowball. So some of like the quirky drafts that LGD's had, where you crush lanes and win by like what feels like you've won by 20-25, it can happen in this grand finals. So I think the draft, of course, will be so crucial if CAFs can find these little like niche picks to go, you know what, these 2 lanes we auto win because of Tailong or something, then we just win the game. So I think the entire finals, Yandex has to think, are they going to get us on the lanes? If so, how do we respond to that?
There's always that fine line to ride between momentum and exhaustion. LGD having already done 3 games, where exactly do they sit for? I'm not really sure going into the grand finals, but I do know straight after the end of their best of 3 series, we got to catch up with Yuma.
We're here with Yuma. You just won. Feelings running high. Are you hyped on adrenaline, or are you actually pretty calm? Because you seem pretty calm.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty calm. Yeah.
How do you manage that?
Day's not over. It's a way of seeing it.
That is true, and you have been playing some long games. You know, the long 3 games last night, you just played 3 games now, and now you have a grand finals ahead of you. How do you manage your stamina and endurance, not just for you, but also as a team?
I mean, to be honest, like, some people ask me this about when we would finish the 2-hour games, if we were tired or anything, but I think I could have kept on going. I think everyone in the team could have kept on going. I think you don't really pay attention too much while you're during the game. And yeah, until the series is over, you just have to give everything.
Now, I asked KJ this on stage. You guys are going to do the run back now against Yandex. They knocked you down before. He said you guys were too respectful of them last time. Do you agree with that? How is your view on this upcoming matchup?
Were we too respectful? Maybe. Maybe we're not playing our game and thinking too much about what they were like going to do. I mean, I think I believe this for like a few months now. We can beat any team and we can lose to any team. So yeah, I'm confident against them. They're a very good team, but I believe we can beat them. Yeah.
And for you, you've been grinding for years now in NA, SA. How do you feel to be in this position to potentially be the first South American team to lift a trophy at a Tier 1 tournament?
I mean, it feels great. It's a great opportunity. You never know when it's going to be your last. For me, it's my first, like you said. And yeah, I feel like a part of me is kind of blocking that thought because I just want to play, if I'm honest. I'm enjoying a lot how we're playing right now. I think we could have ended this game in 2 games. It was really like the end could have been so much nicer, let's say, but we made it, and that's all that matters. So yeah, I'm just happy. Very happy.
Well, you've been a pleasure to watch, and I am super excited for this grand finals. Thank you very much, Yuma, for your time.
Thank you very much.
I think that's one of the best ways you can really think about it, right? Even just coming into this tournament, you already feel that extra pressure of representing an organization, a name with a legacy like LGD, and then on top of that, you want to be doing your region proud. And at the end of the day, Yuma goes, I need to block all that stuff out. In fact, he enjoys blocking it all out and just focusing on how good their Dota has been lately, the way that they've been able to play. And now they're sitting at the highest placement for a South American team at a Tier 1 event.
I mean, the beautiful thing with Dota is like it's so complicated and such a gripping game that like you lose track of everything happening around you when you're in the game. Like when you're playing Kez, pressing this, swap, you know, like you're not thinking of the trophy, you're not thinking of anything, right? Maybe if it's like a game 3 where you're already 2 up, or maybe the game 5, but like the game itself, like when you talk about the 2-hour game, like he's not thinking of anything. Like he could play 3, 4, 5 hours if you have to, because in the moment you are just truly locking in for this is what I need to achieve. I need to destroy their ancient, and then after I'll deal with the, the ramifications of win or loss.
Yeah, I thought one of the interesting things he said was that like what was about the duration and about how they could just keep playing and he just wants to play. And I think he may be underestimating the physical impact. There's one thing to want to play Dota, but I also think whenever you played a bunch yesterday and now you're going to play a bunch more today, that you start to feel it physically. And even if it's not like a conscious thing, like I'm super tired, it will affect you. And you see it in series all the time, where as games go longer, it gets a little sloppier. And I think they may underestimate that. And I hope that they pace themselves and don't get it too ahead of it and like get hyper amped up on the early games to understand that it's a marathon, not a sprint, and you do actually need to be a little bit careful with this stuff because you can become very drained in these long days.
That's the benefit of being at least a South American team. You have to play so many qualifiers. So normally you go, they haven't played many best of 5s, right? Because internationally they finish, let's say, top 8, top 6. But when you have to go back to your region, you have to play up against these random Parker teams, these random other Schofield teams, whatever, and then you have to like overcome best of 5s. Like, they've been 2-0 down in the grand finals. They've had all the variations of best of 5s. So this is quite a rare kind of scenario for a team that this is not their like first experience of it. Like this is probably their 30th, 40th experience of this moment. So I think they already have the pacing of the series. It's just a matter of like like you said, the physical, like being on site, having to do it across from your opponent. That is the thing that is quite foreign to them.
It's also at the same time important that you help each other out. Like obviously you need to do that in the game first and foremost, but also like in terms of how you talk, how you communicate. If you see someone struggle, whether it's in the gameplay or you feel like they're being a bit stressed or tense, or maybe they're tired, because it is very important. There's a lot that goes into these games that isn't just how you play your hero and how you press your button. Is how do you feel? How are your emotions? Like, are you feeling good? Because what I like that he said is, I enjoy how we're playing right now. We can lose to anyone, we can beat anyone. So if you have like a nice balance of, I feel good, we're playing well, we don't care too much about our opponents, but you have a balance of, we respect them for what they do, but we do our stuff, I think that's perfect.
That's one everyone can agree with, is the fact that we're enjoying the Dota or LGD of playing. And it's been so much enjoyment. The fact that we got 3 games in their lower bracket finals. I'm hoping for 5 games with the way that they're playing. But if we wanted to get to that 5th game, we've got to start off with a game 1 draft. It is our grand finals between Yandex and LGD, and our game 1 draft is going to come up very soon. There's an enjoyment and definitely an atmosphere happening around these two. Yandex having to wait patiently for the earlier best of 3 to finish, and they had to wait to even know who they were going to be going up against. So that's also a factor. Maybe they themselves in their hearts thought it was going to be BetBoom all along, and somewhat last minute had to really recalibrate and go, it's actually LGD that we're going to have to go up against again, because they have gone up against them already in the playoffs. In fact, that was the first matchup for LGD, was against Yandex.
Yeah, and Yandex did beat them out there. It were still very competitive games, and it was also, remind you, the series where LGD had probably one of the worst drafts ever. So obviously there is a lot to learn, from this type of series and moving forward. And if you're Yandex, of course you had a lot of prep prepared for either team, right, that you're going into potentially on the day, and then you finish it, while you're watching the series. So they're obviously going to be very ready.
I think LGD, they definitely have chances, though. In some ways, I think their playstyle matches up well against Yandex. It's sort of an all or nothing thing. It's like the scale is tipping one way or the other, because LGD is running at you head first, and Yandex is a bit of a slower team. They want to play for later periods, but when it hits the later periods, I think they're very favored. Oh, yeah. And so it's there's sort of a timing there where LGD, I think, can ransack you, but if you don't ransack them, then maybe it swings back the other way.
Yeah, I think it's going to really be like the battle of the emotions. And like even if LGD have this early game lead, you were saying about them getting too excited in the back of their minds, think if they think about it's the grand finals, they might kind of exert themselves too much to go for the move they shouldn't be making, and then Yandex will be able to capitalize on that. One thing that Yandex does really well though is you look at their draft, it is very balanced. Like when Watson goes for a bit more of a greedier carry, DM's playing a more aggressive off lane. When suddenly DM's a bit more greedy on the off lane, Watson then has a bit more fight and more pip in his step from the carry. Like I'm yet to look at a lineup where I'm like, okay, there is a major problem where all cores have to AFK hit creeps. Like they are very subtly ensuring that they are ready to take these little fights.
It's also like if you look at what happened in the last series that they played, CEST was like a very big factor in that series. I think game 1 was like the Drow Ranger game where I think Watson kind of popped off, and then the other 2 games were heavily influenced by the bird. So it's also, obviously, you have a lot of heroes going into this series that you're ranking very highly for yourself, and you're also ranking very highly for the opponent. I think game 1, you can test maybe a little bit, you know, like you have some idea against, okay, we're gonna give them the bird if they are first pick, and then this is our answer. But in game 1, it's a little bit of your, you know, limit ground and like limit testing.
Yeah, not the Lone Druid though. Don't test that.
No, not that one,
No,
please.
that one's been tested. You can't beat it. Don't try.
I mean, it's also like with DM, like he is the Zoo offlaner. We've yet to really have to see him play like the Beast, the Lycan. Of course, Beast often gets banned, but like some of those really awkward picks he can bring out are yet to really be brought into play by Yandex. So maybe you also have to respect that LGD, if you start drafting in this like skirmishy style, you might just get completely outpaced in regards to the Zoo if you aren't ready for it. So there are strategies that Yandex haven't even revealed as of yet.
And you do have to be mindful of those considering your first pick. Now, there is an advantage to having that, but you also have the disadvantage of getting that first pick somewhat countered or somewhat answered, right? A response in that opening phase that you don't have too much of a say over. You're going to be taking out Enigma and SF on the side of LGD, and for Yandex, Batrider is making it into the very first ban, not even just first phase, the very first ban that they want to consider.
We've been asking for it ever since LG started kind of winning with it in the playoffs, and now finally, Yandex, the team to do it.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very smart. I think Yandex maybe need to be a little bit less scared of Viper than some of the other teams because they're such prolific Invoker players, and I think that is one of the better heroes against the Viper. So if they're going to leave it, then I think they need to make sure they have answers for it. And that's totally fine with me, but don't give it in a situation where, okay, now LGD have beaten you in lanes and they're running you over and it's, you don't want that. You want to have solid foundations and to get through the laning phase to that period later on where you can, outskill them and out-experience them.
No, for sure. There's a lot of bans here that I like too. I think the Batrider, of course, we talked about it. It just makes sense against LGD. And there's a high chance, like if you're LGD, that you're potentially looking even at a first pick CEST here. I think with some of the bans that you're going for, it was very good in like the last series that they played too.
Lone Druid's still in the pool.
Exactly.
I know they still have one more ban, but...
Yeah, but LGD often does the self-ban of the Lone Druid on first pick, right? So game 1 of a grand finals, they played it in the qualifier in between this event, but Lone Druid hasn't really been their thing. So the fact that they actually take the Drow over it, the Drow does slaughter the bear in the one-on-one. It's all the other aspects of the draft that can make the Lone Druid extremely potent, but LGD giving away Lone Druid in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Yandex called their bluff. I really like that they banned the Axe. You could see they waited a little bit longer on that ban than some of the other ones. They're like, are they actually going to pick it? Nah, I don't think so. And they didn't. So that is valuable information for the rest of the series that, LGD, they had the chance to first pick Lone Druid. They passed. They will never pick it. So we never need to ban it. You've got that locked in for the rest of the series. You'll never ban Lone Druid.
But I'm also wondering, are Yandex going to want to respond to the Drow with a Lone Druid?
They don't know yet either.
Yeah.
And they're not going to, so.
The information goes both ways then.
Well, they will play Lone Druid. I think they're just not picking into Drow, so that is something to consider. They will absolutely play Lone Druid, but I think it is a bad matchup. T said it. Lone Druid is bad against Drow, and so I think it's a bit weird to, in some ways, counterpick yourself. Caudle, I think, makes a lot more sense because you can play a lot on the stacks, and you don't have to lane. You can just sort of, Keza said earlier, you can just cheat the lane and then go play on stacks and not play into this super strong Drow early game.
But if you have a draft that is very pick-off based, if you're picking the Storms and the Caudles and those stuff, a later picks Lone Druid can always be in play. That's why I think LGD are now banning it out, because it's like you have to respect the map play it brings. So a nice little bit of a bluff between both teams.
It's also, I think it shows, obviously Caudle is a very strong hero in the meta, so I don't want to like overcomplicate it, but it's also that a lot of the Caudle partners are very good against Drow. Like when you think about what Caudle enables is he makes heroes good that are generally mobile, right? Your Embers, your Storms, your Queen of Pains, and Drow doesn't enjoy playing against these heroes. You know, so if you help enable people to keep running forward, which is generally what Caudle does, he makes your mid strong, he heals your team, you can keep going onto the Drow, because Drow just wants to keep her distance. She doesn't want anyone to be close to her.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool adjustment. Soxa is also just an absolute beast on the Caudle. It's been banned pretty much every other game that I've seen against Yandex, so when it goes through, I think you also want to pick this hero to remind them, hey, you still need to ban this, and that can like actually free up other heroes later down the line because you've called their bluff and said, you're going to live us Caudle? Okay, we're going to crush you with it, and then now we get other heroes in the future.
And it's such a cool Undying ban as well, because like with the interview from Miro on BB, the guy who played the Undying into Drow, he was like, the one other offlaner that might be able to play this in the tournament is DM. So kind of Miro respecting the Undying, CEST of course respecting the Undying, and the kind of the new tech getting shown throughout Slam.
This Timber ban is also great. You saw them pick the Timber against the tree last time.
Yeah.
You learn from not your mistakes, but other people's mistakes. I think that's also one of the benefits of the Grand Finals we were talking about. If you've got more time to look, you've got more time to prepare, you see that tree into the Timber pick after, hey, we should keep that in mind, and they do, and now it's banned. These are little things you pick up that can have a really big impact.
I just really want to see Nature's Prophet again for Watson, right? The idea of pressure the Drow in lane, fight her in lane. Like, why aren't you going for heroes like Nature's Prophet that can bring this type of engagement?
Bane is a hero that we've seen banned in a lot of the other games, but of course, you know, you've seen more games, you've seen more of the player-specific things and the heroes they want in specific matchups, but Bane for LGD here, quite good. It's always talked about, it's very good against the Caudle. You can follow him, you see him, you have night vision, you lane very well with Drow Ranger.
He was banned in all of the games in our lower bracket finals, every single one of them by both teams.
Very, very contested hero for a good reason.
Yeah, this lane is disgusting.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
And Caudle is also bad against this Bane hero, like Keza said, so the lane is going to be hard. I don't think there's any hero that's going to make them win this lane. That lane is pretty much fried, and so you're playing for net worth, you're playing for stacking your triangle and farming there. There's already a dynamic there of the potential for LGD to be attacking the Yandex triangle because the safe lane is it's over. The safe lane is lost already.
I mean, I am overall then thinking, because if you're, I mean, LGD will likely look for their Theolicor hero here. He's generally like the range, follow-up damage, so this just fits right in the bill. But this double pick for Yandex is not super simple in my mind, just because the LGD safe lane is very, very strong. Like you can try to have like some, like even if you do some Largo +1, I don't love it very much, because I think even if you take those heroes, there's a Viper on 18 for LGD, which is very scary if you show your mid pick here.
Yeah, you kind of need to protect CJ, because like Largo Storm, sure, it looks good on paper, but yeah, Viper, guess what?
Yeah.
Talon's very happy.
Like maybe you could do some Lycan +1.
Oh.
Bring out the Wolf. It's at least one of the most gangster counters to Bane. Like Bane hates this hero like so badly. Nightmare gets taken off, you just suck it up in literally every single team fight. Even if you buy a Ghost Scepter, he's gonna get a Nullifier later. You should have an okay lane because you're Bane Drow against Caudle Lycan, but in the game, this is ultra nasty.
Yeah, I mean, it is the kind of the zoo that I was hoping to see from DM in the Grand Finals, but I mean, LGD, they're kind of setting up. Nothing they've picked is, like, they're not hiding anything. They're kind of really saying what it is, and the Nature's Prophet I wanted to see from Watson, pretty clear. They have a very strong read on what they're doing to the Drow. They're going to close this map in, shove the waves, bring the summons, hit the towers, just try and just choke LGD. And now they need to, like, I mean, if they played Kunkka in offlane or mid, that's the type of hero that I'm trying to see. Like, a guy who can just, like, play around me. I'm going to hold them off for just a bit. Please scale whilst I hold down the team fights and kind of protect the towers for a bit.
Yeah, Whisper's not played a lot of stuff like that this tournament. You could also see the Watermelon, but he hasn't played that, I don't believe.
Like Underlord as well. It's like you pretty much just need like the blob to provide a lifeline for Drow to then kind of play behind.
Yeah, it's you need to be able to answer this aggression. I think it's a good call on Watermelon Man. Tide has just always historically been ultra good against summons. The only thing is, while you're very good at like protecting your team and so on, he's not ultra mobile. You can't answer every single play. Like Nature's and Lycan still have a lot of like small moves. You know, you can aggress their safe lane tower. Maybe he TPs, suddenly boom, you can immediately go mid because he goes back to the gate. He ends up in his own lane. Now you attack other side. So there's a lot of gameplay interaction still to be had for Yandex here.
And LGD, they're relatively low damage, right? Of course, Drow with items and marksmanship can do a lot, but they are they're awkwardly waiting for this to happen. Luckily, their survivability is their friend. Like, just parking the Tide will buy time. Just something to note with LGD, their last pick kind of needs to give a little bit of just movement. Otherwise, they are just hoping Yuma can get into the game at the correct time. And ban the Viper just to respect the Tide needing to frontline. Break would be pretty good.
Yeah, Yandex have options. Whenever it's mid versus mid last pick, there's a lot of mind games, and you need to think about, okay, what are the possible heroes we want, and what are their possible responses? The bans have to be very accurate, because if they're inaccurate, then suddenly there's a, oh, if we pick this, they're going to respond with this, and then you can have problems. And so before you even start banning, you need to understand what heroes you want for both sides. It's a mini game that I think is not played as much recently, because we don't see too many 23 mids, but it is, you got to be really careful here. And I think a lot of it is the mid's job to understand, okay, what do I want and what can I not play against? Because you'll understand that better than everyone else. And so there's a lot of responsibility on both players to communicate that properly and not just be like, oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't do that. You're getting cooked if that's what you're saying.
Are they playing Ogre in the mid lane, or what's happening here?
Yeah, Ogre is good.
Ogre, Magi.
I mean, then what are we thinking, like, in terms of the overall, like,
for
mid?
CJ, or because like
I mean,
CJ,
both even.
There's the Storm, the Ember for playmaking, utilizing the Cuddle, just jumping on Drow, and then of course the Zeus that we've seen rise up in popularity. CJ and of course Tai Lung have kind of shown us the strengths and weaknesses of the hero, but I think these are the three heroes I'm looking towards for him.
No Invoker ban.
It is a bit interesting.
Yeah, they split it instead. They took that TA.
I mean, there is definitely an option that Natures can go mid. Like, maybe this gives us a bit more info also on, you know, what LGD want. Obviously, you would only put Natures middle if he also has a good matchup there, and then you can get an even better matchup by picking a new carry for Watson.
This is the beauty and the luxury of where they pick Nature's Prophet on the side of Yandex.
I mean, Yandex would be... I would lean more towards the heroes that bring your plays a little bit more together, whether it's some Ember or a Storm, because like in Nature's Tree and Caudal, you don't have any lockdown. I mean, your best lockdown is Overgrowth or Sprout. So you've got some work to do on your last pick still.
I mean, LGD has at least announced to Yandex that they are worried about the Tide being able to frontline through the Viper, the Viper in the game, the TA in the lane. Like, they know the Tide Hunter is so critical for their lineup to function. So Yandex alone, seeing the bans, of course the heroes, they might of course start thinking, how else can we shut down this hero? The problem is, like, Gyrocopter and Ursa's, these anti-laning Tide heroes, they just wouldn't really enable Yandex's draft. It's just more of like a lane thing. I wouldn't want to kind of promote it due to the kind of the synergy of the other heroes. I prefer the Embers and Storms that we've already mentioned.
Yeah, still in the pool. They're really thinking about this one, which is good. You saved your time for a reason. It's really nice to be able to use that toward the end of the draft. That's why you don't want to blow it on the early picks, as it means the thinking toward the end, you have a little bit less time, and it can be a real problem. And you can misfire a pick sometimes if you use too much time early.
Well, the Kes ban is somewhat interesting. There's also some other heroes. Maybe it's just too difficult to do stuff like this, but like this was definitely not what I was gonna mention. I was thinking of like some Primal Beast. He has played this mid on Tai Lung.
He has, yeah. But he still builds like he's the offlane. So
pretty
it's not
much,
as if there's any new tech, it's just offlane Largo from the mid. Of course, earlier levels due to being mid. You are Blob that can frontline. Body for the Drow.
Well, you're definitely not picking Ember now.
This is so strange. I mean, it's a really free Storm pick, I feel like.
Yeah,
now.
I think so too.
In some ways, I think you kind of just walked into it, because I don't think Largo is...
He doesn't interact with you at all.
He's not going to pressure you, and you've got a lot of plays to make on side lanes. You've got Coddle, gives you jump. Now, you're not going to have much team fight, but you're not playing off that. You're playing off of splitting lanes, off of picking people off.
Ooh.
Okay, so I thought about this, but isn't this bad against Largo because he just licks the stacks off?
I guess so. He definitely can. I mean, I guess you can still like kind of beat his ass in the lane anyway. Like, you outrange him, and it also means he can never really use your Q for anything else.
Maybe it's also like the pacing, right? Like outside of the lane, like Monkey will farm, Largo will farm, but then Monkey plays the map a lot quicker than the Largo. Like, you drag the TPs around. You already mentioned that Tide can obviously only ravage in one fight. So if Monkey's running like bottom, dragging the, technically top right there on Dire. So Tide then goes top. Then Monkey's like twin getting running bottom, like doing all these quick plays. But yeah, the lane matchup, I've never seen a Monkey versus Largo in the mid lane.
No, me neither.
I mean, I'm sure it's a draw at worst for Monkey King, and it's possible that you win the lane still. You do have very, very minimal team fight, and you've got triple right-clicking cores, so stuff like Shivas and people tanking up can become a problem eventually for Yandex. I don't think they have some like scaling eventuality. If anything, I think LGD scaling is better. Yeah. The script is quite different from what I thought it would be.
It's just the fact that Yandex, they have, like you said, the physical scaling cores feel nice, but how do they kill heroes past 35 minutes, 40 minutes? Like once you are running into a farmed Largo and Tidehunter, Yuma's going to be playing behind that kind of pocket, like hiding behind it. I am looking at Yandex to utilize their heroes to play into the game early. They need to do like the LGD style of play, like break down the lanes, get your Helm of Dom, play through the Lycan, utilize the fact that you have Watson and, of course, CJ on these type of heroes.
Yeah, like Yandex want to collapse and like take over like the entire map. LGD they're quite slow. Like they have two big blobs. Like both Largo and Tide don't like this stuff. There's a lot of abusable things that Yandex can go for. But if they don't get this done, like I really like both drafts. I think also LGD should be very happy. Like if Yuma gets to the late game, it's a pretty good tight game if you don't get like destroyed early or you get jerked around the entire map, or they get like 1 or 2 silver edges where you die. So I think we're in for a game that's just going to be decided by gameplay.
Down to execution, down to that gameplay. That's what you want to hear for a game number 1 in a grand final. And the joy of having Yandex up against LGD, it means that we are going to crown a brand new Blast Slam winner.
How has Dota contributed to my life? The meme answer would be literally everything.
It's been my work, it's been also my social life.
Dota is something that has allowed me to live life more beautifully and more thoroughly, and for that I'm extremely grateful.
For me, Dota is my life. It's pretty much encapsulated my entire life for the last 22 years or so, maybe even more than that.
The answer is shorter if I say what Dota hasn't given me.
Started as like escapism, knowing that you can go somewhere, and it really just feels like you aren't like worried by anything else happening in life.
It's also taken 80% of my soul, but I'm okay with that trade-off because I think I've gained a lot. I wouldn't redo it.
It is so stressful to be a player. It's very hard to understand how much time, effort, and stress goes into being good at this game.
The predominant feelings I felt when playing professionally.
It's a very big investment. You make sacrifices to play at that level.
In the moment, you don't really think about all these extra things. You are just kind of living in the game.
And that's really cool. The feeling of like every click is perfect and you know everything that's going to happen and everything you should do. Like it's a feeling, like you feel it in your hands.
There is so much more given from players and teams to be able to win something like a Blast Slam.
That moment of elation is just 100 million times better than anything you get when you're at home on a PC.
A lot of things that would go through my head when I was playing Dota, at least, is just try to play the best of my ability.
When you get out of the game, you're just pumped.
This is kind of like the final sort of step where you can get that reassurance as a team that everything's working.
To win a tournament like Blast, it's a way to certify that you like belong among these teams.
When they get older, they're going to look back at their trophies and really appreciate each and every one.
Winning Slam is amazing. You're winning a tournament. I feel like everyone that plays Dota is playing because they want to win.
Who do I want to win Blast Slam 7?
The champions of this tournament.
Who's going to win?
For this tournament, I think
we will get to see a different team get to claim the title of Blast Slam champion.
Indeed, we will. We'll get to see a different one this time around here at Blast Slam 7. Either going to be LGD or Yandex. Two, honestly, super entertaining teams to follow so far in this tournament, right, Fog? They've both given us some pretty crazy long games, so I hope we're going to get some here today in this best of 5.
Oh, it's likely.
And we know both teams can be creative with the picks. And we're seeing it here in this draft from both sides, right? What do you want to talk about first? The Largo mid?
Right, probably is the biggest one that I think we can talk about, the Largo mid. I mean, Tylung's played it a couple of times. He played it at least versus Liquid recently. He did okay, but they did not end up winning the game. He was laning versus an Invoker, so it does feel like a bit of a tougher matchup, but we'll have to see how he does and what he itemizes. I don't think you can deviate on this hero. Probably same items, right? Don't think he's going to go too far out of the ordinary, but looking forward to see how that matchup is going to be versus the Monkey King with the Jingoos. But there's so much to talk about, because Yandex, it does feel like they switched things up a bit too, right? This does not feel like the usual Chira Jr. that we do see. He likes to play a lot of these spellcasters, so looking forward to what he's going to do on the Monkey King. And this hero has struggled in times.
It has. It very much feels like an all or nothing here in the mid.
It does.
But it does seem like a similar style to some of the mid players. Right. For example, we've seen him on like the Midnight Stalker, right?
Absolutely.
And I feel like that fits a very sort of similar pace as the mid Monkey King, because you're going to be up and down the map as soon as you can, trying to just be constantly looking for brawls. Because if you don't find them, you're going to fall behind.
Yeah, I feel... Oh, Chera already getting some good damage onto him here to start the lane off for Tailung. That'll be decent, at least getting him down to half HP. So I feel like this one also, like BetBoom, both teams are doing for their own type of drafting style, not fully counter-picking each other entirely, right? Sure, you can see that the Tidehunter pick was a very good counter-pick versus the Lycan and the Nature's Prophet in particular. But overall, both teams are looking to play their different styles, because one has lots of team fight, the other one has lots of splitting the map, farming, controlling tempo. So we'll see whose idea ends up working better in this one.
Yeah, I'm just really interested to see how this matchup goes in the mid. Indeed, as the panel talked about, obviously the Monkey King is against the Baylor here. He's going to get the Jingu Mastery up, but once it's up, Tailung's going to be able to lick it off and get a little bit of a benefit for himself because he's dispelling that buff. So does that then mean that the Frog comes out on top? You were sort of thinking, no, still overall you think the Monkey King's still going to feel better because you're just going to be able to get the buff up more easily, then he's able to take it off you?
I think a 50-50 or maybe some slight advantage for the Monkey King. We'll have to see how they do play it, because Tailung, he is comfortable on this hero. He likes to play this in the matchup, so we'll see how he gets. He does with the anti-Jingu. You can see Chera is stopping his attack. Did he get it off in time? Doesn't look like it. Does have Jingu stacks on him to hit him again, but top DM.
There we go, first blood here. And Yuma might actually take a lot of damage here. Wolves are in on top of him.
He could go down.
He's in trouble. They're going to get both of them. Meanwhile,
gets mid, though.
Over in the mid, will find the kill. So Tailung able to play around the lick. Yeah, I think that the first time around, cool. Taking it off before the Boundless came down. So Chira wasn't able to get the Boundless connection whilst he had the Jingu Mastery buff.
And he can just spam him. It actually ends up working pretty nicely
I think
here.
it's going to be kind of overwhelming. The damage from these early two spells between the Catcher Link and the Frog Stomp.
Theo, though, my goodness, action all over the place.
It's ticking off.
Hell yeah.
All three lanes kills already here in the first couple of minutes.
This is what we want to see, right? We know LGD, they love the kills, but Yandex will absolutely look to match that here. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this matchup will progress now that he does have a kill, right? You get this advantage. And we did see Tailung be able to force and get these type of early kills with his Zeus, right? He level 1 killed somebody yesterday.
Yeah, he can be a very aggressive mid in the right situations. And
he's fun to watch, that's for sure. And yeah, getting the early bottle does mean that he's going to be able to get the fill up. So Chira, since he doesn't go bottle on Monkey King, we'll see how he does make the moves around.
And what does this sort of mean for the dynamic of the team when you have the mid being the Largo? I imagine build, it probably doesn't change, right?
Yeah,
it's still going to be the same that you get from the offlane. It's just going to be a little bit accelerated.
It's just a team fighter, right? I feel like he's not going to play that style where, oh, I got to go jungle and get that item, right? He's just going to run around with the team is what it feels like to me. But he also can back up and farm if it's necessary because this hero does farm stacks. Chira is definitely feeling that pressure elite. This is like, once it gets higher levels too, the cooldown is extremely low. So he will be able to dispel that Jingu every single time.
I mean, it's one of those things I wonder, you know, for Chira Jr. on the Monkey King. Top lane.
The Wolves
should be able to walk this off.
Yeah, the Wolves hurt.
Yeah, they can't quite push into him. Back in the mid. Oof. Nearly another chance to take him down. He's got the cell, so he's going to be able to heal up. But I just wonder, how many times do you think Chira Jr. as a Monkey King has played against the mid Largo? Like, how common is this match?
Definitely not common.
It's not.
I feel like I haven't seen anybody else do mid Largo except for Tailung. Don't know if I can even check all that, but Saksa gets slept top. Can't get the connection onto him. This Lycan pick, we do have to talk about it as well, because it's not something that's been being grabbed too often, but I've been wanting to see something like this, some gap closers, when there's a first pick drow, right? I think all of us have been kind of like, how is this first pick drow working in some of these games? Because it does feel as if there should be counters.
You've got to try something different, and do indeed like the fact that Yandex absolutely are trying to apply a very fast approach with their lineup. It does feel risky, though, in that regard, right? If it doesn't go well for Yandex, if they don't get the ball rolling, things can get tricky.
Absolutely. But that's the kind of play style they're looking for with the Nature's Prophet pick too, right? They're looking to overwhelm, surround this Drow Ranger in particular. Chira is starting to do better here. So even though he did die, starting to see the effect that he can have since you can't always just lick it off every single time. It's actually low mana on Tailung too. Does he have the Soul Ring coming? He does. Doesn't need that mana to be able to get these dispels.
I wonder if we'll see any sort of early support move to the mid. Probably could see... I mean, you know, Whisper, he's kind of chill, right? If he's able to just pull waves. We'll see in the mid.
Cheer up.
It's good damage, and the wraparound is coming in. So there's going to be a +1 from the side of Theo Lecourt.
Off the mark.
Little off the mark with the bush, but doesn't matter. The Acorn shot and the lick's in.
Oh, and that's super useful too versus the Treant Protector. Sure, you get this living armor from Global. That also just gets completely licked off as well. This is clever.
Pretty strong this game.
Yeah, this is clever.
Top lane.
TP. Yuma.
It's good TP here from Watson. Nothing that Yuma can do.
They're going to play very fast tempo on the side of Yandex.
It is this sort of play that, again, it does feel a bit surprising. We just haven't seen more teams just kind of do this against these first pick Drows.
Yep.
Just have something that's going to be able to press the Drow lane and run something like this Nature's Prophet carry that can be that extra bit on top of it that has the potential to make the Drow's laning phase pretty miserable.
And also, just summons in general. I haven't seen many teams do this because it can be dangerous later if the Drow goes Aghanims, etc., right? But summons block the multi-shot. It's very effective in the early game. Like, you're trying to just multi-shot somebody and you do 0 damage because there's some treants or wolves standing in front of you, too. So, definitely feels like a pretty cool approach from Yandex. And yeah, this Nature's Prophet hero, right? We do have to mention Watson had a pretty ridiculous game the other day. What was it, 1,000 GPM or something? I think it was, or 900?
Yeah, he had like an insane Nature's Prophet game.
He went absolutely wild. So this hero, with the buffs that it's gotten recently, since you get the damage, for people that don't know, from the most recent patch, you get the damage from your treants no matter where they are now. So does feel very strong with that Spirit of the Forest. I think we were doing the math on it. It's like 50 damage when you get all your treants out.
Because is that going to be enough of a fallback for Yandex? Say, you know, we get like 20, 30 minutes in, they're not dominating the game, it's slowing down. Can Watson be like, it's going to be fine, guys, I can carry this late game on my Nature's Prophet?
I do think so, yeah.
It's a pretty good insurance policy if they don't run LGD over.
And also, Yuma is struggling. Yeah. Just constantly getting ran at here.
As I said, this top lane setup with the fact that you can bring the Nature's Prophet in, it looks great. And they're using the pressure perfectly, just doing everything they can to get as many kills against Yuma in this laning stage.
He needs a moment. A lot of pressure coming in. Yeah, it's overall right to it. Their lineup is about this constant pressure. It's taking towers. It's taking objectives. They have heal as well, the sustain that comes in, not just from the Coddle, but the Jingu, all these little things. Same thing from the Treant Protector. So, yeah, definitely very strong here.
Oh, did we see it? Oh, he was trying to cut his tree.
He's trying for it.
Tylon. Keep the wave shoved in on the mid. They're still looking for Chira Jr. up in the trees.
They're applying a fair amount of pressure. He's starting to fall pretty far behind in terms of net worth. He's 1,000 behind the Largo now.
Yeah. No, I like this from LGD, right? They know that the top lane's kind of hard to save, so they're going to bring the Drow over towards the mid, put the pressure on.
That's cool.
Because whilst, you know, it kind of sucked getting pressured on the top lane, it's also going to suck for Yandex, right, if this Monkey King isn't going to get a good start to the game. He's already at the lowest on the CS. They're taking his tower away early, and as we say, right, we've seen a lot of mid-Monkey King games fall apart pretty early when the Monkey King's not able to start getting the ball rolling. And
I think
it's not going to be an easy game for Chira Jr. to find those players in the side lanes if LGD group up. And LGD, they're going to be grouping up pretty hard, pretty early, right? Because they have a mid-Largo and an off-lane Tide.
Absolutely. And yeah, we've seen, like you said, the Monkey Kings, if it doesn't win the lane, it starts to struggle to find opportunities to look for farm, because you did put 2 points in Jingu as well, so you don't have the max Primal. He did save a couple points, so does now have 3 points in the Primal Spring to get that farm to catch up, so that will help him. But yeah, Chira's going to need some help to catch up.
Because this is the thing, right? This is the worry. At the moment, he's down there with the net worth of the supports. We've seen Monkey King struggle to climb back out of that area.
Absolutely. But that's where Watson, right? If he absorbs all that net worth. And he can get some really good items this game in particular. Can go Silver Edge versus the Tide Hunter. Since this Tide didn't really get to talk about the pick in general, this is an excellent counter pick versus the Lycan, as we've seen time and time again. Same thing versus the NP. But eventually, those breaks will come in.
Whisper able to play pretty safe down here.
And yeah, I really like that Yuma rotation. He loses his top tower, but it's of design. He can't go up there for the moment. Now he can start going back. Has to be careful up here, though. There's a lot of vision. That's something that we're going to see Yandex play around, because this time around, LGD, they don't have the best vision heroes in comparison. There's going to be wolves hunting, trees scouting, a treant scouting as well, too. So Yuma does have to be careful of his positioning.
Ooh, they'll be able to put a stop to the TP.
Whisper has a point for Ravage if he feels like he needs it.
Tylon's coming in. So Watson doesn't look like he's going to receive any help.
Going down.
He's just dead. They're able to take him out. No need for the putting a point yet into the Ravage. They can keep the pressure onto the tier 1 tower.
Fish acquired. And still able to hold the skill point, hold on to that Ravage, of course. Another tower. On the flip side, look at Yandex positioning. So they are looking for Yuma here.
They do want to try and get something in return for losing their carry and losing the tier 1 on their bottom lane.
They're scouting his movement here. Malady might just go for the sneak.
He wants more than the courier, yeah. He walks past that. Yuma's not going to expect this, so Malady can get the setup, but no one's really quite close enough to connect. We'll see.
NPTP.
Chiro Jr.'s trying to come across.
NPTP plus the Wolves might just be enough.
Oh,
he sprouted himself.
He sprouted himself. Okay, just make some treants, I guess.
I guess.
Well, Yuma's actually going to be able to get back to the tower. Whispers in, there's a Ravage at the ready.
Yuma's alive.
He's fine. Did he mean to sprout himself?
I don't think so, but it happened. And now, Yuma.
Okay, well.
Well, that was awkward. Well, that happened.
He didn't mean it. He must have
double-clicked it.
Double-clicked it.
Something happened.
Well.
Yandex still trying to run DM. DD gets dispelled off. Whisper. Chasing forward for another one, but he can't get him.
King Jungles nearly gets the Nightmare on him.
Close.
All right, so good reaction there from LGD. They keep Yuma alive, keep the tier 2 perfectly fine.
And they get earn charges too, so they can heal him. Yeah, this was... I mean, there's no way he did that on purpose. It happens. And then also, I mean, Yuma gets the gust off. It hits Chira during the Primal Spring as well too. So he would have died if like all of those things didn't happen. For sure. LGD will be very happy that Yuma survives.
A little sloppy there from Yandex, but you know, for them, it's their first game of the day, right? So,
true.
Warming up.
True.
Here in game 1 of the best of 5.
Whisper also left a fish up there, too.
Here we go. This Sprout doesn't miss. Watson's in. Catches Tai Lung. Ty's pretty beefy, though, so even though they get the connection, he's still able to run away.
And we have to mention, too, right, for Yandex, very limited lockdown on their team. It's going to be the Boundless Strike and the Overgrowth for a very long time, so that can happen a lot, right? We could see Yuma, we could see a lot of heroes just walk away in these situations. Theolicord, he will not walk away. Saksa is getting all the last hits. It's going to be a fast Holy Locket for him, but I think his cores are going to be a little sad. At least Chira, who wants to catch back up here. Level 6 hit for the tree. See, the first level 6 support, Malady. Very early that he does have this, and he's pretty farmed too. He almost has a drum. Pretty impactful. It is able to get licked off, of course, this Overgrowth, so have to watch out for that too in the mid game. As you said, a lot of different things that he can lick off.
LGD, where do they want to go next? They're going to check for the power rune.
They're stacking. It's a little difficult for them to make aggressive moves on their own. They're very good at responding to aggression, but until they have the level 6 on KJ, it does feel kind of complicated for them to just make a move on somebody here. And he is a bit low level on the Bane. Probably going to get 6 around that 14-minute mark.
And they know that there's heroes up here. Tai Lung and Theolicor heading over. DM's going to pop the ult.
He's got a creep.
Bushwhack's going to hold back Saxa. DM's going to turn his attention over towards Theolicor with the Boundless Strike. Does miss. Doesn't matter, though. They still close in and kill off the Hoodwink, but the info and time is there for Tai Lung to safely get back.
DM is going to be very strong once he gets this Overlord as well, too. He's going to be one of the biggest threats for them, especially whenever Whisper's not there, right? If the rest of the heroes do not really address the Lycan very well. So it's going to be up to Whisper to control him.
Yeah, because Whisper's going to try and... He's going to go for this pretty early Ags, right? Just straight for the phase into the Aghanims before BKB, before Blink or anything else.
Yeah, and then eventually he'll get the shard afterwards, right? Versus the Lycan, I'd imagine, so pretty early.
It feels so good this game.
And he is getting boosted. Like, looking at the stacks that are being made, as much as this is a downtime in this game so far here, it's not been downtime from KJ. He's been putting in work for those stacks. So big money for Whisper here. That's going to accelerate. He's going to pretty much have it done after both these camps.
And this is probably going to be one of the fastest tied Ags, right? Because it's not normally the first item, is it?
Which... How good is that when it's the first one where you only have 1 point in Gush? I guess he's saving some points so he can put more in it, but...
That is true. That's,
I don't think I've ever seen an Ags with level 1 Gush. Okay, so I mean, he's got points held. He'll definitely put more points in there, but that's kind of funny to see that. It works pretty good with their lineup overall, too. Like, the mobility, sure, it's there from the Lycan, but the rest of them, not really the most mobile heroes. And the Gush, it slows an absurd amount. 60% slow with that 10 talent.
Just sort of the combination, right, of the Gush and the multi-shot. So it's kind of like a match made in heaven there, right? Yeah. You got the slows, the armor, the physical damage.
Malady sees Yuma. Yuma is relatively low HP right now, too.
Oh, yeah, bringing it. Yeah, bring in Watson. He won't miss the Sprout this time. Well, if he can get in range. Okay, can't get in range, so won't have the chance to miss the Sprout this time.
Yuma, I felt like he was definitely going to die there.
I mean, it's pretty big that he gets away from that sort of attempt.
Feels like 2 times that he probably should have gone down. The Yandex does not get the kill there, but Watson's still top of the net worth. Where's DM sending this creep? Okay. I was wondering what he was doing with this one, but I guess he's just farming some random camps. Interesting.
Okay.
Not the best creep anyway. He's getting a new one.
Yep.
And yeah, the Axe, it is done. So Whisper's got 3 points. They do find the catch onto Watson.
And that's a huge one. Killing Watson off top net worth right now. Tylung and Theo Lacour. A successful hunt from him.
How'd they find him there? I guess they just knew because he was still up there from earlier. Just had that frog stomp to control him completely. Tylung's making the Largo look pretty good right now in the mid lane.
There we go.
Honestly, I like it more than in the off lane so far.
I mean, so we're not big fans of the Largo off lane, so that's it's not a hard sell, but
yeah.
It's indeed looking good in the mid.
Might build a setup for Chira as well.
Oh, they've got the lick. Let's go bushwhack. But yeah, I don't know if you pointed out, but indeed he did spend all the skill points he had.
Yeah, so that's good.
It will be an Axe with the maxed out Gush ready to go here for Whisper.
Their team fight is super strong on the side of LGD, but as we were saying, Yandex, they're not really looking for team fights, not with this draft, until they have more items, way more, in particular on the Monkey King too.
Okay.
Their draft is more about just splitting the map, looking for these individual pickups, and going for straight objectives, because it's a Lycan and a Nature's Prophet. These are just straight up objective takers, those buildings, Tormentors, Roshans. KJ now has 6, so for him, it's much easier for him to set up around the map now. And the duo, Tylung plus Theo Lacour, they're just moving around together, looking for these kills. They have a lot of damage between the two of them here. This is a very good window here for LGD.
Ooh. And in the mid, under the tier 2, they're able to catch Chira Jr. They burst him.
And they get the Gush on him, so a nice little fish falls for later on if he does find it.
He'll get his Deso done.
Okay, but he is bottom of the cores by a pretty, 1K more. Not easy for him.
It really does feel like one of the more volatile mid picks, the Monkey King, and some of the mid Monkey King games that we've seen. And this was a last pick, right? So I just wonder how much kind of the rarity of the situation for Chira Jr. being against a Largo mid plays into this, whether he might have got baited by thinking it's a melee here, it's going to be an easy lane. It didn't end up being an easy lane for him.
No, it's actually quite interesting because it also makes their lineup pretty much all physical damage. And sometimes when your lineup is full physical, the enemy team can just itemize for it very easily. It makes it much easier for you to just go for like Ghost Scepters, any of these smaller type of items to just counter this full physical.
Yeah, I mean, just as the carry as well, Yuma Wright is going to have super high agi, so armor's going to be pretty good on him.
Yeah, so this can run into some pretty big problems if they do start falling behind too much in this game.
So what's
they don't have a great team fight, and they'll be all physical.
What they got to do is pretty much
it's just overgrowth.
Overgrowth from Wukong's command.
Exactly, so those, if you can synergize them perfectly, it can work pretty beautifully, but it's definitely difficult to do so. They're going to smoke with this Desolator.
They need to start getting some action with this Deso.
They're not finding kills. They're not getting the scout that they ideally would want.
Because Whisper's the one that shows in the tier 2, but do you really want to go on a Tide near a tier 2?
Nope. Not until possibly like a Silver Edge, or if you can fully surround him, sure, inside of a Wukong's, but it's complicated.
I mean, this move's kind of just ended up avoiding LGD entirely.
KJ, he is going to get hit by the wolves. The shard is online, so he needs help. These wolves just decimate supports when you get the shard. What is it called? High wind, I think it's it. High tail? Yeah, high tail.
That's a lot of damage.
You can't do anything as a support. It's super annoying.
He'll get the help from Yuma just in time. And Yuma, of course, looking to deal with the summons, is going to go for the Ags. And he's about halfway there.
Makes sense this game. Doesn't want them to just block everything, and they are going to split pretty effectively too once he is able to get his connections. Slow-paced game, 8-6. I think Yandex ideally wanted to get a lot more of these kills early on. I feel like LGD hitting a pretty good power spike here. The Kaya-san just finished for Tylung. Whisper, as you said, Ags is done plus Blink.
Chira Jr.
He's got to be careful.
It's in a scary part of the map. Might just go for King Jungles.
Yeah,
quick
just
ult and a Boundless Strike.
Wants a Deso stack for sure here. Can he get himself out is the question. His team is coming to assist
No, he's
him.
up here in the trees somewhere.
Do they have any distillers? They have one more distiller. So Theo Lacour can look for him.
Ooh, Whisper's going to try with the jump. Chira Jr. a step ahead. He'll get away with this. Gets the kill, gets out.
Nice move. A big one. Gets a Deso stack, important for him. And Watson is farming like a beast. He is accelerating faster and faster than this Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might have sort of gotten to the point where he is not going to be too hungry. The temptations of teeping into action now.
Sure.
Watson's in just full farm mode, at least until he has the BKB.
Because that's the right look we always mentioned. When you're playing versus a team that has more team fight, the BKBs can just be that answer in a lot of situations. So DM also just sending the dragon in, being very disruptive. All right, interesting.
I mean, it's 250 gold.
If they get it.
If they kill it.
He's got another Gush, they should.
All right.
Like, they should. Meanwhile, mid does get the overgrowth off. Does he have backup? He
Jurgen is here to try and help out.
Tylung.
Getting onto Tylung, build up the Jingu, quickly taken off by the catchy lick. TP him from Watson, he'll get the Sprout down, but Tylung's able to cut his way out. Boundless strike down onto the Largo, he's under the tower, he's running away, but the walls are upon him.
Massive
They bring
kill.
Tylung down and can get the pressure onto the tier 1.
Malady lives the whole time too. They try to go for this aggressive play. It doesn't work. They can pretty soon go into Roshan. It is going to be shifting, so maybe not immediately, but very quickly here we could see Yandex set up for that one.
Malady getting some nice early deep vision down.
Super early here.
That they will not expect one bit.
Dude, Malady is insanely farmed. He's got this drum, he's got the Tumbler's Toy, which is probably one of the best neutral items for Train Protector because you can jump in like over these tree lines. And he's going to have Blink very early. So
both their supports are in pretty good position. Right?
Yeah.
Sax is well on the way to the 4-star on top of the Holy Lock. Yandex got the space to go for the Tormentor.
They're getting the objectives now that they wanted to be able to hit. So even though they didn't get those early 2 kills that they perhaps missed on Yuma, they are getting these timings coming together here. And KJ, he did use a Fiend's Grip on a creep, so they do know that it's still on cooldown for some time. And they have to be careful on the side of LGD how they make
I mean, if they
moves.
get away with this...
There's no way that Yandex doesn't contest.
Okay, so they'll actually look for the smoke move first.
Toxa should catch him here. Nice move. And maybe with that, they can go for the Roche. They do have the Gush. I mean, they've got the high physical.
But now they're going to be pretty aware that LGD's in this area, and this sort of move's likely. So surely there's going to be some temptation to try for a steal, or can you just not try?
Running in without the Coddle, without your healer versus this Tide Earner versus all this big team fight, perhaps they do just have to give it up here.
I mean, yeah, this is pretty big news for LGD right there.
Smart
They're
move.
5k down here, 21 minutes in. But they've just killed a support, and apparently are able to get the freedom to go into the Roche and get this Aegis.
Very heads-up move. If they don't kill the Coddle, there's no way they can just walk in and do that.
They're going to be blasting, they're going to be able to set up with the 5 of them, but
Exactly.
5k gold down, doesn't matter. Aegis and the Roshan's going to be theirs.
Sure does get a good bound as Watson's turned up.
Tylung, we can get out of the river here. Big damage coming in from the Nature's Wrath, but
they are very
fine as he heads over to the rest of his team.
DM is charging in.
Trying to send the summons onto King Jungles.
He's got the Ghost Scepter.
DM wants to continue to move forward. King Jungles should be in trouble, and indeed
deleted.
Ripped apart here by the summons. The rest of LGD back under the tier 2.
Oh, Cheer. Whoopsie. Okay, there we go.
Be a bit too far for them to dive, so they'll settle with the support kills.
These BKB timing is going to be super strong from Yandex as well. Watson's farm continues to be absolutely crazy, just like he did the other day on this.
Yeah, he's really starting to get quite far ahead of anyone else in the game.
And Chira is very close to having his BKB too, so then he won't have to worry as much about getting licked. And once levels do come out, there are talents that can actually assist you pretty well versus this Largo too. The 20 talent, most people don't like to take it anyway. The Jingu Mastery Undispellable, but could be an option if he does feel like he needs it.
Okay. And in terms of the build, are you all right with this game? Because
which one?
The item's pretty key for both of these heroes. The fact that the Tide and the Largo are both going for the Shivas next. Or do you think there's a chance
I think Whisper will change
might reconsider?
I think Whisper is going to have to know.
He's going for Yules now
and
instead.
I think this is smart because he knows that the Silver Edge is going to come out. He knows absolutely they're going to build one pretty early in this game, so I think he does need that deterrent so he doesn't just get broken and killed. He'll be able to use himself, protect himself as well too for a bit more time.
Yeah, and as we saw, Tylung, he's going to be able to get the Shivas online relatively soon, about 1,400 gold until he has it done.
So they are looking to just build all this physical resistances as we're seeing. The Ghost Scepter from the Bane as well to protect. 6k lead now for Yandex, getting more and more of this vision controlled. Like you said, these wards, Malady's placement that he's been able to do, it's giving so much info. They kind of know everywhere that LGD is because of this. Between the Shard and those Obs wards that he's placing, and the Wolves, and the Treants, right? There's just 50 different vision tools that they do have.
Now these Wolves, they look pretty annoying.
They are. It's Bane's nightmare, literally. Smoke up. LGD want to get something accomplished here with this Aegis. They want to look to force a fight. They also do have the Yules and the Shard on Whisper. So he did switch the build up, and now he has the grab versus the Lycan at least.
Yeah, his build's pretty good timing now on the Tide. Got stood out of the trees.
Got BKB.
And he's got a BKB and run. The ult
Bottom.
Come out from DM.
KJ.
Watson.
Shows his face.
And Ghost will not save him. The blast comes in from Saxa.
Pretty split up now. This is what Yandex wants to play like, right? They see the 4 of the mid. They're like, okay, we're just going to dodge, split up the map. Watson will just continue to get that farm and get closer and closer toward that silver edge, which is the big timing for them to just try to kill that tide and force a fight with the BKBs. So Yuma, they wanted to get something big done here with this Aegis. They at least forced Chira to pop a BKB, but they wanted to get more.
They're going to try and see if they can find anyone back on their side of the map.
Oh, they're looking for Chira again. He does show himself, and BKB is CD.
I mean, Watson would be the huge catch, but Watson's going to see them.
He just pops it immediately.
Yeah, BKB
no
TP.
hesitation. I like that. Like, no hesitation BKB, just in case of things. He doesn't know if there's going to be like a blink ravage point blank or something, so.
Oh, and that's quite a nasty little snipe there. Malady able to get the Courier of Humor, and that had the rest of the Hurricane Pike on.
That is pretty massive, yeah. These 2 timings for the Drow are pretty important. The Pike and the Manta, right? The Dispel versus the Overgrowth. Also a way to distance himself from the light.
They're going to try for Whisper. He's gone out pretty far on the bottom lane.
Oh, he uses Ravage. He has the gem. He's got to get out.
He's got Blink up in a second.
If they kill him, that is devastating.
He's got the Blink.
Yuma will find a catch on Malady.
His TP's still on corner. I mean, they don't know where he's gone.
Okay, he sneaks away.
Oh my goodness, he gets the gem out of there, away from the
private
4 of
gem.
them.
That would have been brutal if he lost this gem, because they just picked it up to try to fix the vision that's going on.
Yeah, well worth the Ravage there to keep that safe.
Unless he dies here for it.
They're still keeping the walls around him.
Okay, he will survive. That's worth it. It looks kind of clowny, right? Popping a Ravage like that, but to protect your gem, absolutely. See if Yandex looks to punish the fact that that is on cooldown here. BKBs are down for about 20 seconds on Watson, but when it comes back up, they could look for a fight around this. LGD. Aegis is getting reclaimed in about 10 seconds here.
Yeah, Watson's going to have pretty insane damage.
He has it done already.
Yeah, that far ahead, and this wave will give him the silver edge.
And I'm curious to see how the Largo is going to progress, right? We saw his early game, pretty solid. He's going to have his Shivas finished up too. See how it progresses after that.
Yeah, both him and Chira Jr. at a pretty similar point in net worth.
And it probably feels pretty good as a Monkey King to be at this point after having a little bit of trouble in the lane.
As I say, we've seen many a Monkey King fall way further behind than Chira Jr. is.
Tai Lung. It's a lot of physical.
Easy block off. And absolutely, any time that Watson TP's in now, he'll very quickly help them pick up the kills. They were fine.
Yeah, so
the Earlicore also under the tier 2.
This physical damage, even though they are itemizing to do, it's overwhelming.
It is a lot.
AC, Hal, Deso, what are they sitting at? Minus 18 armor? At least in most of these situations. Even the Largo looks kind of squishy. Did not have the Shivas just yet.
Go for the tier 2.
Yandex accelerating things again here. Around these BKBs, they know that the Ravage is on cooldown. And they back up. Saksa yet to fully commit for the build, but he is queuing up the Orchid at the moment.
Whisper's making good progress on the Hex.
I wonder if Saksa will actually go for this or go for something like an... It sounds... We haven't seen it purchased as much anymore, but the Aghanims, because he's playing for the Bane versus the Bane, who eventually will get the Ags also. And then you can just put the Ignis down, and it's impossible for them to Fiend Script. We'll see which one he does commit for, because I'm trying to think why he would want the Orchid fully. Of course, versus Largo, it's fantastic and the supports, but versus the Tide and the Drow, doesn't really make sense. So we'll see what he commits for.
Yeah, he's gonna have the time to consider switching it up.
Chira, progression continues for him also, about to have his Harpoon, so we'll be able to distance himself away as well. LGD, Ravage is back up, but a 10k lead now has been claimed for Yandex. Yeah. They are avoiding Ravage team fights, and they're getting a lot on the map.
But at the same time now, LGD, it feels like they're not necessarily looking for Ravage team fights, right? They're not really looking for much at all.
I think they're having difficulty dealing with lanes. There's just Treants, Wolves. There's constant pressure on these lanes that they have to deal with. So I think it's just difficult for them to just look for the fights in particular.
So you think they're not necessarily happy that they can't have the luxury to look for the fights? Like, you think they would ideally want to be doing something with these Ravages?
I would think so with a Largo Tide. Like, I know the other, like yesterday, right, they had the Zeus that scales infinitely, but I don't see the similar thing for the Largo in particular. It does feel like it's going to end up being the Drow versus a triple core lineup at some points with a healing sustain, so I'd imagine they want to get a little more out of the map here now, since things have just started to get pretty Yandex favored in terms of how much they're just playing the economy game.
And he'll commit for the Orchid. So the Orchid's here for Zaxa.
Okay. And pre-Ags on the Bane does have, of course, great merits. And yeah, versus the Largo, it is super effective. So that's probably what he is thinking. It's just going to shut down Tylung completely.
Jira Jr. is looking at Whisper, but he is on his own. Of course, Watson can join, but probably not going to want to do anything about that tide.
Dangerous when they know he has the Yules too, right? So they have to be pretty clean how they do commit for it. Yandex looking for a fight here.
LGD's around, so looks like that they're now in a position where they will try and fight back. They are 10k behind.
See if Yuma can keep his positioning safe in particular, because if they do surround him, he is very dead, and they have great ways to do so. Malady continuing to just scout. He's being super annoying on this Train Protector, and he's progressing 2 components of the Aghanims.
And we are seeing each and every time, you know, it's kind of hard for DM to not feed the Ancients because they just get dead in the water by the tide. And that easily sets them up for Yuma to kill them. So
30
very
minutes.
easy 250 gold when they do get sent forward.
LGD preparing for the Tormentor. Should just be able to get this one. Yandex don't want to commit into a 5v5 fight again either.
Super quick here with the damage from Yuma.
And they're just playing for the lanes, playing for that farm on the side of Yandex, as we are seeing even Malady, like we said. He's going to get the Ags pretty soon.
The timings are there, but it never, you know, you never really know where Yandex is going to go with this sort of lead, right? Because they are pretty
like
much the classic team that builds the lead, and then, you know, they might not be shutting this game down for another 30 minutes.
True. And LGD is one of the teams that have shown very good stability of coming back versus these.
They are good in the late game.
They are.
Absolutely, no, yeah.
It's a prime element for them. You know, I was actually talking to a couple of them, and they were, you know, this overthrow kind of style gameplay when it gets to late game, that's where they thrive. Like we used to say about the SCA teams, that's where SA thrives too. So Whisper, Hex is done for him now too.
He's super fond on this tide. I feel like this is every game as well, pretty much on Whisper, right? He's one of those offlaners that just finds so much out of the map.
It was a fantastic pick for the Tidehunter too, right? It's all physical damage.
Looking for another aggressive play here, Yandex.
Trying to catch them split up here.
Tylung. He's probably going to die pretty quickly. They'll use the overgrowth, and LGD will not. Well, I said they won't send anyone else. They're going to try and bail Whisper out because Whisper's in trouble.
It's overwhelming physical.
Jira Jr. jumping forward. Ooh, okay, the grip comes in.
It's deep.
Yuma's going to be able to turn. They're bringing Watson down low, but they can't quite kill him. Sprout out onto Yuma. Yuma's trying to finish Watson off. The sharpshooter comes in. They will finally bring him down, but it's cost them the 3 lives. Tylung's bought back for this. Jira Jr. diving the base, killing off Theo Lacour.
Yandex is playing their draft beautifully to perfection. The lanes are just always in this rough position where LGD has to go back up, address lanes, and then they do get picked off because of it. They're getting split up over and over here. They do get Watson.
Well, I know that it mattered, but somebody cut the tree that Jira Jr. was on.
I didn't see what it was.
No. Well, we'll see actually here. Who cut it? Didn't matter, of course, because they still took the fight. They lost Watson, but the fight's still very much theirs.
This was beautiful setup here.
And at this point, it was just, you know, look how much damage Whisper's taking. He's super farmed on the tide, but
they have minus 18 armor. So yeah, he's farmed, but he goes down to 0. Huh. Not sure. Either way, big fight win for Yandex. They back up. They also are able to get the Roche now too.
17k lead now for Yandex.
I feel like they are just playing this draft beautifully, and Watson has continued to be super farmed, and we perhaps are seeing some of the struggles of the Largo again too, where they are just playing beautifully around it. They're scaling around it too, and this hero can just get caught pretty easily versus all the information that Yandex has. Pretty massive lead now at this point. Aghanims, it's there for Malady. He's queuing up Blade Mail, so he knows he can just stand in the face potentially of that Drow. What?
Oh, it was Gust.
But it still looked weird the way
it was
that
like broken
happened.
before he landed on it, right?
But that's how it works though. They cut the tree before if you land, so
you're right, yeah. So just the Gust pushing the DM's creep onto it.
Ag's done. This tree Ags has looked pretty broken. Yep. KJ has been caught in the tree, and Saxa kind of just solo kills him.
Well, easy for Saxa there.
That's also what the Orchid gives you, right? They're able to solo kill
easy
people.
solo kill potential, yeah, Saxa.
No, you don't look at that. Don't look at the Nature's Prophet ult. It was a Saxa solo kill.
He did his solo. He didn't need the carry. Talking about the carry, Watson's pretty much got the Daedalus stun.
They are truly...
Next item flying out very soon here.
And look at the positioning of these lanes. Every single time I think I've looked at the map, they just can't get it past the river on the side of LGD. There's summons everywhere. summons, Wrath of Nature, just everything being thrown out there. And Chiro overall has made a fantastic recovery in this game too. He essentially has the Scotty finish now too. And even these tanky heroes, even the Tide, not having the armor now at this point, it's a concern for him. Right? That's maybe why Whisper wanted the Shivas too.
He took a lot of damage.
He died
very quickly.
A couple seconds. He could just get exploded in a stun plus a Silver Edge. Butterfly is finished up for Yuma, so he does have this very good timing. It's just everything around him that has started to really fall apart.
And just the fact that, as it seems, it's pretty impossible for these carries to keep up with Watson when Watson's on the Nature's Prophet.
I think this hero is probably going to see quite a bit more play. It feels like it's super strong in this turret meta. Just you're able to show up to every single fight and you just get so much damage from these treants.
And seeing how they were playing it as well, I really like it. Against these Drows, you just TP into the lane and add a +1 to taking the Drow down in the laning stage.
I think the Lycan plus NP picks, right, is really clever when you're playing versus the Drow. And that's why, I mean, we've been saying so much. There's no way this first pick Drow can
it's got to be countered.
It's got to be countered, and we are seeing Yandex with the concept versus it. Not only that, but also, right, we have to mention the Howl. Forgot to mention that early. Attack damage reduction. All these things really do add up in these team fights.
Yeah.
Even the Monkey King too, right? Wukong's plus 25 armor.
Great. As I said, I think, you can't understate like how easy it is on the mid Monkey King to just completely lose control of the game when he lost his tower 7 minutes in.
And now he does
so many
have
Monkey
everything.
Kings have faltered. He is absolutely huge now at this point. Skadi picked up. Very nicely played after not an easy start to the game for Chiro Jr.
Pretty damn good Scotty game too versus the Drow, right? Versus the range, just the extra slow you get, super good. And he is insanely tanky now in the Monkey King too. The damage, it's pretty much all the Drow now at this point. All up to Yuma.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him go too defensively. I feel like I want to see him go just for the crit, probably now at this point.
I would agree. I feel like the Daedalus is going to be more tempting than the Satanic. Especially if you've got the Sharp, right? He's going to be sat back on the high ground defense, and they've just got to have the damage to hold them back. And between a Gush and a multi-shot from the Drow, that's a lot to try and push into, even if they are as far as ahead as they are. The high ground hold can still be pretty formidable from LGD, despite the fact that they're so far behind right now in the gold.
And they do have the Ag's Fiend's Grip, but KJ sold his Ghost Scepter for it. So now he's super vulnerable. He could just die to the summons in seconds there. So we'll see what Yuma does go for, because I can understand the want for Satanic, because he's playing versus this Tree Overgrowth. There's a lot of different mini disables and all that. So if he uses his Manta wrong and he gets Overgrowth, he's screwed. So that's probably why he's thinking the Satanic.
I mean, imagine now with the fact that the Axe is there. So in terms of an answer to that, is it just going to be Malady saving the Blink Overgrowth for when he sees someone getting Fiend's Grip? Because that will stop it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was what I was telling you in the back.
So
I think the Tree is one of the hardest counters to a Bane Axe.
Yeah, it pretty much, like, he'll save it for that every time, ideally, right? Yeah. That's going to be the thing that Malady is thinking about the most.
Either does Drow click Manta? If Drow clicks Manta, you blink Overgrowth it. If does Bane go for Fiend's Grip, you can blink Overgrowth that. Yeah. So it does have multiple different options. The lead just continues to grow, and LGD cannot get out of the base versus all these summons. It all just continues getting forced in.
Because, yeah, that does sound pretty scary, especially when this Blade Mail's out, as you say. If he blinks in Overgrowths, Blade Mails, what do you do?
He's going to have 5,000 HP hitting you. Yeah, I don't know. This Tree Axe definitely, I was not thinking it was going to be this strong, but it does look absolutely insane. And he got it at a very good timing this game. Malady, the supports in particular for Yandex have played this game quite beautifully. Soxa, 6-1 and 8. The first pick Coddle.
Yeah, I think one of the things that might have sort of held back the potential of the Triags is I feel like when it came out, right, and everyone was doing it as like a core, right? They were like, I'm going to play offlane Tree, go some like Echo Ags build, and then they weren't winning games, so it was like, this is terrible. When in reality, you just got to play support Tree and slowly get the Ags. You don't need to rush it, because whenever you do get it, it's going to feel good anyway. You don't need to have the priority farm to still have a good time with the Ags.
You're super tanky, and you have reduced cooldown. Your ult goes down to 60 seconds, so you can take every single team fight. It is insanely strong.
Yeah.
And I hope I get to see him with a heart, because then he'll have like 10,000
the strength then.
Top lane, Whisper.
Oh, it's a lot of damage for Whisper to take.
He's just had, it's way too much for him to deal with.
They kill him so quickly. That's a big concern for LGD, losing their tide that easily.
Yandex is just completely controlling the map.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to step outside for LGD.
Huge lead, coming up to 30k. I said, well, this is classic Yandex. They get the game into sort of this position and not a whole lot you can do. Because I feel like we've obviously seen them do this a lot of time, right? They haven't lost any of these games, right, where they get this huge lead.
Don't believe so, no.
No.
We've seen LGD turn some of them, but I don't know about with a mid, Largo, and a Tide, right? This does feel like they've kind of already hit their timings, and their timings just, it never hit.
Yeah.
Yandex is just way ahead of them on every single one of them, and they're progressing, while
tough, yeah.
the only hero that's progressing on the side of LGD into this later stages, it's Yuma.
It's it, yeah. I mean, yeah, the mid Largo looked fun in the lane, but maybe in D-Min you're just still not going to be a big fan of the Largo, even if it's in a different capacity than the off lane.
Yeah.
That we normally have it. Yeah.
So he does...
It just, I feel with like some of these players, it's just like you feel like you're limiting their capabilities, right? Tylung, he's so flashy.
Imagine
he gives us all that puck jumping around, and now he's just running around playing a bit of Guitar Hero.
It was banned.
You know.
A lot of heroes were targeted.
Banned, but you know my point. It's like when you see these players play Largo, it's like there's something missing.
You know what, though? You won't see it again, especially on this best of 5, I imagine. This could just be one of those like tests,
try it out,
and you're like, you know what? Never gonna do that again.
And they might still make a comeback. You know, who knows?
High ground defense, if they can get the Ravages, if he can get Refresher. Always potential, as we said, we've seen LGD turn things. But Yandex, they're just getting so much. Sox is another core.
They're farming literally every corner of the map.
Every single
Everything that's on the map, they're taking.
And they can't get punished. The problem is LGD, they cannot go outside and hunt because there's just all 3 waves running into their faces every single time and an Invis tree who's scouting them out.
20 seconds in the courier will be back up, so he'll get the Reaver at least that was sniped. So we'll have the Satanic on Yuma.
And I guess we could say I was going to say the good news could be that Watson's going to hit critical mass at some point very early, but he can switch items around and he can still get quite a bit of growth.
I mean, is this coming up to the same farm speed in that Nature's Prophet game the other day, or is that
it's pretty
it
close.
Actually is getting up
I think he was at 9. I didn't get the check, but he was at like 960 if I was not mistaken.
Okay.
He's at 880 already.
Yeah.
This hero looks very good.
Yeah, especially in Watson's hand.
Yeah.
He has absolutely mastered the Nature's Prophet carry here.
Even though he's like 3-3, right? It's not like something too crazy.
Yeah, it's just how much farm he's getting. It's like he's that farmed that it doesn't really matter that he's died a few times because he's pretty much 2 items ahead. He's that far ahead. Doesn't matter if he made some mistake. He's still going to be a big problem.
And perhaps with this Treant change, right? The fact that you can just use your Treants to scout and then you're just farming and getting bonus damage seems pretty ridiculous. Yuma.
He's stepping pretty far out here. And you get caught by the Hex. The Overgrowth comes in. He's caught in the middle of the Wukong's command. He'll be able to slide his way out of the Sprout.
But they've got no damage.
Ravage comes in. Yuma trying to heal up and stand his ground. A second Ravage here as well.
Is it enough?
Whisper. It's a fair bit. They're able to take out the 2 at them. Malady jumps back in. The Hex is there again, so Yuma will still fall. I mean, LGD, they don't come out of that empty-handed. But still not
all in.
Getting the upper hand. They'll lose a 4th as Thailand goes down. Only Whisper gets out. It wasn't a bad effort to fight back around the double Ravage, but it's just a little too little, a little too late.
Exactly. And that was their all-in fight. It was pretty much absolutely everything. They spent all their gold for the fight. The Satanic was purchased right before it, too. They get 2 of the cores, but Watson is just free hitting. Same thing for the 2 supports. I mean, 2 supports. Soxa is a core.
Oh, yeah.
Malady kind of is, too.
They'll be able to take out.
Probably 2 sets.
When the Brax move up to the top, yes, pretty much still a minute without the 2 cores.
Whisper. Silver Edge is not up. Do they have enough damage without it?
They'll be able to force him out of the Sprout. It's going to be fine for now. Tylung's going to use the buyback. He's going to TP in super aggressively. They'll get the Sharpshooter onto Malady. He'll pop the Overgrowth and run.
He has 5,000 health.
They've got him with the Lick.
Grip.
The Fiend's Grip as well onto Watson. Have they got any damage to throw at the Nature's Prophet, though? They do not.
Malady's owning them.
Watson's fine, and Malady, yeah, he's still half HP. And half HP, obviously, when the old buff is up, it is like 2,600 HP, so he's not dying.
And it's a Tylung buyback. Loses all the progression he was starting to make. They do hang on to the second rack at the least, though.
Buys time for Yuma to get back in the game. Nearly a 40k lead here for Yandex.
And Watson's got 10k, so can choose whatever he wants to go for here. The Ravage, it does connect nicely on the 2 cores, but on the other side of the fight, Watson's just cleaning up.
It was just a bit of an awkward trip out onto the map there. I think it was just in an effort to try and find the power rune, but it meant that Yuma was heading in first. potential. As we saw here with the double ravages, you can only imagine if they... Honestly, if they're able to set this sort of fight up and just wait and do it from the high ground, they might have actually been able to cook something up a little bit better.
As long as they can have Yuma in a better position, because that looked very dangerous at the start of things there.
Well, 40 seconds until they'll have the double ravage.
Uh-oh.
Again.
OP talent has been hit. Not as OP as it once was, of course, but still pretty busted. These treants do an insane amount of damage to it. Ooh. Amp damage for Watson and a strong dispel now for Soxo. So I'll try to keep track of him chakring and dispelling perhaps Ravage, even. Or Fiend's Grip. That's actually pretty insane. That kind of hard counters the Bane Axe, too. You can just chakra it. I didn't think about that one.
Someone's got to find the cotton in these fights.
Yeah, that usually is the case.
Sort of guaranteed to get him into the Ravage, right?
Yeah. I think that's usually the case, right? We did see the way LGD addressed the Coddle in the earlier series, and it was just all in, jump him in the initial start of the fights. But their heroes just don't really have that concept this time around, right? Last time it was a Timber, a Kez. They had all these mobility heroes to get to the back line. This time it's much more of a stagnant lineup.
4 minutes with the Sages. We'll see if they want to push. As we know, though, and as we know that Yandex know, they've got the luxury. They're chilling. They don't have to push.
Nope. They're probably looking. Melody's probably like, guys, I almost have my heart. Let me get it. Then I'll have 8,000 health.
Unironically, I think that's exactly what's happening. He's like, let me get the heart before we finish this game.
Yeah, and Watson has... He can literally get to the 8-slot point at this point.
He's like, let me get the moonshot.
Yep.
And then still have to buy back gold on top of it before we try and end this game.
Yeah, because LGD...
Because why not?
They can't step outside. If they do, we saw what just happens, right? They do get maybe 2 cleanup kills, but they do lose the fight drastically. Yandex playing this pretty clean overall, missing a couple kills early, as we said, but overall, the draft design is functioning.
Yeah. And honestly, it's kind of refreshing to see, right, that Drow first pick,
it gets answered.
You're not getting away with it.
Yeah.
Because so many times teams have been getting away with it. Yandex showing here in this finals, if you want to pick Drow, we've prepared an answer.
Got to protect it better somehow. And Chira, right? It's refreshing to see Monkey King not just lose lane.
We've
just
seen so many that have just completely
recovered,
lost the game, but no, he's played it very nicely, Chira Jr.
And yeah, supports, have to give a lot of credit, right? That mid lane kind of situation that happened where Malady survived and they get those 2 big kills for Chira. It was a long time ago, but that was a big point of recovery for Chira. Trades coming in, they have to address them. Gets hexed, has Aegis.
Overgrowth full catch. Also, no, that was the Nature's Wrath. Coming on to the 2 of them. Wukong's commands down.
Pressure on multiple fronts. They have to glyph. There's Treants as well top. There's Summons top also going.
It's just when do you go for the double Ravage play? Malady.
He's in first.
He's going to find him in the trees. The grip will come out, but they're quickly looking to deal with the illusions of the Spade. Come in with the buyback Whisper. There's the Ravage. Chira Jr. is going to be separated from the rest of the team. Allows them to shoot down Malady, take down Chira Jr. at once.
Chira's deep.
Whisper's got the second Ravage. Oz Watson in position. Yuma's in trouble though. Chira Jr.'s on top of him. Yuma will try and force away. The stun's coming out. He's gone. He'll have buyback, but Whisper's gone for 2 minutes. Chira Jr. pulling himself out with the harpoon. He'll look to stand his ground with the Wukong's command. Yuma can shoot down the Monkey King. The Hex comes out. They've caught Yuma. Yuma sprouted. He's dead. Game's over. GG is called. Yandex will take this game 1.
A really cool one and an insane recovery from Chira, playing super aggressive here in this last team fight. They split the fight beautifully. Whisper dies in an instant before he can get the first Ravages off, and then he jumps the backline. He does catch the Coddle, but then his Drow is just getting eaten alive by the Wolf. Yandex, I think this design of the draft did look super good with the way that they wanted to play versus this team fight draft. They just dodged them until they felt like they were comfortable enough with these items, and then they can just force the issue here.
Yeah, they really did, and sent a very clear message of you got to be more careful if you want to pick the Drow. You know, sure, you might have been getting away with it before, like many other teams were, picking it as openly as they were. But Yandex showing they absolutely have a plan when it comes to playing against a Drow Ranger lineup.
And the Largo, right? We did get to see
something a little different.
But
it looked cute in the lane.
It did.
But outside of that, it kind of fell off pretty hard. We didn't see a lot from Thailand. It was a tough game from on the mid Largo. So I'm sure we'll see him on something else in the next game. Game 1, Yandex coming in hot.
And I have stolen DM for a sweet moment to talk to you. The Drow, is the Lycan the answer? Is that what you were picking it for?
I think it's kind of good because it's a fast hero who can reach her, and it can take areas, and it can like block entrance with wolves. So I think it's quite solid answer, and also it's good into the Bane, which is like their signature hero. So yeah.
Yeah, it did look really good. I was wondering if you guys were aiming to like push early with this Nature's Lycan, or if you were just planning to outscale them by picking 3 carries?
I think our heroes are good at doing both, but enemies were very disciplined. They were like playing defensively, so rushing into high ground would be a big mistake, so we didn't.
Yeah, I was wondering, it did obviously extend quite a bit. What was the hardest part of being able to push that high ground?
I think the hardest part was to get a good plan, but eventually we said like we can go to sides. I went on top, I got the side, they were fighting bottom, then I like after taking side I reached the bottom already. I was sitting on draw, and when hero is near her ulti is not working, so it's like she's having much less damage. It was good.
And that was our excellent speed interview. Go prepare for the next game. Go, go, go. Thank you, DM.
A lot of information given from DM, the fact that they're in the midst still of that grand final, but to get to win game 1, give out a lot of information like that, it really helps at least my analysts. I know they were struggling. Break this one down a little bit. I'm only joking. What blew my mind the most was the Largo Monkey King, because you said at worst, Quinn, it was a draw for Monkey King.
Yeah, it was worse.
Yeah, I think he messed up. I don't know if he's ever played this lane.
He has not.
I also don't know if he thought about the fact that it purges the whatever it's called, Jingu, because he didn't play like he knew. So I'm not sure. Maybe it was a little bit of a whoopsie, but he played great in the game despite some of the shenanigans early on.
Yeah, it's kind of like as if they played without a mid laner at least for a while, because you know when this hero doesn't win his lane, he didn't really do that much in his early moves, which is why it was very important that his team had a good game. I think Saxa in the early game, they got like some double kill top, he goes bottom later, he had a banger of a game, because yeah, when you last pick your mid hero, this is not what you expect. It's kind of illegal to lose in the counter pick matchup and die.
It kind of helped for CJ, even though he lost the lane. Like the mentality of this game was very clear. Like even DM just said it in the interview, right? Like their heroes naturally shoved the waves. Monkey King was connecting with like the tree who was going very aggressive, or you had Watson TPing in. There's a couple of like early moves from Yandex that didn't connect, but you could see the mentality that they wanted to apply, which was just forward aggression. And for LGD, let's be honest, they didn't really do anything in this game. Largo shoved a wave, Tidebot and Ags, he shoved a wave, might hit a Ravage here or there, but I think the pressure they applied on Yuma in the early game, constantly ganking him, just really stopped LGD from really ever kind of dictating this game at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think it felt a little lifeless. To me, this felt Chokes maybe a little strong, but they definitely played a little shaky, a little scared, and I think it's because of the grand finals. Because to be honest, they took a couple of towers and then they kind of just sat around on their laurels and waited for Yandex to farm a lead, and they weren't even really dying. It was just the gold lead slowly going up because they're farming with like 5 heroes on Yandex all over the map, while LGD's kind of clumped sitting together, and eventually you just kind of lose because you're down 1 million gold.
I could see maybe some logic behind the Largo if Whisper was playing his Batriders, the Timber Swords, like where you could see this like partnership of mid to off lane, where it's like the mid croaks up the off lane, you keep running down your opponent, you're fighting, but putting the mid Largo when you already have the Tides, like they both do the same role in the kind of the draft, so then you're kind of hitting the same problems at the same minute mark, like you're not able to help each other's weakness, or maybe the timings that don't connect. It just felt a little ooky compared to other lineups of LGD. Like they're killers, they're meant to break the game. They just did none of that.
Yeah, and their heroes, they just don't really make it that easy. Like you just said, Tide and Largo are kind of slow. They rely on all these other things. So when you look at Yandex, I think what a lot of this series will be about and what this game about is a lot of like annoying and dirty ghost push. Like if you look at the map, they have Codlo who's pushing waves, there's Treants, there's Lycan, Monkey King is jumping around. You see everyone with the Treant shard as well. So I think just going into the next game, if you're LGD, you should be looking at heroes that help you with the map. I think Bane, actually, you need to lower the direction of the hero if Lycan and Natures are still in the pool. Maybe even heroes like Naga Sirens could come out, you know, because you need to be ready for this. Yandex, they've done this multiple games now in this tournament, and that's how they won this game just now. It's like so freely and so easy.
A lot of freedom that comes from LGD's side, right? Not in this draft, but how they play and how they've won games, is a lot of different players being on what feels like their comforts, not so much what are meta comforts. Like, yes, Whisper can play the Tide, that isn't the question we're having, but is it something that he enjoys currently in the meta, or is it just, it was good for the game, we wanted to put him on it? It was only really the Tai Lung that was playing something a little bit more out of the box, and I would have liked to see LGD still continue a bit more of their flair in the grand finals.
It's like, I think if Whisper Whisper is on Tide, then like Tailong needs to be on like the Embers, the Storms, the Pucks, the heroes that want to make crazy shit happen. Because then Whisper, like I love the fact that Whisper was going for like the Ags rush. Like the reason why the game felt like it had maybe a moment for LGD was he rushed Ags at 21 minutes. They go for Roshan. Like even under the map pressure that Yandex was starting to apply, LGD was thinking, how do we still stamp our authority in the game? They got the Aegis, but the problem is the waves got shoved in so quickly. They had no response, and it is because they just have this like discrepancy in what their cores are meant to be doing at the game. They just weren't ready for how much like shove Yandex was applying.
Yeah, it's honestly a very impressive strategic approach from Yandex. I think they thought about like, hey, how does LGD play? They're aggressive, they're crazy, they run at you. We're gonna pick Ghost Push in just a general sense, right? They start off the draft with Coddle before they really see very much at all, and I think that leans in that direction because this, to me, is not just a this game counterpick. It's an LGD counterpick specifically because I think it's good against them. And like you said, they weren't on comfort heroes. I totally agree, and I think they forced them onto those intentionally. I don't think it's happenstance that LGD ends up on a bunch of random heroes they're not comfortable on. I think it's the way the draft has progressed because I think Yandex did amazing prep. Like this, I think LG needs to bounce back in a major way, especially in the draft, because I think when you look back at this game, they got outplayed.
Yeah, I think the Lycan Nature's Prophet is just a big problem. Like, once they got to like minute 19 and they have the Helm of Dominator with like the big black dragon, you know, it's here. Like, look at the minimap. You know, they're at the tier 3, they're TPing back to grip it. Like, look at the entire map. Bottom, there's a Coddle, there's Lycan farming. There's so many resources you have to put there, and your heroes aren't good at this. It's just 20 or 30 seconds later, now they get to freely move on Tailong mid because the game, it was still semi-even. Like, I think they were only up like 1k gold, but after this, it's 3k, then they make another move, it's 4, it's 5, it's 6, and none of your heroes really ever get better at dealing with it.
Yeah, it's also a really cool counterpick, the Nature's Prophet, to the Drow. Like, we've seen it in past patches where Drow is the turret carry, yeah, sure, but so is Nature's Prophet, but he also makes moves and plays fast on you. So, I mean, you can see it, Watson, he ganked this Drow like a million times in the early game. He was all over the place and making up, I think, for a lot of CJ's weaknesses in this game, where he feeds a couple of times, Watson says, no problem, I'm going to make the moves for you and get us through that early period of the game. So massive kudos to him, because I think he pulled a lot of weight that potentially CJ was intended to if you look at the draft.
I mean, that is just the value of Nature's Prophet and why I think it is just going to become such an important hero in this game, in this grand final, sorry. So I think Watson is reminding everyone how important it is. But you're talking about like the dragon push. I feel like the vision in this game was just hilarious. Like the fact that Malady and prior Smoke, they were like moved in and just look at the 3 radiant wards on the dire side of the map. At 20 minutes, when have you seen 3 observers this deep into the base? They subscribed to the 6 minutes after. They had no other wards on the map. I think they placed 1 at the bottom Roshan, but they were using the couriers and the path they're going to kind of give pseudo vision. If you see the courier go, but okay, that guy's there, he might be twin gating there. If they goes mid, so they were using such deep vision. Of course, the tree has shard to kind of complement this, but because of how much map shove they have, it was kind of cool that in a rare scenario, this vision kind of made sense. In other games, you're just hard griefing, but this time, it kind of worked.
It's like semi-map hack, then there's wolves running around, there's treants running around, and I think at the same time, it's also very cool what Yandex did. When you have Nature's Prophet and Lycan who play into Tide, it's very hard to teamfight into the Tide Hunter. But they're just like kind of ignoring him, going elsewhere, because Tide in nature, it's a good pick for LGD. Yeah, absolutely, but the hero's still very slow. You can like outmaneuver him on the map, and they did that.
There were all the things that Yandex did really well later in the game, but there were still a couple of blunders in the earlier part. And so again, if we see LGD continue the tempo of lanes and coming out of that, then we could have been singing a different song, because more importantly, yeah, some rotations that came out as well, the mid matchup, there just seemed to be so many things that really favored LGD on paper.
Yeah, I think like this should not happen, right? Like Coddle Lycan is not supposed to double kill a Drow Bane. It's like there's also smaller things like this that go into it. I mean, I think sure, you know, there's the mid matchup with like the Largo Monkey King. I don't think you should die in that lane either. Like, so sure, you haven't played the matchup, but you're counter picking the Largo. So going 24 Monkey King and dying, it's not the one.
I have one request though for the grand finals. Can we just not see Largo anymore? Like the lower bracket was 2 Largo losses. Can we not have Largo in this grand finals anymore, please? Thank you. I'm sure both of you heard us.
Literally.
They 100% heard us. Because I am bored of watching Largo lose. Thank you. I'm sure both teams heard us. And I don't want to look behind me.
Yuma's got a big smile on his face. He's actually smiling at us.
See, no more Largo. Thank you. This is the benefit of course Blast Slam 7. We have the teams right next to us hearing every word.
This is just free coaching. This is a free third coach that we're offering to them.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sure it makes sense, but no, it's just like, it's uninspiring. I understand that Tai Lung, he has this hero pool. It's not even Tai Lung, actually, just to be very clear, it's not him. It's the hero.
It's every role, whether it's
the
mid,
off
lane, or support.
It's like Crit griefed on it on 4th position. We've had Tai Lung on the mid lane. We've had Whisper on the off lane. We have Miro on the off lane. Like, the hero just, it feels like it's lost its power spike of like dominating the lane it was in. People understand it, they know the limits, and we're not seeing like the Quops, the Pangos, these partnerships that make the hero feel a bit more like, ooh, yay, explosive. It's just there. And if it's just a hero that just exists in the draft, I want many other heroes in place of it that provide like clear power spikes and timings to play on. Because Largo, he just kind of does the entire time. Like, he never just takes over a game.
I do want more info from you, Quinn, because you said that you don't think it's supposed to go this bad for Monkey, that he misplayed a little bit. But I want to know where exactly, like when we watch it back or when you think back on it, where are those misplays coming from the Monkey King? Why is it that Largo did have such a good lane despite what you feel should not have been that heavy favored?
I think a lot of it goes down to the small things. It's individual CS, it's individual clicks, it's really small mistakes. The fact that he's this low HP at the start of the game is already a problem. That means stuff has gone wrong prior to that. It means you've mis-aggroed or you've taken bad trades, all these little things that add up. And it's easy to mess that stuff up, especially at the start of the grand final. You can be a little bit jittery, but honestly, kudos to Tai Lung, and I think he deserves his flowers because he's solo killed more players, I think, in this tournament so far than I think anyone else in mid. He's been pretty locked in, and so I think if you're going at the next game, yeah, CJ played a great mid game, but you can't have this happen again, especially in a game where, you know, Tai Lung is not playing a ridiculous, terrible mid hero, and he's playing something real that he can, you know, take over the game on. I think Tai Lung should be in a position of power in this series because he showed already, the grand final starts, solo kill in a weird ever-loving matchup. Like, that is impressive, and I think you want to be able to carry that forward and actually have impact after you get the solo kill. It should mean something and not just be sort of a limp to your death kind of loss.
If you removed player names then and we redid this hero matchup, what would you give it? Maybe a 50-50?
It should still be Monkey favorite, no?
Nah, I think it's probably roughly 50-50, I'd say. Okay. I mean, with some variance.
Well, the reason why I ask is because I know that you guys like to play a game of 50-50. In fact, they did that earlier. Was it yesterday? I believe it was yesterday. So sit back and enjoy some grand finals content.
Don't watch.
To another episode of 50-50 split. Rock, paper, scissors. All right, there we go. Quinn gets to go first.
Let's check out his technique.
Yeah. Oh.
Foam it out. I think you should go a bit faster.
You should shake it harder.
That's an early stop, dude. Come on, man up a little bit, you fucking chungus.
You use a small chungus right now?
This is ultra small chungus behavior.
The smallest chungus behavior.
Keep looking at the camera. That helps. Smile.
Fuck my chungus.
Nah, he's at a
Okay, he's committed. He's committed. No more.
Oh, it's not even close. I got
Oh my god.
What? This can is infinite.
No, wait. It's foam. Oh, okay, you're over.
No, this can is heckin' infinite. Dude, what is wrong with this can?
That's what I said.
Wait. Now Kezu knows how much liquid is in the can. He knows where to stop on the cup. Yeah, don't look. Quinn, hide your glasses. Hide them.
Are these the same drinks?
Why is it so yellow? What is that? That's pee?
I peed in this, actually.
Why is your pee so foamy?
I think this might be Suns fans. Ooh, that might have been too much.
That was too much, you chungus.
Wait, let me balance it on my knee. Yeah, I think
is that helpful?
Yeah, this is good.
I'm done holding these. I don't care anymore.
Let's shake the last shit out.
Congrats, you can buy no powers.
Wow, this is pretty good. That's pretty close. This is much worse. I think this is a big win for Suns fans pissed. Let's go! Welcome back to round 2. We have spaghetti.
We're breaking the shit in half, and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna try to give him a chance. I'm gonna go gangster style on the spaghetti.
What does that mean?
I'm gonna hold this properly.
Oh my god. Okay,
it was a clean.
He got the break. I didn't expect it would go that far.
I mean, it was kind of.
Wait.
It was kind of gangster, I will say.
This is very difficult to.
This guy's cheating.
Yeah, but you cheated first.
Like, you can't even read the scale. It's
Wait, let go of it.
I can't. They're gonna roll off.
However you let go is what you end up with.
Are you serious? Say that before I let go. Don't you know like
No, 9.7. This is in ounces. What the fuck's happening? They're in 2 different measurements. Okay, this one's 255. This one.
I'm just moving them from here. Oh.
I saw a 190.
I lost at least 20 grams. Oh, whatever.
That's good. A lot of people love losing weight.
This is taking too long. Just go. I think we should do it upside down.
I'm doing it like this, and there's no weight added here.
You must place it down.
Oh, it's heckin' expanding.
Yeah, that's wow, really crazy. 250.
He's dumping off. I need to dump some this way.
Oh, that's cheating. He's deciding how to do it.
This is 380, and this is
not 380.
Now it says 160. What happened? Due to unforeseen events, we're gonna call this one a draw.
Excuse me?
And we're back for round 3. We have with us 2 pieces of garlic, I think. We have 2 pieces of ginger. How do you feel about that?
I have the worst piece. Like, why is it going everywhere?
This is so difficult. Like, what is that?
You do it on vibes.
This is tough because weight-wise, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
need a small chungus. I think I'm gonna lock it in here. Oh, this is bad.
This guy's slicing it up.
Oh, that's bad. I think this is pathetic.
I think this looks like it's very well balanced.
This is pathetic.
Oh, 6-7.
6-7! I'm a fucking genius. If this is 6-7, you guys will have to lose it, okay?
Jesus Christ, that sucked.
Oh, that's bad.
Get out of the way.
46.
Oh, you're a piece, all right. I think I might have done even worse.
Oh, this guy was just playing.
What?
What the hell? 27 to 51.
That's worse than I did.
Take a bite.
Of the garlic?
Yeah.
I like garlic.
Take a bite.
Take a bite too.
Okay.
The garlic.
Cheers. Really good.
Well, the numbers speak for themselves. It looks like our grand winner of the 50-50 split this round is Kazu!
This is awesome. I love garlic.
I genuinely think the Lago Monkey King mid matchup was way better weighted than whatever you guys were trying to do with the ginger in round number 3.
That was a low
there.
IQ segment. We apologize.
It was a lot of fun. Sometimes you got to break up the seriousness of drafts and the pressure of a grand final tee with a little bit of joy like that.
Can we just confirm real quick, what were you eating and cutting in half at the very end?
Always
Ginger.
Okay, just making sure.
That
just for the viewership.
Okay.
Just the viewership.
Yeah.
Yeah, the viewership will now go up that
Yeah,
we've
exactly.
said it's ginger
Like,
and not
as soon
garlic.
as soon as it was garlic, everyone just closed the tab. And then, boop, we're back up because they realized it's, of course, ginger. So thank you.
Well, we had some fun in here, but of course the teams had a much more serious conversation, especially on the side of LGD, because for them, they're now 1 game down in a best-of-5 grand finals. They've got to think about what needs to happen going forward. What are they going to try and get their hands on? Because, again, a big pivotal foundational pieces of some of their wins over the last few days have relied on that Bat Rider, on that Viper, and right now it seems all too easy for Yandex to be able to draft against LGD and put them on something that isn't as strong, isn't as comfortable.
I mean, definitely in a BO5, and you could just feel it. Like, they played this game, and they're going to talk about what this game felt like to them. And I'm pretty sure that after 20 minutes, they feel somewhat helpless playing against what Yandex have. So you're going to be talking about the map play. What heroes do you want? What heroes do you want to sub out? Because that should be the main point of their discussion.
It also needs to be careful because for LGD, this is like a slippery slope, right? The idea, like, you're not banning Lone Druid or picking it in the first phase. You're allowing Yandex to play it. You're taking the draw yourself, and you're getting beaten by strategies. You're banning the Undying offlane that was yet to see Yandex do. There's clearly the Lycan and Nature's Prophet. So some of the core concepts that LGD have used to get here are now kind of being unraveled a little bit. So they need to make sure that when they enter this second draft, it's like they are very confident and they're not going to start second guessing themselves.
I'm not sure if the safe lane duo is like exhausted.
No, this is
or
mode
just,
chill.
Yeah,
they're
chill maxed.
Yeah.
This is ultra chill maxing. There's a paper in front of his face.
The lights are too bright. He doesn't want it. Actually, it was so he didn't have to look at you.
Yeah,
that
sounds
really
more
uncalled
realistic.
for. That is number 2 today. That's like a nuclear.
I was just saying
I should have
nuclear
said Quinn. I'm sorry. I know. That is. I do apologize.
Let's focus back up now. Back to you.
All right. Well, then we can talk about Yandex. We've already said that. Yeah, they've called the bluff of the Lone Druid. Whether there really is a legs to LGD potentially playing that one for themselves, or what their counter would possibly be towards it. But at the end of the day, we've got to figure out who is going to be having first pick for the next draft, because that is going to be a massive pivot in first phase bans.
Yeah, I agree with T. I think a lot just comes down to comfort. I think you just want heroes that you're comfortable on and confident on, and you just play your normal Dota and don't get sucked into this weird mess of reacting to Yandex, but play what you want to play on LGD.
Yeah, I mean, you also don't get baited into like scenarios where, like, if Batrider is finally available, let's say you instantly snipe it, but then there's so many other little plays and counters into it. So you need to just kind of like just take small steps in the draft. Like, don't rush into a concept. Kind of keep your draft a bit more open. Even though I do want to see Batrider, just prepare the foundation for the hero if you are to be given it.
No, I agree. I think it's important that you stick to what you want. You don't want to like do a full swap around of what is good for you, but just slightly adjust to what Yandex just showed you and just be ready in like the mid game that you have better answers for it. Because last game, it was very difficult.
It's one step at a time, one game at a time, and it's still very possible for LGD to be able to bring it back for themselves. They've done it many times before in best of 3s, but are they going to be able to do it game number 2 in our best of 5? definitely doesn't really come as a surprise when we see our draft that Yandex is going to have first pick. With a lot of priority changes happening between games, it is inevitable that we see that change up. And so when we look towards first phase bans, it's still directed towards the Husker and the Batrider on the side of Yandex. This time around, LGD feeling that the Coddle needs to be put back into that first phase ban. That's something they used to ban in previous series. They let it through for the game number 1, but they go, actually, we need to stay strong in our belief of how hard that hero is to deal with.
Yeah, I also really like the Nature's Prophet ban. I think, I mean, only Yandex has been playing this hero, but it's looked really, really scary, and I think it's super good against the way LGD plays, and so I think this is a smart ban saying, sure, maybe we can answer it, but just the hero just functions too well against us, so we don't want to touch it for right now.
It's similar with the Coddle. I think the hero, Coddle just changes the way the game is played. You know, you can either like ball up, but he's also very annoying if you don't have to ball up. He is a good map hero too. He enables other people, he pushes waves. And yeah, I think any switch up at the moment, as long as LGD feel good about it, is good for them.
I mean, it's like Lone Druid, Shadow Fiend, Drow, Kez. I think they're the big 4 that you just have to look towards in this ban position. They do take away the Lone Druid, so there's not going to be this weird LGD can beat Lone Druid scenario. You don't want to do that.
I will say Yandex have not really super prioritized the Drow, so it's a possibility that they give it to LGD again. But this time, there's no Nature's Prophet for later down the line, so maybe some of their answers are not quite as prevalent. They could ban Lycan afterwards. So I'm curious to see if they take Drow or if they've got another plan to deal with it.
Also, Beastmaster is now available for the first time in a long time. I feel like both of these teams, due to, you know, DM for Yandex and then Tailong and Whisper for LGD, it kind of has become quite a default hero pick for either if available. So there's quite a lot of options for both teams to fight over.
They're actually going to manage. Oh, I don't know if you should be doing that.
I thought they were going for maybe a potential, you know, if Yandex go for the Angry Bird, which is possible that they would like maybe trade it for the Drow, but obviously they have a different idea.
I think ideally for LGD, it's like you want like Yandex to pick Kez, you take Beastmaster, flex Beastmaster to the end of the draft. I think that's like the safest and most stable draft like kind of pattern for them to play down.
Yeah, this Drow ban feels a little scared to me. They took a while on it, and I just don't think it's a hero Yandex likes as much as LGD does. Now, maybe they're just banning it because they lost with it and they don't want to think about it, which is fair, but at the same time, it's not particularly targeted toward Yandex. And so to me, it feels a little bit more like, whatever, just ban it.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, the Natures and the Codlet, these are something they just played against. But Yandex will go with the Melody Treant, who, this hero, especially in the last couple days, just has looked incredibly strong. Like, both its laning, but also just like the mid game, right? The overall team fight. You get the Ingredient Enchantment later, you go for the Axe, you go for the Blink Dagger. It just looks good. You see so much on the map, and you give everyone like living armor, which just means everyone's laning is even better.
Yeah, I love the fact that people finally kind of discovered how to give life to the mid to late game because of the Axe that you're talking about. Like the idea of Tree pressing ult and just standing still or walking in, like just the vision he applies. But LGD, they get their hands on the early Whisper Timbersaw to play into it.
This is not the same as the last pick Timbersaw they had, though. You have not seen the carry yet. That means that TA or Shadow Fiend or one of these guys is coming down the pipeline, and you are not going to have a free lane, and you're not going to have free game matchups either. So in the prior game, as every minute that passed, it got more likely that LG would win. That is not faded for this game. So just because it's Timber versus Tree, it is not. That's not all she wrote.
I mean, it's like, if they really wanted to be kind of quirky in the draft, it could be ban one, pick the other out of phase. But then your draft is very clear in what it's going to be doing. Like, you're not hiding anything. Probably the ban TA, pick SF is the most stable of the options.
I would also be okay if you just ban SF and like you play into the TA. In my mind, is also okay. I mean, SF is a great hero, so if you want to go back-to-back core, I do think you can. But I'm also just okay if you ban one, you take like a position 4 out of the phase, and you're just pretty happy and you keep it a bit more casual.
Sure. That would be then like the Hoodwink approach, right? Like ban SF, take Hoodwink, then it's like you have the Bushwhack versus the TA, you have maybe even some kill threat when Timber has 6. You don't need to be that volatile in draft.
Yeah, I think it's definitely better to leave the TA than Shadow Fiend, but Watson has not lost on his TA yet. It's like very powerful in all the games. He has clutched up and Giga carried some games that were not easy games, so it's the kind of hero that he would love to play in a final, especially because it's just like he can play with his eyes closed. He's done it so many times, it's like nothing. So he will play it to the fullest of his potential.
At least if you're like, if you play Timber, you care a bit more about SF. So I think it's just like if you want to secure your game a little bit more, then that should be the ban you look towards. But I think if you're looking more at like player comfort, then it's absolutely the TA ban that you would shoot out here.
This Bane ban, I think, is also really cool because they don't care about it last game, right? They're saying you can take it because they have more options to split the map and push lanes and be obnoxious.
Natures.
Yeah, all this crap. But this game, they've got Tree, and potentially they want something different. So they're like, okay, now this game, we think Bane is a problem. It also pairs with Timber. You've got the stun plus the damage. I like that it's an active thought from each game. Does Bane matter this game, not in a general sense?
It's also the fact that, like, for Yandex, if you want DM to be able to take like a Doom, for example, right, to try and threaten the Whisper, you want to make sure, so the Whisper Timbersaw, you kind of want him to have that good lane. And Bane is one of the strongest 5s that bring in life to the lane, enabling your carry to get in position to do the damage. So it does make sense.
Oh, they go for something completely different. Which is interesting. So, okay, so they're protecting it in like a completely different way. Like they're just going for, okay, we're taking the SF and we're thinking that the Enigma is the one counter pick you would go for against it.
I mean, you're getting TA for sure. TA is good against Shadow Fiend.
Yes, very.
So that will, I think, very, very likely be picked.
And how is TA against Timber in lane?
It's good.
Yeah.
Very good.
No negatives so far then.
No, I don't really think so. I mean, the question is what are you going to lane against Shadow Fiend? We've seen that hero be really dominant in lane, and that's still undecided. So there's potential that LG can craft a really strong safe lane that's hard to approach, but I think Yandex is... I don't think they're sad about the Shadow Fiend steal. It's not like, rats, we wanted that. It's like, okay.
Yeah, like especially because you still get one of the few that you want, you know, like most of the time, like any of the range heroes are very nice. We talked about Watson's TA for good reason. It's like, it's his best hero. So that doesn't really speak much against it.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to just seeing like, yeah, they got the TA here. Just go for like the Rubik as well for like Saxa if you really wanted to. Just you don't need to really show anything. Hold your position. Know that the LGD has to kind of reveal their supports because the supports will change how the SF plays his lane. If you have kill threat, then you're going to play on raises and chase down the lane. So I kind of want to see Saxa's hero here. You could pick the snap that they've been flexing as well, but I don't know. I think into SF and Timber, Rubik's really nice. Have the lift back with the shard, some damage reduction in the earlier kind of poking fights that you have. They have some pretty cool freedom. Oh, they do just slap in the Doom here. Okay.
Interesting that they go for the double core.
Yeah, like I wanted to see the Doom, but I was expecting to see it like, you know, the next pick in the phase, not right here.
Doom is also a very mixed bag against Shadow Fiend. Historically, Shadow Fiend is really good against Doom because you're kind of a low armor hero. You're quite greedy and you're bad from behind. So Shadow Fiend obviously is going to reduce your armor and also do well against you in lane. So it's kind of good against all the things Doom is bad against. But it has changed in recent history because he's just really good at killing people in lane. So maybe they're looking for some high kill threat lane, some Doom plus whatever dude. And they're going to like, all right, we're here to fight, not chill.
Okay, so they're going to go for Clock. I was thinking before, like, if I looked at these 3 heroes from Yandex, I would really have loved, like, a Phoenix pick. But maybe it's also just not very much overall, like, up their alley. I think when you look, it's now, you know, likely like a KJ Clockwork. You lane with the SF. You get yourself a range 4. You do see, like, at least double core, so I wonder if there's, like, a bit more of, like, the spicy picks as opposed to, you know, the normal, the Hoodwink, or the Snap.
And it could be an argument that LGD... I mean, man, the lane's kind of weak. I was like, bring back that Grimstrip, but I don't think the lane's strong enough to fight. Sure, Inkswelling Timber's kind of cool, but... Yeah.
No, just some cheap spell.
Yeah, you want, like... Yeah.
What the?
Oh, ooh.
Yo, let's go.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if it has much to do. So obviously the hero's laning is decent, but Timber Rasta it's a bit weird because they can both be semi-slow. I think Lion is a good alternative. The reason that I see for Shaman potentially is I think getting yourself like the better mid game and potentially taking the Aegis away from TA, but also getting it yourself against Doom is nice. So maybe like Rasta Wars to like progress the map and get Roche is, you know, a bigger argument for them.
Yeah, I mean, LGD are the type of team that they look at some script that they've already constructed for their heroes, and that's exactly the logic I'm seeing as well for the Shaman. It's like, you just want to give your SF Aegis, walk down lane, he has like Manta +1, alright, good to go. But for Yandex, still, the Rubik for Saxa looks very chill. Stealing Hex or Shackles from a Shaman is very simple, some lane secure for Doom, even stealing the cogs on Clock. I don't think Yandex are too threatened by LGD's picks. I think you just have to respect the very clear timings that they are going to be moving towards. Be ready at 20 minutes, contest the Roshan. Like, don't allow them to get these heroes into the game.
I mean, they might also just lock in, CJ's hero.
Yeah, it's, I mean, the Yannex's scaling is already kind of locked in. These heroes, they they scale very, very well against LGD's heroes. You look at Clock and Shaman, it's the only real heroes they have that are going to make moves or get in there, and you've got a lot of ways to reset and kite. You've got Trap Vision, you've got Tree who can like sort of counter push, you've got Tornado, you've got all kinds of crap, and they just have great game matchups. Invoker's good against Timbersaw and SF. TA is good against SF and Timbersaw. Doom is really good against Timbersaw, and SF is two-sided. Like, you look at these core matchups on just that basis, I would much rather be Yandex right now.
It's very true.
There is still another core, though, to come out from LGD, which could potentially fill in a lot of those worries that you have, be able to at least shut down the Invoker so it feels a little less threatening from the mid lane.
Yeah, and at least it also comes from the player that we were asking to step up more into the series, right? We know that Tailong can be, you know, a massive X factor for LGD. Put on the Largo, didn't do so much, but this time around, with last pick in the draft, seeing the Invoker, the style of game, I think Yandex's bans are very, very good. Both Beast and Puck can kind of connect what LGD has. You do want to have that kind of very simple playmaker to just make shit happen on the map.
Yeah, I mean, like, even Rasta, like, I think there's so many, like, small things about TA that are annoying to play against. Like, Rasta, to me, does not really enjoy this matchup. Like, even just a trap later, if you have the shard, you just boop, boop, silence, see you later. Like, there's no shackle. So there's a lot of the other things that you're going to have to really nail with the hero. And, I mean, I just like this Invoker pick a lot. CJ has played it a lot. I think the supports early on, sure, like, Clock can semi-move mid, but until they have hookshot, there is no real, like, threat on this guy.
Part of me is worried that it will be like a last pick Viper or something for Tailong, for just the concepts of this like playbook that we're talking about. Like, have the shard on the Viper, he'll buy it this time a lot earlier into the game, throw it with the Shaman, progress the map, SF slots behind. Like, there's a lot of like debuffs and lockdown and little layering that you can throw into each other. I don't know if I'm excited by the prospect, but part of me is concerned that it could be the...
They could, if he plays it better, they could run back the Sneebor for Tailong.
Sniper.
Oh, yeah.
He's called it that the whole event, has he not?
I've called it Sneebor. Yeah. I don't know if I believe in their Sneebor.
Me neither, but they might think about it.
But what about as a hero as a whole?
Yay, Rubik.
My worry is when you have double turret, I think Shadow Fiend Sniper can be a little dicey together. There's a world where maybe Shadow Fiend goes magic build and it's a little more acceptable. And I could potentially see it then. I could also just see a casual Embered Burrow.
Probably. I think that makes the most sense. What happened to like mid Brood? Like, you know, back in the day, there used to be some unplayable matchup. I don't even know if he plays it, but more like overall. Like, I mean, this doesn't... Yeah. It used to be like the, you know, the Huskar versus melee matchup is similar, I think, what Exort Invoker is to Brood. Obviously, no one does it. There must be some sort of reason, or just nobody plays it.
In his short competitive career, has yet to play it in a competitive game.
Yeah.
But I feel like some of these heroes should be getting some reps in. Maybe not in this grand finals, but...
It's a cool suggestion. I genuinely think if he played it, it would be really good. If he was Jellyworms, he would pick it here for sure.
Shout out to Jellyworms.
.CEO. Hey, don't forget his position in the company.
True. I mean, then Ember probably just makes the most sense, no? Like,
yeah, I think so. I would be I mean, it gives you some nice catch. I think you want your cores to have some synergy, not just your subs.
Oh, interesting.
This is a similar boat, but I do think its scaling its Invoker is kind of dicey. You get kited very easily. A lot of the Ice Wall, Cold Snap, you can purge Sprint. There's a lot of tools there that are pretty good. So it's a lot about tempo. Slaughter is definitely good against Invoker in lane. You just have better armor and damage. It's a matter of, can you actually push that? Because I think Yandex, if it gets to 20, 30 minutes and they're on an even footing, then they're very happy, I think.
Yeah, it's just the vision that Yandex has, like the tree, the TA, the portrait, the map play, everything they used in Game 1 to win, they have the same elements and same resources available at their hands to exploit LGD's positioning. And it's even harder, I think, for LGD in this game because like their positioning is clear. SF will walk down the lane, or like you'll have Slardar Shamans in his smoke, but if they don't get their initiation and they're on the ward, you just dodge them. So I think it's very clear what LGD needs to do, and they have to overcome the immense map play that Yandex will be bringing to this game.
Yeah, so while I do prefer like the Yandex draft overall, I think there's a lot of gameplay, just like in the other game, you know, where there's a tide against a like in Nature's Prophet. You know, it's a good pick, but there's counterplay. I think, you know, Yandex, they've got the scale. They're very strong later. It's Invoker, it's TA, it's Doom. But all these heroes, again, they are very slow. They want to hold their own areas. They don't want to look at each other. You know, they want to stay in their stuff, get their levels going, get their time. So if you're LGD, that's what I would you know, I would want to abuse that if I'm them in this draft. Try to get the first Aegis, you have SF, you have Slaughter, because if you don't, yeah, I'm not loving their chances later.
I want Tormentors, I want Roshans, I want like tier 2s being taken like 25, I want the first Roshan even maybe threatening tier 3s. I want that level of aggression. We have seen it kind of happen before in other drafts and other kind of teams, and I'm sure LGD can do it, but if that ever gets thwarted, then yeah, I think Yandex is going to be very happy being able to kind of just scale into the game.
I can see what you mean though. There's definitely a window where they can push the tempo. Like Invoker, Doom, TA are very, very slow course. If you're looking at these heroes, you're right that none of them want to help anyone else, right? They're all in their zone, and I think these are good points, and this is what LGD can play for. And realistically, they actually can win this game. Like it's not just like it's hopeless, da-di-da-di-da. Like they genuinely can win. It just requires a level of execution that wasn't there last game, and so I'm looking at them saying you got to bring more.
It might not have been there in game 1, but it's definitely been there this tournament. We know that they can hit it. They have a lot of objective taking ability in their lineup, so it looks good for the side of LGD, but overall, there still is that slight favor towards Yandex. And I know right now, Raya is standing beside with the genius behind such a solid draft of Yandex.
Yes, I'm here with Axel. Thank you very much for taking this. I'm curious, when you do these drafts, do you feel like you're getting out ahead of the opponent, or do you feel like you're both kind of getting what you want?
I mean, sometimes, like first map, I think we were ahead ideologically, but this time I don't think so. It's like 50-50, I would say, and they have upper hand on early game, so yeah, it depends on the game.
So in this draft, where it's more 50-50, who is your most important hero, your win condition?
I don't think our win condition is some specific hero. I think it's distributed between all of them, and I would say it's more about pressure points, what they have, and us dealing with it. And they have quite few this game, so it's going to be not the easy task.
Okay, so for the viewers at home, what are we looking out for? What's the most important part? The early game, the mid game, the runes? What are we looking at?
We're looking at Slaughter, first of all, how he's going to do, how good is Talon going to be this hero, and how, yeah, pretty much on him.
All right, looking forward to an exciting game. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, there we go, indeed. So the early game's gonna be interesting, right? So it seems to be the part of the game where, you know, Axel says that there might be some struggles here against LGD. Would you agree? Do you think that is indeed where LGD is going to try and hit Yandex the hardest with this draft here in game 2?
Absolutely, looking for that tempo.
Yeah, there's Slaughter last pick was specifically pointed towards us. You know, we're going to be watching Tylung. Didn't get to do a lot in his Largo last game. This game on the Slaughter, we'll see what he can do. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game 2. Here we go. So, change-ups indeed. Add some relatively new heroes, or rare ones at least. We're getting Theolicor coming in with the Shaman, a support that has kind of been not looked towards in most of these games.
No, it's been starting to just really fall off in terms of just not be able to use its abilities that great. And also the concern really is that if you can get Rubik versus it, it's just a better Shaman in almost all stages of the game too. So that is why they accelerated it. We kind of thought this Rubik would come even earlier, me and you, when we were talking backstage. So Saksa, a lot of really good spells to steal. And yeah, I think a lot of this game, I'm going to be looking at Tylung and what tempo he's going to be able to set on this. Because overall, I just want to see speed. I want to see pacing from LGD, because if it does get too slow, this is a pretty greedy lineup from Yandex, and if it gets to those points, this lineup is terrifying.
Let's have a look, see if LGD can hit Yandex hard in the early game in this game 2. Brought to you, of course, by the official live prediction market, Blast Slam Poly Market. Already both teams smoked up, looking for some early plays.
Malady already broke it. At least broke the clockwork in particular, scouting things out. Might even make their own aggressive move here. Does get the cogs.
Should be enough to keep him safe. They can't quite get around those right now. So
and Saksa did skill lift.
That's true. That always is one of those things that can have a little bit of negative impact into the beginning of the lane, right? When you don't have that Fate Bolt to start.
Not like overall the biggest of deals when you're playing for something like Clock SF, because repositioning is very important versus the SF as well too. But this is ideally you get the lift because you're getting first blood. So good thing that he got the cogs off on KJ. And they're just looking to disrupt Malady for a moment here before he's going through the gate.
Yeah, I can't really... Well, they can definitely stop him from getting an easy passage through the twin gate.
Yep, KJ can sit here for some time.
I mean, he's just going to sit here and not let him go through, right? Or is he
probably wants to lane at some point.
He can still mess with him.
Yep. They'll both mess with each other for a moment here.
I mean, who backs down first? You know, just Whose time is being wasted more here?
If the creep wave is under the tower, Watson doesn't need the tree up there just yet, so he's getting free experience.
Oh.
They're actually making the aggressive move with this.
They are. Okay,
he's just dead,
Malady's
Yuma.
like, well, if you're not going to let me go through the twin gate, I'll just stick around and kill your carry.
Do they get a trade? They do?
They do, but it might cost them King Juggle's life as well. DM's going in for the kill.
One more hit. He's going to survive.
He's going to live. Oh, of course, super low on the HP. So they stop him from getting through the twin gate and they kill him. But he killed them first. They get first blood here, Yandex.
And this game, we do have to mention, right? This is not a full 4 Protect 1, but it is kind of in a way, right? We have seen what Whisper's been able to do on his Timber Saw.
He's going to get super farmed. Well,
but
if
Yuma,
things go to plan, right, he tends to get super farmed on the Timber.
Yeah, but Yuma overall, right, it is a game that he has to be able to have a decent time, or he's just going to get doomed every single time. He's going to have a lot of focus onto him as well, too. So an early death, definitely painful for him.
And so would you agree with that vibe as well, that if LGD do have a rough start, this draft is going to be rather difficult to come back against a Yandex with a lead?
Yeah, the Yandex draft is designed, if they do get like Roshan, if they hit this 30-minute mark, kind of at this even gold like Quinn was talking about, their heroes just scale super strong. BKB piercing, Invokers, late game gets pretty ridiculous, and he has good matchup versus the Slardar as the game progresses. Early game, Slardar good versus Invoker, but as it does go on, it could be very problematic. Just so much control, dispels. And yeah, Theolico, right? It's just a shaman. How much is he going to be able to contribute in this game? Because this hero, you kind of have to get in the face.
Because what's wrong with the hero? Why is nobody else playing it right?
Super low, like super short range on everything. And this, at least in this game, there's nothing to break, so you don't even have like, this Hex break that's going to be super efficient. Just runs into a lot of problems.
Jungles
will survive.
Yeah, we'll be able to dodge the Sunstrike and live.
You have, like, I mean, I could list like 50 problems for the Shaman. It's just like you have mana issues at times too, cast range issues sometimes also. You're squishy.
Well, they didn't kill him, and they left him low, but he's actually able to just walk across onto the lane and get the 2 couriers.
Okay, that's kind of the dream. And he'll just suicide himself, reset his positioning, come back to the lane. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, get something out of that, King Jungles.
But Yuma is really struggling. 5-2 at the moment to the 14-4 of the Doom.
Got to be a concern, right? If you're not getting your SF easy farm at the start, especially when you want to try and play a more fast-paced lineup than what Yandex is looking to do, something's got to be done to sort this out.
Tai Lung, right? That's going to be him that's going to have to fix this because he is having that good time in the mid lane as he is designed to. So ideally, he's probably going to be looking to make some very quick rotations to help out Yuma here. And let's see if they can actually put any aggression onto Watson. Probably not. That's also a bit of an issue with the Shaman. You're very low damage in comparison to the traditional 4 positions that we're seeing.
Yeah, because I mean, these two can never kill him, right? No. He's going to have Malady behind him with a living armor. Eventually, he'll have points in the refraction.
He did just miss the meld, so pretty big one that he does miss onto Whisper here. Can they go for Malady? They cannot. That one, it would have been like a second meld there on Whisper. So the fact that he missed the first one does actually hurt a little bit here on Watson.
Because in terms of the lanes, it feels unlikely that LGD are going to really get chances to get kills in these side lanes, right?
Yeah. Bottom, I guess they can. It's just difficult versus Rubik because he can always just move the clockwork out of the way.
And Deem's just got a lot of HP, right? With his double braces, even
tanky.
if you're landing these raises.
Yeah, they probably can just get the kill themselves. KJ, Sunstrike
coming in. It will get split. Doesn't matter. King Jungle still get taken out by DM.
This lane is usually designed to just stop the clock SF, so the fact that they are slowed down, definitely some concerns for them.
Yeah, it's just... The Doom seems like a really nice quarter lane against it, unless you kind of punish him on the early levels, right? If he's able to get these 2 braces, he's going to be fine, and on top of that, because he has this living armor coming across the map from Malady to help him out if it ever looks a little bit risky. So it's just a super hard kill for the SF Clock to go for.
And Rubik, it's not just that he's able to like reposition, he also reduces damage, right? He reduces the magical and
all
the physical.
All of the damage.
It all adds up when you are playing
it's not a fun lane to try and kill.
No.
When you're this SF Clock. Which is a pretty rare scenario, as you say. Most setups do suffer against the SF Clock in the laning stage.
And if history is going to continue kind of a way, right? TA as a hero is a counter pick versus the SF in the past. So we'll see how Yuma does deal with that in particular as the game does go on. Tai Lung doing great, though. 29-10 to the 16-4. He's controlling the runes. He's even killing Forge Spirits. That's why you see it that high up in terms of the last hits. Early rotation. gets the lift off before the cogs. DM's fine.
He's going to be able to run.
If he gets the cogs off first, perhaps a kill.
It probably would have been. It's just tricky. And as you say, now that you've expended that extra resource of bringing an extra hero down, still not getting the kill, DM's going to be very fine. I mean, top of the CS right now on this offlane Doom.
But the lanes have been broken. Whisper is just fine being left alone top.
Sure.
TA is just going to go jungle and maximize on Watson, so does have opportunities to make these rotations on Theolacor if he can actually get the connection.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking at mid.
They actually have the sentry in place of the Obs Ward, too. Another Sunstrike, Yuma.
He's on his own because the supports have gone to the mid lane.
He's dead.
This hurts.
This is really a rough start.
They have to help Yuma out, right? They're going to go for the attempts on Chira Jr., but he has the cold snap. Thailand will still close in with the crush. They've got the Hex. And Chira Jr. should be dead here. So they will get the kill that they look for in the mid, but it is the sacrifice on the other side of leaving their carry alone.
They're both doing just about as bad, though, right? Chira and the SF are getting sacrificed pretty hard here, so Tailong is doing a great job. And this is kind of how they have to play. Play around the Slardar, enable him to get these aggressive moves. Yuma can farm and catch back up. The SF does farm super fast, so concerning that he does have a rough start, but can recover, absolutely. Looks like Shrine for Shrine. And Chira does just have this extra protection. Malady is just sitting right behind him now at this point. Does have level 6 also on Chira, so has the Wex point. So a lot easier for him to survive. He can Tornado, reset much easier versus the Slardar.
Yeah, Watson's going to, of course, be able to farm nice and quickly with this max meld build.
Yeah, he's the only one who's playing it. I was wondering if anybody else was going to try the TA, but it's literally just him. So it's very interesting to see.
I mean, yeah, did the hero sort of receive nerfs? Is there a reason why other carries aren't looking to the TA in the same fashion that Watson does?
It did just lose a lot of what it had, right? You know, all of the facets being gone. You lost even the innate, which let you see when Roshan was up all the time as well, too. So perhaps just unexplored on some of the players.
Radiant are scanning.
So cheer up. He's just going to jungle, catch up. They're going to give Sox in the mid lane. Tailong gonna look to accelerate things, I'd imagine. Keep controlling the runes, looking to play very aggressively to assist. They can easily kill DM with the rotation of the Slardar. Most of the heroes. In fact, this, you know, like they said, like Axel was talking about, this is the strongest hero on the map in the early game for the side of LGD.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Won't quite be able to find DM. DM does just drag the wave. He's gonna just go for the economy move, back up, pull it to the camp.
Does mean that this rotation from Thailand will not get them a chance to get a kill.
Perhaps a tower. Is that what they want to push for here fully? Open up the map so that they can start to invade versus this greedy draft that Yandex does have. Looks like that is going to be the case. Let's see if there's going to be any moves that come down here. Because Pano was also saying it is pretty independent cores. They like to play for themselves, all three of them. The TA, the Invoker, and the Doom.
Pretty greedy, right?
It is very greedy. So it can absolutely get punished if they want to go for this pressure, but tower doesn't really take too much damage here. KJ should be just fine. And I think maybe this is one of the reasons that they did pick the Shaman, right? They want to accelerate, they want to take objectives, use the Serpent Wards.
All mid. Looking for the angle on Chira Jr. They found him in the river.
Good stun.
He's very, very dead here.
So just in the name of the game, enable Tailong, because as you said, Yuma can catch up through the farm as he already is. Chira is not catching up with the pressure that they're putting onto him here. Oh, Theolacor is what? 2 XP from 6?
Should be able to finish off the tower, even without the Serpent Wards, though. It looks like there won't be any TPs in from Yandex to try and put a stop to this.
And maybe even better that he didn't have it here, because he could potentially clear the next creep, go to another, keep setting that tempo to take the towers and open up the map for them.
Yeah, just speed it up. As,
they gotta play.
They do want to do with this draft. So 10 minutes in, taking the mid-tier 1 tower, they have that little, only slight bit of a net worth lead, so...
But they've really shut down Chira. And now when they have these towers, you have access points into those camps that the Invoker likes to catch up on with his ice walls. Whisper.
I mean, if they can find DM, this will be a very nice rotation. Tailong and Theolacor.
Speedy, though.
They put their sights set for him. They have the setup. And they will get this kill very easily, and now can push on to the tier 1. They'll immediately drop the Serpent Wards, but he was so quick with that one, Saxa.
He was super
straight away.
He was
ready to get the Serpent Wards for himself.
Does he want to use them to fight? Let's see how he wants to use them. He'll just use them to defend.
Sunstrike's coming in, yeah.
A lot of damage, careful.
Be pretty careful. Tower looks like it's still probably going to go down, though. Okay, they've got the fortification. We'll stop the push for now, but...
Exchange of farm. He's getting a lot. Serpent Wards give a ton of XP and gold. So when he does farm them himself, too, Sox is now almost level 7.
That's true. I was actually able to farm the complete set of wards there.
Because they did reduce the amount of gold they gave in the last patch, but the XP is still extremely significant. Which is weird, Serpent Wards giving XP, but they do for some reason.
It does, yeah, back in the day, right, those sort of units it would just be some gold, right?
Yeah, this one is one of the only ones of units that gives like this much XP, though. It's quite interesting. Top, they're accelerating. LGD, all 3 towers potentially almost claimed here at this early game.
Okay, this is what they need to do.
Set that tempo, get themselves to a position with an advantage. I think that should be Tylung's Blink Dagger, too. So can keep the ball rolling, can look for these kills onto these greedy heroes. And Yuma, pretty much completely recovered. So far, pretty good for the side of LGD.
All right, because yeah, this is the difference, right? As you were saying with the rotations early, like the pressure that was put onto Yuma, he can recover. Whereas for Yandex, the pressure that was put onto Chira Jr., the recovery is just not going to be as easy for him as an Invoker,
much slower,
as opposed to this Shadow Fiend that had a bit of a tough time in the lane.
Infinitely slower, and they're putting a lot of attention onto him too. They're putting sentries to block camps. He did deward one of them, but yeah, they're just kind of running at him in particular. So absolutely seeing Chira having a much slower time than I think he had hoped for here.
Well, they will catch out Theolicorp. Well, but 2 forward there in the mid lane. Same time, they have got the detection out onto Malady.
They got him here.
They'll be able to run him down.
Good kills. And this Slardar pick, it has a lot of merits in the game. Playing versus, triple invis as well, too. So the Corrosive Haze is going to be super effective throughout the game. Serpent Wards, Sox has got it up again, using it to pressure the mid tower. This was a big steal that he was able to get. Defends the bottom tower. Tylung will be happy, though, with the illusions. He'll clean it up completely, so lots of golden XP for him. Gonna be super fast timings on this Slardar. He's gonna have Shard immediately at that 15-minute mark with the blink.
DM and Watson, though, still getting just as much as the cause on LGD.
It's just Chira who needs that recovery. And it's not going to be recovery as someone sacrificing themselves for it. It's just going to be DM going greedy as well, going Radiance, because he's like, you know what? Chira will catch up eventually. I can't really help him as a Doom.
Yeah, the Radiance, of course, is going to pay off massively in the long haul, and that's kind of what Yandex are looking towards, as we heard.
I'm mixed how I feel about it on sometimes, because I do like sometimes the man in the drums to be able to play with the team, but I think I can see the Radiance this time, the reasoning.
Solid hook shot in onto Saxa.
Nice grab.
Set up for Tylung and Whisper to get involved in another bit of action, head themselves back over to the Tier 1 tower and find that final Tier 1. So 13 minutes in, all Tier 1's taken. They could set up to try for the Wisdom Steal.
I like the positioning that they're making these moves. Great macro movement so far from the side of LGD. Contesting this Wisdom, let's see if they do want to even try on the side of Yandex.
I guess they don't. They just expect that, well, from the LGD's side, LGD looks like they expected the Yandex were going to bring in a lot for the defense.
I think they prioritize
they don't bother.
I think they want to prioritize these stacks. Whisper saw like a triple stack here. Can prevent the TA from farming that. Doesn't finish off the big creeps.
Do have an amplified damage rune in the bottle for Tylung.
Doesn't mean Malady's able to just back up. He's got level 6 now. Overgrowth is at the ready. I thought they would really push forward for that shrine a little bit harder there, but perhaps it was just stacks, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they were just concerned about the fact that obviously ults are up, didn't want to get kind of overgrowthed and doomed.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, they back off and opt to not go for what might have been a slightly risky move.
Tylung not only is going to have the shard at 15, but also will have an Ogre Axe too. He's going to have some crazy item timings on him.
Ooh, if Saxa steps up, they might just go for the quick jump on him. Ideally, they'd love to find Chira Jr. around this spot.
It's got the amp damage.
Doesn't look like they're going to get the chance to. Scan's going to hit them in the jungle, so
they don't want to dive.
They'll be aware. And Yandex, they're not afraid to fight back themselves because they do have these ultimates.
Chira's gotten levels now too, so sure, his farm isn't the best, but he's got the first core item, and he has the combo invoked already. So he's got Tornado plus the Cold Snap with the Meteor Hammer. DM looks like he's gonna get run down
on him, and big burst coming in from Whisper. We'll get the money spent, so the Radiance is online, but he'll die. Very quick move, and one that maybe the scan in their own jungle meant that DM was sort of caught by surprise, right?
Sure.
Hits the scan up there,
Radiant's middle tower.
Feels that it's unlikely that sort of play would come from him on the bottom of the TPs, but it does.
They were anticipating it in the mid lane, right? That's what the Rubik and the tree were sitting behind.
Yeah, true. They were thinking even mid or around the top side.
Yeah, so good little macro movement there coming out from LGD, playing around it. Malady placing these deep wards. We've been seeing him do this almost every game that he plays tree because he's super sneaky. So it does give so much information in terms of where they're playing on the map over and over again in this early game.
I mean, I would wonder how much these teams start to expect that, right? Because I imagine this is something you would look at in the replays, because Malady tree, it's not a surprise, right? If he gets the tree, or he gets the opportunity to pick the tree, he's going to pick the tree, and he's going to do something like this with a vision.
LGD does do similar, though, right? KJ, he is also one of those sneaky players that does go for deep boards as well.
He really wanted that Forge Spirit, Dead. A hook shot to the face of the Forge Spirit.
Guess he's feeling the pacing is slow. Chira setting up.
Is the combo enough to kill King Jungles?
Icewall does a lot.
Sunstrike is going to get landed very nicely. Easy solo kill there for Chira Jr.
Big recovery for him.
So you hookshot my Forge Spirit. I'm going to kill you.
That's my son.
Chira Jr. climbing back into the game.
Soxa,
still a little bit behind, though.
Soxa delivering a double creep wave to his Invoker.
Oh, that's nice.
That you never see this in pubs, especially not on Rubik.
Never do
he
that.
would have fade-balled that.
He would have. That's true. Especially the Rubik players, yeah. Easy fade bolt.
Watson has Blink and Deso. He can start getting involved in the game.
Yeah, he's getting the timings that, that you'd hope for. Pretty much free farm on the TA. No pressure's been put onto him whatsoever. He's barely seen a hero. 0-0-0. Free farm on him.
Tai Lung. I feel like the game for Tai Lung, he can't really die too much in this early game. If he falters once or twice in this early game, it can be very, very scary for the side of LGD.
And it's been good so far.
It's been
4-0-2.
almost perfect. I mean, kind of perfect, yeah.
Could look to smoke if they've got a smoke out, actually. They're doing King Jungles, but the traps are giving them quite a lot of information.
So much info again. They tend to play with a lot of just info. As we saw last game, they had infinite. This one, they have the traps plus the tree.
Dude, that's true. Yeah, playing against TA and tree, especially when it's like a Malady tree and a Watson TA, yeah, they're going to see you wherever you go.
Quite a lot early here. Malady anticipating the movement, too. He's just sitting on this gate, so he will see them coming through immediately.
Oh, that's big information.
There's a Manta.
They go straight onto him, though. Kill him very quickly.
Yuma did have the Manta finish before this overgrowth does not do anything. Tai Lung.
Got the jump on Asaxa. They'll drop the combo with the meatball down onto Theo Lacour. They'll find him with the side blade at the end of this. Tai Lung, does he want to try and get another jump into this? Looks like he doesn't. So we'll just be the 1-for-1.
LGD want to get more. We said their early game.
Yeah, I think
they want to be in an advantage position. The fact that they're only 1K ahead at 18 minutes, I don't think this is where they want to be.
It's not enough for them, do you think?
No, I mean, it's around the 20 minutes, and I want to see them super accelerate.
Sure.
Then it's like the Tormentor, the Roche, start to
I mean, I'd imagine, right, from Yandex's perspective, like, they're getting through the early game.
They are.
Right now, 18 minutes in. Then, sure, they've lost the early towers, but farm looking pretty good. Top 2 net worth at the moment with DM and Watson.
And they are stalking Tai Lung right now. He does not have the BKB just yet. Overgrowth is cooldown, but they're coming. They have a Hex on Soxa. He does have it stolen.
You talk about how important it is for Tai Lung not to get caught. He'll be okay.
His early game is so important for the team. Yeah, DM, Blink Radiance is done. Tai Lung trying to make the move bottom to punish, but won't be able to find him.
Yeah, always kind of needs a +1, really. Can't go for these plays on his own.
Setting up for the Tormentor, though, in about 50 seconds. Can they actually go for this? It's not going to connect. Nice try. Bit deep anyway. Really preparing themselves for that Tormentor, though. 35 seconds, and we will see them go for it. But in the meanwhile, Yandex, they're just hitting creeps all over the place. And do they want to go for something with this, trade play that we see teams do, where one team goes for Tormentor, the other one goes for Roshan? Yandex can absolutely go for Roche with TA Deso. And yeah, Soxa, this is a big steal as well, the Hex. Given the extra control, Whisper.
He blinked into farm, I think, and then he gets a nasty surprise. He blinked into that.
Oh, that's a brutal death, too. They were super prepared for him. Chira.
He was not prepared for them to be there at all.
Oh, and Chira has made the full recovery. Almost the same net worth now as the Slardar.
It's been impressive from him. Did it on the Monkey King in game 1. He's doing it this game on the Invoker. We'll still secure the Tormentor for themselves, LGD.
Where's Roshan? He's shifting top. Do they want to set up for it? There's a lot of circles being drawn from the LGD side. They want to control the top side is what that says to me.
Radiant's top tower.
And who did get that Tormentor? All right, so he got the Anaconda. This got
And
nerfed.
this got a bit of a... Oh, this actually got a nerf in the...
Wait, this got nerfed? This spell sucked. Whatever. More mana. The hero already has mana problems. Guess he does have the Arcane Boot, so he should be okay. He does have Blink also on the Shaman at this point, so can look to assist. But these deep wards, the wards that Malady placed were not dewarded.
No, they've been
full
the entire
duration cliff
time.
wards. That's insane. 21 minutes also. Look at Malady. Looking to steal the shrine.
King Jungles does get the cliff ward here
but so
at the very end of its lifetime.
It already did its job.
Yeah.
Whisper will be able to ensure that they don't lose their wisdom. Good position from him. Yandex, they're just farming. As we said, their lineup is about getting to this like post 30 minutes.
I mean, you could just go roast with serpents,
really
right, and Slardar.
I think they have
just drop the serpents.
I probably have to. You do not want to let this TA get the road.
Didn't get all the serpents inside.
That's okay.
Okay.
Those are those two serpents are scouting.
All right. Of course, doing it very quickly here with the SF, Slardar, and Shaman.
Yandex not looking to contest that by any means. Chira Jr. did buy the shard as well too, so has that Ghost Walk as we saw previously, going for the BKB next.
All right, and then this Aegis, right, it's not going to be an Aegis and farm. This is surely going to be an Aegis and get stuff done.
The fact that they're behind in gold when they got Tormentor and Roshan, that says quite a bit about how much Yandex is able to just farm.
Now, time to push LGD and see if they can force these fights before Yandex is able to get to the later stages of the game.
Before Yandex gets to BKBs in particular, because if Yandex is able to get triple BKB timing versus this lineup at a pretty, like when they're just even ground, that's the concern, right? Because a lot of this damage will be negated and they can just close the gap on the SF.
Just completely avoiding the fights here, Yandex. They don't want to get dragged into these. They'll just let this tier 2 go by the looks of it.
Yep, they're just farming and they're getting their own pressure too. Chira does get the Meteor Hammer on bottom tower. It's going to be below half HP as well.
Start to TP back now. Whisper. Looking at Saxa, but he's out with the TP. He's having to spend up, get the Blink Dagger now for the Rubik, so Saxa, a lot of potential on him to get these big steals.
Watching Malady's play too, he was stacking up the top wave, trying to prevent the push from happening, but they didn't push forward even more, so they only went for the tier 2, didn't go for super pressure here. BKB on Tai Lung buys it. They get a gem as well too. That says a lot about how much they want to pressure. These TA traps, they want to bypass them.
They need to get more LGD.
BKB number 1. It's done. BKB number 2, very close on the horizon also for Yandex. They've got this high ground ward. DM, can they catch him?
It's going to be a big jump straight in. And they'll get him. They do drop the Serpent Wards for this, which ends up being a little unnecessary, but I can't really kind of blame them, right? They know that they have to guarantee these kills as quickly as they can.
How far do they push forward for these two tier 2s? I mean, probably just for both. I want to see them just go for the both of them here. But it is getting cut. So Chira Jr. ghost walking the bottom wave. This is the last wave that they have on this bottom side. KJ is trying to hunt him. And they actually find him.
I mean, they might see him. Oh, Whisper's here to help. And Chira Jr. will turn with the combo. The hook shot's out, though. Sure, King Jungles dies. Can Whisper finish the job on his own?
Ghost walk TP.
And he is away. So Chira Jr. Only just. We'll get the kill, get out. Tier 2 on the bottom lane, of course, was taken down. Tai Lung's bringing in the mid lane and has managed to pick up an amplified damage rune. So still getting these towers, but still not really growing the lead as much as they'd hoped for. It's still very close on the numbers because the balance is there. Yandex are still finding that much in return of how much they're able to just split up and farm the map.
They just keep cutting waves. And Chira, the fact that he gets a solo kill like that on the Clockwork, a big deal. He also finishes off the Anaconda. I didn't even know how much money that thing gave. Apparently 97. It's the first time I've seen someone actually ever kill it. So I never see Shaman. And now, Yandex, they're ready for fights.
And they'll just straight into the trees with the Sunstrike. They find Theolicor.
Got scouted. And he's dead. Tai Lung in the tree line, too. Be careful.
Yeah, they didn't quite see him.
Tai Lung.
Oh, we'll see him now when he's in the river. Yuma's ready, though, with the Requiem, just in case they do come up to the high ground. They'll drop a ward in anticipation of such play.
They're on him.
He's got the BKB, though. So he's fine. He's able to turn the Deafening Blast of the Meatball down on a Yuma. Yuma's got to get out of it. Tai Lung tries to jump in, but he hasn't got the damage on his own to kill any of these heroes. He'll get doomed. He's dead.
Oh, Yandex is just ready for these fights, and that was the gem.
Was DM's able to get it picked up. And Saxa, he's jumping in trying to find more.
Yuma?
He's got the telekinesis on to Yuma into the cold snap. That's the Aegis gone.
Uh-oh, he could die twice. He has Manta.
See if they can set up for round 2. Ice wall down. Yuma trying to run, but the Sunstroke's coming in. They'll burst through the SF. Yuma's gone.
Another catch, Whisper.
Telekinesis and the stolen Chakram here down onto the Timbersaw. Whisper to die as well.
Soxa's doing work here.
5k lead now for Yandex. And this was around this Aegis that LGD had. They needed to use it to try and blow the lead up for themselves, but they've ended up losing the fight massively.
They're getting outplayed. They're getting out-executed around the map.
And concerns now, right, because the comeback factor for this lineup seems not too hot.
No, it's very, very difficult if you do start falling behind on the Slardar versus the Invoker. He was 5-0 until this point, too. Just a couple missteps forward, even with the Aegis. You can see that Watson is the king of the game. Level 19.
He's just massive. He got to hit all his timings. It was completely free farm, right? They could not... Well, and they did not really bring anyone up there to put any pressure on this TA. Watson, he's having a dream grand final so far. He's got to be insanely farmed in game 1 of Nature's Prophet. And this game, he is absolutely living the life on his TA. He is loving it.
And cheer up. Pretty much similar as the Monkey King, if not even better this time around.
Invoker. I said, super impressive from Chira Jr. on these mids. Doesn't matter about the lane, doesn't matter about the early game, right? They were bringing in numbers, they were ganking him, trying to take his tower away as quickly as they could.
Yeah, this is one of his iconic heroes that he knows absolutely, so knows how to recover with it beautifully.
This is going to be hard now for LGD.
It's super difficult. Chira now has plate mail, and we saw him even survive when they got the initial jump on him in the last time. Not only that, Rubik has a shard too, so now Soxa has a save potential for him too. And something I was mentioning to you when I was concerned with the SF pick, he has no saves. Does not have any extra protection.
Rubik, but I mean, Chira Jr. is coming in from a great angle there. Lines up the 3-man tornado into the Death Blast. They able to walk up, drop the Doom down onto Yuma. Yuma's going to try and run away, but Watson's ready to come in with the damage. Yuma's going to attempt to turn and do something in return. They do get the jump on Chira Jr., but he's got to jump in so deep for this. The stolen shackle comes up from Saxa. Tylung will fall. They get a couple of them, but they lose 3, maybe 4. Malady jumps forward. He'll attempt to Timber Chain out of this Whisper. See if he can continue to run. Both him and King Jungle so low.
Another blink in 2 for Watson.
He's going to focus the tower. Looks like King Jungles and Whisper will get the luxury of living here.
So some trades, but trades are not good for them at this point.
And still losing the big 2, right? Losing Tylung, losing Yuma again.
Yandex, they're very good at reading the plays, and my goodness, Chira, that angle. Just wraps up behind him. He gets a 3-man tornado combo.
Perfectly.
Yeah, stops the shackle. Also allows Soxa to steal shackle too. That was a picture perfect
Look at this angle.
Like, look, all 3.
Yeah, King Jungles on 2 of them, but also cancelling the shackle.
Yeah. That was sick.
Couldn't ask for a better angle with the tornado. It does still end up going down. You know, LGD, they know that they can't really afford to run right. They have to try and make these fights work somehow. So Thailand goes for this jump in, ensures that they at least bring down the big kill of the Invoker, but actually coming out on top of these fights in a favorable trade in terms of numbers, it seems pretty tough right now with the deficit that they're playing with.
They do have BKB now for Yuma, but these deaths really hurt him. 2 and 4 in this game, and Tylung in particular is mostly, right? Back-to-back deaths. His progression has completely stopped.
Yeah. Had a bit of a difficult time on the Largo, and it seemed a bit more hopeful at the start, right, for him on the Slardar, but at this point, yeah, the gold difference is really showing.
All it takes is 1 or 2 of these these slip-ups when you're playing versus this type of greedy draft.
Yeah.
And when you're playing versus a team like Yandex, mistakes compound that much more.
They really do. Yeah, Yandex 7k lead at the moment.
And somehow, Malady, again, look, he got another base ward. So he knows, he sees these couriers flying through, so he sees all the information. He knows where they are.
There's so much, yeah. I feel like there's surely got to be something you pick up for like looking at your replays, right? You know, so we're playing against Malady Tree. He is going to have these deep wards on our side of the map.
They've got to be prepared somewhere, like an Op Sentry combo to cover and watch the angles where he comes from. His Whisper just getting shredded. Yandex, they have hit all their timings, and it feels like the timings for LGD have pretty much fallen apart here. They won't find Malady.
Yeah, they'll get a tree and the push on this bottom lane. It's going to be coming in super hard. Watson pretty much has the full Daedalus online.
My God. And as we said, it's a good matchup. A TA versus SF, especially when you're ahead. Feels fantastic.
Yeah, Watson's
and he has saves, right? He's got the Rubik lift to protect him, and he's got Alacrity. The SF has at least corrosive haze, but no real saves.
Sure, Junior, but he's ready. Immediate BKB turns with the tornado, the full combo down onto pretty much the 3 of them. The BKBs will come out, allows them to kill off DM. He's going to go for the BKB TP out, Yuma, so he'll get out. Tylong's not going to be as lucky, though. Will not manage to TP away. I mean, Junior is so quick with that.
He's super ready. I mean, he's playing this super nice on this Invoker. Sure had a little bit of a tough start entering the game, but afterwards,
he's hitting some sweet combos.
He's level 21 already also. And the items are pretty much perfect, right? You're playing versus a minus armor strategy lineup. The Shivas feels fantastic.
Check
look
this
how
out
fast
again.
he was.
As soon as he sees them, he's like, all right, we got to fight this.
Instant BKB.
Just at the same time, detection was being popped down to try and prepare for him. He was like, all right, we got to fight. BKB, full combo, drop down. DM dies, but he gets the Doom off onto Tylong, so Tylong had to try and get out of the fight.
KJ.
Back in action. King Jungle's dead again. Push coming in now onto the top. Chiyo Jr. bringing in the creep wave here with the Forge Spirits.
The LGD draft just doesn't play nearly as effectively when it's playing from behind. They have to have a lead in this game, and Tylong, it's chain dying. That's 3 now for him. Showing up, jumps and crushes. I think, I want to say that he's gotten like 8 last hits in the last 10 minutes or something. It feels like he's gotten in no farm because he's feeling forced to do these plays because he knows he has to, but it is sacrificing him so heavily.
Yeah, they're just so far ahead right now. Yandex into the Roche pit.
But look at this damage difference. Sox is doing good there, but look at Chira and then look at Tylong. 20k compared to 9. That was a big tell about the story of this game. And taking away the gem in the moment that they got too, right? That fight around the mid lane was everything for the Yandex, and that was the fight that LGD felt like they had to win. Now at this point, the game is just super complicated. How do you progress? Your SF can't... The SF matchups just aren't very good now at this point. All 3 cores counter you.
I mean, what do you think LGD is going to be taking away from these 2 games so far in this best of 5? What are you looking at that Yandex are doing against you and saying, we got to stop this, we got to change this, we've got to kind of shift our priorities in what we're looking to address with the draft and with the play? What do you do?
I think maybe step 1 is Malady Tree. It's a problem, but then also just the 3 cores getting kind of all 3 signature heroes. I think something has to be done about them getting all 3 that they just love to play.
Oh my goodness.
Bye-bye.
Oh, poor old King Jungles.
Because this game, it does feel like...
It's like that hit there from...
And maybe also overall for LGD, because we saw the way they designed the draft yesterday, it does get to a point of infinite scaling. Maybe just having a draft that doesn't hit a timer. Doesn't have to play with this kind of like stress all the time to make these constant moves. Because Yandex, they didn't feel stressed in this game, right? They were just sitting back, hitting the creeps.
I think we've got to bring back the Zeus. Go for the 2-hour gameplay. That's what they got to do to sort of shake this series up.
It could be. Could be an answer that they do look for. Now Yandex now in their prime element, right? Backing up,
so holding the control of the entire map. They can get whatever they want.
Yep, and I was waiting until they at least got one of the things here, but now DM, he's got the Shivas, he's got the Congregations, they have a Rubik on their team versus a Slardar, he can steal Corrosive or Stun, he makes the puddles, everyone else does more damage, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of different instances of damage amplification that Yandex does have. Well, it really is starting to feel again, like the last game, it's all on Yuma.
Yeah, and it's going to be... I mean, what even is the setup for a dream fight in the high ground? It has to be, what, some... kind of crush, 5-man crush into Requiem.
I mean, he just needs to be able to distance himself is the important thing. If he can clear out the Invoker and just if they can pretty much isolate the TA at some point, that's the ideal. It's just difficult because they're very tanky at this point on the side of Yandex also. It's not like you can just jump in and kill the Invoker since he has Shivas.
No, and he's going to be able to turn and go on you now with the Hex coming out for Chiro Jr.
He could just 100-0 anybody. He did get the Partisans brand, which is of course the dream for the Invokers we saw previously. And soon, let's see if he gets the Catalyst, which is just broken on Invoker. Watson, Swift Blink finished up. Essentially 6-slotted already.
Yeah, nearly level 25.
Yep, he's already there.
Can hang around and take the 35-minute wisdom away from LGD if he wants.
He's been pretty spectacular a lot of these games. Just insane KDA.
I mean, somehow, someway, they've just got to put more pressure on Watson, right?
Yeah, but the lane that they have is just not really designed to do so. So perhaps in the next game they have to try to find something that is.
They've got to have a plan that doesn't involve letting Watson have as much space as he's getting.
No, agreed. Speaking of Watson, they do get the Hex on it.
They do have the Shackle to follow up. He'll be forced back to safety. DM's going to get the BKB off so he can run.
Theolicor, that was his BKB reveal for the Shackles. They weren't even able to finish off the M. I thought perhaps they were at least going to get a trade onto him there. Watson jumping forward.
So much damage. Ooh, Hookshot's going to come in. There's a stolen one. They will take the Hex off, force him to the side, but they'll kill him. Jump off from Tylung. He's in on the Watson. Tylung is just ready to turn. Tylung's trying to run, but the Deafening Blast comes in. Tylung's gone.
He just jumps in and dies every time.
It was a hard jump as well. I mean, Watson still had an Aegis from him.
He did.
So starting to look a little bit desperate here, the players from LGD.
Yeah, look how they're revving up the Requiem here on the side, too. He's under a trap, too, so they see him. He's in. Watson. Whoop. We'll back away. Saksa will die. You know, that's not the target he wanted to hook shot. He wanted to cast the other guy.
True.
It happened.
Yeah, ends up going a bit deeper than he thought there with the initial target dodging it.
Yep. He wanted that Timber. Back to split pushing the waves.
Yep.
And cheer up. There's a last item he will queue up the Aghanims, and yeah, we'll see that again.
Okay.
Whoops.
I was trying for Whisper, but ends up getting a little bit more than he bargained for there, Saxa. But of course, it doesn't matter.
I mean, that was insane by Tylung. Jumping forward like that, just there's not a play that they're going for there, right? So it's just he kind of just
especially if you're not getting your BKB off right.
Yeah.
Because he didn't.
I mean, Saksa, no, he's like, oh well, that happened.
Well, whatever.
Wind Waker being purchased for DM, so looking to get himself out of the cogs in particular, because we are seeing those be a bit frustrating. Also, just having a save versus the one target that they're going for. Watson. Tormentor, as we said, level 25 has been hit. And a DD bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at that. He buys a bottle, too. Wait, who bought it? On the courier there. Yeah, look, Saksa bought a bottle to potentially save the DD for the upcoming fight. So this is kind of cool. Because they have no bottle user, so
he's
cool.
such a nice support, Saxa, isn't he? He's bringing you creep waves. He's
like, here you go, Watson.
So you can hold and amplify damage.
Here you go, my friend.
True support here, Saxa.
There you go. Get your bottle.
To be fair, I don't know if he spent whose money it was that
I don't know who
was spent on it. He might have,
but he brought it.
But we'll give it to Saxa. Saxa
anyway.
spent his hard-earned money there.
He
on the
did
bottle,
not
I'm
fade
sure.
bolt the creeps earlier, so I'm going to say it was him. Speaking of Saksa, looking to hunt, does get the Distiller onto KJ. KJ just walks up.
Ooh, he's going to have Whisper backing him up. Yours is going to quite nice there for DM. They tried to jump in. They'll still bring him super low, but the damage with the overgrowth comes down. Now allows DM to close and get the Doom down. And DM is able to run away. So DM actually ends up living. They couldn't get the final bit of damage out onto him. Triple kill for Chira Jr. Tylung's the only one left alive, and he has to BKB and go for the TP out.
Can he even? He can. Okay. Watson won't be able to get the angle.
The four
dead again. Tylung survives this time, but everybody else is brought down. Overgrowth, I think, on 4 heroes or so. Even though the Manta gets popped, he gets doomed immediately after.
And just having this Yules on DM is super nice, right? They try and jump him, and he's like, well, gets the Yules off. And suddenly that whole go on to the Doom gets completely disrupted. Theolicor's not able to get a grab on him and gives DM the chance to come down from his Yules, get the BKB off.
And look at this
big
meteor.
hits coming in from Yuma, but the Overgrowth stopping that final hit coming into play. It's just all coming together for Yandex, and it's all falling apart massively for LGD.
That was one of the more beautiful triple meteors. It hit everybody, literally just on top of all of them. And as this game, too, he has the bobble. I mean, we won't get to that point, of course, because this game is pretty much about to end here, but...
It looks like it might.
They have way more progression, way more farm, so... Yeah, bye.
Saxa.
A bit here.
He's going to find Tylung. He can mess around with him. BKB's still on cooldown, obviously, from that last fight, and Saxa knows it.
He has no TP.
So he can just mess around with him.
Hey, just keep distillering him, keep chasing him.
Yep.
Oh, this is just bullying. Another distiller up in 3 seconds. He's got blink also.
Looks like they don't.
Okay.
Do they care? Nah, they don't care, I guess. They'll leave it.
But Megas.
That's the Mega creeps out here.
Almost 1K per minute. Yandex playing it beautifully again here. Dodging the fights that they felt like they needed to, and then they just answered that mid-fight in particular, right? That progression that they got from killing Tylung, getting the gem, getting multiple different fight wins after. They just didn't get enough. They needed to get more, it felt like. They were never more than, what, 1K advantage? 2K at the maximum, maybe?
Yeah, it might have touched sort of 2K for a second, but...
It just feels like they are quite counterpicked. It was very difficult to play versus this greedy draft if you do not get that type of advantage.
Yeah. No, it's just seemed the Yandex had... a really good approach so far today, ready for LGD.
Got to find some type of way to break them, break the way that they draft, because it just feels like when you look at it, they got everything they wanted, right? They got Chira on one of his best heroes, Watson on one of his best, DM on one of his best, Malady on his literal best.
Yeah, this is looking very good. And especially when you consider what we heard from the coach at the start, right? I reckon this was like a 50-50 draft. If this is how good a 50-50 draft ends up playing out, then that's pretty terrifying for LGD.
Some of these early games, like early situations that happened, right? It's probably not designed to. Like in that last game, the Drow dying to the Lycan lane. This time the SF getting killed twice did slow down the early start to him. So Yuma's just been behind pretty much the whole game also. Because Clock SF, it's meant to just win the lane. And this was one where they did not win the lane. It was just recovery from him afterwards.
Can wait for the Roche. It's going to be up in a couple of seconds.
Level 25s. Did he just walk? I think he walked out right when it spawned. That's happened a couple times.
Yeah. They don't quite know that it's back up now.
Literally the second
they'll check again in a bit.
Yeah, they're checking a moment here.
Mega Creep stunning to push in.
Yeah, I mean, Sox even starting to have fun with things here. I didn't notice when, but he did buy a Kaya at some point on the Rubik. Not something you see every day.
Well, I mean, that's
okay. Maybe you see it every day. Yeah. Not in pro games. Smoked in the base. Whisper. They can 100-0 him.
Oh, they can. Very, very quickly. He's very, very dead. Does have buyback.
Gonna have to use it.
But I think the Rocket Flare probably caught vision of that. Stolen one there from Saxa. Now
how do you
tier 4s?
How do you focus, Watson?
They're going to try on him. Everything onto the TA self. And what's happening? They're going to be giving up. They're going to get him back out of safety. They can turn. The combo drop down. This game's over. As GG's called. Yandex up 2-0 right now. And a pretty convincing 2-0 lead here at the moment in this best-of-5 grand finals.
There's got to be some adaptation.
They got to change something massively, Fog, because at the moment this is not looking close. And we know that LGD, they've got more to give than what they've given us so far in these 2 games.
Hey, maybe they have to go for a bit more greed and perhaps not try to play the pressure game, because Yandex they seem to know how to play versus these pressure drafts. And it does feel very stressful for the side of LGD if they're not getting like every single little thing done. That the thought in the back of your mind is Watson's just free farming. They have a triple super scaling core, and they are essentially playing a 4 Protect 1.
They are. And I just feel I want to see Thailand on something different.
I do too. I want to see a pop-up hero.
A little bit more than the Largo in terms of potential from him, but try and get him back on one of his classic heroes, right? That he's just been absolutely destroying games with. These 2 heroes just haven't really felt like it. And Yandex, my goodness, Chira Jr. All right, both of these games, I feel, from what he's done from the mid, where he's not had necessarily an easy time in the lane, he's been fantastic with the comebacks and the damage.
36k damage from him, only 9k from the Slardar on the N8.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Yandex in these 2 games. And yeah, big change-ups required from LGD going into game 3. 2-0 right now for Yandex in this grand finals.
And I'm here with Saxa. Quick little interview before you get back to your team. You got last pick Rubik. Were you planning on picking Rubik throughout the entire draft, or did you really feel that freedom at the end where you're like, I can have whatever I want?
I think at the end I felt like I could have what I want, and it seemed like a pretty nice Rubik game, so it was kind of a no-brainer.
And when we talked to Axel before the game started, he said that we wanted to watch that mid lane, see how Slardar did. It seemed like he did have a good beginning of his game against you. Did you have a plan in place to kind of stop them from snowballing, or did it feel like they were a little less aggressive than you thought they might be?
I think we kind of messed up in the mid lane. I think we could have done even a better job of defending it. I think that was kind of the only chance in this game, so I think it didn't go as expected, as we planned, but we kind of did a good job salvaging things.
Yeah, and now with 2 wins under your belt, do you ever feel like get a little excited before the final game, or do you hold it right until the final GG?
Definitely hold it. I think if you start like thinking you've already won when you're up 2-0, then it can be some bad news for you. I've been in finals like on the other side where you're like down 2-0 and you end up making a comeback, so I think anything is possible, so you just gotta stay focused till the end.
Very good discipline. With that, I'll let you get back to your team. Thank you so much, Saxa. Back to our desk.
The good news about Yandex here is that even though they are having a couple of slip-ups in the earlier portions of the game in their mid lane, it ultimately doesn't matter. Everything else is still going right for them, and CJ is incredibly skilled at being able to make comebacks in that mid portion of the game. He's still able to have an active role as a mid laner, find farm for himself, and I think that at the end of the day, that's what's more important than winning the lane, right? If you're able to do a lot when you're behind, then you feel like a mid laner that can offer so much more to a team.
Yeah, his spellcasting was really, really impressive this game. I think throughout the entirety of the game, he was cooking like crazy. There were a couple stun strikes where I was just like, how does he even know the guy is there? He was locked in, and I think for the entirety of Yandex, they're kind of locked in. They've been playing super comfortably. Feels very natural, and like they're not stressed at all. You can like feel them chilling on the beach, sipping mimosas play in this game.
I mean, just looking at the highlights, seeing the net worth, like even though LGD has the Aegis, you're not feeling like they're taking over the game. Like when you look at, Slardar, Shaman, Shadow Fiend, like you really are expecting so much more of like a tempo to be set to the game. Like Whisper on his Timbersaw as well, like he's ending the game like 2, 5, and 4. It's like an early phase pick on the Timber. Sure, in previous games, later into the pick, it's done a lot of work, but it just felt like LGD have been just out kind of drafted and outmaneuvered now 2 games in a row, and I am looking towards LGD making those adjustments, because right now the way that they're trying to approach the kind of the complexities of a finals, they're just not really matching up to Yandex right now.
Yeah, my biggest thing for them right now is honestly that I think on an emotional and like psychological level, they're getting completely outdone. I think they feel so scared in these games. When I'm watching them, they're not playing like themselves at all. I think Yana said it during the cast, and it's very true, that we just don't, this is not LGD. We're not watching LGD play, and I think they would say that about themselves too. I've been there. Sometimes the finals can get to you and it can mess with your head. It's a tricky thing. It's not like a normal best of 3. And I think they need to understand that and accept the fact that, hey, we're not playing like ourselves, but we still can. The series is not over, but if we want a chance of winning, we need to stop being so scared, because they are terrified, and you can't be that way.
It's really hard to dig that deep, though, T. Like, where do you really pull that from? Especially, again, when we're seeing lanes still do well for the side of LGD. I mean, Tai Lung being able to do so much against CJ as well, even though he's playing his Invoker, which is a specialty.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think, honestly, like maybe KJ and Numa, if you want to try and simplify it somewhere. Like, when they go to lane, they're going to take the fight. They're going to make moves. Like, in the first game with the Drow, they were trying to go for these kills, but then they died to a Lycan and a Coddle. And now in this game as well, it's like you have, like, SF Clock, and like you're expecting a lot more from them, but it's not really happening. Like, I'm not seeing KJ smoke his SF to go make a random move that no one expects, like the ganks of a Naga Siren in previous games. Like, we're not seeing any life, really, from that safe lane. And I think it is really kind of what Quinn's mentioning. I think they are just a little scared. They're over-respecting. Like, the fact in both drafts as well, it's like, Yuma's not picking heroes for himself. It's kind of like the draft is like, oh, we're going to take the first pick Drow. Oh, and now in this phase, because we haven't banned Shadow Fiend yet, and we've got Timber, we have to pick the Shadow Fiend. So like the drafts are kind of like this like theory of Yandex, rather than LGD going, draft against us, beat us. Like, it's Yandex's grand finals right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it bears itself out, especially whenever they're up 2 or 3K gold on LGD. They have so much potential to do stuff. You can just watch the gold lead. They are considerably stronger at this point. We talked about how slow Yandex's cores are, and they are slow. It's Templar Assassin, Doom, and Invoker. They're just farming, and look how stagnant the gold lead is. There's no kills happening, maybe 1 every minute and a half. There's no gold change. This can't be happening. There's a huge period where Yandex is literally farming on all 3 cores in 3 lanes for 5 minutes straight, and no one makes a move or does anything. And that's not because they can't, or even that they don't know how. It's just that they're giving too much respect. I totally agree with what you're saying. You can get into this mode, especially when you're behind or when you're scared of, oh, they can do this, or this guy might have blink soon, or they might do this, and you get so focused on them, whether it be in draft or gameplay, they both bleed into each other, that you stop even thinking about what you can do, because you're so, I don't know, there's just such an obsession with what the enemy can do.
I mean, it's like, not only that, like when you look at the heat maps of Yandex, right? We looked at, after this type of gameplay, we're like, let's look at TA, let's look at Doom. And you just see that as the game progresses from that 1 minute mark to 5 minutes, they have not, of course, left their lane. They've not even made a gank. At 8 minutes, they're just farming backwards into the jungle. 10 minutes, they're still farming their side of the map. 12 minutes, they're still farming in their own corners. Progress to 14, 15, 16, 17. There is not a single point yet where you've asked either core to go, can you please make a move? And when you look at LGD, the reason why they are in this grand finals is this heat map of their opponents is just a sea of mishmash colors, because they're dragging people around the map. They're making people do uncomfortable things. And when I look at that and I see a TA and a Doom live absolutely free in their corners for nearly 17 minutes of the game, in the back of my mind, I'm like, already, it's already 2-0. Because the LGD they're not in this game at all. They are just kind of second guessing themselves, worried, and they're maybe making problems elsewhere, because that is like that heat map, it's unacceptable against TA and Doom.
I thought that that's what the Shadow Shaman was going to give life to a little bit. We've already spoken about it, that there are moments where LGD draft to themselves to just simply kill heroes, but then they don't have objective taking. They have that in SF, sure, but in the earlier portions of the game when the SF is trying to be a carry that gets online, I really like Shaman for that, right? You're able to drop your rewards and you're forcing rotations out from the side of Yandex. At least that's what you're hoping. But to see that across their heat maps, that none of their cores are even asking the other one to sacrifice a little bit of farm, I do wonder, why aren't more towers being taken? At the end of the day, that's what I would want to do as a shaman, and that's what I wanted to see from their shaman.
It's an insidious thing that bleeds into everyone, right? I don't know. It's really hard to tell who starts it too.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a draft thing. I don't know if it was something that happened before the game started. If it was something in the middle of game one, what it is. But you can see it in everyone, right? Because you're right, Shaman could be doing a lot more. I think everyone could if you look at each individual player. But it's seeped into the team, and you can just see it when you watch. It's apparent to anyone, and so they have to fix it.
I was going to say, I want to clarify, when I say it's not the pressure of the shaman player, I'm saying as a team, when you have it in your draft, something in your brain should switch, being that's how we want to play it, because this is what the core identity of a support needs.
I mean, they kind of tried it. Like Tylong, he had like 900 gold to blink that. To blink that. He was playing bot tier 1. He invited the shaman down. They put the wards with the SF, so they were making this overlapping move. But then Saxa, he sits there on Rubik, he steals the wards, places it, and he just delays this entire move. Like if he's not there on the Rubik, if he doesn't delay this first tier 1, maybe it kind of accelerates the timing and goes, good job guys, easy tower. Then suddenly Slider gets a blink, then it's a smoke, then it's a kill. But even the small little things that the Rubik did in the early game just added just more complications to that aggression. And then like when you look towards like the 25-minute mark later down the line, it really is just like one swift move from Yandex, even into the Aegis. Of course, prior they'd killed the Shaman with the Invoker play on the bot side of the river. And then here it's just like they find the kills. And this is like LGD, they're just lost as much as I've lost my words right now.
Yeah, I think it's tough, but I think the way you fix these is you have to start from sort of the bottom and realize that, okay, communication, I think, is the basis for so much of Dota, and I think you need to start talking in a different way. I think the way that you need to talk is very forward-facing, and it's you-driven. So if you're Slardar, you're not saying, oh, maybe we can kill this guy. You're saying, yo, come smoke with me. I want to kill this guy. I think saying it with a personal perspective.
Confidence. That's what we talked about in this pre-match.
Absolutely. And I think Yandex has had that in spades, and LGD is not. Phrasing it from a you perspective of, I want to do this thing. We can, let's go kill this guy. And having that air and that, even if you don't believe it, there's a lot of truth to fake it till you make it, even in Dota.
I mean, it's also like you hear in the interview as well, like about the kind of the Slider vs Invoker matchup. Sure, it didn't go very well for the Invoker, but knowing that like it was kind of on Tai Lung to bring the tempo, because like your Timber's playing into the TA, your SF hasn't really found anything because the Doom's just popping off in his side lane. So it's like, okay, wherever Slider goes, you mirror that or you dodge it, and then you're going to be fine. So the reason why the game slowed down immensely was also Malady on the tree, right? Having this deep vision. He had the Observer ward in between the top and mid tier 3 tower again in another game. So he is playing this base vision. So maybe it's even the Treant factor that we've not even played into account. Like just the fact of knowing where people are, and LGD now 2 games in a row, it feels like one hero has to do everything for like the good portion of the early game. So if Malady just knows where he is, you're going to play accordingly.
Yeah, there's huge chunks of time where they're kind of just bobbling around the map, not really doing anything, just farming, waiting for that next timing, getting sucked into obsession with items. I think that's another big part of what happens sometimes in these finals is you start looking at items. I'm close to BKB, I'm close to Shivas, I'm close to Lincolns, and everyone keeps saying that. And suddenly you're caught in an infinite loop of waiting for the next item because everyone is close to an item at some point. And I think you have to step a little bit back from that and realize, hey, if we're close to items and we're farming, that means they are too. Generally in Dota, you don't really out-farm people unless you have specific mechanics that do so. And if
or you're taking their space away.
Exactly. And if that's not the case, then you need to realize, yo, if we're stronger than them, there's no point in farming because they are too. And we're going to reach a point eventually where maybe that becomes disbalanced and now they're stronger than us or equally as strong and we've wasted our time.
Yeah, there's always going to be a give and a take when it comes to Dota, and equilibrium could potentially be reached. But right now, the advantage is going towards Yandex. They're 2 games up in our best of 5 for a grand final. And after this break, we'll see just how Game 3 pans out.
Navigate 5 unpredictable mini stages and build the strongest draft.
Warm up. Okay, who said this line?
Are you even trying?
Anti-mage.
Why do I feel like I'm already struggling? Is it Invoker?
Invoker.
That's the anti-mage. Nice, good work.
I'm not a robot. Type the text you see. What?
What does that say? P-A... I don't know, Pan. What am I looking at? Is that a P?
A. What is this? This is a letter?
Pangolier. Nice, that was really fast.
Hurry up, hurry up.
Pangolier.
Okay.
Oh.
I had the same reaction
What
as
the
you.
F is that?
Choose every hero that existed before Dota 2 was released.
I don't know what Dota 2 was like before Dota 2.
That guy. No, not that guy. Take that out. That guy, that guy.
Dazzle, Elder Titan, Io, Kunkka, Monkey King, or... no, not Pango, not Pango.
No monkey?
No monkey doesn't count.
Io did.
Wait,
Underlord did.
that existed before, yeah.
Before Dota 2.
Kunkka.
That guy wasn't Dota 1. I didn't play Dota 1. What is this?
No, oh my goodness, it's actually kind of hard. Rubik, I don't know. I didn't play the old Dota.
Nothing existed before Dota 2? Did you try that one?
Yeah, I did.
Was Oracle in? He might have made it in the end.
I'm going to say no. I don't
He was
think
called
so.
Nerif. Right, he has a Dota 1 name.
If you think so, just do it then. Quick.
Was Elder Titan in the game back then? Okay, great.
I've got to skip this one. No, let's not skip it. Let's not skip. We don't skip.
Uncheck Arc Warden. They're wrong if this is right. Okay, no. Just skip.
There's only so many combinations this could possibly be.
That's going to take you 10 years.
Yeah, let's just skip it.
Existed before the... Oh. No. There's no about that. No, it's yeah. I don't know. Skip it.
Mark every claim about Beastmaster.
Universal hero?
Yes.
Didn't Beast works on that? Nope.
Primal Rock is used and summons 40% move speed. I don't know if it's 40, but it's true.
Shard busts his hawks.
Probably
yes,
true.
it gives you a second hawk.
Beastmaster bores a Razorback. Are they called Razorback? I don't think so.
Why would you do help instead of just skip?
Do you get points for getting it right? You skip.
Yep.
It's this one. No! It's this one? Yeah! Let's go.
Find Largo. Okay. Where is he?
All right, I've heard that this one is rather difficult. I want to prove that they're just bad.
I see you.
Good. Am I pretty?
No.
Do you see Largo?
Oh, I wasn't looking for Largo. I was looking for myself.
Where's this stupid little frog?
Oh my god, where is this?
Largo and 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 Largo.
Where's this stupid frog?
Like, how hard is it to find?
I don't know, but I couldn't find him.
Are you serious? He's right there.
Yeah, it's just a frogling. That's not Largo.
Are you... Dude.
Oh, I see him. I see the guitar. Yeah, I got him.
Isn't this Largo? On top of techies?
I see him literally right there. That is Largo. How do I confirm?
Right. Oh, right click.
Should have read the instructions. Easy.
Dude, this is griefing us. I am confirming. I literally see Largo.
Did you right click? It says right click to place your mark.
Okay.
Well, click Faceless Void, then confirm.
Okay, this is easy. I clicked him, right?
I can't even see him. Oh, there he is.
Oh shit, I wasn't thinking.
Is he on the screen?
I see him. I see him.
I don't see him. Sven? Oh, I see him.
I can't even... Hello? How do I...
Yeah, he's right there. Good.
Stop the wheel on Zeus. Stop.
No.
What? No, that was on Zeus. No.
This game's just random.
Wow, this is great.
Now. There we go.
What, dude? Who made... Oh my god.
Okay, never mind. I got it.
Hey, nice.
Easy.
Okay, nice.
Dude, that did not feel like we did well. I won't lie.
Sub 5.
That was like atrocious.
5 minutes. Well, that's heckin' bad.
6 minutes. We're doing good. Oh my god, I did worse than you.
I hate everyone that took part in making this.
This game's broken. This game's broken.
That's what I was feeling, but apparently all you have to do is read the rules a little bit more, and it might help a bit in getting through the questions quicker.
Yeah, I also forgot that like they record and make content, because every time I do these, I'm just quiet, just clicking, just like
Really?
super try-harding, and then after I'm like, that's why I'm not in the edit, because I said nothing funny, nothing interesting, and I just kind of clicked it. Yeah, I need
Okay,
to
but
work
what about
on
when
that.
you're doing the mini games? I'm just joking, T. You're always giving us a lot of content and a lot of fun, and definitely a lot of information about LGD and Yandex here, and the fact that you guys have worked but also played in multiple grand finals. You've been in positions of either 2-0 up or 0-2 and down, and there's a big shift that has to happen now when we look towards game number 3.
There definitely is. I hope that LGD has used this break well. It's really important to be able to reset and to... Honestly, this game is not about draft. I don't think this series is about draft either. I think it's not that often that finals are about draft. I think for the most part, finals are about confidence. And every once in a while, they're about draft. But to me, I think they definitely could have won that last game. Is it the easiest thing ever? I don't know, but I don't really care either, because they didn't lose for that reason. They lost because they're scared. And I hope that they went outside and talked to each other and figured that out, and that they come back awake for this next game.
But you can still apply a little bit of draft logic, because I think the reason why they are in the grand finals is because they're playstyle, their tempo, their confidence has been cushioned by the idea that they've all subscribed to like certain heroes functioning in a certain way, being kind of the underdog, having the weird heroes that makes people go, wait, what? You've got a Grim or a Spirit Breaker or this or that? Like, I think that is their identity. And like when you look at these lineups, it's like, I get why they've picked Timber in the first phase, but also it's like Beastmaster was available, a hero that has allowed you to qualify to multiple tournaments, maybe not win them, but you suddenly ignore it. And it's later phase ban. Like, I still think that draft is very important for them, as it has been, like, compared to other teams, they've leaned on it more than their play. Like, the drafts help them play very well. Unlike Yandex. Yandex can have a bad draft and still win the game. LGD with a bad draft, they sometimes struggle to win the game.
There's always that caveat of how long of a day LGD have had for themselves as well, but you have to dig deep, right? Because this is their last chance to be able to have some competition and to be able to fight back in the grand finals. Because with Yandex 2-0 and up, heading into a game at number 3 draft, big questions around how LGD are going to bounce back for themselves. LGD and Yandex have had their time for a break, and for Yandex, when you win 2 games in a row, it feels like there isn't a lot necessarily to learn from it. You just got to stick true to your guns, and what I loved about Sux's small interview between games was he noted you can't get carried away and you can't play or draft thinking that you're only 1 game away. You have to still think about it as if it's just the beginning. You can't get too overconfident here, otherwise you might do things like letting a Batrider through, and so far they've banned it out twice in game 1 and game 2 on the side of Yandex, and honestly, that's the big one when we talk about what LGD's comfort and hero foundations could potentially come from.
I think going into this next one, I think as soon as Yandex has a ban available, they slam the bat ban so quickly that it sends a message back to LGD. Like, you are not getting your hands on this hero.
Yeah, I think they have no intentions of giving it away. Not in the slightest.
Just one, please.
I don't think they're doing it.
Oh.
But like, if they are to do it, it needs to. I want to see like, oh, you bait the bat pick, and then you have like a million dispels, a million ways to like punish the hero. But again, I think for simplicity and the sake of this grand finals and how Yandex are playing, they don't need to try and play against it. They're not in a drafting situation where the grand finals is kind of slipping away from them. They are very much controlling the narrative of all 3 drafts so far.
Yeah, they are.
2 drafts, sorry.
Well, maybe 3. I mean, we only just pulled it up, but maybe 3. LGD are going to be the first picks in this game number 3 ban there, and that's going back to what game number 1 had on offer. And so what we're seeing here now, LGD want to take out the Doom, which they have not done so far in this series. Of course, it did get let through in game number 2. It did well, shut down a lot of what they wanted to get done for themselves. And Timber.
It's very reactionary.
Yeah.
I think all of this is very reactionary. I don't think it's really based on sound reason. I think it's we lost to Doom, we didn't know what to do, edge ban it. But they did that last game with Nature's Prophet, and we saw how that went. So I think it's the bans do not bode well, I would say.
They're also going down a path of play Drow, lose Drow. Next game, they ban Drow against themselves. And then they pick Timber. They lose with Timber. Next game, they ban against themselves. Has 0 meaning. I'm not adding to this draft panel at all. Just a weird line of logic that LGD has used.
It is reactionary to the previous game, but then I don't want them to forget what happened in game 1, right? Yes, they still lost even though they took out the Coddle and the Nature's Prophet in game 2 after game 1. But I still do worry, are you willing to let those in the pool? It feels like right now the heroes that LGD aren't comfortable either playing with or against are stacking up, and it's almost an insurmountable amount.
Yeah, luckily they do have 2 bans in the next phase. I think that's where the Nature's Prophet, those type of heroes will be banned. If they are to respect Keeper of Light, I think this is the position for it. But yeah, they actually put Nature's Prophet into this ban. Okay.
So Dry Ranger in the pool, their first pick. I would imagine they're eyeing it. We'll see if Yandex chooses to give it away. That is probably their most likely first pick, I'd say. The bird is the word, still in the pool too.
Have they even played Coddle at this event? I don't think they have.
I don't think so either, and it's crazy because Dealcore is a Coddle spammer. Like, when he's playing pubs, this guy plays Coddle every game, so it's insanely weird to me they haven't touched it because he is, like, every game he's playing Coddle.
Yeah, well, I guess if there is ever a time to showcase a hero, it would be, you know, now, especially with how, you know, dominant Keeper like can be, with the healing, the sustain, just the map play, elements of success that LGD, of course, we always praise them for. The hero to team combination, it makes sense. Again, it's a surprise that we haven't seen it from them.
I just hope it's not a play like Seb type situation, because I think whenever you're getting told to play a hero because the enemy team's playing it and they think it's really good, and it's not like an inwardly driven thing, you're like, no, I think this is good, then I think it can be really worrisome going into any game, really. You don't want to be sort of goaded into playing something. They're going to steal the tree, which is not so much as stealing. They played it themselves plenty, so I don't mind this so much because it's something they're comfortable on. They're not doing anything particularly weird. They're just picking a hero that they like.
But this is where it's like in the previous draft, I really wanted the LGD to respond with Beastmaster to the tree. Your second pick, you flex it to the very end of your draft. Into the tree in lane, you can just walk there with like axes if you want, just kill the trees. So it doesn't have all these like little pathing shenanigans, the invis to utilize. And we'll see if Yandex are to go for it themselves, but in tree, we've seen what Malady has done in 2 games in a row. The vision, the map play, all the enabling. There is no kind of negatives, I feel like, to this hero.
Let's see if Yandex can find any. Historically, against this hero, it's like carries are good against it, and scaling. He's not high damage at all. He's super low damage. So if you can just purge off his ulti, then in the mid game, the hero doesn't offer too much because none of his spells do damage really. He's very much a setup hero and an early lane hero, vision hero. But so it's possible Yandex look for something along the hard carry route to play against it, or maybe they have other answers.
I mean, Lone Druid is still in the pool. This is what I wonder. Last time it was
gosh.
left there, yeah, both of them ignored it, and it was second phased ban, and so it still didn't get picked up. And I think that's ultimately what Yandex are considering right now. Yeah, what is that hard carry, like you guys questioned, but did you want it to be the Lone Druid because you won't get it in the next phase?
Yeah, it's like there's Lone Druid, there's SF, there's still like Kez. There was so many options in the pool, but again, that is where 2 teams, of course, in the grand finals, they kind of create their own like mini meta of what's available. And for Yandex, I mean, taking the SF here, I am expecting Malady to out of phase. I mean, do you want to really pick your 5 out of phase and perfectly show the SF lane, or do you just want to go for like the Hoodwinks, the Rubiks, the random Saxa hero because it progresses the draft, gives more information? I mean, you're expecting LGD now to take like Clock Tusk, or like the next 2 melee bros after 3, unless I'm missing one more melee bro.
There's none that come to my mind off the top of my head. Yeah, it's very possible they just pick the 4 hero here and wait a little bit on Malady. It's a bit surprising to me they picked Shadow Fiend against Tree. I think in a lot of ways it is pretty good because you're very naturally by Manta Pike, things like this. So you can kite, you don't care about the overgrowth because it's not super solid lockdown. You can move around a little bit. At the same time, though, I don't know why you don't just take Lone Druid here. They have some rationale, I think, maybe towards they feel like LGD has answers to it if they're leaving it.
What's CJ's SF like? What's SF in mid like this patch? Anyway.
It's kind of bad.
Is it like, so this is just a pseudo, you don't really actually think about flexing it?
Nah, it's kind of scary.
Well, I'm trying to think about their reasoning.
Oh, fair.
Because part of me is also, okay, LGD don't ban the Lone Druid, and now I wonder, Yandex, you have 1 ban. Is it the Drow you take out, which we know has been able to have a good, advantageous, carry matchup against an SF, or is it the Lone Druid bluff again that you need to keep forward checking LGD on?
I think you just keep going down this this bluff, because like SF into Lone Druid, with SF with items, you can just kill the bear. And I will assume that Yandex will start preparing heroes that can play into the map, make these moves. Also, you know, the Enigma is still in the pool that DM would love to play into the Lone Druid. So if there is a world where LGD, you know, snap picks LD, like, you know, here +1, there's a response also in play. So both teams are kind of assuming that, you know what, you're not going to take the hero, we don't need to respect it. And they do take the Coddle on the side of Yandex.
I mean, that is that's never bad, genuinely. This Coddle hero is crazy. And it's really good with Shadow Fiend. You can make really like strong structural team fights where Shadow Fiend is standing in front and just hitting, and you've got the Coddle behind blasting heals, and it becomes very difficult to actually deal with the turret, because oftentimes the best way to deal with turret lineups is you just jump this guy and kill him, but when he's got all this heal behind him, it's hard to actually bring him down. So the heroes, even though you don't do anything with Chakra, the heroes have some pretty nice synergies when you get to mid-game.
It also means that like your offlane won't break under any pressure because Keeper like will shove the wave. So now it's like your SF needs to chill top. Your offlaner will chill bottom, and it kind of gives CJ a bit more freedom where it's like, okay, I don't have to help my side lanes. My last pick in the draft can just be an honest 1v1. I beat Tai Lung with a counter pick. You are kind of setting the foundation of stopping LGD, getting that early laning set up. LGD, I mean, 1:20 on reserve time already.
Yeah, roughly even. Yandex used quite a bit of time on their Ben too, so they're not. This draft is not cooked by any means. I think Yandex are picking things that make a lot of sense, but it's not hit some point where they're fried. This is fine.
There's still plenty of heroes out there that LGD can draft themselves to answer an SF cuddle.
For sure. This is not like the Largo Alchemist versus Doom game. It's nothing like that.
Okay, so they are going for Darks here. Again, like Drought, SF, both of these carries, I mean, they're very different. Like Drought doesn't like getting jumped on top of, and then SF, of course, you play more for the clone. So this is Darks here will be looking to try and wall him. SF can itemize to not have all these stat items, but it's just uncomfortable. But there is some like Silver Edge style build that, you know, into Daedalus, of course, not just those 2 items, but you can navigate away from the stats against Darks here.
It is a classic counter, though. It's very good. And I think it has the potential to run at people. Like, you've got Spiritbreaker Darkseer. If you're not, I mean, you've got triple melee. I don't know about triple melee. Not super fond of that. But I think it has the opportunity, at least, to run at Yandex and to up the tempo, which I think is amazing. So, even while I don't think in terms of objective, like, value, I don't think it's incredible. I love it for them, and I love it in this game.
I really did not want to see Largo ever. Again, in the grand finals, but a position 5 Largo, if it ever was to be a thing, if you go into that lane and just lick the Darkseer, stop the Spiritbreaker charge, like you fully break that aggression and then what some more free farm, do I think they'll suddenly try and put that hero into 5 position? No, but maybe there's another, you know, dispel here they can find, like an Enchantress or something if they want to go simple. But they go for the tried and tested Bane instead. Just having Nightmare and just trying to give spacing for the Shadow Fiend. If like you step up on a Darkseer, you Nightmare him, invite the SF over level 3, you hit like a triple raise, that guy probably will die. So it is going to be a nice little pick to make sure SF can farm.
You also can't really cut creeps anymore. It's one of the other reasons why this combo is so disgusting is cutting waves versus Shadow Fiend is super chill, and you just can't do it versus Bane because he sleeps you, and then that's that. So LGD is going to have their work cut out for him in the offlane for sure.
Undying Keeper or Light, that is going to be like decays, illuminates, throw a tombstone in, even a Bane might twin gate at some point, but yeah, you got to find a carry that wants to fight into, or maybe not even fight, just survive this, because like fighting into this is maybe close to impossible. Like if Gyrocopter was in the meta, then you'd kind of go for this type of hero, just full shove the wave with flak. Like I don't even want to go near it. Like you block the hard camp, you shove the wave, you pull small, it's like you're chilling.
Thing is, Yuma doesn't need a hero to be in the meta to play it and to look good on it. So I'm not saying he's going to go that. I'm just saying sometimes you got to have the unexpected as the expected.
This is it's not great against Coddle. He's super good at pushing out the waves and blinding out your illusions. And I also don't know if it's even that good against Undying. In some ways it is. If you get to mid-game, it's definitely got some pizzazz. You can push the waves and deal with the tombstone, and there's a lot of things there that are pretty cool. But in the early game, you're going to get giga spammed by Decay plus Chakra. That is a nasty combo. You just get mega spammed like crazy. So I'm a bit worried. It's also quadruple melee, so you're going to have some serious issues with damage and clumping, especially into Decay, into Tombstone. There's some problems arising.
Not only that, it's like, I think this even could be a world where DM takes like Soul Rip on level 2 and plays for like just the burst damage, Illuminate plus the Rip. Naga can disappear. But yeah, I agree with Quinn. It's like lane is awkward, early game awkward. Eventually, Naga will present the map play and the punishment that will kind of enable this pick-off style of game where Spirit Breaker wants to charge on the vision tree, will set it up. Like there is like a light at the end of a tunnel for LGD, but it's not from laning dominance, that's for sure. They really need Tai Lung to pretty much crush the mid lane and then go and like poke his head to the side lanes.
I mean, if we look at their drafts beforehand, it hasn't relied on that, but they've been playing that way. That has been something they've played through, and now at least their draft looks like it's enabled by that.
Yeah, I hope that Tai Lung gets to play something comfortable here, something that fits this sort of gung-ho, let's just get it. Because I think that's what their heroes do so far. I'm a bit torn on whether it's supposed to be melee or ranged, because 5 melee is kind of crazy. But at the same time, generally the melee mids are the best ones with Darkseer because you can utilize Iron Shaw a lot better. So I'm not totally sure what he wants to play here, but...
I mean, you're still picking blind as well, so you need to pick like a hero that can enable your draft but doesn't like invite CJ to find like a hard counter, right? Like you have to walk this very fine line.
Ember Ban is good for them. Could have also been good for LGD, but maybe they feel like the counters are too strong.
This is, of course, where LGD, they go for the Zeus. They keep the map alive with the Naga Siren. They hold their base until an hour and a half. They get the bauble, you know, see it. We've asked for it one time.
And you're asking for it again already.
I'm just going to be greedy in the fact that this could potentially be the last game. So it's probably the only time that you want to ask for it, you know? So
I respect that.
It's no real even influence on the draft. It's into, I mean, to be fair, actually into SF, you ult him, Nimbus him with Kaya Ags. Like, he's half HP. He's going to need like a Satanic. You've already got the meaty bros up front. Okay, they ban it. Damn it, Yandex.
They're in the zone.
They are locked in.
It's a good ban, genuinely. I don't think this hero is very good, but I think it's a good, really good Zeus game. And I think it shows the level of awareness Yandex is at, right? They're not worried about anything else. They're looking at their screens and they're thinking about Dota. That's all you want to be doing, right? And they see that their heroes, they see that LGD needs some damage. They need probably a ranged hero, and they ban a hero that just makes a lot of sense because they're thinking clearly and in the moment.
I just hope LGD goes like crazy. Like, I want like the Tai Lung bristles, the Tai Lung razors. I want some like real weird, wacky hero where you just full send. Like you got Spirit Break, you got Darks here. I just want to see like the chaos across the map. Okay, a normal, stable Storm Spirit, but I mean, I don't mind it. Of course, into Lockdown Yandex have. It is, I mean, very good normally in that regard. I am just worried about like kind of the damage. Because like Storm wants to like connect on other people doing it, and we've already said that the side lanes of Yandex are going to be strong, but breaking into the mid game, the shove of a Naga Siren, the pick-off potential of Storm and Spirit Breaker, there's a lot of life to LGD's mid to late game. Just still kind of worried about the lanes.
I am not sure what CJ wants here. A lot of the classic Coddle combos are either banned or stolen in the Storm Spirit. Ember's out. His Invoker that was cooking throughout this whole tournament is out. Puck's out. There's Void Spirit, but I'm careful to say his name, Celestes be summoned. He has looked horrendous this tournament. I actually don't know what he wants. Wow. That is, I mean, I will say Yannex's lineup is very clunky. None of their cores really have any kill threat or pair with each other very much. It's a lot on Bane's shoulders to do stuff. At the same time, they have really strong lanes, and they have a lineup that's very good at balling versus a lineup that is very bad at dealing damage. They have 4 melee heroes and a pretty low damage in general versus a lot of heals. And so I think while Yandex's lineup is kind of one-dimensional, I think it's a one-dimension that can work really well in this game.
Yeah, you are going to be looking at just the efficiencies of how Undying Death Prophet just bring life to so many objectives through tower pressure or Roshan Tormentor. Like, these heroes can do it. Even with SF not even taken into account, you throw that into the mix as well. It is just a scary lineup post-laning phase. So for LGD, you have to respect the lanes. You need to at least go even, and you need to make sure that when you take a fight, it is the correct fight. Because if you make one mistake in this game, I think you're chasing items, you're chasing damage, you're kind of hoping to stay alive rather than actually, you know, controlling the game. Because Yandex like DP into like Storms and Pucks, these type of heroes, like you just stand your ground mid, you press Exo, you invite your team, you take his tower, like you break the map quite early, and it hurts like these active mid laners that want to be, you know, running around the map, you know, playing on active runes.
Yeah, if I'm LGD, honestly, who gives a hoot about the draft? I want to see them play. I think that is the most important thing, not just for this tournament and their chances here, but their chances in the future. These are important reps that you want to seize the moment on and understand that the series is not over. The game is not over. Wake up and play, and have some passion and some oomph and some of that flair and magic we've seen from LG throughout the rest of the tournament. Don't go out with a whimper, but with a bang.
I mean, they have the heroes to utilize the kite. The reason why they got to the grand finals was beating BB, kiting out this Terrorblade, like putting Kiritich on the back foot the entire time. They have the heroes that can do that. They can make spacing with a tree. They can surge back with the Darkseer. They can song disengage with a Naga Siren. Like, they have the tools to threaten Yandex. It's just they need to do it at the mid game once they've overcome that hurdle of Yandex. Because if they do it again too early, they might fumble. But if they do it at the right time, if they show that kind of team fight brilliance that they have throughout this tournament, then they can potentially take this game 3.
Oh yeah, if you take out whatever draft integrity you try and throw towards these two teams, at the end of the day, I look at LGD's draft for a game 3, and I love the player to hero combination. It looks fantastic, but Yandex right now being 2 games up, you can't disagree with the fact that they are just looking sharper. But for now, we're going to head on over to Ray, who's standing by with both of the coaches.
Yes, I am here for this game number 3 with Caps and Axel. Thank you very much. Now, Caps, your team came in here. You're the underdogs. You've done so well, and now your backs are against the wall. What are you guys planning on doing here to turn this around?
I mean, I think we still have some energy in the tank. We've got nothing to lose, and I think we can show up and bring up a fight still. We have not given up, and I think this draft we have something like very much our style. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and on your half, you guys have been so strong, so dominant even. Have you felt threatened all this tournament?
Yeah, we always try to stay humble, remind ourselves like we can lose to anyone, win anyone, so yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And in this crucial moment, you know, regardless of the outcome, do you feel like you gave it your all? Are you proud of yourself and the boys for getting this far?
Of course, right? Like nobody expected this. We knew we could go further, but like being here in the finals, it's like a dream, you know. First ever for South America in a Tier 1 tournament. So like we've done a lot already, and I mean, I'm looking at this, you know. Yeah.
It is amazing, and we are all super proud of you guys. Now, Axel, moment of truth. Is this the draft that's going to win you the Blast Trophy?
Hopefully.
Let's find out.
Thank you very much there, Alex, and of course, Captain Axel, getting ready for this game 3. And humble there with the draft. I think their draft's pretty good again, Fogged, right? They've managed to get a situation where they've had a lot of melee heroes picked into them, and I think they're quite happy about that. They got a Death Prophet, an SF, and an Undying. They love the melee heroes. Let's see how it plays out, see if we're going to get LGD give us a chance to push us to a game 4, or if this is just going to be 3-0 for Yandex. Game 3, it's ready to start. Here we go. So, Fogg, talk to me about this. So, what do you think we can hype up here from the draft of LGD? Because they've had 2 rough games and partly down to potentially some kind of misses in the drafts.
Sure. I would say overall, right, this is a draft that can scale. It absolutely can. It can get to these later stages, and it is up their alley, and Tylung is playing on one of these more pop-off heroes that I think me and you want to see.
This
That's the one thing I'm looking at least.
We're getting there, right?
We are.
The Largo weren't it. The Slardar was a little bit more it, but still wasn't it. And now on the Storm, this can be it.
Yeah, and they stole the tree, right? I was wanting them to do either ban the tree or do something along those lines, so they are looking for solutions. Now, the concerns, like you said, quad melee into Undying, Death Prophet, Shadow Fiend. It does seem like very strong core picks coming out from the side of Yandex, and kind of the tables have turned. They're the ones that are going to be setting massive tempo base on the side of Yandex, looking to win the lanes, and kind of looking to snowball off of that, because this is why we've seen this Death Prophet versus the Spirits in the past too. We've seen a couple different players kind of pop off on it, and this could be one of those games. Very good Yule's game. I think that was the build that we saw the last time on the DP, and it looked pretty damn good, and he is playing versus Spirit Breaker and Storm. So it does look like it can fit that archetype. And let's see, this is going to be the big question for me, is how do Yuma endure? Because it is a tree plus a Naga versus an Undying Coddle. So that spam that's going to come out.
It seems like a tough lane.
Yeah, if they get double decayed, which is very likely, it could just be huge problems for them. And speaking of problems, Whisper.
I think he's going to be going down, and only to Watson as well. So first blood here for the carry.
Can you hear anything? Because I sure cannot.
We're not getting any audio, but maybe the stream is.
Hopefully the stream is, but I got no game sounds for the moment. My bad. I just want to make sure the stream is able to hear it.
Indeed, you guys aren't hearing that at home. We'll be able to sort that.
Yep. So yeah, let's see how the spam ends up coming in, because it's pretty quick. And a lot of the times when I've seen melee heroes played versus the Undying, it's complicated. A lot of these melee Agis, you get put so low HP early on, you end up being like a 350 HP hero, and soul rip chunks massively. So I'm looking at LGD. They could get crushed in the lanes, and let's see what they can do to recover that.
So why do you think they did go for the Nagasarian for Yuma? What did they see with this hero?
I think it's just a late game scaling, and overall, eventually, like out of the lanes, you don't care about Undying, eventually, right? You're just playing a completely different type of game.
Just about to get himself another kill. He is, so that's already 2 kills here for the safe lane SF.
And when SF gets kills, look at his souls, Owen. It's 1 minute in. He already has 70 damage.
Good luck last hitting against that.
Sorry, 78 now because he hit level 2. So
well, Watson's going to be quite happy with the setup down here.
I think they're designed to ideal, like probably win the 2 lanes. The top lane is the question mark for me if they're going to be able to endure on KJ and Yuma. But it does look like Yandex has put themselves in a position to do very well across the board here in this early game. But let's see what Tylung can do, because he's been pretty great on these mid laners and just getting kind of random kills also too. This one does feel like one of the harder matchups he's played.
Yeah, because it's one of those matchups as well where you have to be careful if you're going to try and get aggressive and push for those kills, because as soon as the siphons come out, suddenly the play's getting turned around.
Yep.
So might have to hold back a little bit
and
in the matchup, Tylung.
A couple of times I've seen this Darkseer Spirit Breaker picked versus the Shadow Fiend to put the pressure onto him, but not when there's a Bane next to him. I think Bane kind of solves the problem that can be there of just getting ran on top of from a Darkseer and Spirit Breaker. And now, I mean
Malady's trading really nicely.
Yeah, might even just be able to get the sleep. They might just get the kill.
Oh, surely not another. Oh, that's 3 kills for the Shadow Fiend.
90.
Already 2 minutes in.
94 damage already.
Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, Watson, he could have not kind of dreamt of a better grand finals this morning for himself. He had an easy game on the Nature's Prophet, easy game on the TA, and he might just be setting himself up to have an easy game on an SF.
Dream start for him. And Malady, it's still level 1 on the Spirit Breaker, so he can play like a boss just standing in front of them. He's got the Brain Sep. And looking at the lineup too from Yandex, not only is it a very pressure-based early draft to look for this tempo setting, it's an insane amount of healing, Owen. Caudal Blast, Undying Soul Rips, Death Prophet, even the individual heal for the Brain Sap for one hero. All of that will add up. And
Malady he's doing a lot. He might have, no, he's going to be fine.
He gets the kill. And Whisper, careful.
Careful, Whisper, what a no!
Oh my.
Oh dear!
Okay, KJ.
All right, they get Malady, but Watson's 4-0-1 and we're 3 minutes in.
That's pretty excessive. He is beating the game clock on kills.
I think they need to stop feeding the SF.
I believe so, Owen. KJ, maybe you just stay down here.
They got to do so. They have to try and kill him or something. I mean, do you try and bring heroes down here to kill him, or do you have to just sort of bring less heroes here so he's not getting the chance to kill you?
Blood Grenade to cancel the salve. That's nice and annoying there from KJ. I don't know if you're going to be able to kill him at this point. Malady just playing it like a boss.
Malady's doing so much on the Bane. Yep. He's like, yeah, you take away my tree and it's fine. I'm going to show you what I can do with the Bane. And he's just destroying this lane with these aggressive Bane plays.
And he's playing with like the Fairy Fire, right? He's pushing the limits. At this point, they can't go back bottom. I think Whisper, you have to full jungle.
I think so, right?
And Theo, you try to figure out where you can charge, because that lane is just, it's just destroyed.
And they've got to lock in so hard, right? You've just had 2 rough games as LGD, and this is how the 3rd game's bottom lane is starting off for you.
And top lane, I feel like this lane it does get kind of hard for Yuma to just stand his ground here, because every time he eats those decays, this is a low HP hero in the early game. They hurt. These decays, these soul rips, could just see them get popped.
Oh,
another
no.
catch.
He's got charge. He's got charge. He's got charge.
Oh. Will survive, but they're getting completely pushed out of the lane. He'll be able to get 1 creep here, perhaps.
Yep. Okay.
But yeah, Watson. All 3 cores set up for success here.
Yeah, mid lane's going very nicely for Chira Jr. 27 and 12 against the 18 and 6. And
level 3 Siphon. Tylung is going for the play.
There's another Siphon at the ready. A charge is coming in. And
he gets
him with that. All right, Tylung.
He had a blood grenade, did he not? I think Tylung also had a blood grenade, and I think that pushed it over the edge there on the DP. That little extra slow for the Remnant too. Holy crap, I don't think I've ever seen a Storm kill a DP like that.
Here we go, they'll be able to punish Malady. It's been quite annoying here for Whisper, but Whisper brings his friends over. Has the 2 supports help deal with the Bane this time.
Tylung getting chased here from Saksa. We'll be able to grab the wave, doesn't have to worry about it. All right, that was cool. Blood grenade coming out from the mid laner. Not something you see too often. Especially not on a Storm. Like on an Invoker, sure, but on a Storm? That was cool.
Yeah, they're going to need Tylung to pop off pretty hard. We'll see it again here.
And look, he has Blood Grenade, right? So that Static Remnant actually is able to connect, perhaps because of all this extra little bit of slow and all that. That actually looks insane how far it clipped him. All right.
He's going to be happy with that one. Tylung. They need him to pop off.
Watson just solo.
Got another one!
Wait, what?
Back in the mid.
Tylung has it 6. Saksa.
He's healing up. They've got the Nightmare as well. They're actually able to keep Saksa safe.
What? KJ will go down. Tylung does have Soul Ring. He should be okay here. No catapult for the mid wave, but will be able to put a lot of pressure here anyway. They're free farming in all 3 lanes on.
I mean,
it's the S. I mean, if you want to look at the worst birdie,
this is crazy. What
look at that net worth.
Here.
4,000 net worth at 6 minutes.
Oh boy. I mean,
absolutely insane here.
If he gets, is he going to get this wisdom?
He has Requiem. He's so high level.
He can just go and Requiem the
Tylung doesn't have TP either, so he can't make his way down. See how aggressive Watson wants to be.
Watson's surely going to want to try and fight this. So how safe is he going to play?
Oh,
maybe he expects there's a lot coming.
He's fighting it for sure.
Oh. Requiem's at the... oh, okay.
KJ.
We're going to see King Jungles.
Oops.
Might get the Nightmare onto him.
Well, they'll get both shrines.
They do. They get both the steals.
On top of a triple lane win, they will be able to get the shrine. But Tylung, as we said, he did at least get that kill. We'll be able to get a couple galvanized stacks. Let's see how much they can enable it. It feels like all the pressure in this early game, it's on Tylung. Because Naga Siren, this isn't a hero where you go and you're like, guys, I'm going to help you out.
No.
No,
Pretty
this
much.
is a hero that you need to sit back and farm, and you tell your team, guys, you need to make the space for me.
Yeah. Whisper, at the moment, he's like, guys, I'm not going to be able to do anything.
That too.
Yuma's going to be like, I don't want to do anything. So, yeah, Tylung's like, well, I guess it's all on me.
Yeah. Majority of this early pressure is going to be on him until the Dominator comes out for Whisper as well. Malady dodges the charge with the sleep, and here comes Watson.
Time to run away, I think, if you're LGD. I mean, they're attempting to fight back, but Whisper, he's going to be dead again.
Malady's killing them.
Still alive. They didn't even kill the Bane. They will fight and kill him, but Watson's getting so much. He's 6-0-3.
I've never seen an SF with this type of kill part. He's part of like almost every single kill.
Game 3 of a grand finals. I said Watson, he is absolutely over the moon right now.
Level 8, nearly level 9. Absolutely insane performance from him. 4K lead. We said their draft, it's fast, but I don't even know if they anticipated it to be this fast. Pressure on all the towers here already. Top, can they set up for DM?
All right, here we go.
They don't have damage.
Yeah, they're not killing him.
No, he's just going to turn.
Yep, time to run away.
Yep. Their damage is pretty lackluster, especially with things going this wrong. It's only the Storm Spirit who's going to be dealing that early damage until there's level 4 Ion Shell for the Darkseer. So, DM.
Try for DM, but he's got Tombstone.
He's got heals.
Yep.
Gonna try again here.
They are trying. Okay, with the 4 of them.
Decays.
It's going to be another big decay. Theo Lacour's dead. Tylung's got to get out.
It looks like he's low, but he actually has more HP than Spirit Breaker when he's at 1/4 HP.
An easy game to get the decays off for sure.
And he has Coddle.
What they picked into him.
Yeah, quad melee, plus he has a Coddle, so that was actually a double decay too to just juice him up. And this build, I actually quite like this. I haven't seen the Dominator, I think, at least on this Undying.
Oh man, well, Watson... You know, 9 minutes in, he's casually double the net worth of any of the cores of LGD.
This is unbelievable start here for them. And early aggressive wards, again, like they do every single time from the side of Yandex. And these tier 1s already in jeopardy super early here, and they do not have the heroes to defend them. They're showing them how to kick up tempo. They're like, LGD, you wanted to play a fast game last time. You didn't really do so. We'll show you how it's done. Absolutely seeing that right now. Chira,
they're going to try and go all in to kill off the Death Prophet.
It's got Stick Fairy. It's enough damage. Bring in the squad.
Takes a lot, but they get something.
You have to do it at this point, right? You have to be able to bring 4 or 5 heroes to go for these kills because you're limited damage in the draft. Oh, but KJ did get the last hit. Okay, that's a bit unfortunate. They need to give every single kill to the cores at this point.
I mean, do you just try and sort of block the SF out of your mind right now if you're LGD? Just forget about it?
What do you mean?
Hey, you can't do anything about it, so you don't want to kind of lose morale by thinking about the fact that there's an SF getting free farm on the other side of the map and it's kind of double the net worth of your carry. So
he's done.
Maybe they just got to try and forget about him and hope for the best.
I think their best type of plays is literally just running as like a 4-man unit with Ion Shell and going for plays like that at this point and let Yuma try to get space. I don't really see another option to come back in this type of game because their draft is pretty designed around late game. Early game, it's quite weak, especially as we're seeing here.
I like the big dreams here from Theo Lacour.
What's that?
Gonna go phase AC. He's like, we got to have something against this SF.
That's not a good sign, Owen. That is not a good sign if we're seeing that queued up. And Cheer Up, doing the same build that we saw them do the other day. Going for the Yules, gonna have it very early here. Super nice to be able to protect him and for aggressive. He has double Siphon up. They're bringing the numbers.
See if they can get him. Backup's on the way for Chira Jr. Charge comes in. Can they save him? Vacuum comes out of the three of them. They'll get it. But Watson's turned up. It's going to be able to kill Whisper again.
Someone's got to sacrifice themselves, but I think this is kind of what they have to do. Just run around like this. As long as they can get most of the cores out. I don't know. This is very difficult to say what they can do here.
All right.
Oh, and DM, he finds a Dream Creep when you're playing versus a lineup that has limited damage and it's reliant on Ion Shell. They can purge him off. There's a very, very strong creep for this game. KJ level 5. Theo still 5 as well. Whisper, he's just running. They're just running to play with the Ion Shell.
Okay. Tylung is going to go towards Saxa. Should be able to kill the Cole.
They're losing 2 heroes for it, though.
Yeah, and they can't kill DM, so they have to get out.
And DM, he just immediately purges the Darkseer as he's surging in. Doesn't actually purge the creep. The creep damage is there on top of Saxa, but...
Yeah, he looks pretty unkillable. Yeah, DM at the moment on this Undying.
Farms very fast, too. And this was a blind pick, right? So they blind picked it versus their carry. And it's still having this very, very good start here.
Still got to wait and see what the Naga Siren's going to be able to do. Because, you know, you'd imagine, right, with the way it was picked, it wasn't picked to win the lane. And
Sure.
it didn't.
It didn't.
So it must have been picked for some other reason down the line.
They do have ways to Song, reset, run away from Death Prophet ult, Song, kill Tombstone. So there is merits, of course, to this Naga pick. It's just, they got to get there. And when you're this far behind, even getting there, doesn't mean that Yandex is going to be in an insane position still to fight. But I mean, Watson is going to break records, it feels like, on the
I mean, yeah, these are going to be the quickest timing.
Every one
ever.
of them.
Right.
Every timing he gets.
Dragon Lance Manta.
Yeah.
Pre-14 minutes.
Level 13 at the 13-minute mark also. Yeah, he's absolutely going to break
this is literally, record-breaking stuff here from Watson on the safe lane SF. No doubt about it.
Set up for success from his team. KJ looking to steal the wisdom, perhaps, here. Might actually get it. So they're going to get double wisdoms.
All right.
So not too shabby. Needs the level 6 as well, too, for that tree. Yandex, though, maximizing. Another massive stack coming out here from Saxa. Continue to look to enable, boost up DM, whose item timings... He is going to go some of these auras. I do think that they are going to look to press the issue pretty hard here on the side of Yandex and do the objective gaming that, as we said last game, that LGD wanted to do, right? Take the towers,
why not, right? You know
take everything, don't let Naga and Storm get to the place where they can play.
Yuma does not want to fight anytime soon.
And the pipe is fantastic versus the Storm and the Darkseer, which is all the damage at this point that is going to be coming out from LGD. Now the charge, this time just for information. Now it's gotten much more difficult for them to just 5-man for one of these core kills, especially Chira, now that he has the Yules. Has a way to just put himself in the air, get multiple siphons out, or just prevent a hero. Tylung did see him go Arcane Boots this game. I had a feeling it was going to be because of that silence. So he is going down the Greaves route.
Okay, that's something we've seen before from some of these Storms.
Yep, and it's more of an earlier timing that you can fight around, perhaps. Chira. Can they all hit him?
I mean, it's good burst. They'll get him.
A couple times they've been able to punish his positioning here. Doesn't have backup. They have a defensive ward. Doesn't get the Yules off on the Spirit Breaker, too.
Yeah, kill going the way of Humor on top of that, so...
Most important one.
Money here for the Naga Siren. Starting to stabilize the game a little bit. You know, as I said, the SF is still... You know, they don't really want to talk about the SF. Outside of that, they're like, we're slowing things down.
It's 4 deaths on...
They're going to be saying.
It is 4 deaths on Chira. Those absolutely do add up. It's not a hero that you do want to lose too much momentum on, even if you do have this massive of a Shadow Fiend. Theo?
He's just going to TP straight out.
No range for the Yules. They're making the moves happen. They're splitting things up, getting space for Yuma. Watson, Manta, gonna go Lothar's, Shadowblade. So he's gonna look to get very involved. Because right now, Watson has slowed down a little bit in terms of how much he's getting in the fights, but is gonna look to fight every single time when he does have that picked up. Theo, just giving info.
I mean, they're slowing it down.
They are slowing it down.
They are slowing it down.
Yuma's getting the space. He's going in some clever places to get the farm too, so not being as obvious to get caught from anything here from the side of Yandex. Still a very large golden experience lead. But have tools to fight around now. They have the Darks here with level 12. They have Greaves. So they do have this combo if they do run at them. It is max vacuum now too also, so they can look to fight around that if they'd like to. Perhaps Whisper waits for the Overlord, and then they can look for another one of those 5-man plays, try to catch the DP off guard. But Shira, more of a defensive posture now, not playing on the enemy side. But those deaths definitely hurt.
Absolutely, it does slow down a bit of that momentum that they were getting the chance to sort of come at LGD with.
And if they hadn't given Watson 8 kills, right? Look at the net worth. It wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad by any means.
That's what I'm saying. They just got to kind of forget about the SF. And then look at the positives, because they have got a lot of positives outside what happened on the bottom lane.
DM, this is a bit of a tougher target to go for here. Too much damage. Cannot TP out. That is the pipe. Going to be finished. His courier is dead, though, so it's not going to be coming out soon. Roche, the next threat. Feels like Yandex can force the fight there, and I don't really know if... Sure, they can fight in perhaps some specific scenarios on the side of LGD, but a 5v5 engagement at this point, perhaps not what they're looking for. KJ? So Yuma gonna... Okay, I was going to say that's a very aggressive play if he does go for that there. They're hunting him.
They're going to bring in the Bane to try and mess with him.
He's got Song.
And he's probably just going to TP right.
Can he get out, though? Malady.
Oh, he's going to have a pretty nasty surprise. There's a Bane here, and the Bane's going to be able to stop the TP.
He didn't TP in time.
Why did he not TP sooner? What was he trying to check for?
I don't know if he saw the Bane, right? Like, I think he was just running. He should have perhaps.
Because there was nothing else that was threatening him in range, like that could reach in and stop him from the two heroes that were around him, right?
Well, Undying and Coddle can't. So yeah, that's unfortunate for him. As he started to make the recovery, does overplay his hand there. Shira down bottom. They do have this Black Dragon with the Ion Shell. Sock's already positioning himself down here to protect and even go for the kill on this, so it's a lot of money. And Watson will come in and snag it. Thank you very much. And the Silver Edge too, not specifically to break anything right this game, but just to limit their movement speed. You cannot get surged. You just get stuck in place also versus this, and this is that rush that they're looking to accelerate. Don't even need to use the Exorcism. They can save it for the tier 2s.
And on the plus side, if they kill the SF, they're gonna get a lot of money.
That's a big if, though. They they have to fully surround him, and they have to have the wall on top of him. So at least they do have that wall that will get stronger than the SF does. But I imagine Watson, he's not gonna build towards those like the butterflies and all that to make it that Giga illusion. Dragon down bottom again. Whisper will get the tower. Watson wants that money. Oh, they do get the Silver Edge. So some time that he at least won't have the recipe, but doesn't have the Demon Edge.
More money?
More money. More problems.
But yeah, the gap has stayed the same.
It has stayed the same.
Earlier we had pretty much Yuma was on like 4K net worth. Watson was on like 8. Now, 4K gold difference, and it's still 4K gold difference between the two carries. So the gap isn't growing.
Chira's the bottom of the chorus as well too. He's fallen off quite massively. KJ has been spotted.
Gonna try and ult and TP out.
Too much damage, Chakra.
Ooh, the other core.
And let's see how they deal with the group up. That's the big question for me, because now I feel like Yandex, with this Aegis, it's tier 2.
I mean, this is because Watson, with all his farm and all his net worth, right, he has been chilling on his side of the map. Now he's ready to use that
and Yuma
to push and get involved with the team.
They're farmed, right? But Yuma's build is not really about fighting in a team fight, right? He has an Orchid and a Manta. It's about finding somebody and picking them off in the back lines. Yeah, Yandex could absolutely look to just force the issue here. See how much they do want to go for it, though, here. If they want to just go for high ground, if they're going to go just take T2s and constrict the map. Shall see the option that they do go for here. So when you are 5-manning like this, the gold is going to start to shift at least more and more toward the side of LGD.
They're closing the gap.
In terms of gold. Fight potential, we'll see. Ooh, Watson is hunting. Yuma. Perhaps they didn't know that was a real one because of the way he sent the double. Watson.
It's going to see the other core.
Probably just auto-attack him. That'd be close.
Needs a little bit more.
Theo gets out.
That should be speedy enough to run.
Or is he? Yeah, he is. Getting space. It's the name of the game for the side of LGD. Make space for Yuma. Gets the Orchid, but he's actually going through the portal, so Melody will be okay here. And unlike those other games too, right, they do have a very good scaling draft. The other games, they were definitely on a timer. This one, this draft scales very hard as the game progresses toward the late stages. Storm Spirit, plus that Darkseer illusion, plus the Naga in general. Chira Jr. does have BKB now finished. Saksa. Still catch him. These are big catches. Yuma gets the last hit. Tormentor will go down. Yuma. Reaver's been picked up. Getting toward more items to be able to actually join a full fight potentially here. Watson will find another creep. More money. And his Silver Edge is now done. So these heroes will get stuck in place. Even the Spirit Breaker this next time isn't going to just be able to disengage. Theo's farm is doing pretty good too, to be honest, though. Getting closer toward a BKB on the Spirit Breaker. Not that many disables on the side of Yandex. Whisper. Sending in the creep. Tylung's coming in.
For Malady. Watson.
Whisper.
Gonna start Whisper. Whisper's having to get the wall down. It's Watson.
He gets out.
And we'll be able to take the Aegis out of him. They might just be able to set up to kill him a second time. DM's dead.
Watson
is going to try and get the ult off, but the interrupt's there with the Vortex. They're going to kill it.
LGD.
Huge money there for Yuma as well.
Whisper
getting the kill.
Getting the chase forward here.
I mean,
another
game,
charge.
It's slowing down.
They're winning fights here.
They are killing off Watson like that.
And DM, he just came back. The CEST surge, he bots back in.
I mean, they're going to pop the ghost hit.
Okay, DM is looking a bit too tanky.
Yeah, time to back out now. Yuma's going to TP away. I mean, just leave the fight like that. They'll take that LGD. They got the Aegis out of the SF to kill Watson. For the first time this game, it's a massive kill.
And Yuma got the last hit.
Yeah.
That's the big deal there. That's essentially the Reaver done for him.
They're going to have the Nightmare to stop the TP out from Teolicor. He does have charge back up.
He's getting out as well. LGD, these are crazy moves. And Whisper in particular, right? Just sending in the Overlord creep, getting that surge slowdown. Watson thought he was going to get the last hit, but it wasn't the case. Whisper gets full health after they get the kills.
And this is the thing, right? You know, they had this lead, Yandex, but it really did stagnate. It stayed at this 4 to 5k overall lead. Sure, Watson was still a step ahead in terms of farm, but they can kill him.
And these Greaves, honestly, coming in pretty clutch. Tylung jumping in, Greavesing his Darkseer. It's enough to keep him alive. All important here.
And this is going to be a pretty rough sign, right, for Yandex. You just had this opening to the game where your SF carry has had unbelievable amounts of free farm, and it's looking like it doesn't matter. They're dealing with him in the team fights. Now their cores are catching up to Watson.
And Chira's game.
If they weren't able to take over the game with Watson having that sort of a start, what hopes do they have down the line?
And those deaths from Chira early game absolutely adding up. He's not able to just pop the Exorcism, acted as that frontliner. This is fantastic moves in LGD with their own style. As we said, when they have their own draft and when Tylung is playing his own hero, they just look so much better and so much more confident.
Yeah, and now absolutely even on the net worth. And
with this type of draft, if you're even on net worth, you're feeling fantastic because you have that good scaling. And you have that Darkseer versus the SF. You're always going to get the illusion of him. So Yandex have to put things together now in these next few moments. The deep wards, this time it's LGD with them.
Yeah,
they're getting all that information.
Pretty much the first big shakeup that they're encountering in this series so far. And when it was needed most hit for LGD, down 2-0 with 2 rough losses in the first 2 games. And in the beginning of this game, it looked pretty abysmal with how much Watson was getting. But now they've managed to hold the game to a point where they've absolutely got a super strong fighting chance, and arguably maybe a better one than Yandex have in this position with these heroes.
See what Yandex looks to do to get things back together for themselves, because they have been pretty split up and they've been punished for it. They buy themselves a gem, so that looks like it's going to be the answer. Get rid of some of this vision, get rid of the wards. Don't get outnumbered. The recovery from Theo, Liquor, and Whisper has been absolutely insane.
Really
the fact that they died, what, 8+ times
So
in the
many
lane?
times down there. I mean, as I say, it's so many of the games we've seen from LGD. I feel like Whisper just does this every time. Like
just catches back
up. It doesn't
up.
matter if he has a bad lane. Doesn't matter if he has a great lane. He will always get into like the top 3 net worth. Like, and it doesn't matter what heroes he's on as well. We've seen him do it on so many different heroes on the off lane. He just gets so farmed regardless of the start that he has in the lane.
And I do like the build that he went for this game too, right? The Dominator, this is probably the only build that you can do nowadays on this dark tier, but it felt super strong getting that Overlord and running it in versus the supports.
And this is the max farm build as well, right? You've got the Overlord pushing out the map or whatever you want to do with the micro, and then the Octarine Blink, just perma iron shelling, blinking around the camps. You're probably going to see Whisper take the top spot, and honestly, he might even start to get thousands of gold ahead of any of these other heroes. Like, this Dark Seer is going to have an insane amount of net worth.
Him and Yuma for sure will start to pull super far ahead. We'll see what Yandex wants to do to put things together, because they do have a BKB now for Watson, and they don't want this game to slow down too much. Theo charging, giving information. They do lose their ward immediately because of it. Saksa does have Yules also finished up, going for the Blink Daggers. They do have ways to prevent this SB from charging if he's not BKB'd. With this BKB, Theo can just bypass them. DM went for this kind of all-in build too, right? With this Undying, so he did go for the Lotus and Pipe to assist his team. So
it's not going to be easy for him to scale, really.
No, they do want to be able to win these fights at this point. And KJ looks like they will be able to find an easy grab onto him. Melody will take it. Mid lane.
Teasing around with Chira Jr., but Watson was by his side, so LGD won't try and overstay their welcome mid.
Tylung, still only the 1 death on him. So having a very, very good time into this game with this Greaves. He has Kaya Sanj, he has Witchblade. They are scaling. And the map positioning too, they're keeping it shoved in at all times, so it's difficult for Yandex to do what their draft is designed to do, where they group up, pressure, and go for these plays. Next perhaps big pressure play, Roche, Tormentor. But LGD at this point now can fight in those areas, as we've seen. DM.
So if these two can do it, they can't quite. Still kind of annoying to take down.
But they saved the Spirit Breaker ult, and he's forced to use ulti himself on the Undying too, so nice little bait play that comes out from LGD there. DM. See where they go with this, if they can look to go with anyone, because he's flailing, right? Look at him.
No, he's chilling.
Not going to be able to use this Flesh Golem.
And this is, at this point, one thing about the lineup of Yandex, they don't really have a lot of fun dealing with stacked Naga Siren illusions, right? Sure, maybe earlier.
Just Watson, nobody else.
No, right. Dealing with the push of these illusions at this point, it's not easy at all for Yandex. So finding the map in a position where they can kind of get out and make aggressive moves is going to be pretty difficult.
I would say now is the timing for Yandex. If they don't win this next fight,
it gets
massive concerns for them. Yeah. LGD in a very good position now at this point in the game.
And honestly, maybe, I was sort of making jokes about just ignore the SF, but it kind of worked out, right? They just ignored the SF. They're like, we don't care that he's got this much farm. They killed him when he came to them. But they didn't try and go for anything too crazy and try and hunt him down unnecessarily. Bottom, can he get out? He'll be able to get the song off. BKB's out there from Chira Jr. They're going to try and get through the twin gate. And Yuma, he will. King Jungle's not able to make it in time, but Yuma gets away.
And Roche, it is top, so they can't just run with this Exorcism into the pit. They will have to walk all the way across as Undying just continues to flail. I don't know why it's stuck. I guess the Spirit Breaker just got him stuck like this permanently. So, yeah, they only get the kill on the tree. They force an Exorcism down on the bottom side, too, away from an objective. I think LGD is getting more and more as this game progresses. Tylung, Parasma's done. Level 20 also for Whisper. They're just sitting back, hitting the creeps, and they're probably, putting that stress on Yandex to make the moves this time around, as we were saying.
I think, Yandex is, for the first time this series, going to be feeling the heat a little bit. maybe wondering kind of where things just went wrong, really, especially from Watson's perspective. He's like, I had the freest start to the game, probably broke records with the item pickups, but I guess things falling apart a little too much elsewhere. You know, Chira Jr. had a great game 1 and game 2, but this game 3 struggling on the Death Prophet.
Those 2 deaths in particular, right, where they caught him, didn't get the Yules off to stop the Spirit Breaker charge, those were pretty massive to get them back to this point. Yuma, they are stalking him. He does not have Song of the Siren. Watson. Sober Edge is on cooldown for 3 seconds.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think, you know, Yandex,
they're feeling the pressure.
Feeling in trouble a little bit here.
Oh, yeah.
Now in this game 3. LGD, they remarkably kept their cool despite how explosive the beginning was for Yandex, and it's absolutely paying off. The game, it feels very calm now from LGD. They're not trying to do anything crazy, right? We're not seeing some over-the-top smokes. They're not forcing anything. They are very happy to hold the game in this position. Yuma's getting a lot of space to push out waves as he wishes, and finding the Naga Siren is proving to be a bit too difficult for Yandex. They just can't really get anywhere close to him because of how he's kind of keeping the whole area around him safe with the illusions that he's microing out.
And every time the SF gets bigger, since he's the biggest on the team, the Darkseer will be able to throw the wall on him. It's not a butterfly build, so it's not like that crazy type of SF, but just having the presence is going to be big. Roche, that's the next ticker. Yandex does have level 3 Exorcism. Let's see if LGD wants. I would imagine they look to fight around here. I don't think they want to just give up this Roche by any means. They've got the tools to fight.
They feel so strong. Daedalus is done on Watson, but he can absolutely die if they get this jump on him.
They have a lot of BKB piercing lockdown for him.
Chira is going pretty deep. I mean, trying to draw their attention, I guess, away from the pit. He's got a defensive nightmare coming in from Malady. Zip4, they get the 3-man vacuum straight down with the wall. The overgrowth to follow up. The Requiem's there, though, from Watson. Pushes LGD back for now. They don't have the lockdown for Tylung. He's able to zip back to safety. Malady just dying to the illusions.
The wall is doing work. Can they continue to fight into the pit? They are healthy. They don't have overgrowth.
I mean, LGD, they're still happy to fight. Yuma, of course, he's ready to enter into the action. Has a song if they need to reset.
Exorcism and Flesh Golem are still active. They don't want to just walk into it here on the side of LGD.
I mean, yeah, but trying to finish the Roche, though, seems difficult. LGD
they can just wait. Wait a second until things start falling off, and then commit.
I mean, LGD can just go in and hit Roche now themselves, right, maybe?
They want to fight when this Exorcism's going down.
Yuma's looking for the wraparound. See a big zip forward. They're going to get again these huge vacuums coming in every single time.
Oh, with Tylung.
The sun is catching on him, but the song won't be there to save him in time. The BKB was out from Watson anyway, so he'll kill off the 2 of them. Theolacor and Tylung are gone.
Greaves were cooldown, I guess? Oh, I think they were just on cooldown for a split second.
They must have been right.
Because he got caught by the silence of Chira. It was a huge vacuum, but the follow-up wasn't there.
And now Yandex, they do have the freedom to get back into the pit and get the Aegis on Watson.
They needed that Aegis. They will have it now for these next few moments. Tylung, I'd have to see it again, how he got caught.
Check on the replay.
Silence. Yeah, I didn't get to see exactly how it did clip him.
I mean, maybe this was the silence is kind of catching him by surprise.
It is a chakra silences as well, too, so maybe it was a secondary one that caught him.
And we'll see here, again, goes for the deep jump.
He just
by the silence
into it.
Now.
I don't see what the... I guess it must have been split-second cooldown for him. Bottom, Watson.
Well, as soon as he picks up the Aegis, he might just lose it. The heals come out. Doesn't matter. Aegis is gone.
He's got backup.
Wall's going to be laid down, seeing if they can go on him a second time. They can't. The backup's in for Watson, so they'll just have to be happy with the fact that they took the Aegis out him very quickly and that they can get away before anyone gets punished. They're trying to chase it with Saxa.
It's not the Aegis usage that Yandex wants. LGD are going to be super happy with that play. Punishing Watson immediately as he shows. This game's super exciting. LGD doing it in their own flair.
And Whisper's just doing a lot right. It was kind of back-to-back 3-man vacuums coming in from Whisper on the Darkseer.
And he has a lot of scaling to get toward.
He's just massive. Keeping up with Watson and Yuma in terms of farm. You know, both...
Pretty insane.
Not just carries having an average performance as well. Like, these carries have insane amounts of net worth, and Whisper is still keeping level with them.
Tylung not doing too shabby himself either. After dying there, he's still in a pretty good position in terms of farm. Sure, he's the bottom of the cores, but when he was playing versus Death Prof, you expected it to be much worse with how the game was starting. If he can get to the Ags too, Vacuum plus Aghanims, they have so much wombo combo with this draft.
See, this might be a bit...
Yandex still has a lot of sustain that they can play around here, but the damage is increasing more and more on the side of LGD. Okay, both teams are looking for the baubles.
Charging on DM. Got the silence. Ult comes in, illusions upon him, backup comes in. If they got any control for Theolacor, he'll just go for the BKB TP out. Grip's gonna be there. Theolacor will get punished, but again, having to use quite a bit for this. The grip having to be used. Also, obviously, the flesh golem. So, it's these ults for just the supports. Again, it's... I guess the question is, what do you think Yandex are looking towards to be that next timing, right? Because it's hard to kind of find at this point in the game.
It's just 5v5 fights where they can actually get proper control on the Storm Spirit, I'd imagine. They still have ways to take the fights. It's just they have worries about this Naga Siren in particular. Yeah. But if they can isolate Yuma, then that's the way that they can address her.
I mean, because these next 3 pickups are going to be huge, right? The fact that Malady, very close to the Aghanims, and then Chira Jr., he can get the Hex pretty soon, and so can Saxa. Yeah. So you're going to have these 3 extra options of strong lockdown coming into play. Obviously, still finding the actual Naga Siren is going to be the difficulty. Yuma has played very elusive in these fights, but he's been playing them very well, right? They've only found Yuma once this game.
There's just a lot of like stuff on the floor, right? With the blink, the vacuum, the illusions, there's the surge that's causing them to be slow, the potential overgrowth too. So overall team fight, we are seeing absolutely playable there from LGD if they can get these catches. And for Yandex, it's very specific because they just don't really have the same type of disables. It's just really the Bane. That's it. A little bit of pause, perhaps ears again, because my ears are hurting at least. Hex for Chira, about to be finished. Saxa also getting very close to it, but Whisper's the one with the first. And as we're seeing, they can essentially 100-0 Watson.
I mean, yeah, this is the sort of the vulnerability that the SF has at this point, right, against the lineup that LGD's managed to bring forth to this point of the game, to this later stage already here, 38 minutes in. The last couple of games, when we were at this point, I feel like it was pretty much both games at this point, they would be like 30k behind.
And this game is truly delivering. Yeah. They do have saves for Watson, right? We have to just always factor those in. They have a lot of heal from the Soul Rip, the Coddle. They have the sleep potential too to reset, allowing him to get BKB off. But if LGD's clean with it, can 100% go for that 100-0 on him. And there's the Aghanims too for Tylung. So these fights are super chaotic. And if they do stack up on the side of Yandex, that wombo combo is dangerous.
The vacuums and the Aghanims vortexes.
Yuma's also going for his own Hex too. So there's going to be a lot of Hexes in this game.
Yeah, he's pretty close to having the money, right? Yep. He's still obviously not spent into it, so he could consider elsewise. But
True.
Do you think he's pretty happy to stick with committing for the Hex here as the Naga Siren, or is there anything else he could consider?
It feels like a really good item this game for both sides. Both teams just have overwhelming damage, so just these extra controls are pretty massive.
Yeah, especially... Honestly, probably more so from like LGD's side of things, right? If they take this SF out of the fight's kind of over.
It is. This is pretty much a 4 protect 1 now.
Yeah.
At this point.
Whereas with LGD, you kill one of their cores, the other 2 are still incredibly formidable. Like you are going to have to deal with jumping and controlling more than just one of them.
That is that tri-scaling core. Malady with the gem up here.
I know he's around.
Who's hunting who?
Gonna find him with the silence.
DM.
DM's gonna try and help out here. Lotus and Pipe keeping Malady safe. Charges coming in there from Theolacor. We stopped by the Yules. Put the Ghost and they put the Grip. It's gonna get immediately put to a stop there by the Song. They'll look to use the Song to TP out and keep them safe. Get away from these ultimates.
These Song disengages. That's Flesh Golem again. That's Exorcism, Yandex.
And the Fiend's Grip.
Can they actually run at anybody to catch it now here? Fiend's Grip is a pretty low cooldown with this Aghanim.
That's true.
But yeah, it's still... They're kiting the ultis beautifully.
I feel every minute that they can't look to make a move, Yandex, it hurts them.
It does. LGD gets happier and happier as this game progresses toward late game. They have a super strong late game scaling draft. We had questions if they'd be able to get to this point. They absolutely have made it here.
And just crazy to see, right? To do so after 2 pretty rough games in the opening of this best of 5, and then the beginning of this one.
Yeah.
You know, that would be enough, honestly, to break a lot of pro teams, right? You know, a lot of other teams in that situation, the tilting, the crumbling, it would have happened.
Exhaustion.
But here, LGD, They don't crumble. These guys don't tilt.
Exhaustion can absolutely be a thing when it's these type of days where you're playing from a BO3 into a best of 5 that can go the distance, but we're showing they've still got that energy.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, right? Coming into this best of 5 after such a crazy best of 3 already earlier today.
They needed that warm up.
Wow. LGD.
And they need to just go back to their style. You know, they were a little too honest in those last 2 games, playing just the normal stuff that everybody else was. This one, they're like, all right, we're back to our stuff, and definitely seeing the strength of it here. Taking advantage
and back to their stuff in a situation right in the draft where it felt like this is going to be hard. Like it was not like they came in with these heroes and it was like, oh, this is going to be an easy turnaround of the series here in Game 3. It was a very hard fought for early 40 minutes of this game so far. And LGD now being rewarded by having the game in a pretty good-looking position, and one that Yandex are definitely going to have to think about super hard on how to kind of break through this stage of the game.
And perhaps it is going to be around these hexes, and they're going to look for the jumps themselves since they do have the double. Yep,
yeah.
Sox has got it, Chira's got it too. Watson is about to hit level 25 too, so he's about to hit a very peak timing for himself also. That is very good versus Naga Siren too, to be honest. Being able to Shadow Raise, wipe the illusions as well too.
Yeah, if they can just jump and throw everything in. The grips into the hex, nullify as well, of course, on DM. So a lot to just completely... just throw everything down onto someone. Obviously, the play in our pocket might cause some issues. I feel, of course, able to be smart with that one.
What the hell was that? Did you hear that? Requiem? No. Got a loud scream of Requiem in my ear. DM very close to hitting level 25 as well, too. So lots more strength. He's going to be super tanky in the front line. And yeah, they're looking all in. Both sides are looking to all in just an individual target, and they both absolutely can do that.
We might have a long one on
We could. We definitely
I can
could.
see both teams happy to kind of hold the map as it is.
I mean,
more
Watson,
so kind of, Yandex, it feels like they don't really have an option.
Sure.
They're going to have the game sort of held in this position against them for now. Whereas LGD, they could try and force something, but they can also kind of just sit back, get 9 slotted if they want on the Naga Siren.
If they can go just super patient. The thing is, though, Watson is bobbling.
And how is the bauble situation?
There's baubles on both sides. They're both
so
bobbling.
they're ready to bauble.
Oh, yeah.
Now, are there any busted baubles you can do?
Storm bauble.
Storm.
Yeah.
And you're baubling for the cooldown or the damage?
That's a good question. We'll see which one he wants to go for. There are some pretty insane ones, so.
Yeah.
We'll see if we get there.
I mean, if these two teams are anything to go by some of the other games that we've had from both of them and their runs here at Blast Slam 7, it's likely.
And even though, as we're mentioning a lot here, LGD's draft, it does scale super hard. It is very good as the game progresses, even more so as it does go on later and later. Can never count Yandex out. This Watson SF, it is a beast, especially at this moment versus the Naga Siren. The Shadow Raises will be able to wipe a lot. And they are getting these, what is it, all 325? Not quite yet for Chira, but 225s.
And just the jump potential, right? If they play the fights right, which they absolutely can, we've seen it many a time from Yandex also in these late game situations. They can deal with these heroes. Not going to be easy though, especially because of just how well Yuma's been playing with his position. Like, he's not been getting caught, and we're seeing in the ways that he's kind of entered in, also opted to kind of get out of these fights. It's been pretty perfect.
And they're also getting this item here on KJ pretty soon. It's the Wind Waker. Of course, there is the Nullifier for DM, which can just bypass and remove that type of save here, but they can see what type of idea the Yandex is looking for of alling in targets as well.
Okay, Roche time.
Next thing on the menu.
I mean, do they care to try and interrupt this?
I would think so.
Okay.
Don't want to just give them a free cheese and refresher shard. They have Song as well to commit.
Oh, Tyler. He's going to check out the situation.
They're just scouting.
Pretty low here, Roshan.
Tombstone is dropped.
Trying to force them away. Oh, they're going to get the jump. Oh, they're very human. They sort of trapped him in the corner there, but he's able to get the Song off. What's the plan here with the Song? Vacuum's not going to work. There isn't a Song anymore. Back in the day, it did not anymore. So they won't have the combo there. Yandex now going to look to fight on now that the Song's been used. Tylong is hit, but he's caught by the grip. And with the Song already used, there's not really any way to free him from this.
Tylong.
They've not going to have the damage to kill him, though. It's close. He's able to zip out of the side, but he's out of mana. They're going to jump forward and try and chase Tylong down, but the surge is there from Whisper. He'll get Tylong out of this. They back off, LGD. Only losing the Treant.
Roche is shifting, but Exorcism is still killing it in the water.
And Yuma, he's actually quick to put some pressure on down bottom, but Watson.
This is sneaky.
Or if he gets the perfect Requiem, maybe. I mean, Yuma's
He needs more.
tanky.
He needs a +1.
Even if he's, dead on top of him?
He needs a +1.
Let's have a look.
He doesn't know who else is behind him.
Okay, yeah, he knows that it can't happen now.
Yep. Let's get the hit.
He's still trying to chase for this, but Field comes around and there's a Hex. I mean, backup's coming in, but he's kind of dying to the illusion here. Watson, he's in trouble. He's just dead.
Gone. The Lord Zip.
The vacuum's now out because time's being bought for the rest of LG to head on over. Now drop the Nullify down on the Theolicor, knock him back. They'll kill the Spirit Breaker, but Tyler, he's still pretty strong, has plenty of mana.
Yuma might go back in soon, too. Tai Lung, can he find the angle here? Watson tried to go for a sneaky play there, but he's vulnerable.
Yeah, and his team weren't quite as close as Yuma's were.
And they can't close the gap like a Spirit Breaker Storm can't either, right?
Yeah, and now LGD's going to have the space to go back into the pit, and there's no chance for Yandex to fight this Roche now. So LGD securing the Aegis here. For Tai Lung, Refresher Shard, and Cheese at the ready.
2 slip-ups, right? Watson on the bottom play, trying to go for the play. Now again, trying to go for a solo one. Tai Lung will be very happy getting a full Refresher Shard here. Octarine for Chira. But this is the timings. LGD, they're hitting all of them. Now they get the Aegis. They prevent the SF from getting it as well, too. Yandex heavily on the back foot now. I mean, they tried the Naga Sleep Vacuum combo, but we did check it. I mean, we know it's been changed a couple patches
When
ago.
did that change? It was
3.8. Man, I can't remember which patch it was now.
Yeah, also highlight like he was just trying to kind of time it with the end of it, because
I mean, look at
he's Whisper. He's like his master tier Darcy. He knows the interaction.
It was 7.40. It was pretty recent.
That's true.
Changed.
Actually, that was not that long ago at all.
No, it did look like he was vacuuming on that invulnerability.
Okay.
So,
well,
he knows for next time.
He'll know for next time.
Yep. And he does have a refresher for the next one too, so it'll be easier for him to get that plus the double wall, which will be pretty brutal for Watson to deal with. Super impressive plays coming out from LGD, and as we said, they look the best in their style. And remember how you were talking about, was it the dreams of the AC for Theolicor? I think he's almost on his way toward it.
Yeah, he did put them aside when they kind of realized, hey, you know what? We're stabilizing this game. And now he's ready to go back and look to finish that.
Cheer up. Getting closer and closer to 25. But all of this game, it feels like the pressure, it has to be Watson playing it perfectly. Potentially could get to some Rapier territory very early in this game too.
I think it has to.
It might get to it soon.
Watson. They need some sort of like crazy, like break the game, jump up in power, because
the issue is that he just dies in a stun.
They can get on top of him rather easily right now. And not a huge amounts of ways to stop that.
No.
Really, right from the lineup. Like how do you stop
Nightmare save.
LGD collapsing onto your SF?
It's really just a Nightmare save, right? You have to just protect him with that.
Sure, try and find some way for him to get the BKB and Requiem off to push them back. It's definitely not easy. Not easy at all to protect the SF at this point.
Because they do have heals. I think maybe Wind Waker for Soxa also potentially could be the next choice. Excuse me. Because they don't have a nullifier, if I'm not mistaken, right?
On LGD, no.
Yeah, they don't have one. So the Wind Waker could be pretty huge if Sox is able to get that to at least bail Watson out of the next few situations. But I do think Watson queues it up. It feels like this is getting to the point where he's going to need a Rapier. You get the catch on Whisper. DM goes
He's going in!
He feels tanky. I mean, he has 6,000 HP.
He's got quite a bit of HP. Song, what do they want to do with this? Looks like they just want to run.
Yeah, run away from that Flesh Golem. Not the longest of cooldowns now at this point with the Octarine, but still cooldown for sure. Constricting the map up to a 10k lead, starting to get big pickups. That's that refresher for Whisper. Crazy farms. 10k ahead for the Naga, 5k ahead for that Darkseer. You said Tai Lung, he's starting to slow down a little bit here, but he is still a Storm Spirit, so as long as he gets the catches.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much that's all his job is right now, just zipping in, getting this Aghanim's Vortex off. And he sort of identified that as well. That's why he did get the Ags at this stage in the build, right?
I really like that he went the Greaves this game. I think that actually salvaged a lot of the problems in this early game, because otherwise bottom Whisper would have died in that early whole situation that happened. So I do love the build that he's gone for this game.
There we go. They're going to go for the smoke. It is into the remnants of the Aegis. Still a minute left on that of Tai Lung.
Trying to catch them off guard here, perhaps.
The Yandex, they do know that they have to try for a risky play right now. The game is falling away from them.
Tai Lung has a regen, though. They can't quite go for him. He has Aegis anyway. KJ gets
just going to drop everything on the tree.
Might even get the second support here, Theo.
BKB and a Shadow Blade. If he can find somewhere to charge, he might not even need to charge out. In fact, he's thinking about running back at them.
They gotta deal with the lanes. And you get a charge off. He gets it onto Malady. Kira.
Gonna catch him.
Pull.
Illusions are in and the vacuum again! The wall's down pretty much onto the floor. The Whisper catches them with the wall. The song's there. They can now surround the remaining 3 members and very likely kill them all.
BKBs.
Tylung's gonna keep his distance. Chira Jr.'s gone. Tylung running away here as he surged up. The BKB's gonna come to an end soon for Watson and DM. As Watson, he's gonna die, hexed up. They've got the SF. They can move over potentially the DM. Okay, now he managed to TP out. So DM will survive, but 4 of them dead. They tried to get out and look for a fight, but as you can see, LGD, they're not scared of Yandex now.
Tylung gets the perfect grab there. They get the song as well to just reset positioning. The BKBs come out, but the fight's already over at that point.
Time to do the damage. They get the jump in with the X. DM gets caught. A lot of HP, but not enough to survive LGD.
Oh, and it looks like they have done it in this game. The timings, Yandex, they did not get to hit them. They do have buybacks.
See how many they're forced to use. Buyback comes out from Saxa.
Tylung's doing so much
damage. But these buybacks
now.
are so scary as well. Could you step up? They'll probably jump and hex you again.
Tylung.
Gonna hex onto Tylung.
Whisper's here, though.
He's again gets the 3-man magic!
Every single time.
Into the vortex! Whisper does it every single time! My goodness! What a redemption story from him. From feeding his brains out to the SF in the lane to carry the game and maybe getting a rampage against a triple kill. They're going in for more. The game's over. GG's called. Whisper has the last laugh.
That was so impressive. What a recovery from them. Punishing the over-aggression early from Chira, getting those early kills, buying the Greaves on the Storm. These are really clutch plays.
I mean, this is insane. This... Game 1 and Game 2, they got absolutely destroyed. And then the beginning of Game 3, it couldn't be any more demoralizing for them. The SF, Watson, he was like, what, 8-0-3 in the lane?
He was. They had the answers, they get the catch, and they do it in their style. Like we said, Tylung, he's not playing a Largo. He's not playing the Slardar.
No.
He's playing his
He
Storm
was able
Spirit.
to pick it up, but as I say, stars of the show, really, for me, it's Whisper. I don't think I've ever seen someone have such a rough lane and then just be able to come back into the game with the impact that he had. Every single vacuum was hitting 3 heroes. In the end, he was dropping walls, he was hitting 4 heroes.
He was preventing everything. Like, he was preventing the saves, too. I saw multiple times Malady or Saxa walking up to either, drop some type of heal or get anything off. They would get vacuumed in, and that's not what you want to see when you're a Coddle or Bane. You just get caught. Yeah, Whisper, absolute beast performance.
Yeah, that was one of the best Darkseer performances I've seen in a while, which, the contrast, right? It's like, you would never have guessed where this was going from after what happened at the time. Whoa, it's stepping up maybe to be quite a grand finals as LGD, they're able to get this Game 3 win. It's 2-1 with Yandex having the lead, but LGD starting to fight back hard.
I mean, that's exactly why we heard Saxa just moments ago talk about you can't get too over-eager in a grand final, even if you are 2 games up, because sometimes you just let your opponent, Whisper specifically, get a Darkseer, and unfortunately, it's all over. But this is what we loved about the LGD draft. You don't factor in draft integrity necessarily, but a play-to-hero combo, what they're able to do, and when I look at it, it just screams like the perfect LGD-specific draft.
You gotta be ready for the gameplay, because when it definitely did look like Yandex, they slowed down at some moments. They were caught slipping, and LGD, they made full use of this. We have a lot of team fights. You can even see it here. It's just like they find these exact moments of like nice spell layering, and I think Yandex definitely they dropped their focus in this game.
It was kind of also interesting to see LGD adopt a very kind of defensive mindset going into a Game 3 after praising them on the aggression. When you look at the heroes, the Tree, the Naga, Siren, Darkseer, all of them just kind of want to shove wave, chill, let the game breathe, and then once they see the counterplay potential, then they will pounce and collapse through their kiting. So it is cool to see LGD has a kind of another way to win a game, and what a time to show it in a Game 3 when you're about to potentially be eliminated and give Yandex the win.
It's also ridiculously hard to come back on a mental level from when you're getting stomped this hard. Like, they died in that safe line about 100 million times to Shadow Fiend Bane. This is the fattest SF I've ever seen. He was morbidly obese, and they're still able to sort of chill and vibe and come back in a situation that is like, it's so hard to actually retain your stability.
He was 4K, the SF. just before 7 minutes. Like, if that doesn't paint the picture of how OP it felt that this SF was going to get throughout the game, I don't know what does.
No, he was level 7 when Whisper was level 4. It's
and a half.
Sure, you know, we'll drop in the half because it does matter. But like the thing is, overall, like you need to keep your cool on all the players in that lane that are getting trounced, and also the rest to be like, okay, let's not over-rotate to the lane. You're doing, you know, it's not going too well, but we'll make up for it later. You need to have that trust. And like Quinn is saying, also, it's not just that this game wasn't going well. They're also down 0-2 in the grand finals. Like to stay clean in that moment is not an easy feat.
Now, admittedly, yes, it was really good for the safe lane of Yandex and really tough for the off lane of LGD. But one lane that has been so consistent, win or loss for the side of LGD, has been Tai Long. You gotta be honest, he has been bringing it to CJ, and I think that ultimately that is what enables a Darkseer off lane that's struggling to be able to get back into a game and then win it.
Yeah, it's honestly incredibly impressive. This is a very hard lane for Storm. It's a very favorite lane. No, it's like, it's absurd. The amount of times I've seen Storm win the lane against Death Prophet, I can count on no hands because it's never happened. And he just straight up solo kills him. What is this? This is insane. This does not happen. This Tai Long kid is absolutely in the Unreal Zone right now. This is, and especially when you're down 2 games like this, to be like, you know what, I don't care that we're getting stomped in this series. I'm going to solo kill him every single game. It's actually absurd. Mad props to this kid. He is a clutch man.
I mean, you need these factors because like, with the Death Prophet as well, it's like if you give Death Prophet the early game lead, if she's able to start taking over the game, like she's going to whittle down your tower, she's going to break the map. She ended the game with like 3,400 building damage on a Death Prophet. Like you're meant to have like 10,000, if not 15,000. You're meant to be this like one that breaks the map. All the highlights that we've seen, tier 2s were up at the clutch moments of the game. Like there was no progression from Yandex because Tai Long in the mid lane getting that 1 kill, and also then CJ's entry to the game after that solo death in the mid lane, he didn't really enter the game with confidence. We have been seeing this a couple of times with Death Prophets where they kind of think they can do these aggressive moves, they get hit with a quick kill or quick death, and then they disappear from the game. That's exactly what happened with CJ. We just did not see him with his like, what was it, 10 to 15? He died, what, 3 times or something? Back to back to back. It was, yeah, pretty game losing, at least for Yandex, in regards to the momentum and gifting a potential comeback for LGD.
Especially too, like, he's the last pick of the draft. He's first of all, he's good against Storm mid, and his hero, it doesn't answer Naga in the game, like, at all, which means you need your game to be good to like continue the game.
I mean, it's like even here, right? The fact that you're taking this top tower, but you're not playing on the left side with your Undying, you're playing on the right side, like you're also hugging the tree line, inviting that aggression, and then like moments later, like you're running into the enemy jungle, sure, you're utilizing the Undying and the Coddle, but it doesn't really feel like there's these big moments of brilliance for Yandex. And yeah, here's the kill here that I was trying to reference here, just kind of by himself in no man's land. It just wasn't the most powerful statement Death Prophet game, where on paper it was meant to be like the perfect pick, you know, shut down the Storm, take the towers, play through the Undying. CJ just kind of unfortunately kind of buckled under the pressure, I think, of, you know, the brilliance of Tai Long.
I think that also what props up the Naga Siren pick even more, right? I've liked it when we've kept Yuma's hero pick a little bit later in the draft, when it is something that no one else is really picking in the meta. But on top of that, what has been failing LGD in the last 2 games is they have to go all in when it comes to team fight, and you need to ensure that you're getting the numbers advantage as quick as possible. At least with this Naga song and how we see them use it so often, it isn't necessarily, oh, we're gonna set up to win the fight. It's, we've engaged, now we want to disengage, and they're able to get such significantly better team fights throughout this whole game.
It's just Naga was definitely like the best pick of this draft, I think, overall for LGD. And it is very good against Yandex overall, but especially in this game. Like, you know, Bane, it is ultra hard to play this hero. Even like DP and SF, especially Undying. Like, sure, you can do well in the lane, but in the game, none of these heroes really interact with you that much. So I think LGD, they just found very good hero picks for themselves, and they found themselves a good comeback.
Yeah, I will also say the Dota Plus win % counter, while that thing is not always correct, it always means something. And the fact that even while LGD is down like 7k gold, it says like maybe 40% chance of them. Those are ridiculous numbers. And I think it says something about the individual matchups, like you said, right? The comfort on LGD. It's not just the comfort. They have really good core-to-core matchups. Naga Siren is great against SF, and Darkseer is also amazing against SF. So as time passes, this SF will not carry the game, and he's the only bro who's like, look at these numbers. This is not normally. Normally it'll be like, I don't know, 80, 90% for one team with a lead this much this early in the game. That says something about your hero matchups.
They knew that my boy Whisper on this game, like, it's not, first of all, it's not normal that you go 0-5, which is, You don't want to have this happen. It's okay. But the thing is, it happens. Most importantly, what is, the actual important thing about this game is the fact that you can stay in it and understand what you need to do to come back. Because 1 in 5, 8 minutes, this SF, like Quinn already said, he was the fattest guy we've ever seen in like a game like this, at least on Shadowfiend. But they keep their cool. They understand how to fight. He can end this game 7, 6, and 15. And overall, I think even like stats aside, his spellcasting was insanely good in the mid to that game. He did have one oopsie where he tried to vacuum on a song, which, we will forgive him.
Yeah, he now
forgive
knows.
him.
He knows it's been patched out.
He knows now, after doing it the one time, but just understanding and keeping your cool, and I think playing it through like this is just incredibly impressive.
Did he have anything less than a 3-man vacuum?
Not at the end.
No, I feel like anything 40 minutes onwards was like...
They were big vacuums.
Yeah, I mean, he had like the casual chasm as well to be able to like hit these bigger vacuums as well. I think Whisper, at least in this grand finals, you want to see him on a hero where you go, okay, his hero versus that core, you are like the outplay potential. Of course, with Batright, it makes sense. You're always going to have the lasso against any BKB hero. Darks into SF, like I kind of want to have that value. Like even the Timber in the lower bracket, like it made sense. It was a last pick. So as much as we're praising Yuma and having a later pick position, I think having Whisper as well, have some information on his hero is a good formula to enabling the fight into Yandex and potentially mounting a comeback in the grand finals.
I also don't know if you guys saw, but there were 3 baubles on the tier 4.
I did, yes.
I swear to God that without the game yesterday, there would have been maximum 1. Like my bros were gearing up for the late game if it, had gone there.
I mean, they had the draft right. You got Storm to skip waves, you got Naga to skip waves. Like if they wanted to have, the fear of ending it, they could have made this game last a little bit longer, but luckily they knew when and how to close it out, which is something that we have been questioning for LGD in some of these kind of longer games. But this time, they smelt the blood and they went, no, this is our way to win.
With all that being said, though, I think it's really easy when you win one game to get a little too high on yourself.
Yeah.
And I think you have to bring it back down to earth and understand that, hey, guys, we got raffle stomped in lanes. And if they played a little bit cleaner...
Well, not Tailong.
Not Tailong. The other 2 lanes got raffle stomped. And that's a problem, especially if in next game Yandex has a draft that scales better, right? Imagine if they can just sit on their haunches and it's fine, and the graph says something very, very different. Then this is a sure loss. You can't have lanes like this. Keza said earlier, but that is a real problem. And so whether it be gameplay or draft, but this is not something that can be a repeat occurrence. So it's not all fun and games. You've got 1 win. You're still on the brink. You need to win 2 more games in a row, and so you have to lock in.
The benefit of that is they are having a longer break, right? We give them that longer break between game 3 and game 4. And I do feel like there is an advantage that when you win that game 3 and it is that longer break there, going into game 4, you're resetting a little bit when you're more aware of, okay, yes, that was an amazing thing, but you actually have more time than normal to bring the adrenaline levels down to what feels like the appropriate amount.
But also, sorry.
No, good.
I was going to say the same argument can be made though for Yandex, right? As much as it's great for LGD to like reset the ability to not be overhyped, for Yandex, like they can just go, guys, in this game, our lanes crushed it. This mistake, now we lose. So all they have to do is iron out that one mistake through a conversation. Is it through CJ and like the way that he's playing into Tailong? If he's getting solo killed, 2 out of 3 games in the mid lane, bro, just chill. You don't need to play up in the one. Let your ego sit down. Like you don't have to kill him now. Like just hit some creeps. Like there's some conversation they can have themselves in this break, and then we get to see Yandex potentially, crush another early game that they have been doing quite reliably.
Yeah, and I like also what Saxa said earlier. Like you can't get ahead of yourself. You're up 2-0. Obviously now they're not anymore, but I think the game, it felt a little bit casual with how they were itemizing and also like moving and playing a little bit. And I think at the same time, you made a very good point. I think that Yandex should look at maybe scaling a little bit more again, like, a potential earlier Invoker, or like looking more at the map play again that they had before, because I think that worked very well. It bit them a little bit in the ass in this game that they didn't, but it was also very much paired with not the best gameplay.
Why not look at supports that could rotate and help CJ a bit more in the mid, or at least shut down Tailong a little bit? Because when I look at a Bane and a Coddle, I wasn't really seeing this massive support towards the Death Prophet to be able to take advantage of a Storm Spirit that was looking to solo kill.
I mean, I'll be honest, CJ's got to pull his own weight. I don't think any of these games are on his supports.
I
feel like
that's not what I'm saying either.
No, but I think honestly, he dies at level 5 solo kill to Storm. Like that's before people are even rotating. You're rotating generally around the 6-minute rune mark. Before then is occasional, but it's very situational based on the game. I think his supports are honestly playing totally fine in this game, and it's not about the heroes either. I think CJ has gotten solo kill multiple times now. This is a recurring issue, and it's not a heroes thing. He just needs to I don't know, wake up a little bit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do we draft to compensate for that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
If you're meant to win tournaments, the player has to identify his own mistakes and be able to fix them without needing like a draft change, an identity change. It literally is on CJ to go, I would love to win Blast Slam, and to do that, I just need to play it better, cleaner, 6 minutes.
It could also just be like it can be somewhat simple in a way where I think his deaths come from him like overplaying, or even small mistakes like being too low HP. It happened in game 1 with the Monkey King versus Largo. Now in this game, he's playing DP versus Storm. He is winning the lane, but eventually he finds himself in a moment where he's like, I need to kill this guy. You don't need to kill him. You're winning the lane. You have your pick for a reason that can take the tower. Play for that.
Yeah, I think that mentality is honestly, like, I do see it in this clip. He has 3 points in Siphon when he dies. That is not normal. Generally, the skill build in this lane is 3-0-2 because you want to push the wave in whenever you have ulti and you can attack the tower. That's what it's about. It's about the slow chipping down. And this like getting too hungry for kills thing is very, very common whenever you feel pressured in some way. Like I don't know, he might have a chip on his shoulder because he's gotten solo kill before and he's like, I need to prove it in some way, or I need to get the momentum going. T said it a little bit earlier, but I think there's some truth there that like this skill build is wrong and the way he's playing it is a bit wrong, and it's just, I don't know, it's just a little bit off.
Well, it appears both teams need to come down to an appropriate level of adrenaline, or whether it is just having a level ahead there for themselves, because we're going to be having a game number 4 in our grand finals just after this break.
Welcome to Dungeons & Dota, a roleplay campaign that I wrote set in Dark Reef Prison. I'm going to take your favorite players through my story and see what ends up happening. Can't wait. Thanks for watching. Welcome to my table. You're going to be playing Dungeons & Dota today. It's been months since the Siltbreaker incident, but the damage cut deep and continues to impact the daily workload of Dark Reef Prison. You were hired to stand here at the base of these steps, right in front of a magically bound podium where a supposed extremely dangerous megalomaniac slithers around, so that's what you're going to do. But not actually, because that's not what you were hired to do. You were hired actually by a mysterious second person who claims that the supposed extremely dangerous megalomaniac is actually innocent. And you're being paid a very attractive amount to help break them out of Dark Reef Prison. Now, who are our heroes?
Untitled Hunter.
And standing beside the gargantuan Leviathan is our second mighty hero.
X to battle!
Behind you, you can hear Lady Red River moving about her cell. The podium she stands on is surrounded by a spell barrier that's fortified by thick metal chains connecting to each corner. Each chain is wrapped in a magical glow that hums, keeping the Naga trapped inside. Right there, at that arch at the bottom of our map, you see a brown bag slide through the metal grate where lunch is usually delivered for your captive. This is the artifact that you were hired to bring to your client.
I go here with my magical axe and I call him Shablau. That's the roll.
Yeah, 20, roll a little d20. 20?
20. I destroyed
Holy
it.
shit.
I destroyed the chain.
You're a plus 20. What is that? You roll 7. You get your big axe out. You chop it down. The chain, like the magic doesn't even resist it. Like it just disperses instantly. Your axe is way stronger than anything that it's ever been up against. 1 down. So you hit a 7.
Yeah.
You ravage. I mean, it's fine. It's ravage. It's an AoE spell. How does it miss? How does it possibly miss? It's just a tentacle. So it works. And these both break.
I'm gonna throw it.
How are you gonna throw it?
I'm gonna throw it with my hands.
What
And
are
you
you
can
gonna
go get it for me. You're swim. You're a fish. I want help.
Sure, I'll come help you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna mount on the tide. And I'm going there to break it. 20.
What the?
Respect.
I just. That's how you do it.
The magical barrier starts to break. You kind of see it disintegrate. Lady Red River is free, and she comes up. She says, "Quickly, hand me the scepter." And as she clasps it in her hands, she shines with a bright light as flames overtake her aquatic form. When you're able to see clearly again, you're faced with something far less regal and a lot more deadly.
It was a mistake, I think.
She speaks, her voice ringing across the battlefield, commanding. Finally! I wield the power to destroy Dark Reef Prison from the inside. I must focus my power on spreading my flames to destroy the integrity of Dark Reef. Do as you were hired to and protect me until it is complete. How do you feel?
I feel fine. She's super powerful and she's our teammate. X good. She's not gonna kill us.
She's gonna kill everything else.
And we
She's
got
gonna
paid.
destroy everything else.
So you're gonna have a bunch of enemies start to come through the doors. 4 guys.
More fishes. Your brothers.
Some more
Betrayed them.
guys. One over here. A couple more guys.
I don't want to do this. We're not gonna fight. We're gonna unite each other, and we're gonna get the ways of production and have a healthy life for everyone. Look, I didn't want to do this. I swear to God. I'm sorry. And then I call them, and I start spinning my X. I call all of them that are in my range.
Okay. How?
I think it's just one.
I have agony, so my call is stronger. 20. It's over.
Okay.
My guy doesn't like fighting. X said.
I want you to do like a little pathetic fall for us.
I'm gonna kill you.
When the second one hits you, that makes 3 attacks total, and that causes you to spin, and you're gonna spin for damage. Roll it.
Please. Nice.
Dude, are you cheating? Like, actually, can I like? Oh! You hit the most devastating spin of your life. You spin so extremely freaking fast, you create a goddamn whirlwind of pain and blood.
Do you have one or
Going to do it? 20k net worth at minute 28. You are not allowed to be alchemist.
Oh.
Cannot be alchemist.
That was very passionate.
Yeah.
Not alchemist.
Not out.
With the players that we have, it's like above 50%.
I think only slightly.
Slightly above 50?
Yeah, because I think there are some really good carries, but there's also a realm which, like, what if offlane?
But like Shadow Fiend and Lone Druid, like they naturally generate gold.
A lot.
Once, like if they go untouched in the early game, they will just pop off, right?
But I also think if you're letting it through, you're more likely to shut it down.
I will say yes. Personally, above 50%.
60? Okay. There it is. We can lock in the 60.
Looking in 60. With such a beautiful Game 3 win going the way of LGD, it does mean we have a game number 4 here. It's sitting 2-1 in a best of 5, and I can promise you, the exhaustion right now is definitely being felt by everyone in the LGD camp. I mean, they've already had to go to a game number 3 in their lower bracket finals played earlier today. And ultimately, T, this has been one of the toughest and most grueling Blast Slams that we've had. Normally, yeah, we've had single elimination best of 5s, but double elimination, the amount of best of 3s everyone's having to play in a day, it feels like it really is non-stop, especially for LGD.
No, I'd argue this is probably the hardest one. Just the fact that, like you said, that the elimination in the group stage, knowing that a couple mistakes there, a best of 1 loss could just get you out of the tournament, then having to fly over, playing this double elim, like at any minute the teams, they just keep leveling up, keep understanding that the tournaments and the heroes are progressing. Our top 4 teams also have very unique hero pools, so it's not as if it's like other tournaments and other patches where it's like, these are the 10 heroes, guys, we battle for 5 of them, and then we play Dota. Like, this is really a unique position every single draft, and I think it is a real test of both teams, and then the winner is like, it is rightfully deserved.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think this is a spicy one, because very quickly, whenever you go from 2-0, you drop 1 game, okay, whatever, it's just 1 game. You lose that second game.
It's
okay,
real.
now it's like, okay, well, it feels like you're behind. because you had an advantage and you lost it. So even though technically you're even, you had something and you lost it, and everybody knows what that feels like. It feels like you're worse than when you started. And I think that definitely feels that way for Finals 2. And so I think this fourth game holds a lot of weight and a lot of pressure because when you lose, it really shifts the psychological situation into LGD's favor. And while it may be around even, I'd say now, even LGD favored, that win, especially on this break match, I think gives you time, not just for the winning side, but for Yandex side, when you lose and you're kind of soaking in that loss, it can mess with you a little.
Especially also like if you're like LGD in this scenario and you're down 0-2, your emotions and your feelings, they will sometimes play like a trick, and it's like, can we not beat them? Are they just like better? Is there no way? And suddenly you do make it happen for whatever reason. Maybe you played better, maybe they dropped the ball. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But you can kind of like get rid of those emotions and you can kind of feel well and have actual confidence without like, having to fake it, because it's very real. Like these things happen sometimes when you get in your own head, because Dota is already, it is such a mental game. Like it was literally said like, 10 years ago by Nota, and this quote is incredibly true. It will never be different playing this game. It is so much of a mental game, and then also you just obviously need to press the buttons, but it's just hard.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to make it to a grand final, no matter whether you came from the upper bracket or the lower bracket. But to keep your cool, to keep persevering through it, and for both of these teams, they have not lifted a Blast Slam trophy, right? We've had winners in the form of BetBoom, Tundra multiple times, Liquid earlier this year as well. But Yandex at Blast Slam 5, they made it to a grand final against Tundra, and they got 0-3'd, right? It was not even close when they played it there. And I was expecting this to be the complete inverse when we see them make a grand finals again, a 3-0. But yeah, that one game slip up T, maybe it's enough of an opening for LGD, South American roster, to come along and lift that trophy.
I mean, I think a lot of the fans are kind of wishing that. Everyone wants to see the reverse sweep, especially in a year of competitive Dota that has been dominated by European teams, both Eastern and Western. When you look towards Yandex, if they win this tournament, they'll be like the second most decorated organization in the year. Like, these teams are winning. LGD, they're kind of sitting on the sidelines like, we want to be part of the club. We want to be there too. Like, especially with TI.
Let me in.
Exactly. And they still have to play TI qualifiers. That is like still the scariest thing. Like, imagine being other South American teams and fans right now, hyping up LGD in this moment, but then realizing, oh, we have to still play them in like 2 weeks' time in TI qualifiers. Is just, a really just important tournament for both of these teams.
The other thing about being 2-0 up in a grand finals and then losing a game is you have to make adjustments for the first time, Quinn. And this is where I wonder how much of a knee-jerk reaction is Yandex going to have in a draft when it comes to bans, because they've always focused on taking out the Whisper Batrider, but now he has such a display on Darkseer. Do they react in that regard? Not necessarily to the first phase, but also ensuring that he doesn't get any other comforts that have garnered him success at Slam 7.
I hope not. I think the Batrider should be permabanned for the entire series. Absolutely no chance you give this hero. I think part of the reason why the Darkseer is so good in the games it's looked is because he's picked it against Shadow Fiend and he's picked it against Drow. Two heroes it's amazing against. It's not the kind of hero you can be blind picking. Whenever that hero gets counterpicked, it's really rough because not only do you have the bad lane, but you have the bad game too. And so I think you just need to be a little more careful about how you pick the Shadow Fiend in particular, because Whisper has shown he is, even with the worst laning phase you can imagine, he still owns. So that says something about that matchup, that maybe it's too bad that we need to be careful about when we pick it.
Yeah, I feel like the adjustment, at least for LGD, is try and replicate what you just achieved, right? Like, sacrifice a support or someone else early in the draft. Give Whisper information, then enable the counter pick through that. If Yumif can find a Drow or some hero like this to kind of progress the draft, perfectly fine as well. But I really feel like Whisper, he is the key to winning this grand finals, and you want him to have those lane matchups. Sorry, game matchups, because clearly lane matchups don't mean anything. Apparently not. But game matchups, that's what I care for Whisper.
The only thing, or like a hero that we haven't seen too much in this grand finals that I wonder about is the Bird. I think CEST has not been, so he's not been picked. I also don't really remember if he's been overly banned in the series either. And I think if you're looking at like maybe, so you can't really ban the Darkseer, which means you probably don't want to like really pick a range hero, because like Quinn said, that's when they pick that hero. So maybe looking at more of the melee carries, or even saving Watson's pick for later. Maybe that's what they're looking at.
He has not been banned, just to put your mind at ease there, so you're not imagining or forgetting anything, Keza. You're still fully on top of all of that. But we're going to get on top of our game number 4 draft, because I want to see if there's going to be a conclusion to this grand final. ball is very much in Yandex's court here with the fact that they lose the previous game, number 3, and they have to think to themselves, where are the adjustments going to be made? They are going to have first pick, so it puts them in a slightly more comfortable position because at the end of the day, whatever deemed OP hero is let through, they're going to get their hands on it.
Yeah, keeping the bans consistent, I like it. None of those were not the problem. That game. Yep. Also, if you look back at that game, you're up like $1 million gold. They probably are looking at that game saying, "We just messed up. The draft is fine." I think is honestly, and I think that's kind of how they should take it. I do think the one adjustment is scale is good. Neither one of these teams is playing that fast, and so if you have the comfort of being able to sit back and chill a little bit, and you don't need to push the tempo, I think that's to the benefit of both teams.
And an LGD
paste.
What, the Darkseid ban? Okay, they do bat and Darkseid ban. That is cool. That is a lot of respect. Again, we've been hyping up Whisper, saying that he's kind of like the X factor for LGD. Yandex, in their extended break, clearly have come to the same conclusion.
Put him on the Snapfire.
I mean, that is kind of like, you go down the pecking order, right? Like we saw that wonderful graphic. There are some pretty cool options still in play for Whisper. But LGD, right? The Treant ban, I believe of course, they hadn't done it in game 1-2. That's because, of course, Yandex played it. So they are putting a lot of stock on this hero. 3 games, 3 wins so far in the grand finals.
It also goes again to think that what Yandex should be thinking about, or likely are talking about, is to keep Watson on his range type heroes, which is, he just shines on them, whether it's the TA, it's the Drow, or it's the SF. Because of course the Darkseer is connected to a respect to Whisper, but also because it counters the type of heroes Watson wants to play.
Am I missing anything? Where it's like, if LGD don't ban Drow, Yandex just takes it. And if they ban Drow now, Yandex can just take KES, the hero that has been picked unbanned so far in the finals. Is there an additional hero that I'm missing here?
I mean, there's Puck. If you pick KES, then you're probably getting Puck responded. And then it's a matter of if you want to play that game. It's been banned. Has it been banned all games, just at different stages?
The Puck?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's definitely a hero they're thinking about, just at different points. They actually banned Invoker. I really like this ban. I like it a lot. It's their best scaling hero. I think it's CJ's best hero, and it's also a hero that is okay to have a bad laning phase. And CJ has had a bad laning phase all 3 games, and so I think this makes sense, and it's a really good read. I like this a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of like an emotional read on the finals rather than like the strategic of what's the best hero for this, what's the best hero for that. It literally is, CJ, you're kind of struggling, boss. We'll put the pressure back on your side of the game 4.
No, I do agree, because we talked about, first of all, about his performance, and I think also like what Quinn mentioned with the scaling overall, and I think it is very true. Now the Darkseer ban makes even more sense. Darkseer is always and has always been a very good response. Doesn't matter if you carry Nature's Prophet or +5. Like against +5, it's even better. So yeah, I like this opener.
Now there's a Timber response though.
Oh yeah.
Against what is a core Nature's Prophet. So it's not like the other game they picked where they just see one Treant Protector and there's a Timber Saw and it's not quite the same thing. Now you see a carry matchup. Talked about how Whisper likes to have good game matchups. They are going to go for it. So it's juicy, it's solid, it scales well. Now it's not ultra one-sided. I think Furion is fine. It's not the end of the world, but Timbersaw is definitely good against Nature's Prophet. So this is a solid response.
Very much so. I would hope that LGD also protect himself in a different way, because he can go mid. I don't think he's a great mid hero, but you can still craft a safe lane if you want to. Mid Nature's Prophet can buy Urn into Vessel, and I believe CJ has played it once in his tournament. Obviously, it was maybe like also reliant on, going up against a mid Viper, but just keep it in mind. It is important. Like at these stages of the game, you cannot take anything for granted. It's like, oh, this is a carry Nature's Prophet. Like be open to different ideas.
Yandex game 4, like other than the Huskar ban, like everything is like a read on the I guess Batrider as well, right? But like the Darkseid ban, now a Spirit Breaker ban. Like I don't think coming into game 1 we would have ever entertained at least Darkseid Spirit Breaker being a key set of bans that Yandex would be trying to utilize. But yeah, they are very much in like mode reaction coming into this game.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, we saw it from LGD in the past couple of games where they lose a game, the next game, they ban 2 of the heroes.
Oh yeah.
And now Yandex is doing a similar thing. And there can be validity there if you think they're crucial to LGD's like fundamentals. They need those heroes. Nothing else really works. But if they can find replacements, then you've set the bans on fire, right? So it's a question of, have you made the correct read that these heroes are really important for them, or are they just like another hero in the mix?
Did Melody ever play support Nature's Prophet on gaming?
Yeah, he can play it.
Okay. So that is at least a consideration if they find a carry. Of course, depending on the 4 position setup, that maybe Watson can utilize at the close of the second phase.
I think 5 Prophet is very weak against Timber. Like, even if you find a good carry, he's still kind of free farming in the lane.
I'm not picking the Prophet 5 to counter the Timber. It's more to make moves elsewhere. So when Timber is applying pressure to the carry, you're like ganking the mid, denying runes, blocking camps, killing carries.
I mean, you'll gain something by having a better carry matchup, but it depends, I think, what you're aiming for. It will not slow down the Timber, but it will give you tempo elsewhere.
There's that puck ban that you're talking about as well, Quinn.
Yep, very, very reasonable. It's a nasty hero. We've seen it a lot of times throughout this tournament. Even if you have counters to it, a lot of times those counters aren't enough. Aeon Disc, and I think especially the Aeon Disc and the Resurgence, people buying the item on puck, it's a really broken combo because you just can never burst him in any context. It's impossible. Unless you have Black Hole or Chronosphere, so yeah.
I guess just a support out of phase, most likely here for LGD.
Yeah, this Underlord ban is really specific. To me, that says they're banning for something on 16-17 because you're not banning Underlord for Timbersaw. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So there's something that they're picking up next that's not Bane. Whatever their 16-17 is, this Underlord is for.
Absolutely.
They potentially run back in like the Sven carry that we saw Yuma do. Like Sven carrying to Underlord, you don't really get to play the lane, it's just constant firestorms. The carry matchup into Prophet, like, I mean, he's also playing Naga Sirens and multiple other heroes that get countered by Underlord. So at least some of the more specialty heroes, this one Underlord ban kind of covers at least 2 to 3 heroes that I can think of.
I mean, it's also like when you see Prophet overall, actually no matter the role of the hero, whether it's 1, 2, or 5, usually illusion heroes definitely are ones that come to mind. You just mentioned the Naga, even if it's like a TB or something else. So we'll see a little bit more on the next double pick.
And I wonder what they're actually look for on 4. Everyone's been banning Coddle the entire tournament. Yandex just lost with it, and have they lost faith in it? That's the question. Sometimes it just takes one loss in these finals to be like, I don't want to play it. And that can mean a lot for the rest of the series. Now suddenly you don't believe in this hero, and when you start giving up on heroes, that means it's easier for them to ban. They can ban stuff that's more specific, instead of like, we have to ban this. That gets opened up, it can mean a lot.
There's always, he played the Rubik earlier. I don't know if you want to like do it yet. You know, you see 2 guys, it's okay.
What the Porpa?
Okay, so Prophet. I mean, we have forgot to consider the CJ mid-Prophet potentially. So maybe this Prophet was actually a 3-lane flex between,
we mentioned it,
or 3 roll.
It's true. Like, I just wonder now that I hope that LGD will like cover it, because you understand that it is an option and that it's likely coming out.
I mean, I think it's 4 Furion.
That can also be true.
Yeah.
It's a 4th lane.
Yeah.
A 4-lane Furion.
Because I think Neutral Prophet is really good against Bane in lane. Because normally Bane is like the Chad of fighting, but you've got these trees who fight him back. So you can actually, it's a hero that can fight Bane on the side, which is the hardest thing about this hero to deal with, is that you can't pull the wave, and he's really good at fighting the other support.
You need answers to this Naga. This hero is a problem.
Yeah, you guys put it together. You were saying the Underlord has to be a pre-ban for their 16-17, and Naga is one of those heroes that does not like to play into it.
Where can we go? I'm like, you need to look at some Naga counters, because the 3 heroes you have right now, they don't propose shit.
Okay, tell me what is a Naga counter? Without saying hero names, what needs to exist in a hero's toolkit to counter her?
You want to be able to play the map nicely and like have wave shove, and like also, I think AoE damage as well is nice. Like, you were looking at heroes like, I think Necro in the last game was also an option for them. I think it could be an option again for them this game on 18 if you want. Heroes like Lifestealer traditionally. You want heroes that can also like man up and fight and actually kill her and have easy access of killing illusions.
But with the Prophet and the SF, you are looking more towards either the mid lane or the off lane to do that. So it's like you want like the Leshes or the Underlords, the Beast in the old version of Ags where he was like OP AoE damage, right? Like, just so then you can rip through the illusions. Need to think what DM can play here. I mean, again, Doom's a great option. Guess what? First phase banned. Underlord's already gone. Is there another DM hero that actually likes to just beat the Naga Siren?
I'm not sure how Dawnbreaker is. It gives you some wave fix, but maybe you have issues killing illusions. Pangolier is not bad.
Yeah, Pango is good.
Necrophos is interesting. It makes their lineup weird again is the problem. They only have this one Clockwork who can do stuff, but it is great against Naga Siren for sure.
And I don't want Natures to be mid anymore. I think when Quinn said that this is a Saxa Prophet, I think this is where this hero should be. You need at least like 2 good heroes against Naga, and it's great if it's 2 chords.
Okay. Yeah, it was a great suggestion. This is cool.
And I think it does make a lot of sense. We don't know yet exactly where this is going. I would prefer if it goes mid, but if you want it to go mid, you need to ban for it to be able to go there. So you need to protect it. So if LGD can maybe find some picks where the Necro doesn't go there, you know, that could help them.
I mean, I just like the idea of it just going offlane into Naga Siren, just full free farm. I mean, it's going to be a little greedy, but You know,
it's fine.
I think it's like, yeah, the greed is fine. Like, we saw how the TA Doom side lanes were able to free farm. I think DM just buy your Radiance on one side, SF will farm with the clock the other side, and then you kind of create this like Nature's Prophet plus CJ kind of map movement where they can kind of enable each other whilst your greedy carry and offlaner farming. Like the Embers, etc. That's kind of what you want CJ to be on.
Yeah, I think the Viper bend sets up for it somewhat too. I mean, it opens up a lot of options. It's also really good against Necrophos mid.
Yeah.
One of the few heroes that can beat Necro mid. That hero's so stupid in lane. So it's opens up that possibility. And it's good against the Embers and things like that. I think regardless, you need some hero that makes moves or makes it a little bit easier for you to play on Yandex, because you've already got 2 blobby ranged heroes on SF and Necro. You cannot have another. It's too much.
The likes of Ember, I think, are just some of the best option.
Yeah, Ember's really good. I feel like it should be banned.
It should be banned, which means you need to look for another option.
Yeah, they're searching right now. I mean, like, there's like some weird, like, old stuff, like Pudge offlane, but it's kind of too bad against Timbersaw, I think.
Yeah, it's rough to play. Because there still is the world where the Necro like does end up going mid if they just feel like that getting this melee guy in the offlane who does well against Naga just like rounds out their draft like more nicely.
Do you know how Bristleback is in lane?
You pretty much free farm, but so does Naga in a way.
Does Naga free farm? Okay, that makes not good probably.
Feels like they've really drafted them into a tough position. It even has you guys a bit stumped.
It's like
it's more like we're assuming Ember's banned, therefore the what's next is the hardest part. But if LGD don't ban Ember, I think you're kind of like snap picking it quite quickly for him.
You can pick Brewmaster.
And then Necro goes mid.
Brew is decent. I would like that. You mentioned Pango before. I think he's always like a glue to a draft in some way.
Yeah, it should be Pango mid if you pick Pango. I do not think it should be Pango offline. I think any of those are okay. I think any of those are good enough. This Coddle ban is interesting. Coddle mid is also very... Okay. I mean, it's honestly... Man, their bans have been really deep cuts some of the time. The Zeus ban last game and now the Coddle ban this game, they're clearly like, they're still being very thoughtful. They're not autopiloting because this Coddle ban is like not like a normal ban. It's very much, we have Necrophos, Shadow Fiend. Coddle is great against that because he spaces you and slows you. So this is it's a rare one, but it's a cool one.
I mean, it's also the damage of LGD. Like, we are potentially going to see a repeat of the last game where it's like Naga has to play kind of the sides of the map. There might be a moment where Whisper gets shot down in lane, but then he can kind of recover a little bit. Like, we are seeing the same script of game 3 to 4. Of course, Taeyong will get last pick, so he'll get to see if it is Necro mid or not to at least try and find a counter pick. But LGD do need to be mindful. They cannot mispick Taeyong's hero. Their draft can come crumbling down. I think they've done a pretty good job setting themselves up to be comfortable, but they still need to get that kind of 5th hero to bring their draft a bit more to life.
Man, it's difficult. I can't pinpoint.
I think it's Brewmaster, Pangolier.
Yeah, Brew, Pango is fine. You mentioned Dawn, which I think is also okay.
It's a bit worse, I think.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's fine. It gives them the catch they didn't have last game, which is nice. You've got some bots, Necro fixing waves. You got Nature's Prophet fixing waves. So I think you have relatively enough wave clear.
Yeah.
Storm also was buying Lotus this patch, which is really good against Bane, and it's good against Naga Siren compared to like Manta or Greaves. I think it's pretty nice. So it's a good pick. There's nothing wrong with it. Ember's already banned, so is Puck. So the 2 hardest counter out, as well as Huskar and Viper. All of the stuff people have been responding to Storm with is gone. So it's not that easy to actually deal with this. And he's got 10 seconds. Okay.
I mean, Quap is good overall, I would say, for their draft. You don't seem too excited?
It's fine. Yeah, I think it's pretty good, actually.
Because, like, overall, when you have Naga, I think it's nice when people abuse the fact that you have good map state to actually kill heroes. I think Hoodwink plus Timber will get kills somewhere. Bane plus Quap or Hoodwink plus Quap also around the map can get some kills. You're not in too much threat of a Nature's Prophet ganking you, same with a Clock, and you should do well in the mid lane.
I am just looking at a Yandex lineup once again that their side lanes should farm. Like Necro to Naga, it's farming.
Oh, yeah.
SF to Timber, it is farming. Like the side lanes, they're clear. And for LGD, you're looking at Taeyong to bring that magic once again, to try and find a kill on the Storm Spirit, maybe to get some active runes and be gifted some assistance by his supports. But I think the Yandex, it's just chill. Hit your creeps, play your lanes, and then get into the game. Don't give LGD that comeback potential that you had in the last game. And then, of course, LGD. You gave Taeyong a last pick Queen of Pain. You didn't have much time for it, but you need to activate him because he is a lot of your life. Because, again, like I said, the side lanes, it is a bit of a comeback game for them for LGD.
if it's a repeat of game 1 or 2 or 3 for Tai Long, I don't think he needs to be activated. He'll do that himself.
Oh, he'll do just fine on his own, that's for sure. I mean, overall, I'm a big sucker for Naga. I think the hero is amazing, but in this draft, it is by no means as good as it was in the last game. Both Necro is very good, like one of the best. Storm also, as the game progresses, you're quite good. I would slightly lean on Yandex, but it also relies a lot on how the first 5 to 10 minutes go. Can CJ hold his ground? What can the supports do? Do they get off to a normal game because they need it?
Yeah, I'd say Yandex is slightly favored, but it's giga dependent on gameplay. So much can swing one way or the other. And I'd say Tai Long is in a position to run away with it again if he so chooses.
I mean, bro's gonna chill. He can't kill CJ, you know, for a third time out of 4 games solo in the mid lane.
Oh, let him cook, man. Let him cook.
I can hear the oil.
I feel like all of the LGD fans out there are definitely hoping that happens there. But more importantly, a man who is also approaching hour 10 along with our players on the side of LGD is their coach, Caps, who's joined with Raya.
I am here with Caps, and I'm so excited to have you here. It means we've gone further than we thought. It was looking scary. What was the main change? Was it in draw? Was it in playstyle? How did you guys make the comeback?
I think everything. I think we're adapting. I think Yandex is like this style of play that's different from every single team this tournament, which is really cool. Props to them. And like we didn't have a lot of time to prepare, so we're adapting mid-series. And like they have so many heroes that we have to accept some bad lane matchups. We survived last game. Let's see if we are gonna survive this one again.
And how much momentum do you feel like the team got from that last win? Like, did the morale just go right back up?
I think enough. If we are to win the series, I think this is what we needed. Start of the game, it was looking grim, and we managed to come back from it. Even I was very low energy at some point already because I'm tired, but I got the boost, you know?
Now we're right back in it. Now tell the fans at home, are we tying this series up?
I hope so. I think we are.
Hell yeah. Let's see how it goes.
Thank you very much there, Alex and Caps, getting ready for this Game 4 here in the Grand Finals of Blast Slam 7 between Yandex and LGD. LGD making quite the comeback in that third game here to hold it now 2-1, of course, still in favor of Yandex. They just need this one win to try and close this series up and take the championship title, Yandex. But can LGD push them to a Game 5? We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, because it's time to get into Game 4. So Game 4, Fog.
Hell yeah.
What do you want to go for with the drafts? We're seeing some similarities from both sides, in particular from the two carries.
Yep, the two of them. So the change-ups are that I feel like both teams have kind of changed the way that they're looking to go and just transition into the late games. I think both teams have great late game. If we do get to that point, even if they're on even footing, it's not like one team's like, oh my god, we're super far behind by any means. I feel like this one does have the potential to go to this like 50-60 minute mark, which would be pretty cool. However, I will say the thing that Cap was saying is some concerns perhaps for the lanes, right? There are some counter picks that we did see them do the switch up. They pick the NP, the Timbersaw comes down, and then wham, they switch it to a support, and now it's a Timbersaw versus a Clock SF, which has destroyed these Timbersaws in lane. However, we've seen the Timbers recover afterwards. We'll see how that goes. And I think this Necro pick, they're looking to have more answers versus the Naga Siren. Mid lane, though, Tai Long has had the edge in almost all 3 games. And this time he has a counter pick.
Exactly right. In this matchup, it's very clear to see opportunities to get early kills. So
I'm excited for
Jira
this
Jr. is
game.
going to have to be very careful in the laning phase.
I'm super excited for this game, and lots of different, I mean, there's a lot of stuns this time around, much more than last time. We did see Yandex running into some difficulties of holding heroes down. This time they do have the clockwork that will help. Not the most stuns, but they do have
4 bounty runes to start this off for Yandex.
Oh, God. Well, that's a fantastic start here.
Yep.
It's not like last game, though, where Watson already had 2 kills.
That's true. Would you rather play against an SF on a lineup that's got 4 bounty runes or an SF on a lineup that gets 2 kills before the beginning of the lane? Maybe you take the bounty rune one, honestly.
Maybe the bounty rune one, yeah, I think so.
That SF was pretty scary. I mean, one thing for sure, there's surely going to be no way that Watson gets the start that he got last time.
If they try to play the lane normal on the side of LGD, that might happen. But I don't think they want to play the lane normal. You just try to get what you can out of this lane as much as possible. And yeah, let's see how this mid lane goes. To Tai Lung, he has played this mid lane super well versus Chirag, killing him is it all 3 games? Killed him at least twice, right? He killed him in 2 of the different lane matchups, so that was actually very cool to see. And let's see how DM does with this Necrophos in the off lane playing versus Yuma. This one feels like it can apply quite a bit more pressure than something like an Undying in particular.
Sure. Even though like pressure was still applied last game, right? And Yuma showed on the Naga Siren. The pressure doesn't matter too much because he's, you know, as long as he's able to still have the time to recover, and he really did recover when he was able to hit the jungle and barely died, really, for the majority of the game as this Naga Siren.
The difference is, though, that Necro is a counter versus Naga as the game goes on all throughout, right? Rather than when Undying, it's not really a counter in any means versus a Naga Siren. It's some pressure in the laning phase, and then afterwards, Naga hard counters you. So this does feel like it's pretty different kind of strategy that we are seeing Yandex go for with this triple scaling hardcore as DM's Courier just walks in up and dies. Okay, whoops. Slip up there. Getting late into the night. 7-5 on the SF. It'll be complete free farm for Watson. It's nothing that this lane can do with the Hoodwink and the Timber Soul. So we'll see what the Theolacor wants to do with that. Since he can't play the bottom lane, let's see how much he's going to rotate on this Hoodwink.
Yeah, we'll at least keep control. Well,
we'll get the other one,
mid, but yeah, Tai Lung wasn't actually able to get up to the top one, so not really stopped that refuel coming in.
At least a 2-lane win that we are looking at for Yandex. Tai Lung, we'll see how he does in the mid matchup. As we said, should have the advantage over that Storm Spirit.
Chojin is doing pretty fine so far in the first few waves.
Yeah, doing quite nicely here.
And in these sort of games, how many levels are you taking in the dagger on the quad now?
Ooh, pushing it past, I guess like the 3rd point is the limit, right?
Yeah.
The 2nd point sometimes is the limit, we'll see. If Tai Lung just wants to play for kills, perhaps we're going to see more points on it, but we've been seeing people stray away from it, even in this matchup.
I was going to say,
even in this matchup, I've seen people just go scream.
Because I might be wrong, but I feel like this is kind of rare to see the quad lean back into the daggers. As you say, other quaps in the mid would completely stray away from them.
The worry is, when you do this build, if you do not win the lane,
dominate,
your recovery is quite horrendous, and also you will be put in a point where you have like level 1 blink in a lot of situations too, if you do go for like 3-1-4 or whatever it's going to be. So we'll see how Tai Lung does pivot and see how he does in the lane, because yeah, so far, he's missing so many CSO, and he just missed 2 under the tower for free. Okay, he does get that one, but he missed literally 2 for free and one was a range creep, so.
I'd imagine he's not going to put another point in the dagger, right? Because you're not winning the lane at the moment.
We'll see. We shall see.
Chiro Jr. is having a pretty chill time.
He is doing much better this time around, at least in his early start here. Watson, free farming. Necro, free farming. And Naga this time is feeling way more pressure in the lane than last time.
That is true. Like, this is barely getting any CS here.
And perhaps it's also the Nature's Prophet, not just the Necrophos, because I'm watching the Bane.
Yeah.
Like, KJ, usually Bane is a lane dominator, but versus Nature's Prophet, you can do absolutely nothing. The Treants just, they beat the crap out of you. Malady will be just fine. Looking to just mess with Whisper here.
Wait, who planted a tree?
That's an Acorn? Oh, it doesn't even have Acorn yet, so I guess it was just Malady.
Yeah.
Whisper. Cannot get too many CS. This laning advantage is pretty rough already here.
Yep. You know, last time they had to deal with kind of like an SF having a ridiculous start. This time they're going to have to kind of deal with everybody having a pretty good start.
And we do have to say, right, the Darkseer was a massively contributing factor into them having the counter versus the SF. This time around, it's a Timber. It's not the same type of means of...
Yeah.
You get better as the SF gets stronger. You can group up and just run with 5-man Ion Shell like we saw them do last time to come back and kill Chira. Timber is a very independent hero. You're playing for yourself, not for your team. But we will see how they do recover, because this is a pretty brutal start in the lanes here as they do get first blood.
Yeah, this bottom lane is going to be a pretty scary place to show your face if you're any of the heroes.
Whisper is pulling the wave, but Watson has his boots delivered at the same time.
Whisper's very low. He's got Timber Chain. Ami.
Oh.
Whoa, that was completely off, so Whisper will be totally fine now.
Watson will dance his way back.
Well, I said totally fine. Cogs are up.
Into the tier 2.
Get pushed under the tower. Never mind. He's not fine at all. Malady's got him.
Ronaldo.
All right. Well.
3K lead. And the mid lane
Yeah,
he did just fine. He did good in the matchup. Now they're looking to pressure him with the Bane rotations. But and the lanes are broken already at this point, and it's not in a good way for LGD by any means. They can't really stay in their lanes, so they're looking to just play around the mid to shut down the Storm, who has not been shut down. This is last game was a worrying start. This might be an even more worrying start.
I think you probably take the start of last game over the start of this one, I think.
Maybe they should give Watson 8 kills instead. Just kidding. But the thing is, though, is this time Watson doesn't have a massive kill streak either, where Yuma last time killed Watson and got like 1,300 gold from it, too. Yeah, this is, I mean, it's early days, of course, but...
Yeah, 4K lead at 6 minutes in. DM's going to get a crazy Radiance timing if this continues. They'll get Malady.
We'll get the kill.
There we go. Get themselves a kill on the board, LGD.
And just like last time, I do want to see, do not take the kills from the cores. Give them to every single one of these cores on the side of LGD.
That's the tower gone. 6 minutes in. DM able to take away the safe lane tower.
Oh, God. And we will use this metric because, you know, Quinn was mentioning it does make a difference a lot of times, that Dota buff, you know, that Dota plus thing that we do look at. The win percentage last time was pretty 50-50 the whole time.
This time it's like,
already like, guys.
It's like, yeah, guys, this ain't great. This ain't looking great.
It's a guys, they got Quiet Bounty, they got First Blood, and they've won all 3 lanes. Well, 2.5. Storm is 50-50-ish right now.
And they did try and see if they can maybe get a chance to jump Saxa there with Tylung swinging across, but Saxa knew.
They need help for theirs. Watson?
Yeah, they cannot let Watson get away with this.
TPing out, though. The only stun was used. Malady should be able to set up the kill onto him here. And claim their shrine. One positive.
The Knight to neutral.
Okay, that would have been miserable.
Delacourt gets the kill. So, they get something.
They get something,
but,
and they get their shrine.
The pressure, it's building up.
It's going to be there. And this time around, this is not a 4 Protect 1, like I was mentioning for Yandex. Last time, it was a 4 Protect 1 around Watson. This time around, 3 hard scaling cores, especially into a Naga Siren.
Bottom lane. Quick rotation with Chira Jr. sets up for Watson to take down King Jungles. 5K lead.
5K lead.
7 minutes in.
And they can't, like I said, they cannot rely on Whisper just coming in with crazy farm, with ion shells on 2 different heroes, being able to rely on him and him getting this wall of the SF too. So it's very difficult, a different type of archetype of game that they do have going on here to come back.
2 supports have just as much farm as LGD's position 1 and position 3. Not a great sign. No. Well, at least, you know, game 3 was basically LGD playing the game on hard mode. Now they're playing on like nightmare difficulty.
I was going to say insane difficulty. I like that one though.
Yeah, trying to recover this sort of start. So, but maybe that's where they flourish. You know, that's what they need. They need a tough challenge to rise up to.
This will be, I mean, it's early, as we said, but this feels like it's going to be the toughest challenge because it feels like the cores are, the Necro in particular, right? This kind of came out of nowhere since neither team has really looked at it or touched it in this series.
Yeah.
And now he's got it versus the Naga Siren.
He's going to get one of the quicker Radiances.
He is. And overall, yes, they have magic damage to go through, but it's going to take a lot of time. And these Necros, when they get these timings, we've seen them just have a clear separation. So Whisper is getting some time to recover, does have these stacks to go back to. And Tylung, he did get the regen. So this is pretty nice for him, at least to try to make an aggressive move. Can he go for DM?
I mean,
they're going to try.
He's not really going to have the mana to burst him.
He's got regen rune running.
That's not happening.
They're trying.
Sprout's going to stop King Jungles getting his hands on DM, though. Maybe they can get Saxa. Depends how much Tylung wants to dive for that. He's not going to want to dive at all. Yeah, it's too risky.
Too dangerous. Doesn't have the point in the Sonic Wave either from the skill build that he's had gone to go for. Yeah. And DM can just heal. They have triple Lotuses up there. Or they had triple Lotuses. 6K lead. Super early here. Watson switching the build a little bit here. As we're saying, he's going Mask of Madness this time around rather than looking for the pressuring items like he did last time. Probably just looking to farm a little bit more, right? Not feeling as much that he needs to get involved because they can kind of chill with this game. They scale very hard.
Yeah, all 3 cores happy to farm.
Yeah.
On Yandex.
Off the mark with the Bushwhack. Power Rune. We'll just get denied. Theo eating some cogs. Those hurt. What was it at last time at 10 minutes? Did it even get to 6K? Maybe it was 5 or 6K.
I think 10 minutes. I swear, I can check.
You can check for me.
Oh, no,
thank you.
Thank you. I think it wasn't this severe on the gold. 10 minutes? I know it was. It was
6K. Okay.
So
about the same.
Similar point, but as you say, this one looks more concerning because the lead is very much split across multiple elements of what Yandex have on their lineup,
and Whisper,
rather than all on the SF.
And Whisper's playing more of a selfish hero, right? He's not playing this team hero that's just going to run around and get all those kills as we're mentioning. And it's not a counter versus the SF the similar way as the Darkseer. Darkseer, S tier versus SF, Timber, kind of mediocre.
Should be able to punish Saxa.
They got him.
Little bit of a bonus there, very much needed for Yuma.
Especially Yuma, right? He is actually so far behind in this game compared to last time. Last time I feel like he was actually keeping up with the other cores. This time he is truly feeling that pressure from the lane. Whisper starting to do the ancient stack, so is at least going to have his net worth inflated massively here. But yeah, not the same thing. Cannot just Ion Shell people and run at them like they did last time to get the recovery. And DM, how's that relic looking? 400 away. It's not the absolute fastest, but pretty damn fast.
And not bad at all, especially when it's coming from like the off lane roll, right?
Yep. I like that we did see LGD, even though all of the game has, this early game has gone pretty disastrously. They did block out some camps, so they were blocking the Ancient, they were blocking the hard camp, or the medium camp, to be able to prevent that acceleration of farm from the Necrophos. Malady 6, Dealacor as well. Chira. In for an aggressive move, and Chira this time around, he's doing the same build. He's going for the Greaves, he liked it. This time, maybe not anything specific that he's looking to dispel, but just looking to play with the team. Bone Zip. He'll get the Arcane for it. And the Greaves overall, right, they do feel very good with something like Necrophos, so he'll be happy about that. The Chira is getting it, and yeah, it just works well with Unit Advantage. And there's that Radiance.
So DM's farm is going to pick up quite the bit, and looks like they want to try and connect with him with the smoke.
It does feel strong. Chira also does have the Arcane Rune to play around. See how hard they do want to dive. They're in.
They're going to go quite deep here for the dive onto Yuma. Hookshot as well from the side. Good cogs here to catch on the both of them. They can't save Yuma. He's gone. The sight comes down on a King Jungles.
And the cogs, they're hitting everybody. Malady.
GD.
They brought everybody to try to respond, but
Yandex
still
might be able to dive even more here.
Yeah, they've got to pop the glyph. Tai Lung. Careful.
Good cogs here from Malady.
And Malady's owning them.
And they'll kill Tai Lung's courier as well. That was the Kaya.
Oh, God. 7k lead. It's growing very quickly here. And Yuma dead again. He almost has the same network that's the Clockwork.
I mean, the support pretty farmed, but in tandem with obviously the carry being pretty poor.
What's GPM actually? 290? Wow, that is insanely low. I mean, they've put insane pressure on him in this game. Both of them very limited. KJ still not quite having the level 6 either. So most of this early game, it's got to play around Tai Lung. And speaking of Tai Lung, gets hit by the cogs.
Again, just Malady doing so much on this Clockwork. Set up for a beautiful lane for Watson.
Yeah, they're tipping him.
They're appreciating the Malady clock right now.
Let me get some damage numbers. I gotta see, is this Clockwork number 1?
Yeah, he's playing phenomenal. Even in that last game, right, where they lost, you got to remember how much Malady did for Watson in that lane when he was playing the Bane, right?
100%.
Malady on these Banes and these Clockworks, he's an absolute nuisance for LGD to deal with.
He's running the team fights. Like the Timber and the Quap run in, lose their entire mana pool. Even their health, too. It's doing so much damage because he is level 7 already at this point. They're smoking to try to catch something. They have the Fiend's Grip.
But finding the clock, it's not really what they want to find, and not really one that they can find. Malady very much prepared to deal with these sort of pushes and plays coming in.
They do not want to Fiend's Grip a Clockwork either. No. They might settle for him, but
if they get him under the tower, this probably feels kind of good.
Don't need the Fiend's Grip either. You can just go for the kill with basic abilities. Will they get out cleanly, though?
Alive. They'll finally get him, but now can they get away? Because indeed, time's been bought for the chase down to come in. The song's going to come out, but does not save King Jungles.
The song is pretty tiny at the first level. Can't even bail him out. Yuma trying to get involved to help the team, but that is just going to slow down his farm even more so here.
So they get the clock, but they lose the tower. They still lose the support themselves.
10k lead already. DM has bots, has Radiance. Sox has Vessel pretty much finished up, if I'm not mistaken, too, coming out in a second here versus the Timber.
And they're just completely broken out this lead, right? We saw last game, right? They kind of got this 5 to 6k lead and they could not advance it. Yandex, this time around, completely different story. 10k lead.
And this time, I would say that their draft, it has the potential to be the outscaling draft too if we get to like late game too. So
They're
doesn't
gonna
feel
try
like they're on a
again.
timer. Yep, they have to get something. They have to get a big core kill. It feels like to open up the map for Yuma. Yuma just has no space. Who can they find though? It's not easy targets to kill. Their damage is quite limited.
And they're
at this
super
point.
grouped up.
Watson has 2,000 HP. I don't know if you can go for him.
Doesn't look like they're going to find anyone. Maybe Chira Jr.? No.
Not an easy one either. They don't know where the clockwork is, so they can't just go for these blind Fiends good plays. It will just get canceled.
And they've got the runes secured here for Chira Jr. on the Storm Spirit. Top tier 2's gone, 16 minutes in.
This one is accelerating fast here. A 10k lead at this point. They've got the Vessel for Whisper already, too. KJ yet to find an angle for the Fiend script. Malady, he's scouting them. Long zip.
Straight on the King Jungles.
They do have the stun.
See if they can save it. They get the grip off. They're actually having a turn and kill Chira Jr., but the hookshot now comes in from Malady. They've got the root to hold him back. DM's turned up, though, and that's going to be the key to just getting out of here. They do not want to fight this Necrophos at the moment. Watson kills off Theolacore. They lose both the supports. Whisper's able to TP out. All
They do
things
get
said
one.
and done yet. Giving up your 2 supports, but getting the chance to kill a core.
They'll take it at this point. Give some
Something.
space. Yeah, it's something. Exchange of XP and gold is about the same, but Yuma gets some space, some breathing room to be able to hit some creeps, because he hasn't really been able to hit creeps this game. This might be one of the lowest net worth Nagas I've seen in 17 minutes. They've done an excellent job of just not letting him farm.
I mean, out of the 6 cores in the game right now, he's the second lowest on CS. Indeed, not quite where he'd hoped to be as the Nagasarium.
So close to KJ dying before he does get that Fiend's Grip as well, too. Fraction of HP.
And just for the time being, right, anytime DM shows up, you go. You leave the fight. You cannot deal with the Necrophos running at you at this point in time.
The Necro and the SF at the moment are too much to deal with. The Storm, they can pick off. Malady. Looking for a catch here. They're TPing very aggressively for Whisper here. Reaper is at the ready.
Might be a bit too much for these two alone to dive in.
They've got the NP TP always, so.
That's true.
Yep, they've got the global. And NPTP, they also have Boots of Travel on DM. So wherever Soxa goes, DM can follow up very easily, too, onto these treants. Some breathing room for Yuma. Much needed. KJ, looking to be sneaky. This is not that easy of a kill to go for, though. This is a 2200 HP SF.
I mean, maybe with Sharpshooter and Sonic Wave.
With the 3 of them, perhaps.
I think you have to try.
Let's
just
see if they
take what
can.
sort of opportunity you get.
2400 HP.
You gotta
Can
go
they
for
do
this.
it?
I mean, he's walked up pretty far. They're gonna have the bushwhack in the ankle shot. It's gonna get gripped, but backup's now coming in. Hook shot's there.
Not
They're
enough
not
damage.
gonna kill him. He'll get the Requiem off. The song comes in time for Yuma to be able to TP out.
He's too tanky, Owen. Far too tanky at this point. They almost threw... I mean, they threw pretty much everything onto him.
They did.
Wasn't
He
quite
was able to
there.
dodge a little bit right with getting the
He got the
Hurricane Pike off.
Yeah.
So that made things a little bit tricky. But yeah, you just saw how quickly, right, the rest of Yandex were able to just turn up
He took
and keep the SF safe.
He took 1100. I think he still got hit by the sharpshooter, so he took almost the majority of it. But yeah, just too tanky at this point with the build. Switched up from last time where he went for a more aggressive one. This one he's gone a bit more of a defensive kind of style. Whisper. Sox is bullying. Here comes the Necro.
DM's heading over. Hard to control the Timber.
Oh, DM didn't buy Shard. Whoopsie. Perhaps he was wanting the Lotus Sword before it, I guess, but usually do see them just rush that Shard for the increased farm rate.
Top lane Malady.
They should have him.
I mean, Chira Jr. is here to back him up. So they're going to be able to fight here around Malady. He's caught by the root, but the heal comes in. Tylung really wants to finish him off. There comes the bushwhack and Whisper turning up. Tylung's actually got the chase on the Chira Jr. Chira Jr. is starting to fall low on mana. He's completely out of mana.
They will have to react heavily just to get the clock kill, but almost getting Chira. He'll find an illusion rune, though. He'll be just fine. Also, they're trying to respond to these moves. They're trying to bring the numbers.
And I say last game, they were able to make sure that that 5k lead didn't get any more severe. Maybe this game, they're going to be able to stop that 10k lead from growing.
Let's see. So
Like,
far,
they are,
decent.
no doubt about it. They're slowing it down a little bit.
And
Still, of course, way harder than what they had to deal with and turn around in the previous game.
Overall, yeah, as you said, it's not a 4 protect 1. It's not a timer draft from Yandex. They do still very heavy, but they've done a good job mitigating how much they are giving up these kills. Tormentor and Roche, next thing on the menu. See if LGD can keep the lanes in a position to be able to either steal one or contest it. Do have lanes in a pretty okay spot. Yuma is doing a good job of pushing out the bottom lane.
Mid, Watson. The Requiem plays there, coming in with the Shadow Blade.
This time does find that. We'll call it a solo kill.
Kira Jr., but he's
got backup. Now he's here.
At the side anyway, even if they did get their hands on him. Complete retreat now from LGD. Kira Jr.'s gonna try and jump over to Yuma.
They know which one's real.
Song's not available. The Vortex is there. They're gonna catch the Naga Siren.
He's dead. Now the lead's growing again, and it's gonna be around that Tormentor and Roche too. The Yandex can look for and get the hook shot.
He might be able to find them a bonus kill.
Their TP, they don't need it. Oh, actually, kind of low on mana. Okay, they give him a Lotus. He'll have enough. Who gave him that? Was that Soxa? Nice little Lotus pass over.
And with that
2-2
sort of pushback, yeah, they can just run it straight down the bottom lane. Also bringing in the mid, so might have the chance to get a couple of tier 2 towers here.
They see Whisper. I don't think he knows the sneaky ward is there.
So if they can get him. In the chamber, the Vortex drags him back. The Vessel ticking him down. The side comes in. They've got him.
Tai Lung's turned up.
He's jumped him. Blinks back up, so can retreat if necessary. There's not really too much you can do here right now.
DM healed everybody up to full. Can't look for the contest up to 14k. They're finding those extra pickoffs to keep the lead growing. Not letting Yuma get that space. Regen rune spawns bottom too for Chira. He'll be super happy about that.
Full Silver Edge now on Watson.
And this time also Yandex, they're not backing up to go for the Tormentor. They're looking for the more impressive plays, right? They're not looking to allow LGD to get any farm on the map with the way that they're moving. They're literally not even looking at Tormentor.
Not making any of the mistakes of the last game here, Yandex.
And as we said, right, multiple times, Whisper, it's a game for himself. It's not a game where he's the dark suit playing for the team. Not the similar kind of style by any means. Yuma, it's just illusions. Chira was hunting for him though. DM.
He's ready to come in from the side.
Cogs.
Blink's gonna be back up.
Oh, off the mark a little bit here.
Saxes at the side, they're blocking him off with the Sprout. Treants are down, the Vessel's there. Tai Lung dead again.
DM racking them up this time. 4-0-1 on him. Keeping matched with Watson's farm as well too. As we said, these Necros farm at insane paces. The support damage is crazy on the side of
another one.
Yandex and another catch. The global threat, it's accelerating.
15k lead here now for Yandex. Almost complete domination in these first 23 minutes.
And Yuma, overall, right, this Naga pick, it was a bit blind in particular how they did it this time. Sure, good versus the SF, but the Storm and the Necro, very good versus Hero as the game progresses too. And there's that Roche.
Pretty much zero chance for a steal. They don't have the full team up. And those that are, I mean, maybe they could try for a song play, but they're not going to be close enough.
I don't want to see Yuma go anywhere near a fight.
Sure.
He needs to try to get to that next item at least before he gets involved again.
Rages for Watson.
And now the Greaves too for Chira. He probably just was anticipating this as well too because it is the build that all the Naga Sirens go. He already has the counter for the Orchid. They have Greaves, they have Lotus. So Yuma, even when he gets this timing now that he has the Orchid, they have multiple different dispels for it. A tough game for LGD. Aghanims finished up for Whisper. Chira. They're afraid of him.
Gonna check out the situation.
Malady looking to connect.
Still gonna try and chase forward.
Here comes Watson.
Look at the hook shot, it's a great angle. Straight away in on a Yuma, they've called the Naga Siren, Yuma's gone. The Core also to fall.
Yuma's got no space. They're hunting him.
And they kill him so quickly, dies in a matter of a few hits from this SF.
They may have done it in that last game, but this one, it's looking like a Mount Everest now to climb. No deaths yet on Watson. Only 1 on Chira, 0 on DM. Only losing the supports, really, so far in this early game. Malady with the 4 deaths for his team, but securing the early game in a fantastic way. Tai Lung.
don't know if he can get away from these two. He's going to try for the TPL, but Chira Jr.'s on top of him.
Does live.
Gets away in the mid. Hook shots in. Onto Whisper.
Cogs. Reaper.
And it's there to cut him down. And Yuma, he's just come in for this.
Yuma?
They're on top of him. The Nightmare will save him from the Red Grid, but the razors come through. Yuma will get the song off. My goodness, he doesn't live though. The burn from DM.
Oh, and this game might just be over.
25 minutes in, Yandex ready to get up to the high ground.
They can just, they'll have the glyph to be able to save it. They could probably continue pushing though. They have the heals, they have the sustain. They're keeping the push going. Tylung.
Gonna get clipped by the silence. DM's ready to push in. Tier 3's gone. 15 seconds until they have the full lineup back up, LGD.
They still got Aegis.
Yandex focusing the objectives.
KJ.
They're gonna get the jump on him. Bane's out.
So hard to step up. Anybody.
He's done as well now, Watson.
Chira, quick Reeves. Everybody's at full HP.
Mid-racks are gone. Yandex very easily able to take those 26 minutes in, and they can keep going for more. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis.
They're full health, full mana. It looks like they've used 0 resources. Whisper, careful. They're probably just gonna push it down. Still have Aegis, going for that next Rax. There's no way for the Naga Siren to fight this.
Yeah, they can taste the victory here, Yandex. A second set of racks in their sights. The jump's there again. They're going to catch King Jungles.
Can't step up.
They're trying to push them back, but the tier 3's gone.
Oh, this Necro pick was just way too good versus this matchup.
DM
just stands in the front.
Easily able to make space for them to clean up that second set.
They can just swing toward top and keep it going. DM even just walking through the base, taunting them.
Radiant's top tower.
Watson, jump.
They're going to move forward, but the BKB's out for Tyler. We'll stop them from getting the further grab onto him. They'll just back up whilst the BKB's there for the quad.
Backing up, resetting, looking for that final push here. Yuma needs to get out on the map, try to farm something here, but still, it's the bottom net worth core, soon to be surpassed by those supports.
Still a minute left on the Aegis.
Watson's looking for a kill. Even taking the shrines too, so Saksa maximizing how much he can make them suffer. Oh, he actually stopped taking it.
Oh.
No. Well, he looked like he was TPing in to take it, but all right, well.
Yeah, just a bit of mercy, you know. Doesn't want to go too tough on them.
I mean, yeah, I guess. LGD's like, oh, thank goodness. Now we can actually get a
wisdom.
yeah.
Maybe that wisdom, though, is going to be the comeback wisdom.
That'd be wild. Watson.
Yandex, they're ready to end this. King Jungles will get the Nightmare off, but he's going to get found again.
He cannot step up over and over and over again. Another glyph.
Aegis is about to expire. 15 seconds. But they don't care. The hook shot's in. Malady getting in on top of Theolicor. Will be able to turn with the Atos. So Theolicor will be able to back off.
5 seconds on Aegis.
Tier 3 falls. The final set of barracks exposed now.
Gonna back up, wait for that Aegis regen to kick in. Can keep that pressure going.
Just bringing in every wave here. DM over towards the mid.
Don't let them breathe at all. Jumping forward, Chira.
Watson ready to sneak in here with the invis setup. They're going to look for Tylung. They've got him with the vortex, and Watson's got the damage. Tylung's out for 50. The song won't save him. As Yandex, they'll look to finish off the barracks.
They're celebrating already.
Absolutely. 30 minutes in, the mega creeps are out. As LGD, 4 versus 5. Can they do anything in this next 30 seconds?
DM is immortal.
Watson, they're looking for Whisper. Nightmare comes out to try and break him out of the combo, but he's burst low. Now we get the silence onto him. The sight comes in from DM. Whisper's gone. He'll buy back straight away. Yandex, they're not going anywhere.
They're all full health. They can't do damage to anybody. And not for some time here. 1K per minute already hit. Throws a blood grenade. Get him, Tailung.
Can they push them off the tier 4s?
Tailung's literally just throwing blood grenades at the moment.
They've got the Ags on the Bane.
All right.
The tier 4. The first one to fall. The Atos again quickly removed with the Lotus.
They're just healing. DM just keeps pumping them in.
Full Daedalus now.
Tailung. They're closing
the tier
it.
4s are gone. The Ancient exposed. One big more hookshot deck from Melody coming in on the back lines. They kill off King Jungles. He's out for 30 seconds. They're all burning. GG's called. Yandex will take the game and with that take the title here at Blast Slam 7. And my goodness, Fog, the wins from this team. They were just on another level.
Very decisive.
They had the slip up in game 3, made for a bit of an entertaining comeback from LGD. But outside of that, these wins, these leads, the Yandex was not only doing here in the grand finals, but in so many of the other games in their upper bracket run, they were just completely ahead of anyone that you put against them. And when they got this far ahead, they would never let it slip away.
And you heard it from Caps too, right? There's so many heroes that Yandex plays, so many different things that they have to ban. This time around, they pick this Naga perhaps a bit early. It gets super hard countered. Necrophos pick as well from DM. Runs the show, 8-0, same for Watson, 10-0 on him.
And just to see it as well, considering the kind of the recent performances from them, right? They had the showing of PGL where they did not do too hot. They kind of skipped Dream League, and then they came back in here and they showed, you know what, we're back on top, taking the first place. LGD, of course, an amazing run from them. We heard it from Caps right during the drafts. He was very happy, and I'm sure the boys are going to be happy as well with how far they came, coming in at second, but couldn't quite touch Yandex really outside of that one game. Everything else was completely Yandex, as here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your Blast Slam 7 champions, Team Yandex!
Congratulations, Team Yandex win Blast Slam 7. Congratulations, guys. That was an amazing finale from you. Chira, you dominated that last game. How did it feel to win like that?
I'm got carried. What the fuck?
What do you mean? You were so good. Come on, be a little bit more. This is your win.
Yeah, I'm glad, but I got carried.
Fair enough. By this guy?
By everyone in team.
By everyone, fair enough. DM, this is your second win with this stack in such a short amount of time after you officially joined. How does that feel for the future of this team?
I mean, feeling good. I think we had really big plans to win this tournament because we practiced for it and we had a boot camp. So yeah, I mean, expectable.
And how good it was. I want to grab that man right there. Watson, come here. You got second place twice at Blast, and now you finally claim the win. How does it feel to put your hands on that trophy?
Good, very good.
Anything more? Come on, it's been a journey to get here.
It was a long journey. I'm glad we win. Yeah, we played maybe not the best Dota, but still.
I thought it was fantastic Dota, and I'm very glad we all got to watch it here today. So, once again, congratulations, Team Yandex, Blast 7 champions. Woo! Let's go.
And amazing win from Yandex there. I really thought that LGD having a little bit of momentum could have pushed this one to a game 5, but Yandex did so much more in this game 4 than what we'd been seeing from them so far in the grand finals, Kazu.
They cooked him a little bit too hard. I think this time around they were ready for the Naga with the draft. And also, I think, overall with the gameplay, because they obliterated the lanes already in the game before, and they doubled down on this even harder in this game.
I mean, it was just this kind of beautiful back and forth in the drafts, and of course, I think for Yandex, the experience they had, being able to understand what LGD was trying to do, I think kind of clinging on to game 3 win, trying to use it in game 4, like that was no match for Yandex when they had the Prophets, the Necrophoses, and all these, you know, beautiful picks just to break them as they did.
Yeah, well, look, we did have a couple of words from the players when they were lifting the trophy, but we're going to have more from Saxa joining us here. Congratulations. I mean, you've lifted so many trophies in your career, but does this one feel a little extra special, Saxa?
Yeah, it's nice to be back here. I mean, I've won here with Thunder before, but now it's nice to do it with a new team with Yandex. And yeah, it's an amazing feeling.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about the fact that you've given so much to the players in Yandex. They've talked about it multiple times in interviews, but I want to know from your point of view, do you feel like you've given them that much? And is there a certain player that you feel you've helped more than others?
I think overall I have helped the whole team. I helped, I guess, mostly with my lane partner, with offlane, try to get on the same page. I think these guys are really good at Dota, and they shouldn't be underestimated. Even if I wasn't on this team, they would do good.
You're too humble, bro. Come on.
Yeah, you really are.
No,
You're gonna say like it was all me.
I have a question, because usually I think when you win a tournament, you have like a feeling what it's about and what you're doing better than like some of your opponents. Would you say it's more about like individual excellence, or do you think it's like one specific part of the game, like whether it's team fighting or drafting, where you were like one step ahead?
I think our idea of how to play the game was better than most teams, I guess, this tournament. I think individually also we performed, but I think overall, I think our understanding of what we need to do, it was on a bit better level than others.
Do you think also, like, did you have something specifically versus LGD that you guys had like prepped either like last night or earlier today, like in terms of styles, in terms of how they play?
Yeah, we didn't want to get cheesed. We didn't want to give them like, you know, some of their like strong picks.
Like a Bat Rider?
Yeah, Bat Rider, definitely. I don't want to play against Whisper Bat, but I think they're like a different team than others, you know, in the sense that you need to understand what they want to do, and you need to have an idea against it.
And I also have one more, because so you guys took a break before, but you're also a player, you have taken breaks before, right? At the, you know, right place, right time. I was thinking a bit more, how do you balance it, and like how do you know when it's a good time for you to like take a little bit of time off to then come back and like be even better?
It's just about feeling. If you feel like you're tired and you're not motivated to play, and if you don't enjoy it, I think that's the biggest one. Then I think it's just better to like not play. So I think right now I enjoy it, and we'll see for how long, but probably not too long, you know, I'm getting old. So.
Yeah, it happens.
So yeah.
I do want to follow up on that one as well, because during your break, we've been talking like, how often are you actually playing pubs? How long before coming back to a tournament are you guys scrimming as a team? Like, where is that balance when it looks like a 2 to 3 week period that you're having off?
Usually after a tournament, you have like, maybe, depends on when the next tournament is, but yeah. I think we boot camp like before a tournament, like for 10 days or so, or a week, and then we play, and then we have some time off. And I think, to be honest, I haven't been playing that many pubs yet lately, so I've kind of been lazy. Like.
And then you come in and win.
I mean, right now I started playing more, yeah.
So do you think not playing pubs was, you know, helpful? You know, are you trying to do like a liquid strat where it's like 0 pubs, win tournaments?
I mean, I've always been the type of player that I don't really need to play that many pubs. I watch a lot of Dota. That's how I get my knowledge mostly. Yeah, so.
That makes sense. And also with Yandex now, coming into the season, it's 3 tournament wins for Yandex. You're like the second most decorated organization. Were you expecting kind of this project to be so successful so quickly? Or when you joined this roster, was it kind of like for the long game, where it's like maybe you'd be informed by TI, maybe next TI was the plan? Like, did you think it'd be such a quick turnaround in results?
I think not in the beginning. I thought it was going to be a bit of work, at least like for the first few months. I think our results for the first few months were like too good for like what I was expecting. But I think, yeah, I didn't really expect this at the beginning, but I'm happy.
Circling back, you were talking about you watch more than you really play, right? That's where you learn. Is it specific teams that you're looking at, or is it just the tournaments overall that you're looking at, or even pubs potentially?
I think just players. I watch players I respect. It doesn't even matter any role. I can watch any player. Yeah. But I feel like if I respect a player and I watch from his perspective what he does, I can kind of understand more about what the game is supposed to be about.
Would you be willing to reveal your top 3 most watched? players?
I don't know. Amar's definitely one. I watch, I guess, for supports 9 class and carry maybe a Toro.
Okay.
That's a good list. That's a good list.
Yeah.
And I just had one question in regards to the draft for Game 4, if that's okay. It's the respect that you talk about now. Was it respect in regards like with the Spirit Breaker, the Dark Seal? Was it like, you know what, we just want to take all their comfort away from them? Or was there like other kind of big picture stuff that was being applied in this 4th draft?
I think definitely respect. I think in best of 5s, you need to adjust heavily. Like in a normal game, we would never ban Dark Seal maybe first phase, but we felt like this hero was doing a lot for them. The Spirit Breaker was also doing a lot for them in terms of how to play the map. So I think it was just better for us to not play against.
Cool, thank you.
Out of your teammates, is there anyone in specific that you're really like proud of or really happy about when it comes to their progression?
I think Chira. I think this guy, like every time I walk into the practice room, he's like the first one there, you know, in the morning, and he's like one of the last ones to leave, and he's like, he has a really good mentality. He's like a very nice guy to play with, and I think he's impressed me the most.
Yeah, is it also, so I guess it's also very easy for you to like work with him. Like when you tell him, yo, like this time when I come to the rune, you need to be full HP, full this, like he's like very easy to work with?
Yeah, I think him and also all the others. I think I can't really point to anyone that's kind of not like that.
That sounds good.
And my last question is, do they have like good mentality where it's like often with like back in the day Eastern European teams, it's like the tilt, the back and forth, like would you say that this team is like just has good mental when you're approaching like these like really impressive like best of 5 grand finals?
Maybe in the beginning wasn't so much, but I think they're improving a lot.
We're getting there.
We're getting there, definitely. I think winning tournaments also builds confidence, so I think, and discipline is a big factor, is something we talk about in the team.
Okay, thank you.
Can you explain to me a little bit more about the conversations or the progress that you went through for you and DM to get on the lane, to get on the same page about laning together? Because he is very different to Notice, who you used to be with before this, who's also different to 33, who you used to be with before that.
Yeah, it's an adjustment, I think. We just understand what's important in the lane. Like sometimes, like I will tell him he needs to push the lane in, but he wants to hold the wave. So right now we're just trying to get on the same page. What's actually good, what's not good. So, but he's pretty easy to talk to. That's why I like working with him.
So you still think right now you're not even on the same page? Like there is still a lot more development for you guys as a lane duo?
A little bit, yeah, of course.
Okay.
This is not even peak form.
Literally, like I'm not playing pubs. I'm only really watching. We're not even peak form as a duo. Well, what do you think is the biggest strength of Yandex then?
I think just individual skill and understanding of the game. Also, I'm kind of cursing myself before TI and Riyadh, so...
Okay, I was going to ask this. I didn't know,
you can't do this. What are you doing?
So often I
humble.
talk to you, and you don't seem like a superstitious player at all. You don't have like routine. You don't have this, pre-game ritual by any means. But you actually do believe in the TI sort of quote-unquote curse.
I used to believe in it, but I think now it's like it doesn't really matter. It just the curse is real because people get their ego up after they win a tournament before TI, so they start slacking off and they get more frustrated easily. So I think if you have a good mentality going into it, then there's no curse. But
would it make you feel better if I told you there's already technically 3 teams that have done it beforehand, where they won the previous event that they played in and then went on to win TI?
Yeah.
So it was Wings, it was Spirit TI10, and it was Falcons last year as well.
Yeah.
So it's very easy for you to still be able to do it.
We actually had this conversation before today. I said Wings did it like before TI, so yeah.
It's very, very possible.
I have nothing else to say. I was to say, worst case, just don't do very well at EWC, then you can go lift the Aegis, right? So if you do believe in the curse, there is one buffer tournament pre-TI. So you're still kind of in the clear for the curse.
I'm ready to experiment for EWC, that's for sure.
My guy, there you go. He knows what's up.
Easy throws.
Easy throws.
I love that one so much, Suck. So thank you again for joining us. Congratulations. I'll let you go and enjoy the moment with your team as well.
Thank you.
Suckser is always so much fun to get to talk to, and I love just the brutal honesty around some of these plays. I'm telling you, even the least superstitious player out there will still have those beliefs, whether it's winning an event leading up to EWC or TI, touching a trophy before you actually deserve the win for it. There's so many that supersede what it is about the strength and the mental fortitude of some players.
I mean, the Aegis means everything, right?
Yeah.
Every Dota player, when you load up the little client, when you spawn into the game, you see the Aegis glowing, you hover in it for a second, you see all the previous teams. You want to punch your team that you're currently on into that. Again, speaking from the perspective of Saxa. So, I mean, of course, you want to do everything in your power to make sure there are no curses pre-TI, and they're doing a pretty good job at it.
Yeah, man who knows all about being cursed at TI, Quinn.
Oh, I know more than you know.
What a welcome back
more
to you.
Know.
Howdy, partner.
We're even now.
Hey, man, keep that
Yeah,
shit
you
up.
told me I had to roast him. I got him one there. How much did you love seeing Yandex be active in that game number 4 and overall see them ex-teammates of yours watching Malady lift the Blast Slam 7 trophy.
No, it's awesome. I'm happy for them, and I'm happy that they found a good home and a good team that works well together. And I think Soxa talks really highly of the guys, and it's for good reason. I think they're all really hardworking, just fun guys to be around. They're a good team that works really well. I think they're just good to each other, and they work hard and they love the game. So I mean, you know, what more can you really ask for?
And you could also like tell not just from what he said, but also by watching them play. It's a very improved team with very, very improved players, and I think the win that they have here is it's very well deserved. Their drafts are good, their gameplay is good. It seems like they're all enjoying playing with each other. You can't really ask for more.
I mean, even from Slam 5 when they got 3-0'd by Tundra to now, it's like they feel like a completely different team. You can even hear it in how he's carrying himself in the interview, talking about the players, the maturity, the discipline, all these things. I think Yandex, they are very much a contender for TI. They very much are a contender to be a top 3 team in any tournament they go to. So they got to keep the form, maybe take some more breaks down the line, because clearly it works out for them.
I need to be realistic about this. It's not just Yandex that has improved so much over the last few slams that we've seen them participate in, but it is LGD as well. Not only as an org has it been 2 years since we've seen them participate in Dota. They come in, they get second place, but as this 5-man roster as well, everything they've been able to achieve since we saw them in Malta, unfortunately, it doesn't end with them lifting the trophy, but we do get a final set of words from them.
I'm here with KJ. Obviously, not the results we wanted, but they are very high results. Like, looking back over your performance in this whole tournament, you excelled and went so far, and the games were so fun. Most of all, the games were so fun. Did you have a good time, at least, you know, throughout the highs, throughout the wins?
Yeah, I think I've got to experience a pretty unique set of emotions throughout this tournament, and so I experienced like good, bad, all of them, and I think that's the best part of the experience, I'd say. Something very unique, and yeah, I'm gonna remember about this tournament with good things more than bad, even though we had a very bad one right now.
I think you will be making many more good memories in the future. Obviously, looking forward, you guys are going to be playing in the TI qualifiers. We are all looking forward to seeing how that goes for you. Do you guys feel confident coming off the back of this? You defeated so many, you know, tier 1 teams. You've clearly proved that you're TI material easily. So how are you guys feeling?
I feel like we are feeling super good we're super confident. I mean, I can speak for myself, and I imagine the team also feeling a little bit depleted right now, because it was a very tiring set of days. Like yesterday night, we played like a 2-hour game, and then like 12 hours later, we had to play another game. So like everyone is super emotionally depleted and physically depleted. So these qualifiers, I'm pretty confident. We just need to rest and get ready for it.
And obviously a big point that we've talked about, you know, with your team throughout this is, you know, this is the highest position a South American team has gotten in a tier 1 tournament, which is incredible. And we're hoping next time that you guys can lift the trophy. How important is that to you coming out here?
Of course, it's very important. Like before you win an actual tournament, you need to it's very hard for you to just win a tournament when you got like top 8 or didn't qualify to all the other tournaments in the year. So I feel like the first step to win a tournament is getting close to win a tournament, and now we got very close to win 2 games short. So yeah, like it's just part of the road, let's say. We just need to walk through it now.
All right, so next time, it's a win. That's what I'm hearing. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much for being here at Blast with us. I wish you the best of luck in the future.
Thank you. Спасибо большое. GG, guys. We tried.
And it was almost enough from LGD, and KJ being so honest about the grueling set of days that they've had here. We had 6 teams arrive at Copenhagen and over 4 days have to play a double elimination bracket for themselves, and they made it through to the grand finals after a set of 111-minute games, as well as going the distance in all of their best of 3s, and they were just so close to pushing it to that game 5 in this grand finals.
Yeah, you can just tell there's like so many real emotions and like all the things he's talking about. I think just about even the fatigue. Like even me watching their games, like, and I'm not even playing them, like they're giving me emotional like fatigue from watching and like cheering for them and like understanding, is this good, is this not good? So you can, I think, just like feel for them, because it is difficult, but at the same time, it's a grand finals where you feel like both teams at least won in some way. And it's not very often you get to see that, but rightfully so for them, they should be happy.
I mean, it's also like you hear from the interview, like KJ, he's saying like getting to like playing on a Sunday. That's not a thing that every team can do, and it's experience that you need. You don't just go from top 8 to winning. So having that in the tank, like, I am expecting them to win a tournament at some point, be it this season or next. From TI to now, like every time you hear him speak, like you know the kind of the burning, the passions inside him. So it just feels inevitable that they are going to, you know, lift a trophy somewhere in the world.
They're a team to watch, players to watch, and I've got my eye on them because
I'm coming for you.
How could you not after these games? Yeah. How could you not?
They've definitely won so many fans. It feels like they couldn't grow any more of a fan base of LGD, those players there. But ultimately, just falling a little bit short here at Slam 7. The winners, Yandex. Congratulations to them again. And of course, thank you guys so much for joining us through this journey. I look forward to when we get to see you at Slam 8.